40 years of Konoha, the land of rain. After a pouring rain, the sky was still cloudy, and between the dark clouds, a ray of bright sunlight appeared rarely. Damn, finally see the sun. Looking at the rays of sunlight in the sky in front of a thatched hut deep in a dense forest, Luo Lei muttered wordlessly. All right. Luo Lei is not a person of this world, but from the 21st century, a glorious trainee Chengguan. A few months ago, a routine patrol mission caused him to unfortunately have a car accident. It doesn't matter if he died, and he strangely crossed into the world of Naruto. That's right, you read that right, it's the world of Naruto. At first, when crossing over, Luo Lei himself was also confused, and he didn't know what place this was, but, after months of fumbling, he finally knew the place where he is now is the land of rain, a small country that rains almost every day. In addition, the 5 major powers, the country of fire, the country of wind, the country of water, the country of thunder, and the country of earth, basically dominate the world. After the Second Ninja World War, the land of fire faintly became the strongest country in the ninja world. Of course, for crossing, Rayleigh is not repulsive anyway. In his previous life, he has no father or mother since he was a child, and he has few friends, plus he has watched the complete Naruto episodes, and he is familiar with almost all the plots. As long as he has the opportunity, his life will definitely not be mediocre. However, the reality is very full, and the ideal is very skinny, because Luo Lei found that after he crossed over, his body actually returned to the time when he was 15 years old, and he looked much younger, but it was useless. As we all know, this is a ninja world, and the geniuses of the major ninja villages are emerging one after another. In particular, some super geniuses in Konoha village simply cannot be speculated with common sense. Others at the age of 9 may be elite shinobi, 12 years old is Shangnin, and 14 years old may be elite shinobi. What about him? There are no white eyes, no riding wheel eyes, and no awesome blood succession limits, and you are still so old? You can't do anything at all. And where he is now, it is the south-central part of the land of rain, a barren mountain range with rare tracks. Due to the defeat of Konoha in the Second Ninja World War, the country of rain is divided into civil wars almost every day, and years of conquest. Therefore, even in this rare place, there are some civilians who are on the move to escape the war. Now, the thatched hut where Roar lives is left over from civilians who escaped the war. Therefore, after crossing over, because he did not have the strength to protect himself, and did not know the specific situation in the land of rain, Luo Lei lived here, and this residence was for several months. No matter, you have to go out. After half a ring, look at the sky that was still relatively clear just now. In an instant, the clouds were thick, and at a glance, I knew that it was going to rain again, and at this point, the last bit of patience of Rolly was worn out. He continued to stay here, although he was barely alive, but he was undoubtedly humiliated, uncomfortable, and more likely to die silently in this wilderness. Special, it's hard to cross. He always has to look at the ninja who are passed down by the civilians who are trying to escape the war, right? Moreover, the land of rain is very chaotic, very messy. However, he is not necessarily so unlucky and will be ruthlessly killed when he goes out, right? If you are lucky, if you can join any force, wouldn't it be a good thing? Forget it, don't want to. Thinking about it, Luo Lei casually picked up the spear made of wood next to him, turned around and wanted to leave. Anyway, the result of the horizontal and vertical is similar. It is better to go out and wander. After all, a manly husband, in general, has a bit of courage to challenge difficulties. Bite. Just as Raleigh was leaving, a crisp electronic sound sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the God-level template system is being activated. Activating. Please wait a minute. Ding! Activation complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host and this system for successfully binding. Next, this system will assist the host to the peak of life. 3 consecutive system tones. What made Luo Lei listen to it was stunned, and then there was a burst of ecstasy in his heart. Really come and do whatever he wants. The appearance of the system, doesn't that mean that he has a golden finger to make himself stronger? But what the hell is this God-level template system? Soon, Luo Lei reacted, and his mind was directly focused on the ability of the system. After all, he had heard of many systems with different names, but he had never heard of any God-level template systems, and if the function of the system was relatively chicken, wouldn't it be a blessing for nothing? System, what is a God-level template? The next moment, Luo Lei did not hesitate much, and asked with a little doubt. Ding! Quite simply, as long as the host has enough template values and completes the tasks of the character template, any character template in any work can be randomly drawn. Oh, so that's the case. Doesn't that mean that I have many shortcuts to become stronger? Ding! Yes, okay then, system, just give me a few awesome character templates, the best, let me traverse the ninja world. Ding! Insufficient template value, Nima. Hearing the last few mechanical prompts, a few strands of cold sweat appeared on Luo Lei's forehead. Specifically, this system is too real. Ding! Since the host activates the system for the first time, the system specially presents the host a newbie gift package. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint me. Hearing these words, Luo Lei's face was delighted, his heart moved, and he directly opened the newbie package. Ding! The starter pack is opening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character template of the Joker Emperor, the head of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness. Ding! The starter pack is opening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character template of the Joker Emperor, the head of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness. What? Template for the Clown Emperor. When Luo Lei heard this, he froze for a moment, and then his whole body trembled with excitement. The Clown Emperor, he knows, because, in the Digimon adventure, the Clown Emperor is called the 4 heavenly kings of darkness along with the mechanical evil dragon beast, the puppet beast, and the steel sea dragon beast, and the powerful dark power they get from the apocalyptic beast resides in the dark tornado mountain. Among them, the Clown Emperor is the leader of the 4 heavenly kings, and he is also the strongest existence among the 4 heavenly kings in the end. If it weren't for the angel beast evolving into a divine angel beast, opening the gate of heaven, and using the unique moves of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast and the steel Garura beast, the Clown Emperor was beaten into the heavenly gate of the holy angel beast. Therefore, the ability and strength of the Clown Emperor is beyond doubt. System: how to use this Clown Emperor's template. The next moment, after Luo Lei reacted, he asked more urgently. Ding! Host, if you meditate in your heart, you can use it, just like Susanoo of the Kaleidoscope Sherinon of the Uchiha family. It is very simple and convenient. Oh, what's the difference between the system, the template, and the Clown Emperor's body? Ding! Host, the character template produced by the God-level template system, with the most peak ability and combat consciousness of the ontology. You can use the character template as a virtual godlike human puppet, and you are the owner of this human puppet. Okay, got it, then I want to see the properties of this character template. Ding! Template properties are being generated. First template: Clown Emperor, star rating, ability 1 Ace Flying Sword, ability 2 Clown Magic, ability 3 Toy Wonders, ability 4 Cayman Square, ability 5 Unlocked. An illusory interface suddenly appeared in Luo Lei's mind. It didn't take much time for Roar to fully understand the star ratings and specific abilities of the Clown King template. Strong. Really strong. All abilities are almost the Joker Emperor's signature stunts without any doubt. Luo Lei's more hesitant heart suddenly became confident, although it was not clear the actual combat power of the Clown Emperor, but at least he had the ability to protect himself. By the way, system, does the Clown Emperor only have 3 stars? After sorting out his thoughts a little, Luo Lei asked, a little puzzled. Yes, the system replied very mechanically. The God-level template system will divide different stars according to the specific abilities of the character template, and the highest star rating is 6 stars. Can the character template of the Clown Emperor still increase the star level? Yes. You only need to have enough template values to unlock the new abilities of the Clown Emperor, and you can also transform the template of the Clown Emperor into the template of the Chaos Clown Emperor. Template value. Yes, host, in the ninja world, there are actually many mysterious powers that can evolve into template values, such as the ninja of the 6 immortals, the chakra of the immortal body, the chakra of the tailed beast, and so on. So how do I randomly pick new character templates? Ding! Host, this is very simple. Just complete the template tasks of each character template. Oh, got it. Listen to these words. Rory figured it out almost instantly. The approximate meaning of the system is that the template value is required to improve the star rating and ability of the existing template. If you want to extract a new role template, you need to complete some template tasks of the system. In general, it's okay, he and the system, it can be regarded as mutually beneficial. Forget it, don't care so much, let's try the Clown Emperor's template ability. The next moment, Luo Lei's thoughts turned, and without any hesitation, he silently gave the order in his heart. Boom! A dark sense of battle instantly flooded into Luo Lei's mind. This memory is very violent and cold, basically the picture of the Clown Emperor fighting with various Digimon. In other words, absorbing these memories, he basically mastered the Clown Emperor's lifelong combat skills. Interesting, the Clown Emperor is really not a waste of fame. After half a ring, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth turned up slightly, and he had basically fully mastered the Clown Emperor's ability. Immediately, his mind moved, and a wave of dark energy swept out in an instant. Luo Lei directly transformed into an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, wearing oversized shoes and strange clothes, black and white makeup on his face, and 4 sharp longswords interlaced on his back, a clown. Ding! The first stage character template mission, the power of the Clown Emperor. Introduction. As the head of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, the Clown Emperor, how can he not have power? Please make the name of the Clown Emperor a household name in the land of rain. Oh, it looks like it won't be boring. Hear this prompt. Luo Lei moved his body slightly, sensing the majestic power on his body, and a smile naturally appeared at the corner of his mouth. No way, after using the template of the Clown Emperor, although he is still himself, his personal ability and the state of entry have changed drastically compared to just now. At the very least, he is no longer the ordinary person without the power of a chicken, and he will not have any fear of ninjas. If you want to do it, who is afraid of whom? Is this the power of the Clown Emperor? After half a ring, Luo Lei moved his body a little, and his heart was extremely comfortable. Since crossing over, he has spent almost every day in panic, especially when he learned that the country he was in was the land of rain. It seems like someone. However, just when Luo Lei sensed the majestic power in his body with the keen insight and perception of the Clown Emperor, he suddenly sensed that in the dense forest in the distance, there were several vague aura fluctuations, which were rapidly attacking in the direction where he was at an extremely fast speed. Could it be a ninja? With the sudden change of weather, the cloudy sky gradually became oppressive and gloomy in a lush forest. I saw a girl wearing a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds, marching forward at a very fast speed, and behind her, more than a dozen ninjas wearing 4 vertical lines that symbolized rain. Angel, you can't run away, this time. In order to catch you, our Yuan village has used a lot of manpower and material resources, and we won't give you any chance. The leading Yuan Murakami Shinobu looked at the angel's back, and his cheeks were filled with extreme coldness. The girl codenamed Angel in front of her is one of the 3 bosses of Xiao, a mercenary organization that suddenly appeared in the Land of Rain after the end of World War II, and at first, they did not pay much attention to Xiao, the high level of Yuan village in the Land of Rain. After all, in addition to Yuan village, there are many miscellaneous forces in the Land of Rain. There is no need to kill them all, plus there is a demigod, Hanzo Mountain Pepperfish, sitting in the town, and other forces can't make any waves. However, the Xiaozai mercenary organization is a strange thing promoting what to create world peace without extreme force, in order to attract many war-affected people in the Land of Rain to join. In less than 2 years, the Xiaozai mercenary organization continued to develop and grow, and became famous, becoming the second only force in the Land of Rain after Yuan village. One mountain does not allow 2 tigers, unless 1 male and 1 female. Due to the growing growth of Xiaozai's mercenary organization, Yuan village finally couldn't bear it anymore, and personally designed a killing game, using an A-class mercenary mission to ambush a wave. As a result, luck was good and the angel, one of the big 3 of Xiao, was ambushed. However, the strength of this angel was beyond their expectations, and under the ambush of many rain ninjas, he abruptly killed a bloody road. Damn, ahead, Xiaonan, who was fleeing rapidly, had a chill on his face. In particular, I thought it was just a simple A-level mercenary mission, but I didn't expect that it was a trap carefully designed by Yuan village, and all the subordinates she brought with her were dead, and she herself was now in danger. Sue! 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 Suddenly, the sound of several shurikens breaking through the air came out, striking at Xiaonan at an extremely fast speed. Of course, if anyone looks closely, they will find that these shurikens have several detonation charms hanging on them. Paper shuriken. Xiaonanta did not return. With a keen intuition, she waved her right hand slightly, and dozens of shurikens made of paper flew out, directly colliding violently with the shurikens in the rear. Boom! See this scene. In the rear, the leading Yuan Murakami smiled slightly, and his hands quickly froze. Boom! In the next instant, several violent explosions sounded, and a majestic explosion wave swept away at a lightning speed. Paper dance. Sensing the energy fluctuations behind you, Xiaonan's face changed slightly, and he didn't have time to think about it. In the moment when chakra surged, his body instantly turned into countless paper-like fragments, dodging the explosion energy wave behind, and then, the paper quickly recovered and wanted to continue to fly forward. However, it was already late at such a small pause. Swish! Swish! Ugh! With several piercing sounds of breaking the air, more than a dozen rain ninja attacked, enveloping Xiaonan in the middle in a very strange way. How? Aren't you running? See the small south surrounded in the very center. The leader of the Yuan village Shangnan slowly took a few steps forward, and his eyes showed monstrous killing intent. He didn't expect that the angel of the Xiaozai mercenary organization in front of him was very young, but his strength was not weak. Although he only had the strength of Shangnan, he played the special ninjutsu cheeky paper dance out of his mind. This time the ambush mission, if he hadn't been seated, perhaps the mission would have failed long ago. And once defeated, the anger of the leader Hanzo may make the entire Yuan village tremble. However, despite this, they also lost 2 Zhong shinobi and 6 Shimo shinobi, and performing this task can be described as a heavy loss, so he must capture the angel of the Xiaozai mercenary organization in front of him and take him to Yuan village to be tortured. Well, is that the end of it? Xiaonan withdrew from the paper-based state, and a pair of light orange beautiful eyes showed a wisp of unwillingness and helplessness. She had tried her best. She thought it was a simple A-level mercenary mission, but she didn't expect that it was a trap designed by Yuan village, and more importantly, Yuan village, which had been doing nothing, actually wanted to do something to the Xiaozai mercenary organization. Looking at Xiaonan with a dead face, the Shang Shinobu of the Rain Ninja village smiled coldly. His hands naturally played with Ku-Wu, and said in a deep voice, "Angel, do you choose to be captured, or do you choose death? If you can return to the Yuan hidden village." However, before the words were finished, the leading Yuan Murakami's expression changed suddenly, and his sharp eyes quickly looked at a dense forest not far away. "What? Get out of Lao Tzu." Ugh! The words did not fall, accompanied by several sounds that broke the void. I saw a few handfuls of Ku-Wu breaking through the sky towards the dense forest at an extremely fast speed. Clang! Bell! The next moment, a sound of metal colliding sounded, and the bitterness fell without answering. Then, several large trees shook a few times, and in front of everyone, a clown wearing oversized shoes and strange clothes, with black and white makeup on his face, slowly walked out from the depths of the jungle. "This is..." The Kami Shinobu of the Rain Shinobi village glared and said in amazement, "Clown." Poof! On the side, several Shinobi also reacted when they saw this, and directly couldn't help laughing. In particular, their luck today is really bad. In this place where birds do not, and there is no one to live, they can actually meet clowns who perform folk acrobatics? There aren't any chakra fluctuations. Should be an ordinary person. The Shangnin of the Rain Ninja Village frowned, and after a little perception, he glanced at Luo Lei incredulously. He is not only a shinobi, but also a perceptual ninja, obviously feeling that Luo Lei is an ordinary person, but why is his suffering blocked by strangely? Weird, very weird. Damn, Yuan village is doing business, you hurry up. Seeing this, one of them, Yoshinobu, was a little impatient and scolded sharply. Otherwise, we don't mind killing you and letting your corpse go wilder. What nonsense. No living mouth can be left behind. Kill this clown. Since you see that we have captured the angel, then you can't let him leak the information to the Zayazai mercenary organization, so as not to cause trouble in vain. Kill a civilian, kill and kill. In the distance, Luo Lei was very helpless, and he was said to be a clown, which was really a little unpleasant, although his current costume was indeed a clown. There's nothing you can do if he wants to use the power of templates, he must always enter the state of template, right? Just like the immortal mode or the devil fruit ability, if you use this power, there will definitely be changes, especially the devil fruit ability. The change is the most obvious. However, in the swept of his gaze, Luo Lei fell his eyes on Xiao Nan's body, and immediately, a somewhat thoughtful expression appeared on his face. This should be Xiao Nan of the Xiao organization, right? The next moment, Luo Lei's mind surged with thoughts, and he quickly guessed the identity of the girl in a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds in front of him. Combined with the information he learned recently, I figured out the situation in front of me at once. It was probably the conflict between the Yuan village of the Land of Rain and Zayazai's mercenaries, which caused Yoshinobu to pursue Zionin. Ordinary people? Acrobatic clowns. At this time, a wisp of bloom appeared in Xiao Nan's eyes. She thought she was saved? As a result, it turned out to be an ordinary person who did not have chakra fluctuations on his body, and with the urine nature of Yoshinobu, the clown in front of him must be dead. Kill him, leave no living mouth. Although the leading shinobu frowned slightly, he still made a gesture of wiping his neck. What about him? Whether this clown is an ordinary person or not, kill and it's over. Swish. Ugh. After receiving the order, the three shinobi armed with kuwu in their hands, from three directions, towards Luo Lei stormed. Due to the fast speed, the distance is very close, almost in the blink of an eye. The three shinobi were less than a meter away from Luo Lei, and the flashing cold light of kuwu slashed towards Luo Lei's neck and the hideous eyes of the three shinobi. Seeing that Luo Lei could not avoid it, it seems that you are going to die in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive sounds of landing sounded, and under the incredulous eyes of many people, the 3 shinobi who attacked Luo Lei seemed to have lost their lives and fell to the ground in unison. See this scene, the remaining Yoshinobu was obviously stunned, and almost glared his eyes out. Nimas, what kind of joke is this? Why did those 3 shinobi die suddenly? This, Xiao Nan was also stunned for a while. What's the point? What kind of operation is this? She can be sure that the clown in front of her definitely didn't make a move, and there was no trace of chakra fluctuations, but how did those 3 shinobi die? More importantly, there was no scream. It's a little weird. Back off. Speed back. There's something wrong with this guy in front of you. The leading Yoshinobu was shocked, but finally reacted. The 3 Rain Ninja just now, although they are only forbearance, but they are much stronger than civilians, but as a result, they died silently and strangely, which is very abnormal. Although it is not yet known why, but retreating speed and putting a certain safe distance from the clown in front of you is the best choice. Swish. Ugh. As Yoshinobu retreated, the atmosphere of the entire scene became weird in an instant, and the remaining 11 Yoshinobu, Xiao Nan, and the clown, seemed to be 3-legged, but they were wary of each other. After all, inexplicably 3 Yoshinobu died, and if you are not careful, it will not work. Joker, clown. There was blood on the sword behind his back. Suddenly, a Yoshinobu seemed to see something, and screamed in panic. What? Hearing these words, several eyes looked at Luo Lei. No. To be precise, he looked at the 4 sharp longswords behind Luo Lei. I don't know if I don't look, but I'm shocked when I look at it. On the sword of one of the longswords, there were several faint traces of blood. It was constantly gathering along the sword body, gradually converging into a small drop of blood, and with the clown's black and white makeup, the person who saw it was numb in the scalp, and a chill arose from the heart. I don't know where to start. In the cloudy sky, there are dripping raindrops falling, and the sound of ticking rain continues to permeate. However, let the raindrops fall. The remaining 11 Yoshinobu, Xiao Nan, and Luo Lei all stood motionless in place. The atmosphere became heavier and more oppressive at this time. Yoshinobu and Xiao Nan at the scene found that the 3 Yoshinobi who had just died had a superficial wound on their necks, perhaps because it was raining. Wisps of blood on the wound were constantly spreading along the raindrops, slowly spreading, causing a faint smell of blood in the air. What's going on? The leading Yoshinobu's face became more and more ugly, and his gloomy eyes were filled with disbelief. The clown in front of him obviously did not have any chakra fluctuations, but he can invisibly kill 3 subordinate ninja in seconds, and more importantly, as a superior ninja with combat experience, he didn't see how the other party made a move? It's a little scary. After all, the unknown is often the most terrifying, the most palpitating. That's not right. No, this clown in front of you is definitely a scary character. The look on Xiao Nan Qiao's face was very complicated. There was shock, vigilance, and puzzlement. She really did not expect that such a strange person would appear when she was cornered. There is no chakra fluctuation, and it doesn't look like a samurai, but it can kill 3 shinobi in seconds? Oh, I don't really want to make a move. At this time, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth turned up slightly, and a hint of ridicule appeared on his black and white makeup cheeks. It's a pity, you have to force me to make a move. You, who are you, exactly? That Yoshinobu heard this, and cold sweat overflowed on his forehead unconsciously, looking at Luo Lei's gaze with a trace of solemnity. Luo Lei thought for a moment before he said in a deep voice, you can call me the Clown Emperor. Clown Emperor. Hear the name, Yoshinobu and Xiao Nan at the scene both thought a little. However, after rummaging through all the memories in his mind, he did not find any information related to the Clown Emperor, as if the name was made up. You fooling me. The next moment that Yoshinobu reacted, his face was very ugly, and he scolded, are you from Konoha? Or people from Sand Hidden Village? Or people from Iwahide Village? Or people from Mist Hidden Village? Or people from Union Village? How? Dare to do, dare to disguise, don't you dare to admit it. It's not endless. Hearing this, Luo Lei coldly glanced at Yuren present, smiled coldly, and said disdainfully, what are you? What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Let's do it together. With ninjutsu, the Yoshinobu did not hesitate without any hesitation, and quickly gave orders to the remaining Yoshinobu. Since it is not a friend, then it is an enemy, and through the observation just now, close combat is definitely not possible, and it can only use ninjutsu to carry out long-range attacks. Water waves. The art of wind cutting. Tu dun tu lun gun. Boom. In an instant, several chakra fluctuations pervaded, and along with these rain ninja imprints, the chakra fluctuations are becoming more and more irritable, as if they will erupt at any time. Ace flying sword. Luo Lei smiled faintly, and his heart moved slightly. Swish. Ugh. Several piercing sounds of breaking the air came out. I saw the 4 sharp long swords behind Luo Lei, turning into 4 after images, bursting out, perhaps because the speed was too fast, so that the air burst out. Click. Click. In the next instant, the 10 shinobi who were performing ninjutsu had their faces solidified, and the movements of the seals on their hands also stopped, and their bodies stood straight in place. What's wrong? Seeing this scene, the Yoshinobu and Xiao Nan were a little shocked. However, in the next moment, the faces of the two were filled with extreme horror, and their expressions were unusually exaggerated. I saw that the bodies of the 10 shinobi were suddenly split in half from the waist, blood splattered, and the wound looked very smooth, as if it had been quickly cut by something very bloody and cruel. In less than a second, kill 10 rain ninja in seconds? The whole scene fell silent for a moment, only the sound of light rain falling. The Clown Emperor. Who the hell are you? Soon, the Yoshinobu shanged and snorted a little angrily. Lao Tzu swears, there is absolutely no such number 1 figure as you in the entire ninja world. By this time, even if he was a fool, he knew what was going on. This guy in front of him is definitely playing a pig and eating a tiger. He still hasn't seen the attack trajectory of the flying sword just now, but it doesn't affect his judgment of the clown's strength at all. Nima's, all the subordinates he brought out to carry out the mission died, and they didn't even have the opportunity to perform ninjutsu. It is definitely not the strength that a ninja should have. More precisely, this should not be the strength that a lower ninja, a middle ninja, an upper ninja, or even an elite upper ninja should have. Everyone is not at the same level at all. You must know that he himself is a shinobi, but in the face of the clown's means in front of him, he is still a little timid. However, Rolly did not answer this question, shrugged his shoulders, and smiled to himself. However, the smile makes the black and white makeup more and more palpitating. After all, have you ever seen a clown makeup person smile at you with contempt? Really scary. Not good. There is a problem. Finally, the Yoshinobu also realized that something was wrong, especially when he saw the 4 sharp swords behind the clown disappear again. But late again. Laugh at. Laugh at. For consecutive voices sounded that Yoshinobu couldn't help but look at the 4 sharp long swords that suddenly appeared on his chest. Perhaps, by this time, he didn't figure it out. Why was it so fast? He didn't have time to cast any avatar techniques, nor did he have time to cast any avatar techniques, and he was killed by Luo Lei lightly. Who the hell is the Clown Emperor? That Shangnan of the Yunnan village was still full of doubts at the last moment before he died. There is no chakra fluctuation, nor is it a samurai, but it is so powerful and terrifying, and more importantly, the country of rain is already very chaotic, and now, there is another mysterious figure, and the future is worrying. However, none of this is his business. Bang. With a crisp sound of falling to the ground, this Shangnan of the Rain Ninja village fell straight to the ground, and he could no longer die. At this point, the Rain Ninja brigade that ambushed Zionin, a total of 14 Rain Ninja, was in the hands of Luo Lei. All the regiments are destroyed. And at this time, in Luo Lei's mind, a prompt sound of the god-level template system sounded in vain. Ding, directly ahead, scan to the mysterious power. Did it absorb and evolve into a template value? Mysterious powers. Heard this sentence, Luo Lei was very confused. Nanny? There is a mysterious power that the system needs, how is it possible? But subconsciously Luo Lei still nodded. After all, there is a cheap do not take advantage, it is really a bastard, he is now when he needs the template value. Ding, turn on the absorption evolution mode. Absorption evolves. 1%, 30%, 80%, 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 1,000 template values. That's 1,000 template values? Luo Lei pouted with a smile and then, still a little puzzled, silently asked in his heart, system, what mysterious energy are you absorbing evolution? Ding, host, chakra on those dead men before you, nest grass. When Luo Lei heard this, he almost couldn't help laughing. Nima, the system is really disgusting, even the dead don't let go, but he likes, well, it's so fragrant, all dead. At this time, Xiao Nan, who was not far away, was trembling at the same time, and the shock in his heart was simply incomparable. You must know that the Yu shinobi who ambushed her this time is basically the elite of Yuan village, not to mention that there is also a Shang shinobi leading the team. What happened? But he was killed by a mysterious clown in seconds. Shadow. Definitely a shadow-level powerhouse. The next moment, a terrifying thought flashed in Xiao Nan's mind. The clown in front of him, although he does not have the fluctuations of chakra, is definitely a shadow-level powerhouse, because only then can he have the ability and strength to destroy an elite ninja squad in seconds. Well, as soon as I think of it, Xiao Nan's pretty face showed a hint of helplessness, and he didn't care about his own image. He just sat directly under the tree, didn't run, really didn't run, love it. After escaping for so long, she was already exhausted. Moreover, in the face of a mysterious shadow-level powerhouse, she couldn't run away if she wanted to. Yay, what's wrong with him? After sitting on the ground, Xiao Nan recovered his chakra while scanning Luo Lei with his beautiful eyes. As a result, I didn't know if I didn't know, as soon as she saw that Luo Lei was there, her black and white cheeks actually showed a look of wanting to laugh and not wanting to laugh, which was very strange. Hey, why didn't you run? At this time, Luo Lei also reacted due to the unexpected harvest of some template values. Luo Lei was in a good mood, so he quipped, if you don't run again, just stay in this wilderness. Well, if you want to kill, you have to listen to the honor. Xiao Nan had already given up hope of escaping and said nonchalantly, who wants to kill you? Clown Emperor, you killed so many Yu shinobi, don't you kill me? But, why should I kill you? Xiao Nan's mind suddenly couldn't turn around. Is this clown emperor in front of him really stupid or pretending to be stupid? In the worldview of ninjas, do you still need to tell a reason for killing? Most ninjas see civilians as kusanagi and hostile ninjas enemies for life. I'm one of the bosses of Zai's mercenaries, I'm beautiful and beautiful, don't you want to kill me or capture me? Childish. Luo Lei glanced at Xiao Nan with a look of disdain. Nima's, in the original work, Xiao Nan looks calm, gentle and considerate. Why is he so stupid now? However, seeing that Xiao Nan has no chest and no ass, Luo Lei also understood. Now Xiao Nan can only be regarded as a little girl at most, and she is still a little immature in talking and doing things, far from the mind when she fought with Uchiha Obito in the future. Hey, what are you looking at? As if sensing Rolly's gaze, Xiao Nan straightened her black trench coat with some vigilance, afraid that others would disrespect her. I'm not interested in little girls. Seeing this scene, Luo Lei rolled his eyes, and then asked, do you make a fire to cook? Who do you say is the little girl? As soon as she heard this, Xiao Nan was very upset, but due to Luo Lei's strength, she still subconsciously replied, as a wandering orphan, of course, I will make a fire to cook, otherwise, I will be starved to death when I was a child. Okay, then go cook. Luo Lei waved his hand casually and ordered quietly. What do you mean? Tell me to make a fire to cook? Xiao Nan blinked her light orange eyes. She suspected that she had misheard? No way, she herself was a little crooked. She thought that Luo Lei didn't kill her. She wanted to do some bad things in this rare jungle, and she still wondered how to die together. As a result, she was asked to do some work done by subordinates? How? Unwilling? The corners of Luo Lei's mouth turned up slightly, and immediately, the four sharp longswords behind him trembled, and the meaning of the expression was simple, either choose to make a fire to cook or embrace death. Heard such a sentence, Xiao Nan was silent all of a sudden, and there was really no lunch in vain, and he gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll make you a fire to cook. Well, by the way, pouring water with the back-end tea is also wrapped by you. Good, okay. Xiao Nan blinked his eyes fiercely and threatened, then you should be careful, if you are poisoned by me one day, it will not be good. You can give it a try. Luo Lei raised his eyebrows, glanced at Xiao Nan without care, and then, with a move in his heart, he retreated from the clowning state and stretched out leisurely. Is this who you are? See this scene, Xiao Nan turned his gaze and revealed an expression that was indeed so for her. It has long been guessed, for example, her shiki paper dances to paper her body and be immune to the damage caused by physical attacks, and it is almost impossible for pure physical attacks to hurt her, and this guy in front of him must have used some kind of secret technique to enter the state of clowning, thus gaining terrifying power. After all, as one of the three bosses of Zai's mercenaries, Zionin has seen many ninjas with strange abilities and some intelligence, such as the rebel ninja of Taki Ninja Village, Angle, known as a person who lives with heaven and earth. There are also some ninjas who believe in some cult of evil gods, and with the help of the power of evil gods, they live forever. The only thing that puzzled Xiao Nan was that the clown emperor does not have any chakra fluctuations, but it is strong and terrifying. Sort of. Luolei did not deny it, and after moving his body a little, a wisp of ecstasy appeared on his cheek. Okay, then wait for me to rest and recuperate. As he spoke, Xiao Nan converged his mind, and then, with a slight movement of his right hand, countless papers gathered, and instantly formed a circular paper tent in place, shrouding himself tightly in it. Look at this paper tent. Luolei shook his head helplessly. He said that he was not interested in the little girl. As a result, Xiao Nan was still so cautious, the most basic trust between people. Besides, now that the rain has stopped, make a paper tent to guard against him. Forget it, let's take a look at the changes in your body. Ugh. The next moment, Luolei's body jumped onto a 30-meter tall tree in a flash. Wowed. Really became Superman. Standing on a branch 30 meters high, Luolei was stunned for a while when he sensed his transformed body. In the past, he was just an ordinary person. Don't say that he jumped tens of meters, it was difficult to jump a few meters, but now what? He actually jumped more than 30 meters high at once? Needless to say, what he felt just now was not wrong. His body had indeed undergone a metamorphosis. Could it be the Clown Emperor's template problem? After half a ring, Luolei took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Now, his body has this mutation. There is only one explanation, that is, the template of the Clown Emperor. System, what's going on here? Ding. Host, isn't that normal? Templates are not avatars, and every time you use templates, the ontology will gradually have the full capabilities of this template as you develop and utilize the character template. System, then you mean that in the future, I don't need to enter the clown state, I can have all the abilities of the Clown Emperor? Ding. The host, probably this means, in fact, you only need to remember that the template is always just a template, not a doppelganger, it is just a tool to help you become stronger. Oh, I see. Ding. Rest assured, host, in the future, these templates will still be of great use. When you are strong to a certain stage, you will understand. Now, you will work hard to become stronger, strive to have more character templates. Good. After listening to these few explanations, Luolei suddenly realized sure enough, it is worthy of Goldfinger, and all aspects are clearly considered, a little powerful. By the way, system, didn't I just get a 1000-point template value? Is there any use? Ding. Host, take a look at the template properties of the Clown Emperor yourself. First template, Clown Emperor, star rating, ability 1, Ace Flying Sword, ability 2, Clown Magic, ability 3, Toy Wonders, ability 4, Cayman Square, ability 5, Unlocked, System Discount, first unlock, only 1000 template values. Note, to increase the star rating, you need at least 10,000 template values. Poof, a quick glance. Luolei almost vomited blood in anger. The system is really a big profiteer. In particular, he only obtained 1000 template values, and as a result, the backhand was going to be routinely returned, which was simply determined for him. However, compared with the last time, the current system accurately labels how many template values are needed, which is also an optimization and improvement. System, unlock the ability of the Clown King Template 5. The next moment, after roughly figuring it out, Luolei ordered in his heart without hesitation. Ding. Consume 1000 template values to unlock the ability of the Clown King Template 5. Ding. Unlocked complete. Ding. Latest template, building. First template, Clown Emperor, star rating, ability 1, Ace Flying Sword, ability 2, Clown Magic, ability 3, Toy Wonders, ability 4, Cayman Square, ability 5, Psychic Nightmare Legion, Psychic Nightmare Legion. Luolei glanced at it and smiled, slightly surprised. For the Nightmare Legion, of course, he knows, the Clown Emperor, as the boss of the 4 Dark Kings, his subordinates are the Nightmare Legion, including demon beasts, ape beasts, vampire monsters, etc. And coming out in the way of a psychic beast is not very abrupt. Very good. Came in time. The next moment, Luolei silently closed the properties panel, and his face was unusually serious for him. If there is no Goldfinger, he must hug other people's thighs, join other forces, and develop obscenely. However, now that his golden finger has been opened, then there is no need to hug other people's thighs and join any forces. Because he himself is the thighs for his subordinates, there is no need to recruit others, and the Nightmare Legion is not only loyal, but also absolutely good. At the same time, Land of Rain, Hidden Village, Office of the Demigods, Hanzo, a masked pepperfish, was staring at a sand table in front of him with a frown. The sand table is the division of forces within the Rain Country after the Second Ninja World War, of which the Hidden Village is of course the largest force, followed by the Zai mercenary organization. It's all a mess left over from World War II? After half a ring, Hanzo shook his head very bitterly, and his eyes showed a few wisps of helplessness. It stands to reason that the Land of Rain is located at the intersection of 3 of the 5 ninja powers, Earth Country, Wind Country, and Fire Country, and if it is used well, it can definitely become a prosperous trade center. However, the truth is because of the geographical location, the Land of Rain often becomes a battlefield in the event of wars between neighboring powers, and it is difficult to obtain stable development opportunities, but because of the war, a large number of refugees will be generated. especially after the Second Shinobi War. Konoha won a big victory, but the country of Rain was basically divided by several major powers. Countless refugees have been homeless, and countless forces have sprung up, so that Yuin village can only adopt a relatively closed policy to reduce the influence of neighboring countries. Based on this policy, for the miscellaneous forces in the Rain country, Hanzo has always turned a blind eye. However, now, he couldn't ignore it, because in less than a few years, an organization called Zayazai Mercenaries had become the second largest force in the Land of Rain, and the speed of development was simply terrifying. And, in the face of this situation, if he is still indifferent, probably someday, the position of the boss of Yuin village will be robbed. Therefore, a few days ago, he and some high-level officials of Yuin village set up a general situation for the Zayazai Mercenary Organization. As long as this bureau is successful, then the Zayazai Mercenary Organization can basically be strangled in the cradle. It should be successful. As long as the angel is caught, it can threaten the other two bosses of the Zayazai Mercenary Organization. Just as Hanzo looked at Hanzo with cold eyes and muttered to himself, a Rain Ninja Dark Department was probably too anxious, and he rushed directly into the office without even knocking on the door. Hanzo-sama, urgent information ahead. Say, Hanzo frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, which country is restless again? Or is Konoha, Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu doing things on the border? Nope, not this one. The Rain Ninja hurriedly shook his head. Heard this sentence, Hanzo blared and scolded, then what are you doing in such a hurry? Although our ninja village is only a small ninja village, it is definitely not vegetarian, Lao Tzu is not old yet, and the power of the demigod is definitely not a waste. Don't dare, Hanzo-sama. Bang! When Nechu Shinobu heard this, he knelt directly on the ground in fright, and said a little cautiously that ambush mission may have failed, and none of the Shinobu who performed the mission returned. What? Failed? Hanzo stood up, his eyes flashing with complete disbelief. Is this a joke? The elite squad of Yuin village took the initiative to go out to ambush the angels of Zayazai's mercenaries, but none of them returned? Even if that angel of the Zayazai mercenary is very strong, it can't be strong to this extent, right? Unless there is a combat power above the elite shinobi. It's also impossible. Didn't Yahiko, the leader of the Zayazai mercenary organization, Nagato, go on another mercenary mission? Who went to save the angel? Check. Give me a hard check. There is definitely a third-party force meddling. The next moment, Hanzo glanced at the Rain Ninja Dark Part with an angry face, and said coldly, use all the networks of the Dark Part. I want to know the specific situation, do you understand? Got it. Hanzo-sama. Don't roll yet. Yes, the Shinobu Dark Department did not even dare to breathe, hurriedly got up, lowered his head, and hurriedly walked out of the office. And the moment it left, Hanzo, who had a little short temper, directly smashed his punch on the desk. Bang. With a crisp sound, the desk shattered in response to the sound and turned into countless fragments. No matter who meddles in this matter, I, Hanzo, the pepperfish, will not let you go. After half a ring, Hanzo returned to his cautious attitude, as if nothing had happened, but judging from his tone and expression, Hanzo was really angry. And the demigod was furious. The Land of Rain and even the entire ninja realm will surely shake. Land of Rain, the stronghold of the Zayazai mercenary organization. Due to the rainy terrain, almost all buildings are made of steel and stone. Therefore, the building that led to the stronghold of the Zayazai mercenary organization is very strange, and from a distance, many buildings are erected up by many large and small steel pipes inside and outside, forming towers one after another. And at this time, on a tall tower in the middle, Yahiko and Nagato are listening to some information gathered by some intelligence members of the Akinoki Mercenary Organization. As a mercenary organization, intelligence is money and efficiency for them. Grasping some information in advance is also conducive to the development of the Zayazai Mercenary Organization. Why, is there no news of the angel yet? Yahiko looked very solemn, glanced at a mercenary who specialized in collecting intelligence in front of him, and said in a deep voice, it's just a simple A-level mercenary mission. It's impossible to even disappear people, right? Chief, there is no news yet. However, the mercenary hesitated slightly, as if he was organizing the language, and then slowly spoke. However, according to the intelligence we have gathered, it seems that Lord Angel was ambushed by other forces when he was on a mission. Bang! Bang! The words have not yet fallen. Yahiko and Nagato, who had not spoken next to him, had their expressions changed in unison. Then, as if realizing something, Yahiko abruptly stood up from his seat and asked very urgently, what did you say? Make it clear to me. Yes. Yes. The mercenary took a deep breath and said cautiously, according to the intelligence we just gathered, the hiring mission performed by Lord Angel seems to have been set by other forces. Which force it is, we are still investigating. Damn, Yahiko clenched his fist and cursed fiercely. If he had heard that Xiao Nan had an accident according to his previous personality, he would have broken out a long time ago, but now, as the leader of Zayazai's mercenary organization, he could not and did not dare to be angry. The Akinoki Mercenary Organization is a product of the dreams of him, Konan, and Nagato. Therefore, all along, when he was the leader, he was walking on thin ice, afraid that he would make a mistake and lead the Zayazai Mercenary Organization to the abyss. However, now that Zionin has been designed, there may be a danger to his life even if he doesn't want to go his own way anymore. Even if he is calm, he can't help but feel angry and extremely irritable. Check. Speed check for me. The next moment, Yahiko's eyes were certain, trying to calm himself down, and ordered, remember for me, even if you turn the country of Rain upside down, you must give me the news that you have found an angel. Yes, the mercenary nodded hurriedly, did not dare to hesitate at all, turned around and left in the moment he walked out the door. In the room, Nagato, who had not spoken, suddenly opened his eyes, and if there was anyone, he could see that his pair of reincarnation eyes were flashing with a breathtaking chill. It should be that a big force has attacked our Zyazai mercenaries. Nagato's cheeks did not have any expression, and said coldly, moreover, it is very likely to be Yuan village. After all, we have developed too fast in recent years, and it has threatened the rule of Yuan village in the Land of Rain. I know that in the Land of Rain, except for the Rain Shinobi village, no other force dares to attack us. Yahiko nodded, pacing back and forth in the room, reproaching himself with some chagrin. Actually, I should have noticed it a long time ago, but the appearance of the speed and prosperity of the Zyazai mercenary organization blinded my eyes and made me relax my guard against some other things. Nope, not your fault. Nagato shrugged his shoulders and shook his head bitterly. Actually, this mission, I should go with Zionin, but I think this mission is very simple, so I will go on other mercenary missions. Speaking of this, Nagato was obviously a little annoyed because, all along, he has regarded Konan Yahiko as his closest relatives at the beginning. If Xiaonan hadn't inadvertently saved him, perhaps, he would have starved to death in the wilderness, and he couldn't die anymore. And now, Xiaonan had an accident, his heart was undoubtedly the most anxious. Alas! When Yahiko heard this, he sighed and said in a deep voice, it's not a way to be anxious, let's wait and see, wait for the news. Once there is a definite news, no matter who it is, it must be paid in blood. Wait and see? A hint of unwillingness flashed in Nagato's eyes in the end. Or is the Zyazai mercenary organization too weak? In a small rain country, it can't suppress everything. If the strength is strong enough, who dares to mess with them? Can. Now Xiao's development model is agreed by him, Zionin, and Yahiko together. That's a bit embarrassing. Even if he had other intentions or other development plans, it was impossible to deny Yahiko and Konan's dreams, right? If he did that, it would definitely affect Konan, Yahiko, and his friendship. 2. It looks like you're in trouble. However, at this moment, an incomparably vicissitudes of voice sounded. Who? Get out. Yahiko and Nagato didn't think much about it. They each entered a state of battle. What kind of joke? This is the core area of the Zyazai mercenary organization. How can there be such a voice? The only explanation is that someone has sneaked in thinking about Xiaonan's ambush. Thinking about it carefully, the two of them couldn't stay calm all of a sudden. 2. Don't be so cranky. The next moment, a light and breezy voice sounded under the gaze of Nagato and Yahiko. I saw a man wearing a black trench coat and a swirling orange mask on his cheeks, slowly walking in from the main entrance of the room. Boom! Well, as the masked man gets closer, an invisible momentum that seemed to be able to watch the world began to gradually permeate out this. How can it be? Yahiko and Nagato's faces changed at this moment. In the perception of the two, the masked man in front of him was like a supreme deity, and he could suppress Wong with his momentum alone. Among them, while Nagato's face changed, he was also a little confused and puzzled. In particular, his two reincarnation eyes actually throbbed a little. Yes, it was throbbing, as if sensing something familiar. Very strange. Who are you? Yahiko resisted the horror in his heart and said coldly, did you capture Zionin? What are you trying to do here? Yes. Was Xiaonan captured by you? As soon as I heard Zionin's name, Nagato also reacted. A pair of reincarnation eyes stared at the masked man without scruples, quite a taste of wanting to do it without saying a word. Questioned by two juniors, the masked man's body stopped in place, and he snorted coldly. Airplanes. In the next instant, a majestic momentum pressure centered on the masked man and went towards Nagato and Yahiko to suppress. This is not some pupil technique, nor is it a ninjutsu, just a simple momentum fluctuation, of course, more precisely, not from the body, but from the spiritual power. Damn, want us to kneel? Bang, bang. Suppressed by this momentum, Yahiko and Nagato's bodies became stiff in an instant, and because the pressure was too strong, the floor under their feet unconsciously appeared cracks like spider webs. Not bad. Seeing Yahiko and Nagato did not bend down and kneel, the masked man nodded with some surprise, and then, his heart moved, and his momentum instantly converged. You must know that although he is old, in terms of momentum, in the entire ninja world, he is absolutely unique, and as a result, Yahiko and Nagato resisted. Sure enough, it is worthy of his fancy character. Whew, and in the moment the momentum disappeared, Yahiko and Nagato both involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief, and when they looked at the masked man in front of them, their gaze became extremely shocked and incredulous. Terrible. It's really terrible. The masked man in front of him, with his momentum, actually made the two of them dare not even breathe, and they couldn't afford to resist. It's really uncomfortable. Nima, they are the boss of the Zyazai mercenary organization? How have you ever been crushed by the momentum of others? As a result, now, he was crushed by a mysterious man wearing a mask. You two are too weak, the masked man said very calmly. What do you want to do? Yahiko took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, "Your strength is so strong, if there is anything, just say it, don't beat around the bush." "All right." The masked man shrugged his shoulders and said more freely, "I want to recruit you, I don't know, impossible, don't be delusional." Before the masked man finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yahiko crisply, "No room for negotiation?" The masked man was also not angry and asked rhetorically, "There is no room for negotiation, we just want to work hard for our dreams." A hint of determination appeared in Yahiko's eyes. "Today, even if you kill us, we will not be able to accept your solicitation." "Okay." The masked man took a deep look at Yahiko, then at Nagato, and said meaningfully, "Maybe you can think about it. After all, the development of the Zayazai mercenary organization may be wrong now. It is impossible to create world peace without extreme force. You are too idealistic." Wii. After saying this, the masked man also did not give Yahiko and Nagato time to refute with the chakra fluctuations that suddenly swept on the floor. The masked man's body submerged into the floor and disappeared. "This, just gone?" Seeing this scene, Yahiko directly slumped on the chair next to him, relieved. Just when he faced the man, he was terrified. Anyway, even his back was soaked with sweat under pressure. "Hey, Nagato, what's wrong with you?" The next moment, seeing Nagato standing there without any reaction, Yahiko asked a little puzzled, Nothing, nothing." Nagato came back to his senses and shook his head a little absent-mindedly. "Don't be seduced by that masked man. There is nothing wrong with the development of the Zayazai mercenary organization, we just want to create world peace without extreme force." Yahiko emphasized it very solemnly, and his words were very firm. Nagato nodded dismayingly. However, in the deepest part of that heart, somehow, it was as if a seed was germinating. "Okay, then let's wait for news from Zionin." Yahiko didn't think much about it, and said to himself, Xiao Nan Yufu should not be the ghost of the masked man. After all, with his strength, there is no need to play any conspiracy. As long as there is news from Zionin, we will strike together. Even if it is Longton Tiger's den, we will break in. Ninja World. Somewhere hidden in an underground cave with a fluctuation on the ground, the masked man suddenly appeared here. "The plan is in perfect progress." The masked man smiled coldly, and then reached out to remove the mask on his cheeks, revealing an incomparably old and dry face. "Well, that's right, he is the legendary ninja, the name between the Senju and the Senjuku during the Senjuku period, Uchiha Madara. Because the eye of reincarnation has been transplanted to Nagato, so now Uchiha Madara's eyes are a pair of chakra eyes plundered from the Uchiha clan." This time, he deliberately went to Yahiko and Nagato. As for the solicitation, it is only superficial. In fact, he wants some of Nagato's ambitions to slowly take root, and when one day, Nagato realizes that it will not work to create world peace without extreme force, it is the best time for him to recruit Nagato. By that time, after experiencing some tragic things, Nagato will definitely carry out his plan with a dead heart. Uchiha coughed lightly, and then, slowly sitting on a stone chair next to him, he muttered, "The plan over there in Nagato has begun, and the plan to find a successor is also on the agenda." And at this time, a Baiju suddenly got out of the ground with half of his body. "Lord Uchiha, there is important information." When Uchiha heard this, he came back to his senses and said quietly, "What intelligence? Didn't I tell you to go find that Zionin? Neither she nor Yahiko can die now, otherwise, it will not be conducive to Nagato's growth and transformation." "Found it where?" "Didn't die." Originally, Xiao Nan was ambushed by Yoshinobu, but he was saved by a mysterious clown named Clown Emperor. The Clown Emperor. A dazed look appeared on Uchiha's pale cheeks. "This is a one-man title, or something?" "I don't know, the Clown Emperor is the costume of the clown, just like you wear a swirling orange mask." Baiju shook his head and said, "One of my doppelgangers has been monitoring Xiao Nan all the time, and I wanted to help her when she was in danger. After all, she can't die now." But, just as I was about to make a move, that Clown Emperor suddenly appeared and saved Xiao Nan. "Who exactly is the Clown Emperor, do you know?" "I don't know." Speaking of this, Baiju also explained, "One of my Baiju doppelgangers has been monitoring, but, somehow, he was suddenly discovered by the Clown Emperor and killed in the blink of an eye." "Can't you continue to send doppelgangers?" Uchiha said with great interest. "Is this Clown Emperor very strong?" "No, the Clown Emperor is not only strong, but also highly alert." Baiju hesitated for a moment before continuing, "What's more, the Clown Emperor is not a ninja, and he does not have the slightest chakra fluctuation." Heard this sentence, Uchiha didn't answer, but after a moment of silence, a trace of essence flashed in his eyes before he said slowly, "It seems that the ninja world is getting more and more interesting. Since Xiao Nan is not dead, then you don't have to monitor her. You go to Konoha to spy on the Uchiha clan. I need to find a will successor." "Yes," Baiju answered, shrunk into the ground and disappeared. And looking at the place where Baiju disappeared, the corners of Uchiha's mouth gradually appeared a wisp of arc, and he muttered, "Clown Emperor, is it? Kind of interesting." At the same moment, in the south-central part of the Land of Rain, in a valley, "What kind of person is he?" Xiao Nan sat under a tree, looking at Luo Lei, who was sitting with his eyes closed in the clearing of the valley, and his beautiful eyes showed a puzzled look. In the past few days, in addition to conditioning her body, she also fulfilled her promise, built a fire for Luo Lei to cook, served tea and poured water, and was also dedicated. In secret, Xiao Nan wants to find out which mysterious organization Luo Lei comes from. However, the ideal is plump and the reality is skinny. For a few days, she didn't collect a little useful intelligence at all. The only thing she knew was that the real name of the guy in front of her was Luo Lei, and the rest she didn't know. Suddenly, Luo Lei in the valley suddenly opened his eyes. Then, under Xiao Nan's surprised gaze, a strange fluctuation pervaded, and immediately, Luo Lei's hands quickly froze. Seeing this scene, Xiao Nan was a little puzzled. If she remembered correctly, Lori didn't seem to have chakra, right? So he's sealed. Does it have any effect? The next moment, though, bang! Accompanied by a white smoke, a female-type fallen angel Digimon shrouded in dark energy, with black wings behind her back, and a very enchanting and sexy figure appeared in midair. That's right, this is one of the members of the Nightmare Legion, the Demon Beast. What? How can it be? See this female creature appear. Xiao Nan stood up at once, her eyes were filled with extreme shock. In fact, this scene in front of her had subverted her cognition of psychic. Nemas, is this a joke? A person who doesn't even have a chakra, channeled such a beautiful creature? Well, as soon as I think of it, Xiao Nan's face turned red. She finally knew why Luo Lei was not interested in a little girl like her. So was this the case? Really a bad silver. Xiao Nan thought that after figuring out the cause and effect, she snorted coldly. A pair of light orange eyes looked at Luo Lei. Her eyes were full of unhappiness. In her opinion, summoning such a beautiful psychic beast, Luo Lei definitely wanted to do something bad. Right. It must be like this. However, the picture in the field is a different scene. Master, after the demon beast appeared, she probably scanned the surrounding environment when she saw Luo Lei. Her pair of black wings trembled a few times and landed in front of Luo Lei, and then she knelt on one knee and shouted, and her words were very respectful. Okay. Luo Lei nodded with great satisfaction. He just experimented a bit, using some of the abilities of the Clown Emperor template, wanting to try whether he could channel the Nightmare Legion, and as a result, it was quite successful, channeling out the Nightmare Legion, the Demon Beast. Speaking of which, I have to say that the two-dimensional girl is really beautiful. There is no need to say that this demon beast in front of you is a normal man. After looking at it for a long time, you will definitely react. The little man next to her, although Luo Lei called her a little girl, but the girls in the Hokage world are generally very precocious, although they are only 11 or 12 years old, but the figure hidden under the trench coat is very curvy, and the soul is hooked. Of course, think so, but Rolly knew very well that now was not the time to make love. Why, let's adapt. The next moment, Luo Lei signaled the demon beast to get up and ordered, I am missing my subordinates now. You stay here for the time being. Yes, master. When the demon beast heard this, she slowly got up and shook her black wings very casually. Not far away, Xiao Nan raised his eyebrows, and his body flashed and stood next to Luo Lei, pouted, and said, now that someone makes a fire for you to cook, serve tea and pour water, then should I leave? Haha, little girl. Hearing this, before Luo Lei could speak, the demon beast said with a slight mockery, I don't make a fire to cook, serve tea and pour water. Who do you say is the little girl? Xiao Nanyan clenched his teeth, really angry, glanced at the demon beast, and said, wait a few years, I am definitely older than you, you don't want to look triumphant. Yes, the demon beast smiled evilly, straightened her chest, and said, do you need me to help you? You. Xiao Nan's pretty face was red all of a sudden, and he subconsciously hugged his arms in front of his chest, and took a few steps back in a row, wanting to say anything, but he couldn't say it. Little girl, you're still a chick, aren't you? No need. Okay, well, don't say it. Seeing that the demon beast became more and more blatant, Luo Lei patted his forehead with a little helplessness, interrupting the demon beast's words. Nemas, he finally knew how blatant it was to quarrel between women, but it was obvious that Xiao Nan couldn't say anything about the demon beast, although the demon beast was also a chick. Of course, somehow, as soon as he saw the demon girl beast and Xiao Nan fighting mouth, Luo Lei thought of the scene in Digimon, the demon female beast and the heavenly female beast fighting. It was simply a fist of flesh. Women and women fighting really can't provoke. I want you to care, don't talk. Hearing these words, Xiao Nan finally couldn't hold back, and said to the demon beast, you are very good at your mouth. I don't know what the specific strength is, or let's compare it around. Yes, the demon beast licked her lips, blinked her eyes, and said meaningfully, except for my mouth, I have other strong abilities. Do you want to try it? Forget it, you guys fight, I can't stay. When Luo Lei heard this, he shivered fiercely. This demon female beast, worthy of a noble existence of the female type fallen angel Digimon, every word and deed is full of hints, and Xiao Nan is simply two extremes. As for Xiao Nan going to fight against the demon beast, Luo Lei didn't want to care. On the one hand, he wanted to see the complete demon beast in Shangnan Zionin, who was stronger and weaker, at least after a fight, his heart would have a little count. On the other hand, between women, it is most direct and convenient to solve conflicts by fighting. Ugh. In the next instant, Luo Lei landed on a large tree in the distance with a flash. You witch, I won't show mercy to my subordinates. Paper spears. The moment Luo Lei left, Xiao Nan's pretty face suddenly became serious, and the chakra of his whole body burst out, and his hands quickly froze immediately. With a grasp of his right hand, countless pieces of paper gathered, forming a paper spear, which stabbed towards the demon beast at a lightning speed. Good to go, dark spear. The demon beast was also relatively free, her expression became full of fighting intent in an instant, and with the same right hand, a black spear composed of dark energy appeared in her hand, heading towards Xiao Nan. Clang! Bell! With a piercing collision sound, the black spear and the paper spear collided instantly, and a terrifying energy wave swept out with the center point of the collision. Affected by this, the demon beast and Xiao Nan took several steps back in unison. "You're a little strong." Xiao Nan glanced at the demon beast with some surprise, and said, however, "It is definitely not my opponent." Yes, the demon beast was not angry, but said in a rare and solemn manner, "Who is stronger or weaker? We still see the real chapter under our subordinates." Swish! Ugh! The cruel words are not finished. Xiao Nan and the demon beast glanced at each other, and after a few flashes, they fought together again. Clang! Bell! The black spear and the paper spear collided again and again, emitting one after another deafening roar, and countless waves of chi spread out around the two women. Kick, step on. Another violent collision. The figures of the two women are continuously retreating, of which Xiao Nan took 5 steps back, the demon female beast took 3 steps back. In general, in the melee fight, the demon female beast is better. Sure enough, the ninja's body is still too weak. See this scene. In the distance, Luolei, who was standing on the trunk of a large tree, shook his head thoughtfully. Ninjas are indeed very strong, and the development of chakra has reached the pinnacle, but unfortunately, they don't care much about the cultivation of the body. Take the simplest example in the pirate world. It is normal that the strength of the body exceeds that of steel and can even resist the sword, but in this Hokage world, it is enough to make countless people feel terrified. Of course, the Hokage world also has a focus on the body. For example, the Night Moon clan of Union Village uses the Lei Dun Chakra forging body. The current 3 generations of Thunder Cage are ninjas who pride themselves on being the strongest spear and strongest shield, and have combat power comparable to the 8-tailed bull Onai, Wild State. Therefore, the demon girl beast took 3 steps back, and Xiao Nan took 5 steps back. That is also understandable. After all, the demon beast, as a Digimon, must have much stronger physical fitness than Xionin. Let's continue. Paper Shuriken. After retreating, Xiao Nan obviously found the problem. Without any hesitation, his hands quickly sealed, intending to use his best ninjutsu to carry out the next wave of counterattacks. Swish! Ugh! Countless shurikens made of paper poured out like a violent storm. It rushed towards the demon beast. However, in the face of this violent paper shuriken, the face of the demon beast was very calm, and there was no intention of dodging, but slowly stretched out its claws covered by dark energy. Xiao Nan's brows frowned slightly. She didn't think that the body of the demon beast could withstand the attacks of so many paper shurikens. Although her shuriken is made of paper, under the blessing of chakra, the power, shape, and destructive power are similar to ordinary shurikens, especially after her optimization. It is absolutely terrifying. However, the next moment, Xiao Nan saw an incredible scene. Ring the bell. Bells. I saw the pair of sharp claws of the demon beast quickly waved a few times. After a crackling sound, countless paper shurikens were all blocked, and none of the paper shurikens could hit the body of the demon beast. Are you still human? The expression on Xiao Nan's face was a little unnatural. Especially, she thought about many possibilities, but did she not think that the demon beast actually blocked all the paper shurikens with her bare claws? Isn't she afraid that her claws will be cut off by a paper shuriken? I'm not human in the first place, he said. The demon beast smiled evilly and chuckled. Come up with a little real skill, otherwise, it's really boring. Less proud. Xiao Nan Qiao's face frowned, and he snorted coldly, and the chakra all over his body burst out in an instant. Countless pieces of paper flew in the sky, and under the influence of this, countless dense small pieces of paper appeared on Xiao Nan's body, just like a paper person. Very strange. Is this the dance of Shikiki? Seeing this move, Luolei nodded thoughtfully. Now Xiao Nan should have taken out 80% of his strength, although the paper dance is not as terrifying as the Divine Paper Master's technique, but, at this stage, it is definitely one of Xiao Nan's killer skills. Dark fluctuations. The demon beast did not show weakness, her claws moved slightly, and the dark energy in her body surged like a tide. Wow. In the next instant, countless dark energies evolved into dark red bats with purple cyclones, filling half of the sky, and with that crazy crow call, it was simply numbing. Attack! Almost at the same moment, Xiao Nan and the demon beast stared, and launched an offensive at the same time. With the sound of breaking the air and the crow calling, countless sharp pieces of paper and dark red bats collided abruptly. The terrifying energy fluctuations spread violently, and the pieces of paper and the crow collided at a dizzying speed, and one after another low sounds sounded non-stop. And this is just the beginning. Next, Xiao Nan controlled the pieces of paper in the sky, and the demon beast controlled countless dark red bats, constantly launching attacks on the other party, and countless energy fluctuations swept away, causing the air to make a roaring sound. It seems that each of them has a bit of reservations. Looking at the two fierce confrontations in the field, Luolei still shrugged helplessly. After all, just in terms of competition, Xiao Nan and the demon beast are not fools, they are very measured, and each of them did not use their own killing moves and was ruthless. When you're done, it's time to get out of here. The next moment, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth turned up slightly, as if he had thought of something, and muttered something to himself. If he guessed correctly, this time, he inadvertently saved Xiao Nan and disrupted the deployment of many people, such as, last time, when he was saving Xiao Nan, he casually killed a Baiju who was hiding in secret to spy on Xiao Nan. The man may have noticed him. In the end, Xiao Nan and the demon beast fought for more than 3 hours. No one can help anyone. In fact, from the perspective of physique, it is actually the demon beast that is superior. However, it seems that he has played an affection, and after a fight, the relationship between the demon beast and Xiao Nan suddenly became better, just like a good friend who has not seen each other for many years, and he was stunned when he saw Luo Lei. At this point, Roly came to the conclusion that women are really magical creatures, and you really can't guess with common sense. At the same time, after so many days of adaptation, Luo Lei's own ability and strength are also growing steadily. In the words of the system, the last time, after using the template of the Clown Emperor, the ontology has begun to gradually inherit and possess all the abilities of the Clown Emperor, and the template attributes of the corresponding Clown Emperor have changed again. First template, Clown Emperor, 20% star rating, Ability 1, Ace Flying Sword, Ability 2, Clown Magic, Ability 3. Toy Wonders, Ability 4, Cayman Square, Ability 5, Psychic Nightmare Legion. Note, to increase the star rating, you need at least 10,000 template values. That's probably 1% more, and the significance of this percentage can be much greater. In the words of the system, as the percentage increases, the strength of his body will become stronger and stronger. When he reaches 100%, he can fully own the full abilities of this Clown Emperor template, and when he uses the Clown Emperor template ability in the future, he will not need to be clowned. As for this template will not disappear, and new functions will appear at that time. At the same time, in a dense forest not far from the area where Raleigh is located, 5 teams of the Rain Shinobi Dark Division wearing the Rainy Hidden Village's forward guards and animal masks were carefully gathering and soon formed a circle. How's that? Are you sure? I don't know how long it took. One of the leading Rain Ninja Dark Department wearing animal masks glanced at the members of the 5 Rain Ninja Dark Squads and asked with a solemn expression. This time, due to the failure of the ambush mission, this makes the leader of Yuan Village, Hanzo the Mountain Pepperfish, angry. Therefore, in order to investigate the truth of the incident, Yuan Village dispatched 5 Rain Ninja Dark Squads for the first time. As for the specific combat power, it goes without saying, it is quite luxurious: 1 elite upper ninja, 4 upper ninja, 20 middle ninja, almost 1/3 of the strength of the Dark Department of Yuan Village, absolutely able to deal with any emergency. Shijanako-sama, it has been determined. One of the perceptual Rain Ninja lowered his head and said with great certainty, okay, this time I'm going to make it difficult for him to fly. A cold smile appeared on the cheeks of the leading elite shinobu. Shijanako came to this place where birds don't, investigated for so many days, finally had a little brow. Anyway, he had secretly decided that he must torture the people in the valley in the most vicious way in the world. No matter who you are, if you annoy you shinobu, you will definitely die, and you can't die again. Go. The next moment, without any hesitation, the leading elite shinobu, Shijanako, nodded, and the meaning was very simple: act according to the original plan. Yes, yes, swish, swish, ugh. The words did not fall. With a series of piercing sounds of breaking the air, the Rain Ninja shadow at the scene disappeared in a few flashes, as if it had never appeared. Half an hour later, the outskirts of the valley, the 5 Rain Ninja Dark Squads are cautiously approaching the valley ahead, carefully sailing the 10,000-year ship. They will not be reckless, rushing in. It's about to arrive, all on guard. The leading elite shinobu, Shijanako, was at the forefront, and waved his hand slightly, signaling everyone to keep absolute quiet, lest the grass startle the snake and scare away the target inside. So, the Rain Ninja shadows slowly moved forward. Suddenly, at this moment, a perceptual type shinobi, his expression changed slightly, revealing a different color, and whispered, there seems to be a strange thing ahead. Strange stuff. Heard this sentence, all the Rain Ninja Dark parts were a little confused. When you perceive a person, you say it is a person, but you can say a strange thing. What is it? It's really a bit abstract. What exactly? Shijanako's brows under the animal mask frowned slightly, and he asked in a deep voice. Nope. Don't know what it is. That perceptual type shinobu was also a little uncertain, and said with insufficient confidence, I have never sensed this kind of life form. It is not an animal or a person. Waste stuff. When Shijanako heard this, he was really almost angry. If it weren't for the fact that he was on a mission, he really wanted to teach this sentient ninja a lesson. It's not animals or people, so what should it be? Is there anything unknown in the valley? It's just ridiculous. Go. No matter, let's go see what's ahead. Sue. With Shijanako's order, the dark parts of the Rain Ninja present did not deliberately hide, and they turned into one after another after images, and suddenly burst out. In less than a few seconds, these Rain Ninja dark parts stopped because, in front of them, there is indeed a very strange creature. No. Ready to say, the creature in front of you is an ape, and it is an ape wearing sunglasses, holding a microphone in his hand, and a stuffed bear hanging from his waist? Simian? Still a very strange ape. Rouse these dark ninjas of Yuan village who were well informed, and they did not expect to encounter such a thing. Everyone is a ninja who has been in the battlefield for a long time, and at close range, of course, they can feel it very clearly. The ape in front of him did not have any chakra fluctuations, but, unlike any ordinary animal, after all, have you ever seen an ape wearing sunglasses and holding a microphone? This is a little strange. No wonder the perceptual type Yoshinobu just now doesn't know what it is. It turns out that this is a strange creature that no one has ever seen. I am most afraid of the sudden tranquility of the air. Haha, finally someone came, introduce, in the lower ape beast suddenly saw so many people appear. The ape beast did not have the slightest fear, but grinned, revealing its white and flawless teeth. Take it. The corner of the leading elite shinobu, Shijatako's mouth twitched slightly, snorted coldly, and also gave up communication, encountering this unknown creature, or directly start, so as not to change later. Listening to this order, in the Rain Ninja team, the 20 middle ninja did not choose to use ninjutsu, but instead all held the kunao without performing physical skills, and flew towards the ape beast at an extremely fast speed, obviously wanting to capture the ape beast alive. Haha, listen to me sing a song, dark song and dance drama. Seeing this, the ape beast picked up the microphone, regardless of 3721, pulled up his big voice, and sang a hellish song. Airplanes. Not waiting for these rain shinobi to rush up, an inaudible sound wave rushed into their ears at lightning speed. Wowed. That's too ugly. Nima, this is the hardest sound I've ever heard in my life. It just touches my soul. Others sing for enjoyment. This ape, it's just killing people. Listening to this song, the bodies of the 20 Zhou ninja brushed together, and the expressions under the mask were as uncomfortable as eating Nima's. This extremely narcissistic ape in front of him, pulling the throat of a male duck, is simply thick-skinned? I thought I sang well, but as a result, it was a ghost crying wolf howl, and it was disgusting. Just use ninjutsu and shut it up. One of them, Yoshinobu, covered his ears, but he couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted loudly, the great breakthrough, fire escape, phoenix, immortal fire art, water done, shui done, water, chaotic waves. Perhaps this song was too ugly, arousing the anger of all the rain ninja at the scene, and almost as soon as that voice fell, 20 rain ninja were all imprinted. Boom! For a while, miscellaneous ninjutsu, a stream of brains roared towards the ape beast's split head and covered its face. There is quite a kind, you girl, singing so badly, hurry to die, really pollute Lao-Tzu's ears. Woko, is it so fanatical? The ape beast's voice stopped abruptly, revealing a stunned look. Of course, it was not a fool. In the face of so many attacks, it would definitely not be able to bear it. Lord Clown. The next moment, the ape beast picked up the microphone in his hand and shouted, if you don't make a move, your right-hand man will be killed by others. Clown trick. The words did not fall. A somewhat helpless voice sounded. Then, a white cloth fell from the sky and blocked the front of the ape beast. Boom. At the same moment, those miscellaneous ninjutsu, with a bang, slammed on the white cloth, and waves of violent power swept in all directions. However, that's about it, because, in front of everyone's eyes, the white cloth suddenly became larger, reversed a package, and immediately, those ninjutsu seemed to suddenly mute, and disappeared in an instant. This can't be. In the face of this horrific scene, all the rain ninja at the scene showed a look of horror, and it would be understandable if the white cloth blocked the attack. However, the white cloth not only blocked the attacks, but also wrapped all the attacks like a trick, and directly became gone? Is it just a bit counterintuitive? And just when these rain ninja have not yet come to their senses in shock, the perceptual type Yoshinobu seemed to sense something. His face changed, and he blurted out, someone is coming. Swish. Ugh. Several voices broke through the air in the valley behind the ape beast. Several figures quickly flew out. This is the leading elite shinobu. Shijatako's face changed suddenly, and his eyes showed an extremely solemn look. If just now, seeing the ape beast, he could still maintain his composure, then now, seeing these people who appeared one after another, he couldn't remain calm. Because, in addition to the ape beast just now, 4 strange-shaped creatures appeared. Standing in the middle was a clown-dressed person, and on either side were 3 winged creatures covered in dark energy, one female, one like a vampire, one like a demon. As for Xiao Nan, a normal person, he ignored. Rain Shinobu Dark Ministry, you still came to the door. At this moment, Luo Lei entered the state of the Clown Emperor again, looked at these rain ninja in front of him, and said quietly, since you are all here, stay here today. Who are you? The leading elite Shangnin, Shijatako, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice, you should know the consequences of offending the rain hidden village in the land of rain, right? What are you? Speak respectfully. Do you talk to Lord Clown Emperor like this? Roly hadn't spoken yet. The demon beast next to her had cold eyes and took the lead in scolding. What are you? Speak respectfully. Do you talk to Lord Clown Emperor like this? Roly hadn't spoken yet. The demon beast next to her had cold eyes, and took the lead in scolding. Oblivious, I haven't drunk the blood of a ninja yet, so I really want to give it a try. The blood-sucking demon beast laughed evilly a few times, and a pair of extremely cold eyes looked at these rain ninja in front of him, just like looking at prey, full of desire and killing intent. Haha, kill and it's over. The demon beast with black all over, arms over the knee, and a bat symbol on its chest was a lot more neat in its opinion. Since these people in front of him dared to offend the Clown Emperor, then they really deserve to die. Moreover, the demon army is not vegetarian, and they should be killed. This, Sure enough. Well, at this time, the most confused and speechless as Xionin through these days contacts, she just thought that Luo Lei could only channel demon beasts, but as a result, a few days ago, he channeled demon beasts, blood-sucking beasts, and ape beasts. Also say what kind of nightmare legion they are. She didn't know what the nightmare legion was, but she could clearly perceive the power of demon beasts, blood-sucking monsters, demon beasts, and ape beasts. So what do you want to do? Listen to these words. The face of the leading elite Shinobu Shijahiko was very ugly. How could he have been reprimanded like this? However, perhaps the reprimand of the demon beast had a little effect, and this time, Shijahiko's tone was much more respectful just now. The moment he saw the angel, Xionin, of the Zayazai mercenary organization, he actually knew that this group of strange creatures in front of him was the mastermind behind the failure of the ambush mission in Yuninja village. However, because he did not know the specific strength of his opponent, he endured it and did not blindly give an order to attack. I shouldn't have messed with Yuyin village, right? Luo Lei did not answer this question head-on, but shrugged his shoulders very helplessly and said quietly, but why are you ninja village biting me? Seriously, in fact, Roly has long wanted to leave this place where birds don't. However, due to his own strength and the Nightmare Legion, he still needs to adapt to the environment, so he plans to stay here for a few months, but the plan could not catch up with the change, and someone took the initiative to come to the door. You saved the angel, Xionin, of the Zayazai mercenary organization? It provoked our Yuyin village. It's good not to mention this matter. As soon as you mention it, Shijahiko's anger does not come from one place. Nima. Originally their ambush plan in Yuyin village was seamless. As long as it succeeded, it could disintegrate or weaken the mercenary organization of Zayazai, but it was destroyed by this guy in front of him. Also killed a team of rain ninjas? Isn't this hitting the face of Yuyin village? Yes. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth turned up slightly. Then what are you going to do in Yuyin village? What else can I do? Shijahiko stretched out his finger and pointed at Xionin, gritting his teeth and saying, give her to us Yoshinobu, and then, you cut yourself off, and the matter between us will be settled. What? Xiao Nan was stunned, although he had been prepared in his heart. However, when she heard it with her own ears, a wisp of cold sweat overflowed on her forehead, and then, her beautiful eyes turned and couldn't help but look at Luo Lei. She wanted to see what this man would do. Alas! The clown-eyed Luo Lei couldn't help but sigh. He didn't want to kill, but unfortunately there were always fools looking for death. Up, kill them all. The next moment, Luo Lei's gaze appeared with a wisp of killing intent and indifference, looking at these rain ninja in front of him, as if looking at an ant, without any emotion. Airplanes! 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 The words did not fall. The expressions of demon beasts, blood-sucking monsters, demon beasts, and ape beasts all froze, and immediately, for terrifying aura fluctuations burst out from their bodies in vain. I'll come first. The demon beast was the first to smile viciously. Teleportation. Rumble. Only the sound of air bursting was heard in front of everyone's eyes. The demon beast's demon wings quickly instigated a few times, and in an instant, its figure directly left the place, as if it suddenly disappeared. Be careful. See this scene. The leading elite Shinobu Shijahiko jumped in his heart and reminded him loudly. Damn, it's so fast. The rain ninja at the scene did not hesitate at all, and all entered a state of battle. However, Ra was so, and there was a hint of shock in their eyes, because the speed of the demon beast was like teleportation, and it was impossible to see clearly. Suddenly it has reached an extreme and reached the teleportation. Claw of death. Almost in a breath of time, an afterimage flew in front of an upper shinobi, and a claw fell. In this case, this kami shinobu reacted quickly. However, it was too late. Almost no ninjutsu was too late to release, and he could only subconsciously stab the kunao in his hand against the claws of the demon beast. Bell. Bitterness broke in response. I saw a black demon claw instantly penetrate the body of that Shangnin in an instant. Blood spurted out like a tide, and many of the rain ninja who watched the scene were numb in the scalp. Sensing the pain coming from his body, the Shangnin looked at the demon beast that was close at hand, and a hint of despair appeared in his eyes after looking at the demon claw that passed through his body. As a shinobi in the dark part of Yuyin village, he never thought that one day he would be so humiliated and uncomfortable to be killed in seconds. Oblivious, the body is too weak. After a claw pierced the chest of the shinobi, the demon beast smiled evilly and shook its head very coldly. He has long heard the clown emperor say that ninjas are very strong, and some particularly powerful ninjas can even burst the moon, but the corresponding body is very fragile. As long as you are fast enough, ninjas are salted fish on the board. So, it played a little clever and took the lead. Bang! The next moment, the demon beast pumped its claws, and suddenly the blood rushed again. At the same time, the dark shinobu of Yuyin village, who had lost his vitality, fell straight to the ground, and the blood stained the ground red in an instant. Hiss! Seeing this scene, almost instantly, all the rain ninjas at the scene couldn't help but gasp a few breaths of cold air, and their eyes showed shock. Terrible! It's really terrible. Nimas, in the blink of an eye, a Shangnin was killed in seconds without doing anything? When did the ninja world become so crazy? This is also terrible. It's not just them, actually even Xiao Nan was a little stunned, and his eyes showed an expression that was beyond shock. Nima's Luo Lei is so strong, even his subordinates are so terrible. If they develop, in the land of rain, who is their opponent? It's okay, I know how to use speed to catch you off guard. Roly chuckled and nodded. In fact, with the strength of the demon beast, it is impossible to kill a superior ninja in seconds. After all, every upper ninja is a real fighter, has experienced a lot of battles, and has been promoted. However, who calls the demon beast cunning? Directly use the speed, do it without saying a word, just right. Luck is also very good, just kill an ordinary upper ninja in seconds. Damn, really damn it. At this time, the leading elite shinobu, Shijako's heart was really dripping blood, and the cheeks under the animal mask were unusually hideous. You must know that this is a superior ninja. In the ninja world, the country of Rain is only a small country, and the village of Yuyan is only a small ninja village, and a shinobi, even if it is an ordinary upper ninja, is a very precious strategic resource. As a result, in this place where the bird does not, before it has begun to fight, it breaks a superior ninja up. Give it all to me. However, be careful with the speed of the other party, don't fight closely, use more avatars, stand-ins, and instantaneous techniques. There was no hesitation. The leading elite shinobu Shijako ordered with a cold face. In the next moment, under the command of Shijako, the remaining 3 Yoshinobu Dark Shinobi and 20 Yoshinobu Dark Department Shinobi, all of them mobilized, although some of the Yoshinobu's hearts were still a little shocked, but the arrows had to be fired on the string. No way, everyone is a ninja, there are still basic psychological qualities. You can be afraid, but you must not retreat or admit defeat. Hands on. Seeing this, the ape beast threw away the microphone in his hand, and the ghost cried wolf howl. Of course, now that there are its own people present, the ape beast is also a little self-aware, and does not sing like its own death song, otherwise, with its song, it may be counterproductive. Haha, ninjas, I'm coming. The blood-sucking demon beast smiled coldly, and its body directly turned into countless bats and flew forward. Humph. The demon beast snorted coldly, a faint killing intent appeared in the cold beauty eyes, and the black wings shook, and it also flew out. In that instant, 3 Rain Ninja Dark Shinobi, 20 Rain Ninja Dark Shinobi and 8 beasts, demon beasts, demon beasts, demon beasts, and blood-sucking demon beasts fought together, and various ninjutsu and energy waves constantly collided violently. Looking at the fierce confrontation in the field, Xiao Nan took a deep breath, beautiful eyes, his hands quickly froze, and his whole body chakra surged. Paper dance, whoops. Immediately, Xiao Nan turned into countless pieces of paper and quickly joined the battle group. Joker, let me deal with you. Glancing at the battle, the elite shinobu Shijako, the leader of the Yuyan village, appeared in front of Luo Lei in a flash, his eyes filled with cold killing intent, and said, "You are indeed a little strong, but there is no egg use, and colliding with a ninja village is destined to have no good end." Really? The clown-like Luo Lei glanced very calmly at the Yoshinobu wearing an animal mask in front of him. This time Hanzo-sama was already angry, perhaps sensing that Luo Lei was too calm. Shijako snorted softly and said sarcastically, "Do you know what status Hanzo-sama has in the ninja world?" To tell you the truth, in the entire ninja world, Hanzo-sama is regarded as the apex of the ninja world, and is known as the demigod, and the famous Konoha-san Shinobi is the name given by Hanzo-sama. Oh, Luo Lei nodded very calmly. "Aren't you afraid?" Shijako was a little speechless. He tried to find a little fear in the clown's eyes, but he found that Luo Lei's eyes did not change from beginning to end, as if he did not take the prestige of Hanzo-sama to heart at all. Why should I be afraid? A crazy thought suddenly appeared in Luo Lei's mind, and immediately, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he said quietly, "Clean you up, I will go to Yuyan village. Are you satisfied?" To Yuyan village. Mao Yan's expression sank slightly, and said coldly, "Are you going to Yuyan village to find death, or do you think that Hanzo-sama will welcome you warmly? If you don't look for death, you must speak according to your true ability." Luo Lei's expression was extremely calm, his heart moved, and a terrifying momentum rose, saying, "A ninja village seems to be very powerful, but it is not invincible, because, in the face of absolute power, a person can single out a ninja village. It's really arrogant." Shijako sensed the momentum of the clown in front of him, and snorted coldly with a somewhat unkind gaze, laughing to death. "Do you think you are the legendary ninja, Senju Pillar and Uchiha Madara, still want to single out a shinobi village? Maid, Lao Tzu is going to kill you now." Water Dragon Bomb. Boom! The words did not fall. With the rapid imprint of Shijako's hands, a majestic chakra continued to gather in his mouth, and when Shijako opened his mouth, a giant water dragon flew out and rushed towards Luo Lei. Destroy the Aurora. The clown-like Luo Lei shook his head in disdain, his body flashed back, and his hands stretched out slightly airplanes. In an instant, a powerful shockwave with electricity burst out and rushed towards the giant water dragon. Boom! The next moment, the giant water dragon and the shock wave collided, emitting a deafening roar, and then, perhaps because the shock wave was too strong, the giant water dragon did not hold out for a second, and was destroyed by the shock wave, crashing. Not good. Seeing this scene, Shijako's face changed slightly, and his body flashed back. However, although the flash was fast, it was still slightly wiped by the powerful shockwave of electricity, and in an instant, his body was slightly numb as if he had been shocked. No chakra fluctuations. Attack wave but charged. Shijako sensed the numbness coming from his body, and his eyes finally had a wisp of horror. As an elite shinobi, he is well aware of his strength, but now when facing the clown in front of him, he is a little uncertain. Sure enough, still without any pressure. And after the first wave of confrontation, Luo Lei clearly felt that the elite shinobi in front of him was far from his opponent. No way, the Clown Emperor, as a relatively strong existence in the ultimate Digimon, the strength and ability are definitely not blown out, in the face of upper patience. Even if it is an elite upper shinobi, Luo Lei has a mentality above it. Since I haven't fought with a shadow level ninja yet, therefore, Luo Lei could not be prepared to estimate what level the strength of the Clown Emperor template was, but it should be more than enough to deal with Shangnan. Or, to be more precise, under the shadow level, with the strength of the Clown Emperor template, it can basically sweep it all. Lightning deal. Of course, the kind of elite ninja who have forbidden secret techniques, that is, the so-called quasi-shadow, must be based on the actual situation. After all, this kind of ninja, the strength is not strong, but the instant outbreak is very terrifying. Ace Flying Sword. Now that you have a general understanding of the strength of the Clown Emperor template, Luo Lei also didn't want to waste any time. His heart moved slightly, and a majestic dark power permeated his body. Swish. Ugh. Then, several piercing sounds of breaking the air came out. I saw the 4 sharp long swords behind Luo Lei, turning into 4 after images, bursting out, perhaps because the speed was too fast, so that the air burst out. Speed, it's so fast. I saw the 4 sharp swords behind the clown disappear. Shigehako's eyes jumped unconsciously, as if something terrible was about to happen, and then, without any hesitation, his hands quickly froze. Shadow doppelganger technique, poof. Then, Shigehako hadn't finished speaking, a very harsh sound sounded, and immediately, under Shigehako's incredulous eyes, his hands seemed to have been scratched by something, and he fell to the ground strangely. Poof! In an instant, blood spurted out wildly, staining a piece of land red. Ah, my hands, my hands. Shigehako realized that when he saw that his hands had fallen to the ground, he screamed in pain. The voice was simply sad, listening to tears. However, this is just the beginning. Swish. Swish. Ugh. Several more sounds of breaking the air came out, and several wounds naturally appeared on Maoen's body, and in less than a few seconds, Maoen became a bloody person, and a thick smell of blood permeated. And the clown-like Luo Lei, the expression on his cheeks did not change from beginning to end. As for the elite shinobu, Shigehako, the expression on his face ranges from pain, regret, shock, horror, and finally, to deep despair. Perhaps until now, he hadn't figured out how the 4 long swords locked him with such precision. Why does it seem to be able to travel through space? So that he simply did not have time to dodge? He didn't even know until now the clown in front of him said so much to him, purely because he didn't want him to die too quickly. Done. Seeing Shigehako's miserable appearance, Luo Lei's gaze was indifferent. No way. The Ace Flying Sword, as the Clown Emperor's unique skill, is known as a super skill that pierces the enemy in the next moment, so that the enemy cannot escape. Moreover, in Digimon, even the Battle Tyrannosaurus Beast and Steel Garuro have suffered from this move, so isn't it normal for this elite Shangnan in front of him to be tortured and killed? In the end, the elite shinobu, Shigehako, died on the ground with a desperate face, very miserable. Perhaps when he died, he didn't think that this time was obviously a stable task. Why was this so? Why would he be ruthlessly unilaterally tortured? At this point, the elite of the Dark Department of Yuyan Village, Shigehako, death. And at a glance, the picture is very shocking, because, the elite shinobu, Shigehako, is dead, and the clown-shaped Luo Lei stands in place, and he has not moved from beginning to end. It is very light and breezy. At the same time, of course, the battle between the two also attracted the attention of the rest of you shinobu, especially at the moment when the elite shinobi Shigehako died. The 3 Yuninjia Shang Ninja and 20 Naka shinobi who were fighting with the Demon Beast, the blood-sucking Demon Beast, the Ape Beast, and Xionin shinobi, took dozens of steps back. Nima, dead. Lord Shigehako actually died. This clown is also too strong, can abuse and kill Lord Shigehako. Doesn't that mean that there is a shadow's strength? What now? Do you want to continue fighting? After retreating, almost all of you shinobu's cheeks were filled with horror, and his body was like petrification, standing in place dumbfounded, as if he hadn't figured out why Shigehako-sama died so quickly. You know, this is an elite patience in Yuyan Village. It basically belongs to high-end combat power. As a result, after less than a minute of fighting, he was mercilessly killed by that clown, and he couldn't die anymore. If this was passed out, it might not only be the country of rain, but even the entire ninja world would shake, right? Still can't fight. In the next instant, the remaining Yoshinobu all glanced at each other, and they could see the helplessness in their eyes. To put it in a bad way, as the ninjas of the dark part of Yuyan Village, they can be regarded as battle-hardened, killing countless people, and they have also encountered various dangers. But like now, the leading elite Shangnan was the first to be tortured and killed. This really first encounter. Do you think there is still a chance to escape? Suddenly, one of the Yoshinobu's shadow shinobu gritted his teeth and said coldly, "We are fighting to the death, and there may be a little hope. But if we don't resist, it will only be worse than Lord Shigehako's death. Yes, die and die, there is nothing remarkable. Up, even if it is death, it will drag a cushion. There are no deserters and cowards in Yoshinobu, and besides, even if he escapes back to Yoshinobu village, he will be severely punished by the Hanzo leader. Well, a ninja is a ninja, and basic literacy is still there after the initial panic. The remaining Yoshinobu quickly adjusted his mentality, and the look in his eyes also changed from panic to resolute, quite a taste of a battle to the death. Speed up and end the battle as soon as possible. Seeing this, Luo Lei shook his head helplessly. What else did he have to say? These rain ninja in front of you, courage is commendable, but there is no egg, ninjas never believe in tears, some only you die, he dies, the weak eat the strong, this is the basic law of the ninja world. And listen to this sentence, the remaining Yoshinobu finally made up his mind, and a crazy look appeared in his eyes, and they all performed various ninjutsu, the art of the great flame bomb, the great breakthrough, the art of the earth dragon bullet bang. In an instant, the wind and fire, mixed with countless earth escape techniques, bombarded towards demon beasts, and other Digimon like a violent storm. The scene was extremely terrifying and shocking. Good to go, dark dead orb, look at me, night devil attack, highly toxic. The hand of death, demon beasts, blood-sucking monsters, demon beasts, ape beasts, also used their abilities to fight with countless ninjutsu. Boom! In the next instant, all kinds of dazzling abilities and miscellaneous ninjutsu collided together. There was a deafening roar, and countless energy fluctuations generated by the collision swept away, causing the air to explode, and the ground also appeared like a spider's web. The strength is okay. Seeing this scene, Luo Lei nodded silently after killing the leading elite Shangnin. He was not going to make a move on the one hand, it is to test the strength of demon beasts, ape beasts, and blood-sucking monsters, and on the other hand, it is to observe some small details of ninja combat. Of course, perhaps he noticed that Luo Lei was using these rain ninja in front of him to practice for the Nightmare Legion and play as a target. Xiao Nan also stopped silently, and came to Luo Lei's side in a few flashes, her eyes blinked, and asked in a low voice, where did these psychic beasts of yours come from? How do they feel more magical than the psychic beasts in Miyama Mountain, Longdi Cave, and Wet Bone Forest? There is no chakra, but it is so powerful. Is it? They come from a magical place. Luo Lei smiled, and did not answer clearly, but said meaningfully, when these Yoshinobi are cleaned up, you lead the way, and we will go to Yuyin Village. To Yuyin Village. Xiao Nan covered his mouth and exclaimed, blurting out, why? There's no why, just a little upset in my heart and want a vent. A chill appeared in Luo Lei's eyes, and he said quietly. Originally, he was still worried about how to complete the template task and make a name for himself in the entire Rain Country, but now since Yoshinobu sent them one after another to provoke, then, he didn't mind leading the Nightmare Legion to Yuyin Village to play. Hear this bizarre reason, Xiao Nan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't say anything. However, in the deepest part of her heart, I don't know what happened, she became more and more curious about Luo Lei, and she also wanted to know whether Luo Lei could challenge the behemoth of the Land of Rain, the Rain Hidden Village. In the end, the battle went on for more than an hour after the ape beasts, vampire monsters, and demon beasts roughly adapted to the ninja's attack method. The battle basically showed a one-sided trend. At this point, the Yuyin Dark Department team sent by Yuyin Village has basically been destroyed. Ding, host, directly ahead, scanning to the mysterious power, does it absorb and evolve into a template value? Absorb and evolve. Ding, turn on the absorption evolution mode. Absorption evolves. 1%, 30%, 80%, 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 3,500 template values. Nima, is Yoshinobu here to send warmth? There are template values again. Perceive the system prompt sound coming out of your mind. Luo Lei chuckled and nodded, and immediately, he turned to Xiao Nan next to him and said, you lead the way, let's go to Yuyin Village. Well, good. Xiao Nan barely calmed his heart at this time, she doesn't want to ask more, just lead the way. A day later, the news that one elite upper shinobi, 4 upper shinobi, and 20 middle shinobi had collectively disappeared in Yuyin Village. Suddenly, the entire Yuyin Village seemed to have a 12-magnitude earthquake, shaking several times in a row, and everyone understood the meaning of missing contact. In other words, all died. Horror. Horrible. In less than half a day, both civilians and ninjas in Yuyin Village, while being horrified, turned their eyes to the leader of Yuyin Village, Hanzo Mountain Pepperfish. They are well aware, something so big happened, it was impossible for Hanzo-sama to sit idly by. Because, no matter who did it, it was hitting the face of Yuyin Village, and it was hitting the face of Hanzo of the Pepperfish. At the same time, bang. In Yuyin Village, in a room in the central area, the sound of a table being smashed suddenly came from it. What? You said all lost contact. Hanzo, a masked Pepperfish, stood in front of a chair with a desk that had been shattered. Wrath. Extreme anger. For Hanzo, those waste rains die when they die. However, it invisibly damaged his reputation, which is what made him most angry. And angry, after all, after living for so long, he has no shortage of power, wealth, and color, and the most important thing is reputation. In other words, he hopes that his title as a demigod will be passed down through the ages, just like the original Uchiha and Senjukuma. As a result, now that the Yoshinobi team has lost contact, it is hitting him in the face and mocking him from the side. Yes, hearing these words, the leader of the dark army of Yuyin Village sweated like rain, and there was a wisp of fear of the unknown in his eyes, and he said in a trembling voice, the subordinates don't know what's going on, and they have already sent people to investigate. Damn, how can one elite upper shinobi, for upper shinobi, and 20 middle shinobi all lose contact in an instant? Hanzo's face was unusually hideous, and he said coldly, no need to investigate, someone must have done something to them. Moreover, to be able to eat them all, either the other party dispatched more people than us, or a shadow-level ninja made a move. Shadow-level powerhouse. The captain of the Rain Shinobi Dark Department seemed to have thought of something, his eyes showed a hint of jealousy, and he said cautiously, Hanzo-sama, do you mean that the 5 great ninja villages are involved? Impossible, huh? After all, the 5 great ninja villages are now developing peacefully. The 5 shit ninja villages. When Hanzo heard this, he sneered and shook his head, and snorted coldly. Konoha, Union Village, Uwane Village, Sand Hidden Village, and Wien Village are all lords who eat people and do not spit out bones. The Second Ninja World War, although Konoha won, but also buried hidden dangers. If the Third Ninja World War breaks out, our Land of Rain will become a battlefield for the war between the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Fire. When he said this, Hanzo's tone was obviously a little suffocated and uncomfortable. Even if he is a recognized demigod in the ninja world, however, it can't stop Konoha, Sand Hidden Village, and Iwa Shinobu Village from going to war in the Land of Rain, and weak countries have no diplomacy, and it is really too small to face Konoha, Sand Hidden Village, Iwa Shinobi Village, and Uyen Village. Hanzo-sama, what should I do now? The captain of the Rain Ninja Dark Department took a deep breath and said worriedly, if there really are 5 great ninja villages involved, then the situation in the Rain country will become more and more complicated and complicated. What else can I do? Hanzo clenched his fists and said coldly, Uyen Village has entered the state of alert of the whole village. I don't care who is behind the ghost, as long as I catch him, I will let him die ugly. Understood. The captain of the Rain Shinobu Dark Division nodded, indicating that he understood now. The enemy is hiding in the shadows. No matter which force is behind the ghost, Uyen Village should not make a big move, and it is necessary to respond to all changes with no change. Okay, you go down. After half a ring, Hanzo waved his hand impatiently at this time. He was very irritable in his heart, and things seemed to be much more serious than he thought. If it was really Konoha, Sand Hidden Village, and Iwahide Village secretly ghosting, what should he do? Hard scalp and 5 great ninja village hard anus? Or broke your teeth and swallowed them in your stomach? Alas. In the end, Hanzo smiled bitterly and sighed faintly. If it is really the 5 great ninja villages who secretly do ghosts, in the past, he would choose a hard anus, and now he may choose to break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. After all, he is no longer the demigod Hanzo he once was. As he grew older, his strength began to gradually deteriorate, and he could clearly feel that his ninja will was constantly weakening. In other words, I don't know when he was a little afraid of death. The next day, Uyen Village announced that it had entered a state of alert for the whole village. Boom. In less than half a day, this news swept the entire Rain country, directly causing an uproar in the Rain country, making many forces in the Rain country extremely shocked. In the Land of Rain, Rain Hidden Village is undoubtedly a behemoth. As a result, the whole village was put on alert, which, it's really a bit appalling. Because, under normal circumstances, only when a ninja village encounters a crisis of life and death, it will be forced to enter a state of alert to deal with unexpected situations that occur at any time. Now, Uyen Village has taken the initiative to enter the state of alert. Could it be that the 5 great ninja villages are going to make a move against Uyen Village? So, in such a situation, the bosses of many forces in the Land of Rain inexplicably had a terrifying thought in their minds. After all, there is a demigod in Uyen Village, Hanzo Mountain Pepperfish, sitting in the town. Except for the 5 major ninja villages, there should be no small ninja village that dares to provoke Uyen Village. At the same time, the secret spies of the 5 major ninja villages secretly planted in the Land of Rain also quickly transmitted the situation of the Uyen Village back to their respective ninja villages. When it was learned that one of the elite upper shinobi, for upper shinobi, and 20 Zhong shinobi of Uyen Village had disappeared en masse, a report on Uyen Village was sent to the office of the 5 shadows. However, because I don't know who did it, the 5 great ninja villages did not make a big move on the surface, but in fact, the dark parts of the 5 great ninja villages have begun to gather towards the Land of Rain. For a while, the Land of Rain became a dark tide. A few days later, Uyen Village has been completely put on alert compared with usual. There were many fewer civilians on the street, replaced by a dark Yoshinobu wearing animal masks, and before he knew it, the entire Uyen Village was filled with a murderous atmosphere. I really don't know, what does Hanzo-sama think? A corner of Uyen Village, a Shangnin of the Dark Department of Ninja glanced at the Uyen Village, which did not have any abnormalities, and complained cursingly. In his opinion, even if someone killed one of the elite upper ninja, 4 upper ninja, and 20 middle ninja in Uyen Village, he definitely didn't dare to make a move on Uyen Village. After all, if you don't pay attention to a ninja village, you will be doomed. Even if it is a shadow-level powerhouse, even if it is a 5 great ninja villages, it will not easily make a move on a ninja village, because once you do it, it means that you will not die. Stop complaining, we'll just carry out the order. A dark Yoshinobu next to him heard this, and said in a deep voice, you know the character of the leader of Hanzo. He said that if Uyen Village enters a state of alert, then it must enter a state of alert, without any reason or any explanation for us. Ah, got it. This Shangnin of the Dark Department of the Rain Shinobu smiled sarcastically. No way, in Yuan village, the words of the leader of Hanzo are the holy will, you have to listen. If you don't listen, there is no right to refuse at all. Of course, you can also refuse, but the consequences will be very serious. However, it is not known when above the distant sky, countless black shadows appeared, flying towards the direction where Yuan village was located. Since the sky of the land of rain has been covered with dark clouds for many years, at first, no one in the Rain Shinobu noticed the change in the sky in the distance. As the distance gets closer, the appearance of countless black shadows is also becoming clearer and clearer, and it can basically be seen that it is a bat-like creature flying in the sky. Soon, some sentient rain ninja discovered the anomaly in the sky. At first, these perceptual rain ninjas showed some horrified expressions. After all, they were just bats, which are common in the land of rain. However, with countless bats getting closer and closer to Yuan village, the altitude of flight became lower and lower. The ninjas of the entire Yuan village seemed to look towards the sky with some feelings. Suddenly, it was a shock. Where is this bat? It's a bat convoy from a distance. The dark red bats with purple cyclones, carrying endless dark energy, were carrying coffins engraved with purple gold patterns, flying towards Yuan village. What is this? Dark red bat with purple cyclones? A purple gold coffin that makes people palpitate. Someone sent a coffin to our Yuan village. Boom! Almost in the next instant, the entire Yuan village boiled, and countless Yuan Ren's cheeks showed an incomparably angry look. Are you kidding? Originally, Yuan village was on alert. Someone actually used a bat to carry a coffin and flew towards Yuan village. Isn't this despising their Yuan village? It's unbearable. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In mid-air, countless bats made a whining scumbag, and at this time, countless ninjas and civilians in the entire ninja village looked at the vision in the sky. Their faces were extremely ugly, especially when they saw those few purple gold coffins. Their hearts were as uncomfortable as eating. No one has ever dared to do that even during the Second Ninja World War. Konoha, Sand Hidden Village, and Iwayne Village, when they went to war in the Land of Rain, did not mock the rainy village, but as a result, some people are doing it now. Click. Click. Maybe it's already at your destination, accompanied by several very crisp sounds. In front of everyone's eyes, the purple gold coffins carried by bats suddenly opened, and immediately, several figures flew out of them, and looking at these figures, many Yoshinobu's cheeks quickly filled with a look of shock. What are these things? Countless Rain endured a little confused in a flash, because, out of the coffin, came something strange in costume: a clown, an ape, a demon girl with black wings, a vampire who looks like a vampire, and another who seems to be a demon. Anyway, how strange it is. That is the angel of the Zayazai mercenary organization. Suddenly, a very surprised voice came out, so that many Rain ninja involuntarily cast their eyes on the last purple gold pattern coffin, because, out of it came a person that many Yoshinobi were very familiar with, one of the three bosses of the Zayazai mercenary organization, the angel. I see, it was they who killed one of our elite upper shinobi, 4 upper shinobi, and 20 middle shinobi. Gent deceived people too much, killed our people, and came to Yuan village to demonstrate? Send a coffin. The leader of Hanzo really had the foresight. If it weren't for our Yuan village being on alert in advance, we might have been caught off guard. In the next instant, countless Rain ninja could not remain calm. Everyone is not a fool. The moment they saw Xiao Nan of the Zayazai mercenary organization, they immediately understood the cause and effect of what happened during this time. The only thing that surprised everyone was, originally, I thought that the 5 great ninja villages were behind the ghost. However, looking at the situation now, things are much more complicated than expected, because this seems to be a strange force that has never appeared in the ninja world at all. Lord Clown, are you doing well? In midair, the blood-sucking monster didn't care so much, licked his lips, and flattered these coffins with purple gold patterns, but I carefully prepared them for you. Heard this sentence, the clown-eyed Luolei had a wisp of cold sweat on his forehead. The devil knows how he agreed to ride the coffin convoy of vampire monsters, but, seriously, it is quite comfortable to live, worthy of being a blood-sucking beast, and really enjoyable. Okay. This should be Yuan village. Luolei nodded, turned his gaze, looked down at the entire Yuan village, and said in a deep voice, it seems that the Yuan village has been alarmed by us, but this is just right, so as not to make us go to great lengths. Lord Clown, it seems that there are a bit of a lot of people in Yuan village. The demon beast stretched lazily and said, if you really do it, perhaps, you must go all out and use the dark power that dominates the entire Digimon. Ha! The demon beast laughed evilly, and said shamelessly, to be honest, I really want to see the invincible heroism of Lord Clown. Indeed, I really look forward to thinking about it. The ape beast pushed his sunglasses very forcefully, and replied, you guys. When Xiao Nan next to her heard this, she could only shake her head silently. She didn't know what to say. No way, it's really the style of Luolei and others, it's too unexpected. For example, now, she is being carried by many bats and standing in midair. Okay, you guys back a little. The next moment, the clown-shaped Luolei waved his hand, and a cold smile appeared on the black and white makeup, and immediately, his body flashed, and he appeared directly above Yuan village. Boom! And as Luolei appeared directly above Yuan village, in an instant, the entire Yuan village became depressed, as if something terrifying was about to be born. This How can it be? Sensing this breath, look at the clown directly above him in Yuan village. Wisps of cold sweat appeared unconsciously on the foreheads of countless shinobi, and while their hearts were terrified, their minds were blank. Terror. It's really terrifying. In particular, it is obviously just a clown, but it gives all the ninjas in Yuan village a sense of heaviness and oppression that the Black Cloud wants to destroy the city. I don't know how long it took under the Clown Emperor come to Yuan village to ask for an explanation. In mid-air, the clown-like Luo Lei put one hand behind him, looking down at Yuan village, and the cloud said lightly, Pepperfish Hanzo, get out for me. Pepperfish Hanzo, get out of here for me. Boom! As soon as this voice came out, the entire Yuan village instantly became silent. Countless Yoshinobu's cheeks brushed with a stunned look. Nimas, this was the first time they had heard such rampant words. Are you kidding? In the entire ninja world, there are no more than 5 people who dare to speak to the leader of Hanzo like this. Even the Konoha Sanshin, who is famous in the entire ninja world, must be respectful and well-behaved when facing the leader of Hanzo. But now, a guy named Clown Emperor, but in front of everyone, the name asked Hanzo-sama to get out? What does this Clown Emperor want to do? Such an outrageous remark is simply hitting our Yuan village in the face. Arrogant. It's really too arrogant. Even if it is the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages, they don't dare to go to Yuan village and ask the leader of Hanzo to get out. Right, I can't bear it. First I sent a coffin, and now I mocked the leader of Hanzo, which is simply deceitful. Finally, the entire Yuan village, after a deathly silence lasted for a moment, countless uproars swept out, and almost every Yoshinobu was clenched with both fists, staring at Luo Lei in mid-air with a fierce face, as if he wanted to swallow Luo Lei alive. No way, it's really Luo Lei's words, the shock caused by it. The shock is too big. Who is Hanzo? As one of the top figures in the ninja world, the leader of the Yuan village, Hanzo is regarded as the apex of the ninja world and is recognized by countless ninjas as the demigod of the ninja world. In Yuan village, although Hanzo is a dictatorship, it is the spiritual pillar and belief of countless Yunin. Therefore, when the faith is wantonly trampled on and insulted, many Yoshinobu are angry, and it is that kind of angry anger, as if the Clown Emperor in front of them is their father-killing enemy. Why, are you not convinced? Listen to these angry voices. The clown-like Luo Lei shook his head disapprovingly, smiled very mockingly, and said evilly, Hanzo, since you don't come out, then I only have to use some small means. The words have not yet fallen. Boom. With a terrifying momentum, in front of everyone's eyes, a majestic dark energy swept in all directions with Luo Lei as the center. At a thunderous speed, instantaneous time, heaven and earth changed color. In less than a few seconds, the sky of the entire Yuan village turned black with palpitations from a distance. It looks like night falls, extremely terrifying and terrifying. This, how can it be? At this time, sensing that the Clown Emperor's gesture seemed to be the power to destroy the sky and the earth, many Yoshinobi were shocked at the same time, but also a little confused, because the energy fluctuations on the clown's body were not chakra. In other words, the Joker is not a ninja. This is a bit shocking. Nimas, you are not a ninja, but you can use such a terrifying power. It is simply subverting the inherent cognition of many rain ninjas. It's incredible. Clown Emperor, if you want to find me, just say it. However, just when countless rain endurers were terrified, a very indifferent voice slowly rippled. Then, with a sound of breaking the sky, Hanzo appeared on a tall building in Yuan village with a cold face, and looked at Luo Lei in the air. I thought you wouldn't come out. Seeing Hanzo appear, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth raised a curve, looked down at him condescendingly, and said, those waste subordinates of yours, who came to find trouble with me and were tortured and killed by me, don't you have any opinions? Quiet. A piece of dead silence. Originally, many Yoshinobu were happy to see the leader of Hanzo appear. As a result, as soon as he heard these words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Nima, no one thought that after the demigod, Hanzo, the pepperfish, appeared, the Clown Emperor would ask such a question. In particular, you killed Yoshinobu, and you also moved the crowd to ask the leader of Yoshinobu, should I kill it? This Nima is also too slap in the face, right? It's a mockery of the face. Well, it's really good. Hanzo took a deep breath, a ray of hideousness appeared on his cheeks under the mask, and he laughed angrily. You are really deceiving people. The old man has been in the ninja world for so many years, you are still the first to talk to me like this. Oh? Is it too much to deceive? Luo Lei shrugged indifferently, and a playful expression appeared on his black and white face. If you have strength, can't you do whatever you want? Well, you are quite right, you can really do whatever you want if you have the strength. Hanzo nodded, clenched his fists, his eyes sank, and a killing intent spread out unabashedly. Angry. He was really furious. As a recognized demigod in the ninja world, he had never been ridiculed like this. In fact, when the Clown Emperor and the others appeared in the sky above Yuan village, he had already felt it, but because he did not know the specific cause and effect, he did not directly strike. Now, all the causes and consequences are clear. The guy called the Clown Emperor in front of him is the culprit of a series of things that have happened in Yuan village recently, and now he comes to Yuan village, and he is also a bad comer. Therefore, he decided that he would let this Clown Emperor in front of him experience what is the wrath of a demigod, and what is really the strength to do whatever you want. Psychic. Without any hesitation the next moment, Hanzo's eyes were cold, he bit his fingers, his hands quickly froze, and pressed on the tall tower building under his feet. Poof! White smoke flashed, a huge poisonous pepperfish appeared on the tower then, the pepperfish Hanzo flashed, naturally stood on top of the highly poisonous pepperfish, and looked at the clown emperor in the air. The meaning of the expression is very simple, I want to move the real thing. The leader of Hanzo is going to do it, haha, even the guardian beast of Yuan village has appeared, then, it means that the leader of Hanzo has moved to kill. You have to kill the clown, it's really too much of a deception, how has our Yuan village ever been ridiculed like this? The leader of Hanzo was furious, and someone had to pay for it. As the most high-profile presence in the entire Yuan village, Hanzo's every move will be closely watched now. He took the initiative to channel his highly poisonous pepperfish, which directly caused a little excited uproar from Yuan village. And perceiving all this, Hanzo glanced at the clown emperor in mid-air, and said quietly, now, in the name of the ninja world demigod, I will give you one last chance, respectfully kneel and confess your mistake, otherwise there will be no place to die. Heard this sentence, in mid-air, the clown-like Luolei shrugged, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You don't have to give me a chance, 3 words for you, you don't deserve it. Boom. Well, you don't deserve it, although it is only 3 simple words, it interprets arrogance and domineering to the most perfect point. In the entire Yuan village, many Yuan are already completely speechless, and in the deepest part of the heart, there is a sign of collapse. Nimas, when did such fierce people appear in the ninja world? You know, Hanzo is a godlike existence in their hearts. As a result, in the eyes of the clown in front of him, it seemed worthless. Not only was there no fear, but a series of provocations, which was simply too special to measure up. You're really too arrogant, perhaps, you're strong, but it will never be known that the gap between heaven and earth. On the top of the highly poisonous pepperfish, Hanzo's face was expressionless, as if he were not worthy of 3 words, and it did not affect him in the slightest. However, only a ninja with keen perception could find that a trace of cold and bone-deep killing intent had slowly spread out from Hanzo's body. Then you can show a little real skill, Luolei said with a light smile. Okay, although I don't know why you are so confident, but it doesn't matter anymore. Today, I will let you know that the demigods of the ninja world are not blown out, and I will let you understand that the coercion of the demigods is irresistible. Toxic mist spray, occult technique, body poison art. Boom. With the last icy voice came out the next moment, the huge poisonous pepperfish opened its mouth and spewed out a large poisonous mist at the same time. Hanzo also removed the shield on his face, opened his mouth, and released a poisonous mist, which in less than a few minutes, the sky above Yuan village was shrouded in countless poisonous mists. Not good. Everyone quickly take the antidote, otherwise, you will die a very miserable death. See this scene, Luolei in midair didn't have any reaction, yet the countless rain ninja of Yuan village, as well as some civilians, took the lead in taking action, took out the antidote prepared in advance, and ate it together, as if they regarded these poisonous mists as some kind of desolate beasts, extremely panicked and afraid. Poisonous fog. Looking at the flying reading materials, the clown-like Luolei shook his head in disdain. To put it in a bad way, the clown emperor, as one of the top Majin-type polar Digimon in the Digimon world, has innate immunity to so-called poisons. So, at a time when many shinobi are taking antidotes, the clown-like Luolei stood very calmly in mid-air, completely ignoring the poisonous fog in the sky, but also allowed the poisonous fog to spread throughout his body. As for Zionin, Demon Beast, Vampire Beast, Ape Beast, but he had already been carried by the bat outside the range of the poisonous fog in the sky, quietly watching the play. But when he saw that Luolei completely ignored the poison of the highly poisonous pepperfish, Xiao Nan was surprised despite his preparation. However, Xiao Nan behaved relatively calmly. The entire Yuan village Shinobu once again couldn't remain calm. Nimas, you must know that this is the poison of the highly poisonous pepperfish, and ordinary people will fester and die if they get such a small bit. Even the Hanzo leader who possesses the poisonous antibody of the pepperfish can be poisoned by the poison sac in the Second Ninja World War. If Cho's mother-in-law and Tsunade had not cracked the poison of the pepperfish, Kana and Shinobu would definitely have suffered heavy losses. What now? The clown emperor did not take any antidote, nor did he do any anti-poison measures, so indifferently bathed in the poisonous fog, but there was no sign of poisoning. It was simply terrifying. What kind of monster is it? The reddest, after successive horrors, many Shinobu's minds couldn't help but pop up an idea. Right, it's a monster. In the hearts of many Shinobi, what the clown emperor did can no longer be described by common sense, it is simply a terrible monster. Isn't the poisonous mist useful? At this time, the most surprising person was Hanzo himself. For the poison of the highly toxic pepperfish, he is the most clear. If not at a young age, his body was implanted with the poisonous black pepperfish poison sac, so that the body has some antibodies, then he now does not dare to face these poisonous fog easily. This poisonous mist of yours doesn't seem to be of any use to me. In midair, the clown-shaped Luolei glanced at Hanzo lightly, and said lightly, if this is the so-called strength of a demigod, it would disappoint me too much. Good. Since you insist on looking for death, then I will let you see it clearly. Hanzo is too lazy to say anything in an instant. The killing intent in his eyes surged, his figure suddenly shook, and suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura swept out like a storm, making the air faintly resound. Physical skills, chain scythe, second stage strike. The next moment, Hanzo jumped up from the back of the highly poisonous pepperfish, holding a chain in his hand, and the front end of the chain was a huge scythe, slamming angrily at the Clown Emperor. It's just coming. Seeing this scene, the clown-shaped Luolei's heart moved, and two sharp long swords naturally appeared in his hands, and immediately, fearlessly, he slammed towards Hanzo the pepperfish. Clang! Bell! In the next moment, under the gaze of countless shocking eyes in mid-air, the scythe of the pepperfish Hanzo collided with the long sword in Luolei's hand, making a crisp sound, and then, centered on the two of them, a terrifying collision shockwave made the air explode instantly, emitting a piercing roar. Haha, demigods are just like that. After blocking a blow from the demigod, the clown-like Luolei's body flashed, and he directly changed the angle of the attack immediately. With a wave of his right hand, a sharp long sword tore through the air like lightning, and with terrifying power, it mercilessly attacked the heart of Hanzo of the pepperfish. And see the killer of the ugly emperor. The killing intent in Hanzo's eyes was even worse, and without any evasion, he stepped forward, took the chain sickle in his hand, and blocked forward. Clang! Bell! Another crisp metal collision sounded, and Hanzo and the Clown Emperor collided again. However, this seems to be just the beginning. Clang! Clang! Bell! Above the sky, figures are constantly staggered. I saw the clown-like Luolei holding two swords, and the pepperfish Hanzo holding a chain scythe, constantly bombarding. The crisp collision sound spread out like thunder, and the energy storm that made people's hearts palpitate, and it was frightening to see a lot of rain patience. Almost in a matter of seconds, the two figures in mid-air, under the gaze of those countless eyes. It has been dozens of rounds of fighting. The offensive of both sides is extremely vicious. You a sword, I a scythe, almost a fatal move. Once which side is slightly distracted, it will inevitably be instantly suppressed into the downwind, or even a fiasco. Well, see the shocking matchmaking scene. The countless rain ninja in the entire Yuan village were a little embarrassed a few times. Obviously they did not expect that in the melee battle, the Clown Emperor could actually fight with the leader of Hanzo. You know, the leader of Hanzo is a man who defeated the great general of the Iron Country, Mifune. As a result, it seems that the Clown Emperor is helpless. Boom! Another violent collision. The two figures staggered at an extremely fast speed, and two amazing strong winds swept away. Then the clown-like Luolei took dozens of steps back, and Hanzo the pepperfish took dozens of steps back, flashed and once again stood on top of the highly poisonous pepperfish. Ace flying sword. At this time, Luolei did not give the pepperfish half a little time. His heart moved, and the remaining two long swords behind his back and the two long swords in his hand flew out together. Swish! Ugh! Several piercing sounds of breaking the air came out. The four sharp long swords turned into four after images and burst out before many shinobi noticed it. He directly passed through the bodies of Hanzo and the highly poisonous pepperfish. But it's a pity when the bodies of Hanzo and the highly poisonous pepperfish turned into a pile of broken rocks in the next moment. Needless to say, it is a doppelganger of Tudun Rock. The combination of teleportation and earth escape. Seeing this scene, the clown-shaped Luolei smiled slightly. No way, he didn't expect that Hanzo's reaction speed would be so fast, and he could actually dodge this almost fatal attack at the moment of the ace flying sword attack. It's really a demigod. Go and die, can. In the next instant, a voice containing endless chill sounded from behind Luolei. It turned out that I don't know when, the huge poisonous pepperfish actually appeared behind Luolei, and was opening its blood basin and mouth, as if to swallow Luolei. Clown trick. However, in the face of this attack, Luolei didn't turn his head, and casually threw a white cloth for performing magic tricks to the highly poisonous pepperfish. Then, there was a scene that made countless rain ninja creepy, and I saw that the white cloth suddenly became larger when it approached the highly poisonous pepperfish, shrouding the highly poisonous pepperfish. Then, there was a scene that made countless rain ninja creepy. I saw that when the white cloth approached the highly poisonous pepperfish, it suddenly became larger, shrouding the poisonous pepperfish. At first, the highly poisonous pepperfish struggled a few times, but, in less than a few seconds, as a strange energy fluctuation permeated out, the highly poisonous pepperfish suddenly stopped moving. Want to sneak up on me? The clown-eyed Rolly smiled disdainfully, and waved his right hand gently. The highly poisonous pepperfish wrapped in a white cloth instantly shrank and slowly flew back into Luolei's hands. Quiet. A dead silence. All this happened in less than a minute, but it shocked the countless rain ninja in Yuan village, as well as Hanzo, who was standing on the tall tower. You know, the instantaneous technique of Hanzo just now, the earth escape, and the highly poisonous pepperfish are seamless. As a result, it was easily defused by the Clown Emperor. What's more strange is that the highly poisonous pepperfish as a sneak attacker was removed by the Clown Emperor with a white cloth, which gave people a chilling feeling. Which of you wants a freshly baked pepperfish keychain? However, Luolei did not let them wait for a long time, and directly lifted the white cloth in his hand, and a shrunken version of the keychain of a miniature poisonous pepperfish appeared in his hand. What? Is this a highly poisonous pepperfish? Impossible. Why is this? The highly poisonous pepperfish has become a small toy. Nima, that white cloth is also too amazing. How can it be so weird? The next moment, the moment I saw the pepperfish keychain, many Rain Ninja once again couldn't help but talk about it. It was really this scene in front of him. It was too terrifying. Obviously it was just a living poisonous pepperfish, but it was turned into a keychain by the Clown Emperor. What's more, if the Clown Emperor used that white cloth to turn people into mini keychains, it would be too terrifying. The highly poisonous pepperfish turned into a keychain? At this time, in mid-air in the distance, little Nanan, who was carried by the bat, blinked, obviously not reacting. No way. The highly poisonous pepperfish that was just a poison was transformed into a kawaii-like keychain by Luo Lei using a magical technique, and, it seems, the pepperfish keychain seems to be very cute. Xiao Nan, don't be so surprised, the Clown Emperor's methods are so unpredictable. Next to him, the demon beast shrugged very calmly and said quietly, as long as he wants, he can turn all the ninjas in Yuan village into mini keychains. Is it? The expression on Xiao Nan Qiao's face froze at once. What else could she say? However, when she thought of so many Rain Ninja turning into keychains, she had a feeling of excitement in her heart. After all, the number one enemy of the Xiaozai mercenary organization was Yuan village. If Luo Lei can severely damage the Rain Hidden village, then doesn't it mean that the Xiaozai mercenary organization will pick up a big bargain and become the number one force in the Rain country? At that time, the Akino mercenary organization may be able to realize her dreams of Nagato and Yahiko. At the same time, Hanzo on the tall tower building, the look on his cheeks had unconsciously become extremely solemn. If at the beginning he didn't have any chakra fluctuations in his whole body, he still had some contempt and disdain, so now, he attaches great importance to it, and in the deepest part of his heart, a wisp of fear has unconsciously appeared. Yes, just a little scared. As a recognized demigod in the ninja world, Hanzo has experienced all kinds of ups and downs, and thinks that he has been able to achieve his heart like ice, and the sky will not fall, can. When facing the Clown Emperor, that divine means and unpredictable ability still made him a little shocked and a little afraid. There is no chakra, no blood succession limit, and no chakra eye, white eye, blood dragon eye. Theoretically, in the world of ninjas, it is a wasted person, not even a samurai. However, this Clown Emperor in front of him has abruptly disrupted Hanzo's inherent three views. Clown Emperor, who are you? What mysterious force does it belong to? After half a ring, ignoring the highly poisonous pepperfish that had turned into a keychain, Hanzo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, with your ability, you can definitely stir up the entire ninja world. Why did it appear now? Aren't you known as a demigod? Heard this sentence, the clown-shaped Luo Lei's face was very indifferent, and he said quietly, I am from an organization called God, and this time, I am specifically here to fight a guy like you who is called a demigod. Poof, the words did not fall. Hanzo was directly spat out a mouthful of blood by the angry mouth. No way. The words of the Clown Emperor are not just as simple as hitting their faces. This is to cut off their reputation in the ninja world, so that their reputation will be discredited, and they will never turn over. Murderous heart. Absolutely murderous. In the face of the Clown Emperor's words, the pepperfish was angry and attacked, and directly spit blood from the mouth of the anger. Nemas is really too ruthless. Countless ninjas know that he is respected as a demigod in the ninja world, but as a result, the Clown Emperor in front of him said that he came from an organization called God. In other words, the Clown Emperor is just punching him in the face. God's organization? Heard this sentence, in Yuan village, many shinobi are completely speechless. What else can they say? To put it in a bad way, Yuan village has existed for so many years, and it really has not heard of any god organization. Now the Clown Emperor said so. There are only two explanations. The first is that the Clown Emperor deliberately said this to attack the Hanzo leader. The second explanation is that this god organization does exist, but it is deeply hidden, and it has not appeared since the Warring States. If it is the first explanation, it is still acceptable, but if it is the second explanation, then the entire ninja world will set off terrifying waves, and countless ninjas, including the people of the 5 major ninja villages, will fall into incomparable horror. Because the God organization can hide for so long, the strength and ability are absolutely extraordinary. If there are many combat powers like the Clown Emperor, the 5 great ninja villages may all be terrified. After all, no one can tolerate the existence of an organization that is beyond the 5 great ninja villages, especially this God organization. It still looks very strong. Well, what a God organization. Hanzo, the mountain pepperfish on the tower building, took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Clown Emperor, you are indeed very strong, but, with the title of God, your organization is really a bit arrogant. Fire escape, how fire lost. In the next instant, Hanzo jumped forward abruptly, his hands quickly froze, and as soon as he opened his mouth, a huge fireball exploded towards the Clown Emperor at a lightning speed. Ace flying sword. Seeing this, the clown-shaped Luo Lei moved his heart, and the 4 sharp long swords directly turned into 4 after images, carrying majestic sword intent, flying towards the big fireball. Rumble. In less than an instant, the large fireball slammed into 4 sharp swords. Suddenly, this space seemed to tremble, and a terrible storm of energy swept madly, causing the air to emit a roaring sound. However, although it is a bombardment, it may be due to the similar strength of the two sides. For a while, it is a taste that is difficult to distinguish. Because, although the fire escape how fire extinguishing is only a B-grade ninjutsu however, because the caster is Hanzo, the power directly exceeds the S level, and it is very violent to confront the ace flying sword. Blast me, however, in the face of this stalemate the clown-like Luo Lei snorted coldly, and immediately, his heart moved, and a palpitating dark force flew out. Laugh at. Laugh at. Blessed by this dark force the 4 sharp longswords flashed with a palpitating black light suddenly, the big fireball exploded alive, and the whole process was like destroying and decaying, and then, it exploded towards Hanzo with undiminished threat. Damn! Instantaneous technique! Sue! In the next instant, the figure of Hanzo of the pepperfish suddenly disappeared, causing the 4 sharp long swords to flutter into the air. Clown Emperor, you are indeed very strong. In the future, there will definitely be a place for you in the ninja world. After dodging this flying sword attack, Hanzo appeared on a tall tower building next to him, looking at the Clown Emperor in midair. His eyes were filled with a strong sense of jealousy. What do you mean? The clown-like Luo Lei raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically, you don't seem to be worthy of judging me, right? I don't have any meaning. As for whether I deserve it or not, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm only interested in the organization behind you that claims to be God. Hanzo was not angry, calmly spoke, and finally took a deep look at the Clown Emperor, and then a hand quickly sealed on his chest. Instantaneous technique. Sue! In front of everyone's eyes, the figure of Hanzo of the pepperfish disappeared again. However, this time it disappeared differently from the previous ones, because this time it disappeared, and Hanzo never appeared again, as if it had never appeared. In other words, Hanzo took the initiative to retreat. Well, that's right, in Yuan Village, as the leader of Yuan Village, Hanzo ran away. The clown-like Luo Lei sensed the breath of Hanzo leaving, and after shaking his head, he did not plan to chase after him. He was not afraid of Hanzo, but there was no need to continue fighting. Yes, there is no need this time. Luo Lei took Digimon such as demon beasts and forced the hidden village, just to complete the template task now. Since Hanzo took the initiative to retreat and avoid the war, then his task can be regarded as completed. To say a bad word, Hanzo is still smart and decisive. Even if he voluntarily chooses to retreat and sacrifice some reputation, he is not willing to continue fighting. Because Hanzo himself is also very clear, facing the extremely mysterious Clown Emperor in front of him. If he wins, he will only consolidate the divine power of the demigod, Can. Once he loses, then there will be a series of reactions, including the reputation he has accumulated over the years, which will disappear and the success will be lost. What's more, for the organization behind the Clown Emperor, Hanzo doesn't believe it on the surface, but he is still a little jealous in his heart, not afraid of 10,000, just in case. He must find out the background of the Clown Emperor in order to fight a big battle unscrupulously. What? Did the Hanzo leader retreat? What's going on? Didn't the Hanzo leader fight? What now? Can we still fight? The next moment, seeing that the leader of Hanzo took the initiative to retreat, the entire Yuan village, countless Rain Ninja, their cheeks were filled with disbelief. It seemed that they did not expect that this would be such a situation. Are you kidding? Although the leader of Hanzo was slightly suppressed by the Clown Emperor, and even the highly poisonous pepperfish was turned into a keychain, it is far from reaching the point of defeat. How could it suddenly stop fighting? It's so weird. Nemas, the battle has just begun, but it's already over? For a while, doubts, puzzlement, and confusion passed one by one in the eyes of many Rain Ninja. Apparently, they were confused by the bewildered operation of the leader of Hanzo of the pepperfish. The leader of Yuan village, Hanzo of the mountain pepperfish, took the initiative to run away? In the distance, Xiao Nan couldn't help but rub his eyes, with a look of amazement in his beautiful eyes. What's the point? What kind of operation is this? I thought that an earth-shattering war was about to enter the white-hot stage, and as a result, Hanzo instantly muted, which is also, it's too real, right? It's really not interesting. This wins? Next to it, the blood-sucking demon beast licked his lips disapprovingly, smiled evilly, and said quietly, it seems that there is nothing wrong with us, and the Clown Emperor is really still terrifying. Yes, the dark power of Lord Clown Emperor is still so terrifying. The demon beast smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, however, the power of the ninja still has merit, and that ninja named Hanzo is definitely capable of killing us. Well, indeed, ninjas should not be underestimated. The demon beast nodded and replied, we are not strong enough. If we can evolve to the ultimate body, we should be able to deal with shadow-level ninjas, right? Listen to these conversations. A wisp of cold sweat unconsciously appeared on Xiao Nan's forehead and her eyes. Demon beasts, blood-sucking monsters, ape beasts, as Luo Lei's psychic beasts, are powerful enough and humane. As a result, listening to their meaning, it seems that they can still evolve, and once they evolve, they can actually compete with shadow-level powerhouses? This is also terrible. Is there really a god organization? Suddenly, a terrible thought appeared in Xiao Nan's mind. In vain. If there really was a god organization, then the ninja world might really change drastically. After all, no one knows how many people the god organization really has and how strong it is. Forget it, it's not interesting at all. At this time, the clown-like Luo Lei looked down at many confused Rain ninjas, and in the end, he couldn't help but shake his head. Ninjas are still king of strength after all. Without strength, they can only be slaughtered by others. With these rain forbearances in front of him, he didn't even have the mood to kill. Let's go, ugh. The next moment, Luo Lei's body flashed, and he flew towards the distance. Gone. In the distance, the demon beast, the vampire beast, the ape beast, and the demon beast saw this, and also commanded countless bats, carrying them, and quickly followed behind Luo Lei. Wiu, 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 and looking at the back of the clown emperor gradually disappearing, there was a relieved exhalation from Yuan village, and there were some Yoshinobu who were relatively weak, their whole bodies were soft, and they had collapsed on the ground. What else can be said? Just now, in the face of the clown emperor's last gaze filled with killing intent, all the rain ninja felt that they had walked around the ghost gate now. The clown emperor took the initiative to retreat. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. However, there are some Yoshinobu who are relatively strong, but they think more. In today's battle, although the leader of Hanzo did not lose, the clown emperor is famous for stepping on the leader of Hanzo. The sky of the ninja world may be about to change. Konoha 40 years, the leader of Yuan village, regarded as the apex of the ninja world, Hanzo, known as the demigod, is a pepperfish in Yuan village. When fighting with the emperor of the god clown, who will become famous in the entire ninja world in the future, Hanzo was first suppressed and then retreated without a fight. The clown emperor from the god organization, with his own men, empty rain hidden village. The news that Hanzo, who was called a demigod in the ninja world, took the initiative to retreat after fighting with the clown emperor spread throughout the ninja world. Not only in the country of rain, but also in the country of fire, the country of wind, the country of earth, the country of water, and the country of thunder have set off a monstrous wave. In an instant, the 5 great ninja villages shook. The entire ninja world was shaking. A hidden underground cave in the ninja realm, the huge outer path golem towered over the very center of the cave, and more than a dozen pipes extended from the outer path golem. It is inserted into the back of Uchiha Mama, constantly injecting chakra and life force into Uchiha Mama, maintaining Uchiha's oily life. No way, since the beginning of the warring states, Uchiha has to absorb some of the chakra and life force of the outer golem every once in a while to ensure that he does not die of old age. Madara-sama, that clown emperor led his subordinates, King's Landing Yuan village, and Hanzo flinched after a dozen hits. Baiju said with some disdain. Yes? Heard this sentence, Uchiha slowly raised his head, revealing his wrinkled cheeks, and said disapprovingly, it seems that the clown emperor has 2 brushes, at least it should have shadow level abilities. Actually, for the current Uchiha spot, what clown emperor, what pepperfish Hanzo, are all smelly fish and rotten shrimp, which cannot cause any waves in his heart. It's like 2 children fighting, one child makes the other child cry, and he, as an adult, will he lower his identity to pay attention to the 2 children fighting? By the way, Madara-sama, that clown emperor seems to be from an organization called God. Poof, a rare wisp of a smile appeared on Uchiha's old face, and he said coldly, what? Or God's organization? This listening is made up by the clown emperor, to say a bad word, since the warring states, I have not heard of the so-called God's organization. That, what if it's true? Baiju hesitated slightly, and said carefully, with the strength of the clown emperor, it is definitely not a good stubble. If there is really a mysterious organization behind him, then, will it have an impact on our plan? Ha! Uchiha immediately frowned. He really wanted to say that he didn't need to care about the clown emperor, but the clown emperor appeared so weird, not as strong as chakra, which made Uchiha a little puzzled. After half a ring, Uchiha's expression became solemn and vain. At this stage, we still avoid contact with the clown emperor. Besides, I can't see through that clown emperor, maybe it will hinder my plan. And this plan of mine is not to be lost. Understood. Baiju nodded very respectfully, and then consciously dived underground. Alas, I hope you don't force me to make a move. After Baiju left, Uchiha took a deep breath and sighed, before slowly closing his eyes. Now the situation in the ninja world, no matter how it changes, he must stabilize. Even if the Third Ninja World War breaks out immediately, it will not stop his layout and plans. Cheyenne Village, Wind Shadow Office, 3 generations of Kazekage-sama, the Land of Rain has emergency intelligence delivered. With an incredible look on his cheeks, a sand ninja rushed directly into the office. When the 3 generations of Wind Shadow heard this, they put down the documents in their hands, frowned, and asked, could it be that the Rain Ninja of the Rain Country and our Sand Ninja are doing it again? No, it's not a shinobi, it's someone else. Haha, isn't that great? The face of the 3 generations of Wind Shadow was delighted. Since it wasn't Sand Shinobu and Yoshinobu who dried up, then there is a great chance that Konoha and Yoshinobu will dry up. In other words, won't they be able to watch the play again? You know, after the end of the Second Ninja World War, the 3 generations of Kazekage were very unhappy with Konoha village for a long time. In his opinion, Konoha was purely lucky, and in World War II, the flag would White Fang and the 3 shinobi popped out, relying on them to turn the tide of the war. Otherwise, the Sand Shinobi village is likely to win the final victory in World War II. Did Konoha and Yoshinobu dry up? The more the 3 generations of Feng Ying thought about it, the more unhappy he became, so he simply asked neatly. It's not, it is that Shinobu shook his head and said with some puzzlement, it's a mysterious person named the Clown Emperor. Wait a minute, you say the Clown Emperor? Well, yes, this clown emperor led his subordinate Jun Lingyuan village, and the demigod, mountain pepperfish Hanzo, retreated after testing the strength of the clown emperor. But, who is the clown emperor? Who exactly is the clown emperor? The major forces do not know, only know that he suddenly appeared in the land of rain and came from an organization called God. Well, the 3 generations of wind shadows are silent. Nemas, what is this? The clown emperor stepped on the pepperfish Hanzo to the throne? Also, with his understanding, the demigod, Hanzo, is not a fuel-saving lamp. Since he actively retreats, doesn't it mean that the strength of the clown emperor is terrifying? Moreover, at the level of Hanzo, they are all old and sophisticated. Hanzo would rather be stepped on by the clown emperor and take the initiative to retreat, then he definitely doesn't want to fight with the clown emperor and let other ninja villages pick up the bargain. It's really troublesome. After some general thought, the 3rd generation of Wind Shadow shook his head with some headache, and things seem to be more complicated than he thought originally. The current ninja world is not very peaceful, and the birth of the clown emperor in the country of rain will undoubtedly make the already complicated situation even more complicated. And the so-called God organization, does it exist? Kazekage-sama, the shinobu thought for a moment before continuing. Now the entire rain country has become a pot of porridge, and the situation is very complicated. Forget it, we shinobu won't participate for the time being. The 3 generations of Wind Shadow smiled helplessly, turned their tones, and ordered, however, to increase the intensity of intelligence collection on the land of rain and the clown emperor. The dark department can also act secretly. Understood, the shinobu nodded, indicating that he understood. By the way, Scorpion, how have you been studying lately? The next moment, the 3 generations of Wind Shadow seemed to have thought of something, and a smile naturally appeared on their cheeks. The scorpion in his mouth is the grandson of Cho, the advisor of Tsunahide village, who was killed by Konoha Whitefang when his parents were on a mission when he was a child, so he learned puppetry art with Cho since he was a child, and was praised by Cho as a genius puppet stylist, and was also one of the few genius ninjas in Tsunahide village. No way, Konoha village is known as the cradle of geniuses. Genius ninjas are emerging one after another, and Sand Hidden village can't produce many geniuses for various reasons. For this reason, the 3 generations of Kazekage are really envious and jealous of Konoha. Therefore, after becoming such a genius ninja as Scorpion, his attention and hope for Scorpion are unprecedented. Kazekage-sama, Elder Cho said that scorpions have a strong learning ability, and recently, they are learning some advanced puppet arts. When it comes to this, a hint of envy also appeared on the shinobu's cheeks. Puppet art is one of the characteristics of Cheyenne village, and advanced puppet art is something you want to learn but can't learn. But all this is not a matter for scorpions. With the support of Elder Cho and the 3 generations of Wind Shadows, Scorpion can learn any puppet art, including the top human puppet in puppet art. Note, human puppets can retain their appearance before death, and can use all ninjutsu before death, including the blood succession boundary. Okay, got it, you go down first. Heard this sentence, the 3rd generation of Wind Shadow nodded with a smile, and then waved his hand. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Ugh. The words did not fall. The shinobu quickly left the office. Alas, eventful times, he said after that shinobu left. The 3 generations of Kazekage took a deep breath and muttered, it looks like the ninja world is going to be turbulent again. Wien village, the 3rd generation of Mizukage threw a piece of information about the land of rain on the table. What are you kidding? What kind of nobody is the clown emperor? Can you actually retreat from Wien village? Looking at the dark ninja who passed the information in front of him with an angry face, Mizukage said coldly, as a demigod in the ninja world, Hanzo's strength is beyond doubt. How can he retreat after a dozen fights? Lord Mizukage, the information is true. The mist shinobu in the dark department carefully lowered his head and whispered, at present, Yuan village has been completely closed, and the entire rain country has a smell of wind and trees. Yes? The face of the 3rd generation of water shadows suddenly became serious. Well, that's true. The dark mist nodded hurriedly. That's just right. The more chaotic the rain country, the better. The Second Ninja World War, our mist hidden village has stood by and watched. If, with the help of these local chaos, the Third Ninja World War breaks out, our mist hidden village must participate in the war. The fierce voice in the eyes of the 3rd generation of Water Shadow flashed away, and said quietly, by the way, inform the Ninja Deo 7 and Yakura, be ready, who will be ready to deal with emergencies. Union Village, ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying looked at the latest information in his hand, and a mocking look appeared on the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he didn't pay much attention to what happened in the Land of Rain, because, whether it is Hanzo of the Pepperfish or that clown emperor, he has the self-confidence to fight. You know, due to the reason of cultivating the thunder forging body secret technique, his body has been able to use the Hell Spur Shivan Shun Shu known as the strongest spear and the thunder and lightning shield of the strongest shield. And a few months ago, there was a riot in the human pillar force of Union Village, and he taught the 8-tailed human pillar force a good lesson with his bare hands. That, Lord Thunder Shadow, do we need to send more people to the Land of Rain? A Cloud Shadow ninja asked in a low voice. No thanks. The 3 generations of Lei Ying didn't think about it, and simply waved his hand neatly, and said, we in Union Village only need to wait and see. Even if the rain country is chaotic, it is none of our business. Yes, the dark ninja nodded. That's right. The next moment, the 3 generations of Lei Ying seemed to have thought of something, and said, if the remaining 4 great ninja villages have any signs of making a move, notify me as soon as possible. Lord Thunder Shadow, what do you mean? The Cloud Shadow Ninja asked with some bewilderment. It's very simple, if the rest of the 4 major ninja villages make a move, then Wei Yunin can't lag behind. Konoha Village. When the news of the Land of Rain came back to Konoha, the high level of Konoha was also slightly shaken. The first reaction of the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hinata, when he received this news, was impossible, because, although Hanzo is a little old, his strength and ability are undoubted, and the power of the demigod remains, and after carefully confirming the authenticity of the message, Eight Flying Sun's expression was a little shocked at first, and then it became a little solemn. The highest floor of the Konoha Hokage building, the Hokage office, the Clown Emperor said that he came from an organization called God. I don't know how many layers of credibility this information has. Sarutobi picked up the teacup and took a sip of hot tea, his eyes flashing with a very wise look. As the Hokage of Konoha, he pays close attention to any force or anyone who is a potential threat to Konoha now, since that Clown Emperor has done such a big thing in the Land of Rain. In theory, it is also a potential threat to Konoha, and more importantly, does that so-called God organization exist? No one knows the authenticity of the message, but it's complicated. On the chair next to him, a person answered. Of course, the identity of this person who should be reconciled is not simple. It is the captain of the Dark Department of Konoha, Kikishuwa Shigeru, known as Kima White Fang. As the left arm of the 8th Flying Sun over the years, Kikishuwa Mao has been in charge of Konoha's true elite force, the Dark Division. As for how powerful the Dark part is, then there is no need to say, right? At the beginning of the second Hokage's control of Konoha, he established the Assassination Tactical Special Unit, abbreviated Dark Department, which is similar to the Special Army Department. The members of the Dark Department are excellent ninjas selected from the village, mainly engaged in the work of protecting shadows and preventing foreign enemies from invading the ninja village, and sometimes responsible for reconnaissance and assassination tasks. Yes, I thought it was just an internal matter of the Land of Rain. Sarutobi nodded and said with a bit of a headache. However, the appearance of the Clown Emperor is too weird. Not a ninja, but it has the strength comparable to Hanzo of the Pepperfish, and it has also broken the situation in the country of Rain. Naruto-sama, what do you want to do then? Hearing this, Kimo Shuumao frowned, and said in a deep voice, Konoha is now involved in the whole body, and if he acts rashly, it may arouse the vigilance of the other 4 ninja villages. Send a little more dark ninja to the Land of Rain. After a deep groan, Sarutobi took a deep breath and said, no matter what that Clown Emperor wants to do, whether there is that so-called God organization or not, we in Konoha can't let our guard down. Okay, Kimo Shuumao nodded, indicating that he understood. Oh, by the way, at this time, 8 Flying Sun seemed to have thought of something, and said with some embarrassment, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan came to me a few days ago to let the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha, stop the water and enter the Dark Department to experience it. Uchiha stop the water. Hear the name, Kimo Shuumao's eyes flashed a ray of essence, and he wondered, could it be that the Uchiha clan is not willing to be lonely? Do you want to touch even the dark parts? This Uchiha Shui I know is not only extremely talented, but mentally like Jiraiya's apprentice Bo Fang Shuman, he is extraordinary. Humph, isn't that normal? 8th Fari snorted coldly and said confidently, don't worry, everything is in my control. If one day the Uchiha clan is out of control, the only thing waiting for the Uchiha clan is destruction. When he said this, several wisps of killing intent flashed on Sarutobi-san's cheeks. No matter who it is, as long as it threatens Konoha's interests, they must die. However, when the day really comes, he will definitely not do it himself. There is no way. As the supreme leader of Konoha, Hokage, he must maintain a perfect positive image. As for who will do it, he can only make a temporary layout. When Kimo Shuumao heard this, his heart froze, and he hesitated slightly. Then the matter of Uchiha stopping the water and entering the dark part? Agree, let Uchiha stop the water and enter the dark part to practice. 8th Fari nodded crisply and neatly, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, meaning to point. This ancestor of Uchiha water stop is Uchiha Mirror, so, after Uchiha stop water enters the dark part, you try to instill some things about Uchiha Mirror in him. It is best to let him inherit the legacy of his ancestors. You can't rush it. Kimo Shuumao hesitated a little before continuing, let me review first. After all, although Uchiha's talent and mind are high, it is not necessarily suitable for the dark part. 8th Fari nodded and said, okay, it's decided like this. If it's okay, you should go and get busy first. All right. The words did not fall. Kimo Shuumao disappeared in a few flashes. Uchiha stopped the water. Your ancestor Uchiha Kagami died for the benefit of Konoha. I hope you can be smarter, otherwise, it is impossible to get out of the dark part alive. After Kimo Shuumao left, 8th Fari took out his pipe with his own care, and his eyes were filled with icy killing intent. He knew very well what kind of wishful thinking the Uchiha clan made, but if he could get Uchiha to stop the water and serve Konoha's interests, it would be okay. If he insists on going his own way serving the interests of the Uchiha family, then, maybe by accident, Uchiha will die outside. Although Yunin village is not as good as the 5 great ninja villages, however, the prestige of Hanzo has been famous for a long time, and the influence of the entire ninja world is also extremely terrifying. And the name of the Clown Emperor stepped on the demigod, Hanzo of the Mountain Pepperfish, abruptly, and strongly became famous in the entire ninja world, entering the field of vision of the 5 shadows for the first time. In other words, there is no rain country yet the Clown Emperor has already shaken the entire ninja world, jumped up, and became a figure in the ninja world. For a while, the limelight is unmatched. In such cases, I don't know when, and I don't know where it started, someone added a title in front of the name of the Clown Emperor. God's Clown Emperor. It probably means that since your Clown Emperor is from the God organization, then it should be called the Clown Emperor of God. At the same time, when the whole ninja world is in turmoil, Land of Rain, inside a small town in Luo, was sitting on the chair with an excited face, and his heart was extremely excited this time. He took his subordinates, Empty Rain Hidden Village, and shocked Hanzo of the Mountain Pepperfish back, which can be regarded as making the Clown Emperor's famous name in the country of Rain a household name. In other words, Raleigh has completed the template task. Why hasn't the system responded yet? It didn't take long for Luo to be a little puzzled, After these few days of fermentation, he not only became famous in the country of Rain, but also shocked the entire ninja world by the way, and completed the template task perfectly. If the system remains unresponsive, then it means that his template task has not been completed, which means that the template task still has something he has not figured out. However, at this very time, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Joker King's template task. Now you can randomly draw new character templates. Ding! Host, starting to extract new role templates? Haha. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint me. Hearing these 2 mechanical prompts, Luo's face was delighted, his heart moved, and he directly silently said, System, start extracting the second character template. Ding! Host, new role template is being extracted. Please later, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character template of the world's #1 swordsman in the One Piece world, Joraker Mihawk. What? Joraker Mihawk's character template? Luo froze for a moment, and after reacting, he waved his fist with extreme excitement. Joraker Mihawk, he knows because, in One Piece, Joraker Mihawk is known as Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 martial C's of His Majesty, known as the world's #1 swordsman, and also the lifelong enemy and friend of the 4 Emperors Redhead. Nimas, in other words, this. But the template of the world's #1 swordsman? Although Joraker Mihawk is not a devil fruit powerhouse, his one-handed sword art is basically to the point of being supernatural, and moreover, Joraker Mihawk will also see the domineering and armed domineering. Satisfied. Very satisfied, Wyu. The next moment, Luo breathed a heavy sigh of relief and showed a relieved smile. It's really not easy because, every time the system extracts a new character template, he is a little worried. What if he draws a female character template or a template that is useless? Now, the first template is the Clown Emperor, the second template is Joraker Mihawk, which is also okay. System, I want to see the attributes of Joraker Mihawk. Ding. The properties of the Joraker Mihawk template are being generated. Second template, Joraker Mihawk, 0% star rating. Ability 1, Seeing and Smelling Domineering. Ability 2, Armed Color Domineering. Ability 3, Great Swordhouse Swordsmanship. Note, to increase the star rating, you need at least 10,000 template values. Not long after, an illusory interface suddenly appeared in Luo's mind. After a quick glance, Rolly fully understood the star rating and specific abilities of the Joraker Mihawk template system. No, can the star rating of the Joraker Mihawk template still be improved? However, soon, Rolly saw that something was wrong. It stands to reason that the Clown Emperor can evolve to the Chaos Clown Emperor, and it is normal for the star rating of the template to increase. However, Joraker Mihawk's template should have been finalized. How can it still improve the star rating? Ding! The host, Joraker Mihawk's template, can grow, as long as you use it well, strive to improve the star, and surpass the ontology is not a problem. System, what does it mean? Ding! The host, roughly means, as long as you have enough template values, Joraker Mihawk's template can become stronger. For example, if you raise the star rating of Joraker Mihawk's template to 4 stars, then Joraker Mihawk's template may have other new abilities. Okay. As soon as I heard this sentence, Luo immediately understood that the meaning expressed by the system was very simple. These role templates can actually be strengthened by the template value, not static. In other words, the starting point of the template is high, but it does not mean that it cannot continue to become stronger. Forget it, don't care so much. Let's try the ability of the Joraker Mihawk template. After half a ring, Luo's heart moved, without any hesitation, and silently gave orders to the system in his heart. Boom! A terrifying sword intent with some memories instantly flooded into Luo's mind. This memory is very sharp and domineering, basically Joraker Mihawk's cultivation experience of swordsmanship, seeing and smelling color domineering, armed color domineering. In other words, absorbing these memories, he basically mastered swordsmanship, saw and smelled color domineering, armed color domineering. Of course, mastery and practical application are 2 different things in layman's terms. His current theoretical knowledge is very rich, but in the actual battle, he still has to use the template of Joraker Mihawk to gradually improve the strength of the body. Interesting, it really deserves to be the #1 sword master in the pirate world. A few minutes later, the corners of Rolly's mouth turned up slightly, and he basically knew all about all the abilities of Joraker Mihawk. Then, he directly used the template of Joraker Mihawk in an instant. Luo lay transformed into a hawk-like yellow pear with short black hair, eagle-like sharp yellow eyes, a short beard, a black top hat with white fluff on his head, a burgundy-patterned shirt, a black trench coat, white trousers, black boots, a cross knife on his chest, and a black knife, one of the 12 supreme fast knives behind him. Boom! And at the moment when the avatar was completed, a sword intent that seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth swept out from Luo Lei's body, swept in all directions, and in an instant, many people in this town couldn't help but look in the direction of Luo Lei's hotel. No way, it's really this monstrous sword intent that is too terrifying. Although there is no substantial harm, there is an innate oppressive force on people, as if they want to dominate the world and overwhelm everything. Ding! The second stage character template mission, the #1 sword master in the ninja world. Introduction: Hawkeye Mihawk, as the #1 swordsman in the pirate world, how can he not have prestige in the Hokage world? So, please host the #1 swordsman in the ninja world. Oh yes, the #1 sword master in the ninja world? Hear this prompt, Luo Lei exclaimed with a slight surprise. Nemas, this template task is also too simple, right? Isn't the ninja world dominated by ninjas? Everyone compares the blood succession limit, such as burning, boiling, melting, magnetic, compared to ninjutsu, such as C-level ninjutsu, B-level ninjutsu, A-level ninjutsu, compared to pupil techniques, such as reincarnation, riding wheel eye, reincarnation eye, riding wheel eye, white eye, red eye, blood dragon eye, compared with the physique, such as the attack of the double devil, the bone vein, the domination of the 5 senses, the immortal body. There is no one more swordsman than who is the #1 sword master in the ninja world, because, in the ninja world, there are very few swordhao and samurai, and there are even fewer great swordhao, or, in the ninja world, there are almost no great swordhao. This task should be simple. After a rough rationalization of ideas, Luo Lei, who used the Hawkeye Mihawk template, involuntarily appeared a wisp of arc at the corner of his mouth. What else is there to say? The #1 sword master in the ninja world is determined. At the same time, in a hidden place in this town, is a secret stronghold of Zayazai's mercenaries, Chief Yahiko, Chief Nagato. In a room in the center of the stronghold, a mercenary dressed in the costume of the Zayazai mercenary organization was kneeling on the ground on one knee and reporting to 2 men wearing animal masks. The leader of the angels is in front. What, are you sure? Heard this sentence, Yahiko and Nagato stood up in unison, their voices very excited. In particular, in recent days, the Land of Rain has been in chaos, and the prestige of the God Clown Emperor has spread almost throughout the ninja world, and through specific intelligence, they also learned that Xiao Nan was saved by the Clown Emperor, and then, I don't know why, followed the Clown Emperor. Since the specific situation is not clear, Yahiko and Nagato can only secretly collect the whereabouts of the Clown Emperor while trying to find a way to contact Conan. Chief Yahiko, Chief Nagato, it's true, we know about the mercenary organization. Someone saw the angel chief follow a strange man into the inn. The mercenaries said affirmatively. Okay, you first. Boom. The next moment, just when Yahiko wanted to say something, a soaring sword intent swept out from the very center area of the town. Ordinary people may only feel some coercion, but Yahiko and Nagato's faces changed in an instant, as if they realized something incredible. How is it possible? This is a sword pose. Yahiko's eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that some powerful samurai has come here? Impossible. Impossible, this sword momentum is really too powerful. Nagato also kept shaking his head. What kind of joke? When can a swordsman burst out such a terrible sword chi fluctuation? Isn't this hitting many ninjas in the face? This momentum seems to come from the place where the angel leader lives. At this time, the mercenary sensed the direction of the sword momentum, hesitated, and then said carefully, "Big things are bad. Why didn't you say it earlier?" Swish. Ugh. The words did not fall, accompanied by 2 sounds that broke the void. Yahiko and Nagato's bodies disappeared in an instant, and they stormed in the direction where the sword momentum was. After Yahiko and Nagato flew a distance, the sky-rushing sword intent suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared again. Do we still want to go? Sensing all this, Yahiko and Nagato stopped a little awkwardly, looked at each other, and each could see the hesitation in their eyes. Just now, at the moment of sensing the sword momentum, because the 2 of them were worried about Xionin, they were a little impulsive and wanted to rescue Xionin. However, as soon as the sword momentum disappeared, it was like a basin of cold water poured in the hearts of the 2, and the hearts were cold, so that the 2 of them calmed down at once. No way, the gap in strength is too big. If the rash appearance of the 2 of them puts Xiao Nan in danger, it will be worth the loss. Forget it, let's go find Xionin. The next moment, Yahiko gritted his teeth, as if he had made some kind of decision, and said in a deep voice, "Since that Clown Emperor can save Xionin, then there must be no hostility towards our Zayazai mercenary organization." Well. Next to him, Nagato's red hair blocked his eyes, his tone was a little distracted, and if he listened carefully, there was a slight tremble. Nagato, what's wrong with you? Seeing the scene, Yahiko was a little confused and said with concern, how? Is your reincarnation eye uncomfortable again? Do you want to go back and rest and recuperate? Alright. Nagato's face was a little ugly, and he nodded reluctantly. Nima's, I don't know what's going on. Just the moment he sensed that sword momentum, his reincarnation eyes were faintly painful, as if someone didn't want him to go over. Okay, then I'll go first. Yahiko didn't think much about it, and said seriously, Nagato, you go to the stronghold and wait. If something is wrong, you quickly retreat. Ugh. The words did not fall. With a sound of breaking air, Yahiko flew out. Damn. Looking at Yahiko's back as he left, Nagato rubbed his pair of reincarnation eyes fiercely. Nima's, if it weren't for the reputation of the Eye of Reincarnation, he really wanted to poke this pair of eyes alive. Usually there is no use for eggs. As soon as it comes to the critical moment, problems begin to occur. What a special garbage. What's more, somehow so he always had a feeling that the pair of reincarnation eyes seemed to have their own consciousness and were not controlled by him, causing him to be unable to exert the true ability of the reincarnation eye. At the same time, or in that hidden underground cave in the ninja world, boom, a majestic pupil power disappeared instantly. Then I saw that Uchiha's three-hook jade writing wheel I quickly turned into a writing wheel. Ahem. Ahem. The next moment, Uchiha coughed a few times, and a sneer appeared on his old cheek. What kind of joke? Now he has not figured out the specific details of the Clown Emperor, so it is impossible for Nagato to meet the Clown Emperor. In case of any accident, then his plan may be lost. As for remotely controlling Nagato's reincarnation eye, it was a very simple matter. Who is he? He is the strongest person in the Uchiha clan, and the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, is a side-by-side existence with the Senju pillar. Even though the Eye of Reincarnation is in Nagato, but he still has part of the 6 pupil power on his body. Using these pupil powers, he can control the pair of reincarnation eyes that originally belonged to him from a distance anyway. In a word, for that plan, he arranged a lot of backhands, one of which was to arrange several transcription seals in the Eye of Reincarnation. Therefore, even if he dies in the future, Nagato and the others betray him again, that's okay, because he has a way to resurrect, through some means, at a specific point in time. How's Konoha's surveillance over there? After half a ring, Uchiha took a deep breath and asked weakly, Lord Uchiha, there is still no more suitable candidate for the Uchiha clan. Hearing these words, Baiju on the side suddenly showed a bitter smile and said, originally, the young genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha could stop the water, but his ideological consciousness was too high and difficult to control. The Uchiha family is really getting more and more waste. When Uchiha heard this, he snorted coldly with great disdain, and ordered, you continue to monitor the Uchiha family, don't look for that kind of genius, it's better to find the kind of person who values feelings. It doesn't matter if you are young, I have a way to make him obediently obey, so as to obediently inherit my legacy. Understood? Baiju nodded, and then, as if he thought of something, Lord Uchiha, the Clown Emperor sighed, don't you really need to keep an eye on it? No thanks. Uchiha waved his hand disapprovingly and said quietly, the current ninja world is too chaotic, let's arrange our own plans first. Moreover, I have an intuition that the third ninja world war may break out. Aha, Baiju exclaimed with a little surprise. Okay, then you go down. Didn't bother with Baiju, Uchiha waved his hand impatiently, and Yun closed his eyes lightly. To be fair, the birth of that Clown Emperor affected his plans to a certain extent. However, there is no way, for the sake of planning, he can only endure it for the time being. If one day, his plan is almost laid out, he didn't mind using his surviving body to meet the so-called God Clown Emperor for a while. Land of Rain, and in that town, Raleigh, Minami, and Yahiko were sitting in a room among them. Luo lay as relaxed. Xiao Nan pursed his mouth, revealing a look that wanted to laugh and wanted to hold back. Yahiko was a little embarrassed. Nima, just now, he angrily entered the hotel to rescue Xionin, thinking that he would face a big war. The result? But I saw Xiao Nanzen and the man in front of him talking and laughing, drinking tea and eating snacks, very leisurely. At that moment, he really wanted to find a hole in the ground to drill into, but that scene was really too humiliating. Ahem. After waiting for a while, seeing Yahiko's embarrassed look, Xiao Nan shook his head, pretended to cough a few times, and said, Yahiko, this is the Clown Emperor in front of you who has shaken the entire ninja world in the past few days. Is it the Clown Emperor? Yahiko glanced at Luo with some surprise, and said incredulously, according to the information received by our Zayazai mercenary organization, isn't the Clown Emperor dressed as a clown? Oh, I see, the Clown Emperor is his disguise. However, before the words fell, Yahiko seemed to have thought of something, and immediately reacted, looking at Luo with a shocked face. He never thought that this harmless young man in front of him was actually the Clown Emperor of the gods who shocked the entire ninja world a few days ago and discredited Yuin village. Terrible. It's really terrible. Gollum. Yahiko swallowed his saliva carefully. As the leader of the Zayazai mercenary organization, he thought that he was calm enough, but when he faced the Clown Emperor, he still lacked confidence, but the other party's prestige was too great, so he had to be cautious. Yahiko, huh? Luo smiled lightly at the boss of Zayazai's mercenary organization, and said quietly, Xiao Nan has been doing very well recently, I am really satisfied. Xiao Nan's pretty face suddenly turned red, and Mima glared at Luo Lei fiercely, and then said to Yahiko, "It's not what you think, okay, don't say it, don't worry, I understand." Yahiko glanced at Xiao Nan and Luo Lei with an ambiguous look, and blinked his eyes, revealing an expression that you don't need to explain. "I understand for Xionin, Yahiko really has no male and female affection. He has always loved Xiao Nan as a sister. Everyone is an orphan, living together since childhood. If Xiao Nan can find a good home, he can also let go of a strand in his heart." You. Xiao Nan pointed at Yahiko, wanting to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. She was really about to vomit blood. What was this? She just made a fire for Luo Lei to cook, served tea and poured water. How did it get into Yahiko's mouth? It was so weird. However, in the deepest part of her heart, how could she still seem to be a little happy? "Okay, Yahiko, let's get down to business." At this time, Luo Lei raised his eyebrows, glanced at Xiao Nan with a red face, and then said to Yahiko, "You didn't come here to see Xiao Nan so simple, right?" "Not exactly." As soon as he said business, Yahiko's expression suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Just now, a monstrous sword momentum seems to have come from here, right?" Ugh. Heard this sentence, Xiao Nan also reacted and turned his inquiring gaze to Luo Lei. She remembered very clearly, the monstrous sword momentum seemed to come from Lord Luo Lei's room. Well, indeed, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth turned up slightly, and he did not deny it, saying, "A great sword master of our god organization wanted to be born, so he came to ask me some questions." "Great sword how?" Yahiko and Xiao Nankai exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Nima, does the ninja world still have a great sword how?" Before the Sengoku period, the ninja world was actually the domain of samurai, and almost every samurai had a superb sword skill. However, after the inheritance of the ninja sect by the 6 Dao immortals, the situation began to change abruptly. Ninjas began to gradually occupy the mainstream of the world, and the samurai slowly faded out of the stage of history. Up to now, except for the Land of Iron, the samurai have basically disappeared. As a result, now the God organization actually has a great sword master, that is, the king of the swordsmen. This, how not to frighten Konan, Yahiko. Because, once this great sword how is born, the entire ninja world will definitely shake a few times, and the Iron Country may fall into extreme madness. Lord Lore, is what you said true? After half a ring, Xiao Nan sorted out his thoughts and said incredulously, "At present, in the ninja world, the sword how is almost extinct, and now, there is actually a big sword how in your organization." "It must be true," Luo Lei pouted and said meaningfully, "our god organization is very mysterious and powerful. Anyway, as long as you want to get it, there is nothing we can't do." "Well, it's scary." Maybe it's because it's too amazing. When Yahiko spoke, there was a pause, and finally, he sighed. "It turns out that the God organization really exists? Once it spreads, the entire ninja world will not be peaceful again." "Okay, well, don't talk about the useless ones." Luo Lei waved his hand disapprovingly and said seriously, "It just so happened that you came, and I want to cooperate with your Zai mercenary organization." "Cooperation?" Yahiko glanced at Luo Lei suspiciously and said in amazement, "Your organization is so strong? Do you still need to cooperate with our Zai mercenary organization? How do you talk?" Xiao Nan glared at Yahiko with disgust. Well, I said the wrong thing." Yahiko nodded embarrassedly before saying with a slight seriousness, "At present, our Zai mercenary organization, as an emerging force in the Land of Rain, can definitely meet the cooperation needs of your god organization." Okay. Seeing Yahiko's expression, Luo Lei nodded with great satisfaction at this stage. Although Yahiko is still relatively immature, as the leader of Zai's mercenaries, he still has some skills. At the very least, he is much more reliable than when Nagato was the boss. Nagato's boss, wants the world to feel pain. If he doesn't come to say it nicely is to take revenge on the world, and to put it badly, it is pure recklessness and foolhood. Lord Luo Lei, could it be related to that great sword how of your organization? Suddenly, Yahiko seemed to have thought of something and asked softly. Luo Lei did not deny it, and said slowly, "Can you Zai mercenary organization use its own intelligence network to help me collect information about the Kusanagi sword? By the way, check again which of the more powerful sword masters in the ninja world are information on Kusanagi sword in Jianhao?" Yahiko asked rhetorically. Yes, Luo Lei took a deep breath and said, "That great sword how of our god organization wants to know these two specific information, and if you know the mercenary organization can find out, it will give you certain benefits." Well, this cooperation is actually made up by Rolly. In fact, when he drew the template of Joriker Mihawk, he was thinking about how to quickly become the #1 swordsman in the ninja world. Just as the boss of the Zai mercenary organization sent him to the door, he planned to use the intelligence network of the Zai mercenary organization to collect some information about the Kusanagi sword in Jianhao. As for why you should collect the Kusanagi sword, that's of course because, the grass sword of the Hokage world is an artifact forged by the grass child, almost above countless ninja swords, just like the supreme fast sword 12 skills of the pirate world. It is very famous. Now that you've drawn the character template for Joriker Mihawk, so, by the way, collect a grass sword and try the difference between the grass sword and the Black Knife Knight in the future fight. Rolly uses the template of Joriker Mihawk, holding a grass sword in his left hand and a Black Knife Knight in his right hand, and he is a little excited to think about it. Of course, there is more than one grass sword and the strength varies, but almost all of them can be combined with ninjutsu to exert more powerful power. In the original work, Orochimaru has one, Suzuki has one, Itachi has one, and there are probably 3 Kusanagi swords in total. For example, the grass sword of the Big Snake Pill can be combined with the secret technique of the Big Snake Pill, it can be lengthened and stretched at will, and it can even make countless snakes spit out the sword, and it is stretched more than 10,000 meters when fighting with the half-tailed beast Naruto, which is very terrifying. And the Ten-Fist sword in Uchiha's hand is also a Kusanagi sword, and it is the last Kusanagi sword that Orochimaru is looking for. It has the ability to seal the body as a gourd, and it can be perfectly matched with Susanoo, which can perform a terrifying 10-punch sword technique, unleashing the person who is stabbed into the drunken fantasy world, and the blade can be quickly retracted. As for Uchiha Suzuki's Kusanagi sword, the specific ability is not clear, probably the addition of thunder. Done doubles the power and sharpness of the Kusanagi sword. No way, Uchiha Suzuki's plugins are too much, and the later stage is basically the use of invincible pupil techniques. Compared with those pupil techniques, the Kusanagi sword is really a little underlooking. Okay, I understand. Heard this sentence, Yahiko hesitated for a moment before saying affirmatively, don't worry, the Zayazai mercenary organization may not work otherwise, but it is still possible to collect some intelligence. Well, as soon as possible. Luole didn't say much, and said in a deep voice, you should be very clear about the current situation. Although World War II has ended for so many years, the conflict of interests between the 5 major powers has not stopped, but has become more and more intense. Perhaps, wait a few years, the 3 wars will break out. What, Lord Roly? Do you mean that the Third Ninja World War is about to break out? The words have not yet fallen. Yahiko and Konan each let out an exclamation. The expression on their faces was very complicated. More precisely, there was a palpitation. The Second Ninja World War, the two of them have experienced, the cruel and cold scene, seems to be still vivid. As a result, some people now say that the Third Ninja World War may break out, which makes Yahiko and Konan have an unreal feeling. Don't worry, I'm not alarmist, it's you who underestimated the greed of the 5 great ninja villages. Roly shrugged indifferently. Now it is Konoha 40 years, and now Konoha 41 years, probably waiting for a few years. As soon as the 3 generations of Wind Shadows die, the war will slowly begin, and once a big ninja village goes to war, the entire ninja world will be unavoidable. Damn. It seems that something came to mind. Yahiko drank angrily with a livid face. Before, he hadn't thought about the 3 battles, but now, as soon as he heard Luolei's reminder, he sorted out some of the intelligence he had recently collected, and found in vain that unknowingly, the 5 major ninja villages seem to be engaged in an arms race. Among them, Uahide village is the craziest, as if it is expanding the number of ninjas on a large scale. The intelligence agency of the mercenary organization, the speed and efficiency of intelligence gathering is still very fast. Just 2 days later, Yahiko sent someone to deliver several scrolls to Luolei's hands. As for Zionin, as the 3 giants of the Zayazai mercenary organization, after listening to the conversation that day, she returned to the Zayazai mercenary organization with Yahiko. In her words, before the 3 wars, the Zayazai mercenary organization must become stronger. Otherwise, it is very likely to be destroyed in the war. Hotel room. Luole looked at the 2 scrolls in his hand and revealed a thoughtful expression. He saw Konan and Yahiko, but Nagato never appeared, as if deliberately avoiding him, which is a bit worth pondering. For Nagato, Luole is not interested in it at this stage. But behind Nagato, the man named Uchiha Madara, he was very interested last time. He casually killed a white doppelganger, just to tell Uchiha that his existence. As a result, Uchiha BA would also endure, but there was no reaction. Can endure, ruthless enough, grasp of human nature to the extreme. If it weren't for the Black Hand, Uchiha BA would definitely be the final winner, but unfortunately, the Big Tubewood clan, the chess is superior, and Uchiha BA is played very thoroughly. Forget it, let's take a look at the intelligence scroll first. After half a ring, Roly shook his head and picked up one of the scrolls to look at it. Well, this is an intelligence about the Kusanagi sword, which is about what he knows. At present, a total of 3 Kusanagi swords have appeared in the ninja world, one of which is in the hands of a swordsman in Union villages. For the other 2, one is said to have appeared on the underground black market and then disappeared, while the other was completely missing. At the end of the intelligence scroll, though it is also noted that Mifune, the general of the samurai country and the country of iron, is suspected to have a Kusanagi sword. Since Mifune is relatively mysterious, since losing to Hanzo more than 10 years ago, he has hardly made much shots, so it is not clear whether there is a Kusanagi sword. Seeing this, Luolei's eyes flickered slightly. Directly destroyed the scroll in his hand, and immediately picked up another intelligence scroll and looked at it carefully. Quickly scanning the scroll, the expression on Luolei's face was not happy, but it was not disappointed, because the information on this intelligence scroll was similar to what he expected. According to the meaning on the scroll, at present, the strongest sword master recognized in the ninja world is the general of the Iron Country, Mifune. Because he does not practice ninjutsu, Mifune's mastery of swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle, and he is one of the very few samurai who can compete with shadow-level ninjas. As for some of the rest of the Jianhao, none of them are very pure, most of them are practiced together in swordsmanship and ninjutsu. For example, Konoha's Kiki White Fang, he is not only a sword master, but also a shadow-level ninja. the 7 people of the ninja Dao and Wien village are almost all elite upper ninja. This is, however, just as Luo Lei wanted to throw the scroll in his hand to the side, he saw a name in Vei Night Moon Sword, the sword how of the Night Moon clan, a wealthy family in Union Village. Because he obtained the Kusanagi sword a few years ago, he became the first swordsman in the Land of Thunder, and with his profound swordsmanship combined with the Kusanagi sword, he defeated countless swordsmen in the Land of Thunder. Not just a sword master, but also a Kusanagi sword. See this one name, Luo Lei smiled involuntarily, really thinking about something, what to come. He was thinking about how to become the first swordsman in the ninja world, and this Night Moon sword was sent to them. Almost instantly, according to this intelligence, Luo Lei thought about the next operational deployment. First go to Union Village, and for a while the so-called first sword master of the Thunder Country, Night Moon Sword, snatched the Kusanagi sword. Immediately, he turned to the Land of Iron and defeated Mifune, the general of the Iron Country, in public, and then the template mission was completed. Exactly, it is also possible to act through this one. Let the prestige of Jorik or Mihawk spread throughout the ninja world. The next day, what, Lord Lore, you're leaving? When it was heard that Roly was leaving the Land of Rain, Xiao Nan Qiao frowned, and said very puzzled, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Now, the entire ninja world is looking for you. As far as I know, the 5 major ninja villages have sent the Dark Department to the Land of Rain, so, Lord Lulii, you really shouldn't go. But I don't have time. Pay attention to those smelly fish and rotten shrimp. Luo Lei shook his head with great disdain and said quietly, at present, if the 5 great ninja villages don't mess with me, I won't do anything to them, but this time, I'm going to Union Village. Union Village. Xiao Nan covered his mouth and exclaimed, what's wrong, are you surprised? Luo Lei shrugged his shoulders and said disapprovingly, Union Village is not a Longton tiger den, what is there to be surprised about? Nope, it's not. Xiao Nan hurriedly shook his head and said with a slight concern, the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow in Union Village is known as the strongest Thunder Shadow in history, and has a combat power comparable to the 8-tailed bull ghost. Wild State, you still, where did you want to go? Heard this sentence, Luo Lei waved his hand with a smile and said helplessly, I just want to see the first sword master of the Thunder Country. Besides, even if the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow make a move, they may not be able to do anything with me. Well, all right, Xiao Nan pouted and said with a slight hesitation, ahem. Zionin, you won't like me, will you? At this time, Luo Lei did not care so much, but instead held his hands to his chest, staring at Xiao Nan with a smile, his eyes filled with ridicule. Who likes? The next moment, just when Xiao Nan wanted to say something, his voice suddenly stopped, and his pretty face became red, because, the moment he just wanted to speak, he was hugged by Luo Lei in his arms. Alas, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a slight evil smile, tilted his head, and whispered in Xiao Nan's ear, wait a minute, I'm leaving. You, what do you say? Xiao Nan, who was still in a coquettish state, suddenly came to his senses and pushed Luo Lei away with an indignant face. Why, at such a moment, can't you say something else to compliment her? Wait, go, where are you going? Nothing, just wanted. Luo Lei shook his head very freely, and before he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped forward. Long time, the two were separated. A few days later, Land of Thunder, Yunli Gorge in Union Village, as a very strange and famous place in Union Village. Yunli Gorge basically does not rain all year round, due to the dry sky, lightning and thunder from time to time, resulting in no green plants here, coupled with the tall mountains rising and falling, it forms a canyon. However, at this moment, in the central area of Yunli Gap, 2 figures were standing with swords, one of them, holding a weapon with a white hilt and a slender blade, flashed with a terrifying cold light. Well, needless to say, this knife was a straw sword, and the person who holds it is the first sword master of the Thunder Country, the Night Moon Sword. At this time, the Night Moon Sword showed a faint sword intent all over his body, as if it was about to erupt at any time, very indifferent. On the opposite side of the Night Moon Sword, there stood an unknown sword master dressed as a samurai, who also had sword intent on his body, but it was much weaker than the Night Moon Sword. From a distance, centered on Night Moon Sword and the unknown sword master, there were countless ravines crisscrossing the surrounding earth and rocks. Further afield, many Yunren's eyes were filled with awe, looking at the two who were facing each other from a distance. It is worthy of being the #1 swordsman in our Thunder Country, and the swordsmanship of Lord Night Moon Sword with the grass sword is really a bit unsolvable. Alas, over the years, I don't know how many people have challenged Lord Night Moon Sword, but none of them can threaten his status. Is it really invincible and lonely? Yes, maybe in a few years, Lord Night Moon Sword will be the #1 sword master in the ninja world. Nima, the geniuses of the Night Moon clan are really endless. The son of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow seems to have been designated as the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow by the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow Lord, and there is also Night Moon Kyribi, and now, Night Moon Sword has also grown. It is simply incomprehensible. Soon, many Yunren talked about you when I said a word. Without exception, almost every Yunren's cheek was filled with a look of horror. No way, although Night Moon Sword is not a ninja, he is really a bit perverted in terms of swordsmanship, especially after getting the grass sword. He abruptly relied on his swordsmanship to become one of the top masters of the Night Moon clan, and was deeply valued by the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow weapons. As for the unknown samurai, he came from the Land of Iron, and he wanted to challenge the Night Moon Sword with great momentum. As a result, the ideal is plump and the reality is skinny. After the Night Moon Sword accepted the challenge, the unknown samurai was suppressed from beginning to end, and there was nothing remarkable at all. At the same time, stupid bastard, it's really bad. Behind the watching Yunin, in a clearing, Yojutsu Kiribi wore a pair of sunglasses and shouted with great disdain, "It seems that the samurai are really in decline, and they don't have any combat effectiveness." Yes, next to him, Night Moon AI, the future fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, hugged his chest with his hands and said in a deep voice, "The samurai is actually relatively strong, but the body is more fragile than the ninja. Even if the sword art is very good, it is useless." Stupid bastard AI, you're right. Heard this sentence, Night Moon Kiribi made a very okay gesture and said confidently, "With the blessing of Lei Dun Chakra, I can blast this unknown samurai in front of me with one punch." Truly. Night Moon AI nodded and did not deny it. Their Night Moon clan is originally based on body and speed, especially in the state of Lei Dun Chakra. Punching a samurai is a breeze. Stupid bastard, let's go practice combined ninjutsu. The next moment, Night Moon Kiribi shook his head tastelessly, originally thinking that there was a big battle, but it turned out to be a crushing game, so he had no interest in watching. "Okay, let's go." Night Moon AI shrugged his shoulders and said quietly, "The most important thing in combined ninjutsu is to have a common mind. In the future, you will hang out less and stay with me more, eat together, and sleep together." In the past few months, he and Kiribi have been practicing the combined secret art of the Night Moon clan all night in Yunli Gorge. The result has never been successful. In vain heard that someone challenged the Night Moon Sword. The two of them came over to make a scene. As a result, there was really nothing to see. Jianhao was really not as powerful as a ninja. Even if it is the Night Moon Sword, holding the grass sword, there is no particularly bright place. In the field, Night Moon Sword held the grass sword, and his face was very calm, and the unknown samurai dressed as a swordhao. The body is constantly trembling, especially the right hand holding the sword, full of scars, blood. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the first sword master of the Thunder Country, holding the grass sword, almost incomprehensible. Would you rather die than give in? The corners of Night Moon Jian's mouth turned up slightly, and said quietly, "You go. Give you a chance to live. In the future, don't be presumptuous and want to challenge me, because you are not worthy at all." Yes, the unknown samurai dressed Jianhao shook his head bitterly. He is actually a disciple of Mifune, the general of the country of samurai and the country of iron. Kinsuk, a famous master of the Iron Country, this time, secretly came to Union Village to challenge the Night Moon Sword, just to test his ability. The result is simple and straightforward. He is not the opponent of Night Moon Sword at all. More precisely, he lost to Kusanagi Sword. Strike, with the etiquette of a swordsman, send me on my way. After half a ring, Okasuk's face straightened, his eyes showed a resolute look, and he slowly raised his scarred right hand and said, "This is the last sword. It's really a mantis blocking the car." Night Moon Sword smiled coldly, slowly took the childish sword, and took a sword pose, and in an instant, a sword intent that seemed to be able to shatter the sky and the earth came out through the sword. Seeing this, Okansuk took a deep breath and slowly gathered his sword momentum together, obviously preparing to launch his final blow. However, just when the sword intent of the two continued to condense, as if they were about to have a final confrontation, the two of them paused in a very strange chi brush, and then looked towards the sky in unison. Squeak! In midair, countless bats appeared in vain, making a whining scumbag call. What is even more strange is that in the middle of these bats, there is a man with short black hair, a short beard, a black top hat embellished with white fluff, a cross knife on his chest, and a black broad-blade long knife behind him. Who is that? Why haven't you seen this person and use bats as a means of transportation? Nima, is he also a swordhao? How does it feel? A little cool. In the distance, those Yunren who were watching the battle were a little confused. They all showed a stunned look, and looked at Luo Lei, who suddenly appeared in midair very strangely and confused. Wait a minute, there's something wrong with this person. At this time, Night Moon AI, who just wanted to leave, stopped Night Moon Kiribi, staring at Luo Lei, who suddenly appeared in midair, because the moment he saw those bats, he thought of the Clown Emperor of God who had only made a fuss some time ago. If he remembers correctly, when the Clown Emperor descended into the Langyu hidden village with his hands, he used bats to carry out high-altitude attacks. Stupid bastard AI, what's wrong? Night Moon Kiribi didn't care so much, and asked very suspiciously, "Something is wrong. This one in front of him is definitely not the Clown Emperor." Night Moon AI didn't seem to hear Kiribi's voice, his face showed a dazed look, and he kept muttering, "I don't know what's going on." When he saw the man in front of him, he felt as if he saw a sword. Suddenly, at this moment, Luo Lei in midair suddenly opened his eyes. Whew, whew, whew. In the next instant, there was a sound of gasping for air at the scene, and Some Yunren, who was not good at it, almost collapsed on the ground in fright. Whew, whew, whew. In the next instant, there was a sound of gasping for cold air on the scene, and Some Yunren, who was not strong, almost collapsed on the ground in fright. Terrible. It's really terrible. What kind of eyes is this? Actually as sharp as an eagle's eye. Just with one look, I see a lot of Yunren as a burst of scalp numbness, and the heart is panicked, as if being targeted by something terrible. This These eyes are so scary. Why is this? There is no pupil fluctuation, it is definitely not the blood succession limit. Who is he? The eyes are really terrible, and I feel that I can kill people just by looking at them. After a burst of shock at the scene, almost all Yunren had a more or less awe in their eyes, but only two people are different, that is, standing at the back, Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kirabi in the clearing, but Rao is so, the expressions on their faces are very solemn. It seems that sword is a grass sword, right? Luo Lei stood on the back of several bats, looking down at the entire Cloud Thunder Gorge. No, more precisely, he stared at the grassy sword in Yaya Sword's hand that was filled with strange fluctuations. After using the character template of Jorik or Mihawk, his perception of the sword is particularly sensitive, especially the kind of special sword, and he feels that it is calling you from afar, and he is very spiritual. As for those Yun Shinobu who were frightened to tell the truth, he was not looked at by Luo Lei at all, and he directly ignored it gorgeously. To say a bad word, with Luo Lei's current strength, these cloud ninja in front of him are smelly fish and rotten shrimp. Even if there are one or two chakra, breath is relatively strong, it is also some relatively powerful smelly fish and rotten shrimp, and it can't become any climate. Who are you? If it's okay, dodge and don't disturb us dueling. At this time, Night Moon Jian really couldn't stand it, and couldn't help but scold Nemas. He is accepting the challenge of others, pretending? As a result, such a guy appeared, which instantly attracted the attention of all Yunren on the scene. This is not. Is it purely to smash the field? It's unbearable. What's more, the black scrambling thong knife on that guy's back is not an ordinary product at first glance. Therefore, in fact, in the deepest part of the heart of Night Moon Sword, he is also a little moved. He gets a grass sword strength as a qualitative leap. If he harvests another good sword, then the strength will definitely improve a lot. Noisy heard this sentence. Luo Lei frowned and snorted coldly. Airplanes. The next moment, a sword that seemed to be about to cut off everything, the world, and the sword that was above everything swept out from Luo Lei's body in vain, because it was too powerful, so that the air trembled and hummed. Clang, clang, bell. And sensing this sword momentum, in an instant, many Yunren on the scene, the weapons in their hands couldn't help but fall to the ground, making a staggered sound of metal falling to the ground. How is it possible, such a powerful sword power? So strong. Is it really so strong? Is there such a strong sword master in the ninja world? Impossible. Such a strong sword power, definitely not Jianhao. Is it the legendary Great Sword Hao? Boom! Less than a few seconds, an uproar quickly came out. The whole scene fell into an incomparably shocking shock on the cheeks of many Yunren. It was no longer a simple shock, but an unbelievable that penetrated into the bone marrow. As soon as the strong make a move, they will know whether there is one. Luo Lei simply revealed a little bit of sword power. Many Yunren knew that the Night Moon Sword and the mysterious sword master with eagle-like eyes in front of him had the difference between heaven and earth, and it gave people a feeling of seeing a witch. No way. No way. At this time, the most unbelievable thing was the Night Moon Sword as the first swordsman of the Land of Thunder. Although he is not a powerful ninja, but with his good swordsmanship, he has a certain reputation and status in the entire Union village, and he is deeply respected by the 3 generations of Lord Thunder's shadow. The result? Now an unknown mysterious figure suddenly appeared, and just by virtue of his momentum, he had a taste of wanting to surrender this. Is it a little hard to believe? What a joke. You know, he is the first swordsman of the country of thunder, and he also has the artifact that countless ninjas dream of, the grass sword. How can he be weaker than this mysterious guy in front of him? On your knees, however, there is not so much why. Maybe it was the perception that Night Moon Sword was not very convinced, or maybe it was purely unpleasant to see him. Luo Lei's eyes froze, and he burst into laughter. In vain. Airplanes. In an instant, the sword chi rushed into the sky, and the killing aura was constantly pervasive. Then, an even more terrifying sword intent swept out, as if the air had turned into countless sharp blades, and at a lightning speed, it rushed towards the Night Moon Sword to suppress fiercely. Bang! Under such oppression, Night Moon Sword's face changed, and he didn't react at all. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he knelt on the ground, and after kneeling, his body is constantly trembling, his eyes are white, as if he has suffered some inhuman torture, which is extremely terrifying. Since the Night Moon Sword was pressed by the sword and knelt down, with the sword momentum alone, let the first sword master of the Thunder Country kneel. Who is this person exactly? Things have happened, in the field that Night Moon Sword is most proud of, but it was destroyed by others in seconds. In the distance, those Yunren, who were still watching, saw this scene. Their cheeks all showed extreme surprise. Obviously they did not expect that mysterious sword Hao, with the sword power alone, made the first sword Hao of the country of thunder kneel on the ground. Stupid bastard, who is he? At this time, Night Moon Kirabi also reacted. In vain. Nima, he can ignore bullying others, but, bullying the people of the Night Moon clan, he is in control. But, just when Kirabi's body moved, he wanted to strike. Wait a minute. Night Moon AI stretched out his hand to stop Kirabi and chuckled. Let's continue to see, if Night Moon Sword can stand up under pressure, it will help him grow in the future. Stupid bastard, AI, what do you mean? Night Moon Kirabi was a little confused, and asked, very puzzled. Night Moon Sword, as a member of the Night Moon clan, but kneeling on the ground by others suppressed by others in the Cloud Thunder Gorge, isn't this hitting our Night Moon clan in the face? Do you want me to sit idly by? Humph. If there is no ability, even if the Night Moon sword is killed by others, he can only blame himself for not being strong. When Night Moon AI heard this, his face snorted coldly, and he said in a deep voice, "The world of ninjas has always been honored by the strong, and over the years, Night Moon sword has developed too smoothly, and a little setback may be able to promote his transformation. This, a sucker. Bastards. Okay." Night Moon Kairabi pouted disapprovingly and pondered for a moment before nodding reluctantly. In fact, he understood the truth, but somehow, seeing Yayu Jian kneeling on the ground, he had a faint sense of foreboding in his heart. "It's really boring." At this time, in midair, Luo Lei looked at the Night Moon sword who was kneeling on the ground and constantly trembling. Yin Feng shook his head lightly, and then, a flashing figure floated down from the air and slowly fell to the ground. At the same time, impossible. Impossible. The Night Moon sword who was kneeling on the ground looked extremely hideous, and the right hand holding the grass sword was trembling greatly, obviously unable to accept that he was suppressed by others with sword power. Gollum, so strong. It's really strong. And directly in front of the Night Moon sword, Kenho Chongsuk swallowed his saliva carefully, although the terrifying sword momentum did not work on his body, but the residual momentum alone made his heart shake. "The grass sword is in your hand, it is really a pearl secretly cast." After Luo Lei landed, his gaze like an eagle eye fell on the grass sword in the hand of Night Moon sword. At this look, he knew that the Kusanagi sword in front of him was the Kusanagi sword that Suzuki Uchiha got in the original work, with a white hilt and a sword body shining with cold light, giving people a feeling of incomparable sharpness in the air. Right at this time, maybe it's unwillingness, maybe it's because of anger to the extreme, maybe it's because it's bottoming out. Night Moon sword raised his head sharply, staring at Luo Lei frantically, and a majestic thunder chakra appeared on his body in vain, covering the thin blade of the grass sword like cicada wings at an extremely fast speed. Boom. The next moment, as if it had been opened, the grass sword burst out with extremely violent sword fluctuations. Lei done one slash. Ignoring so much, Night Moon sword seemed to fall into madness, got up in vain, and rushed towards Luo Lei. "Don't measure yourself." Luo Lei frowned, reached out and took the twilight cross knife tied to his chest in his hand, rushed forward, and then, without using any profound sword moves, just waved sideways very lightly. Bite. A crisp sound of sword clanging sounded, and Luo Lei and Night Moon sword staggered in the blink of an eye. Poof! In the next second, on the body of the Night Moon sword, blood splashed everywhere, and the spirit energy of the whole body quickly dissipated, and the whole person fell heavily to the ground as if he had suffered some heavy injury. Bang! Then, in full view, Night Moon sword's head opened its eyes in disbelief, quickly broke away from his body, and kept rolling into the distance. At the same time, after taking out the Night Moon sword, an invisible sword chi remained unabated and blasted forward unexpectedly. A huge rock in the distance was smashed into countless fragments. Bang! In an instant, the boulder burst and slammed in all directions, making a heavy landing sound. Quiet. A dead silence. At the scene, almost all Yun Shinobu who were watching this battle, all of them couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of spit. Their foreheads gradually overflowed with a trace of cold sweat, and what's more, their bodies trembled slightly. A sword. Just a sword. That Yayu sword, known as the first sword master of the Thunder Country, was simply and neatly killed? Tai Nima's is unbelievable, right? Stupid bastard, it can't be. After half a ring, Night Moon Kairabi reacted and shouted in disbelief, his eyes filled with horror. Nima, just now he saw very clearly that Jianhao with eagle eye like sharp eyes did not use any special energy, but purely relied on the twilight cross knife to slash and killed the Night Moon sword in seconds. Oh, it's completely impossible? Because Night Moon sword is holding the grass sword blessed by Lei Dun Chakra. Whether it is its own defense power, or the power and sharpness of the grass sword have doubled, how can it be killed in seconds? Well, so strong. On the side, Yayu AI was also a little confused. In particular, he also wants to see the transformation of the Night Moon sword in a desperate situation, and a Jedi counterattack. As a result, Night Moon sword fought back, but, very unsatisfactory, it was to die, and others only used a twilight cross knife to make his head fall to the ground, and he could no longer die. Actually, if Night Moon Kairabi or Night Moon sword has white eyes or chakra eyes, it will be very clear that at the moment of the battle, the twilight cross knife was wrapped with a faint armed color domineering. Dead. The first sword lord of the Land of Thunder, Night Moon sword, is dead. Impossible. How could it be like this? It's dead. Something big happened. Union Village is going to riot. And a few minutes later, a deafening and terrifying sound, like a violent wind and rain, resounded in the Cloud Thunder Gorge, and almost every Yunren involuntarily trembled several times, and even collapsed on the ground. No way, it's really the mysterious sword master in the field. Too daring. Just kidding? In the Yunli Gorge of Union Village, killing the first sword master of the Thunder Country, who is very important even for 3 generations of Thunder Shadows, isn't that a loss of will? If this news spread, the reputation of Union Village would definitely be seriously hit. Therefore, the only way for Union Village to save its reputation is to leave the mysterious big sword Hao in front of him in Union Village and kneel down to admit his mistake. Something is wrong. It's a big deal, so, after the initial shock, horror, and disbelief, many Yun Ren reacted at once, especially, Night Moonsword died, and it was killed by someone in Yunli Gorge in Union Village, and more importantly, it seemed to be killed in front of them. It's a bit of a slap in the face. At the same time, bang in the field, Jianhao Chongsuk may have been frightened, his body fell to the ground in vain, looking at Luo Lei's eyes full of horror, and the deepest part of his heart set off a monstrous wave as a disciple of Mifyun, the general of the country of samurai and the country of iron. He said he thought that Master Mifyun's swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle, but, knowing that he saw this mysterious sword how in front of him, did he know what the real great sword how was? And, I don't know how, in his faint perception, it seemed that his Master Mifyun was not as strong as the mysterious swordsman in front of him. Humph. At this time, Luo Lei didn't care so much, glanced coldly at the Yaya sword, whose corpse was already cold, and shook his head with disdain. Too weak. It's really too weak. Maybe it's because there are too few swordmasters in the ninja world, so that swordsmanship like Night Moonsword is almost zero, and the smelly fish rotten shrimp Jianhao who has no skills is relatively inflated. To put it in a bad word, in the world of pirates, a half-hanging sword how like Night Moonsword is basically not on the list, and when you go out to fight against a slightly armed and domineering sword how, you will lose very badly. Forget it. Take the grass sword and leave. The next moment, Luo Lei shrugged his shoulders, shook his head boredly, and then, completely ignoring Yun Ren, Yun took a few steps forward lightly. Your grass sword, I took it. However, just as Luo Lei walked to the body of Night Moonsword, he wanted to lower his head and pick up the grass sword hands-on. Kiribi, the color in Night Moon AI's eyes flashed away, and he said coldly, as a sword master, Night Moonsword is not good at learning, and it is natural to die, but he must not be allowed to leave, let alone let him leave with the grass sword. Stupid. Bastard, Ray instant. Hearing these words, Night Moon Kiribi instantly entered the Thunder Dun Chakra mode, his hands quickly sealed, and a majestic Thunder Chakra swept out. At the same moment, Night Moon AI's speed is not slow at all. The whole body is covered with chakra and blue thunderbolts, which directly activate the flesh. Swish. Ugh. Accompanied by two sounds that broke the void, I saw that the bodies of Night Moon Kiribi and Night Moon AI flew out in an instant, like two blue lightnings, divided into two directions, towards Luo Lei. Lei Dun Ji Niu Thunder Plow Hot Knife. Approaching Raleigh, Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi looked at each other and smiled, as if they had a little understanding of the soul, and directly used a combination ninjutsu, obviously wanting to use Luo Lei to test the results of the joint training of the two in the past few days. Perceive all this, Luo Lei frowned and shook his head very speechlessly. In fact, his domineering appearance had long since Night Moon Kiribi and Night Moon AI, but since none of them made a move, Luo Lei didn't want to make a difference. However, since they have already made a move. Rolly held the Twilight Cross knife in one hand, and his heart moved. A wisp of breath flowed out of him in vain, slowly surrounding the cross knife in his hand, and finally attached to the cross knife, making the cross knife turn into pitch black. That's right, this is armed color domineering. Just now, when killing the Night Moon sword, Luo Lei used a little bit now in the face of Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi who exploded towards him. He didn't want to twist and pinch, and he didn't want to waste any time. Anyway, it was all fighting. It was better to crush Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi at one time. It was refreshing. What is it? Looking at the cross knife in Luo Lei's hand, the whole body turned into pitch black. Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi were a little puzzled, and there was a faint sense of foreboding. But, the arrow had to be sent on the string. They had already used combined ninjutsu, and suddenly braked. It was definitely not possible. Stupid bastard, let's see if it's your swordsmanship, or our Night Moon clan's ninjutsu. When he was about to collide with Luo Lei's body, Night Moon Kiribi grinned, his right arm was bruised in vain, and Lei Du chakra surged, and his whole body strength quickly gathered, obviously wanting to launch a fatal blow to Luo Lei. Chop! Luo Lei's gaze was very indifferent, and there was no expression fluctuation on his face. Laugh at. The next moment, accompanied by a cold drink in Luo Lei's heart in front of everyone's eyes, the cross knife in his hand swung towards Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi, and in an instant, the two sword rays seemed to cut through the space and burst out. Well, these two sword rays, which don't look very eye-catching, are a combination of sword chi and armed color domineering swish. Ugh. The two sword rays, like a moment of beauty, flashed away in the blink of an eye. He rushed to the front of Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi. Give Lao Tzu a blast. Seeing this scene, Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi didn't care much in their opinion. It is just a sword radiance, and with their physical fitness and defensive power, they are definitely able to resist the past. However, the ideal is plump, the reality is skinny. Bang! Bang! After two crisp collisions, countless Yun Ren at the scene saw an incredible scene. I saw the imposing Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi, and the moment they touched the sword, their bodies seemed to have been hit hard and flew out upside down. Boom! Then, it smashed the ground not far away. Quiet. A dead silence. The entire Yunli Gorge fell silent for a moment, and it seemed like a long time had passed. However, in fact, it was only for a moment, and as a result, that mysterious sword how only swung two swords, Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi flew out. The script is wrong, it's too unexpected, right? You must know that this is Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi. They are both super geniuses in Union Village among them. Night Moon AI, needless to say, is the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, heir of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow. As for Night Moon Kiribi, a few years ago, he became the pillar force of the 8 Tails. Say a bad word, in the future, the mainstay of Union Village will be Yayu AI and Yayu Kiribi. What now? The so-called mainstay, but being bombarded by a sword, is simply incredible, and there is a feeling of inexplicability in the heart. Poof! In the field, after Yayu AI, who was bombarded by a sword, fell to the ground, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Are you kidding? He was actually bombarded, and what was even more terrifying was that sword radiance not only broke his thunder chakra pattern, but also Yue blasted it away, which, it's a bit confusing. Stupid bastard, how is it possible? Another direction, Night Moon Kiribi's look is similar to Night Moon AI compared with the previous Hanger Langdang. The current Kiribi looks extremely serious. Nima's, he also didn't figure it out, although he and AI did not reach the shadow level, but the strength of the elite shinobi is still there. If they join forces, they can even harden some shadow level ninjas, but as a result, they are so bombarded. Of course, in Kiribi's chest, there was also a knife mark that was bleeding, but due to his physique and the thunder chakra pattern, Kiribi's wound was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. You two are not my opponents, better give up. Luo Lei glanced at Night Moon AI and Kiribi, grasped the cross knife in his hand, and said quietly, you have great potential, but now you are far from my opponent. After saying this, Luo Lei shook his head to himself. You must know that after using the character template of Joriker my hawk, he has the strength of the top swordsman, so isn't it easy to deal with Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi, who have not yet grown up? If I had to say it in one sentence, then it can only be said that the power of the great sword is terrifying. If I had to say it in one sentence, then it can only be said that the power of the great sword is terrifying. Especially with the cooperation of seeing and hearing the domineering color and the armed color domineering, even if Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi use the thunder instantaneous body and enter the thunder chakra mode, there is no use in the egg. First sense your location with the domineering attitude, then use sword art with armed color domineering to break your thunder chakra mode. To put it in a bad way, even if you Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi have the ability to turn the sky, they are basically Luo Lei Tianqi. Ugh, the next moment, Luo Lei ignored Night Moon AI and Night Moon Kiribi, turned his gaze, and looked at the grass sword on the ground, and then, with a flash, he took the grass sword in his hand. Airplanes. The moment he got the grass sword, the sword body of the grass sword trembled violently a few times. Then, a very strange force shrouded in all directions at an extremely fast speed, as if it was an invisible realm, gradually covering the entire Cloud Thunder Gorge. Impossible, this is the realm of the sword. Sensing that the entire Cloud Thunder Gorge seemed to be shrouded in a strange sword momentum, Yayu AI seemed to have thought of something. His face changed, and looking at Luo Lei's gaze was like looking at a monster. No way. As the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, heir of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow, he was fortunate enough to see a lot of materials preserved by the Night Moon clan about the so-called samurai era before the Warring States. Before the 6 Dao Immortals, samurai are the mainstream of the ninja world, and almost slightly awesome samurai are all excellent swordsmen among the sword hao. The most awesome is the big sword hao. What's more, when the sword art reaches an extreme, a sword field will naturally appear. Right, it's the realm of the sword. According to records, in this realm of swords, the spellcaster can do whatever he wants, and the effect of returning 10,000 swords to the sect with one sword is very terrifying. You're happy. At this time, I saw that the sword body of the grass sword was shaking violently. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth turned up slightly, and he muttered confidently, don't worry, in the future, you will definitely not be so humiliated and uncomfortable in my hands. Airplanes. It was as if he had heard Rolly's promise. The sword body of the grass sword was very humanely bent, just like a person nodding his head, which was extremely strange. Sure enough, famous swords are all psychic. Luo Lei was not surprised at all, and shrugged indifferently. After the grass sword arrived, he had 2 weapons that could be called artifacts in his hand. Maybe in the future, you can try the grass sword in his left hand and the black knife in his right hand. Knight. Who the hell are you? Nima, seeing that Rolly simply ignored himself, Yayu AI thought a lot, forced to helplessly, turned around, stood up, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, you are so strong. You shouldn't be a nameless person in the ninja world. Who am I? Luo Lei smiled helplessly and said slowly, you can call me Hawkeye my hawk, the future, the #1 sword master in the ninja world. Oh, by the way, I'm from the God organization. In the next moment, Luo Lei seemed to have thought of something, and added with some evil taste, boom. The words did not fall. The scene instantly rioted. If you talk about the previous sentence, many Yunren have not reacted, then the latter sentence suddenly made almost all the Yunren on the scene shocked, and an extremely shocked look appeared on his cheeks. Did I make a mistake? This mysterious big sword how in front of him is actually a person from the God organization? You know, some time ago, the Clown Emperor of God set off an uproar in the country of Rain, and the entire ninja world, large and small ninja villages and forces, knew that the Clown Emperor was from the God organization. I thought that the God organization was just a fiction made up by the Clown Emperor, but now that the big sword hero named Hawkeye my hawk appeared in the Cloud Thunder Gorge in vain, many Yunin suddenly realized that perhaps there really was a god organization in the ninja world, and can be under the eyelids of the 5 great ninja villages, silently hidden for so many years. Thinking about it with great fear, the so-called god organization is definitely not small. What kind of joke? Where is there any god organization in the ninja world? The next moment, Night Moon AI reacted in vain, clenched his fists, and said coldly, since the appearance of the Night Moon clan, I haven't heard of any god organization, and you are less alarmist here. Is it? Roar, however, just when Rayleigh wanted to continue talking, a low beast-like voice sounded from the side, directly interrupting Luo Lei's words. Looking around, it turned out that unconsciously, the Night Moon Kiribi lying on the ground, his eyes were blood red, and his body was covered with a layer of red chakra coat. Not good. Passive-tailed bestiality. See this scene, before others could react, Yayu AI's face changed suddenly. Nima's, he never thought that at this critical moment, Night Moon Kiribi would actually be unable to suppress the 8-tailed bull ghost sealed in his body. This is a bit of a mess. No way, the 8-tailed cow ghost's temper is really hot usually. Kiribi has tried his best to communicate with the 8-tailed bull ghost, but from time to time, the 8-tailed bull ghost is going crazy. And now the situation is clear, due to the stimulation of this big sword in front of him, Hawkeye my hawk, the 8-tailed bull ghost began to be irritable again. Now the situation is clear, due to the stimulation of this big sword in front of him, Hawkeye my hawk, the 8-tailed bull ghost began to be irritable again. And YAOI once cranky, the entire Union village was going to shake a few times. There is no why, just because, the 8-tailed bull ghost is the legendary tailed beast second only to the 9-tailed, whether it is destructive power or notoriety, it has once been famous in the entire ninja world. This, Kiribi seems to be unable to suppress the 8-tailed cow ghost in his body. Is YAOI going to storm away again? Now, Lord Thunder Cage is not there, who can suppress Yao, this can. What to do about it? After Night Moon AI reacted, many Yunin at the scene also reacted, and when they saw the chakra coat on Night Moon Kiribi's body, they couldn't help but exclaim. For tail bestiality, none of them are very strange in the past. Whenever Night Moon Kiribi passively entered the tail beast, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow will suppress the 8-tailed cow ghost fiercely with their incomparably strong strength, so that the 8-tailed cow ghost cannot cause destruction in Union Village. Now, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow are not there. Who will suppress the 8-tailed bull ghost? You know, once the tail is beastized, Night Moon Kiribi may lose his mind, and the 6 relatives will not recognize it, and only know to kill. Boom! However, at this time, Night Moon Kiribi seemed to have lost part of his sanity after covering his whole body with a layer of red chakra coat. A terrifying tailed beast chakra fluctuation began to gradually spread, and then, several huge octopus tentacles appeared strangely on its body. Bang! 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 1, 3 roots, 5 roots. In front of everyone's eyes, 8 huge octopus tentacles appeared one after another on Night Moon Kiribi's body. Roar. In the end, without warning, a bullhead octopus monster that kept getting bigger appeared in the field, and when this monster appeared, the huge bull's head turned, grinned at Luo Lei, and emitted a sound wave visible to the naked eye, causing some of the low-strength Yun Ren around to have blood flowing out of their ears. Bastard, stupid. The next moment, I saw the bullseye of the huge octopus monster staring at Luo Lei viciously, spitting out human words in his mouth, and said coldly, whether you are from the God organization or not, today, I will let you see my true strength of Kiribi. Stupid host, don't grab my lines, just watch my performance. However, before this sentence fell, the huge octopus monster opened its mouth and roared again, as if it was talking to itself, and reprimanded itself. Very stupidly. Stupid, let me come, you just need to lend me your strength. No, if you don't give me the dominance of your body, I'll go back to sleep. Stupid bastard, I am the host, you are sealed inside me, so you must listen to me, until I defeat this Hawkeye my hawk in front of me. I am saying, damn. Kiribi, are you a fool? This sword how in front of you is very strong, even if you use my strength, you may not be able to defeat it, so let me personally strike. Quiet. A dead silence. Listen to the conversation of the giant octopus monster talking to himself at the scene, whether it was Luo Lei, Yayu AI, and some onlookers. Yun Ren, wisps of cold sweat naturally appeared on their foreheads. Nimas, Kiribi, and YAOI are really a pair of living treasures? When was this? At present, there is actually infighting in the great enemy. However, the only good news is that Kiribi has not completely lost his mind after entering a state of complete tailed beasthood. Well, good horror chakra. Looking at the monster in front of him, Luo Lei pouted, a little shocked. Despite being prepared due to the domineering reason of seeing and smelling, he could clearly feel that the body of this monster in front of him seemed to contain endless tailed beast chakra. In other words, the tailed beast. It is worthy of being a tailed beast, especially as the 8 tails. It is worthy of being the best among the tailed beasts, and it is the existence second only to the 9 tails among the 9 tailed beasts. At the same time, at the moment when Kiribi entered the complete tail beastization, the entire Union Village was already a pot of porridge. Many sentient Yunin in Union Village had already reported the matter to the office of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow the moment they sensed the 8-tailed chakra. What do you say? Cloud Thunder Gorge sent out the 8-tailed chakra fluctuation. Thunder Shadow office, the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow glanced at the dark part of Yunin in front of him, and said incredulously, didn't AI and Kiribi practice combined ninjutsu in Yunlii Gorge? How can there be fluctuations in the Yao chakra? Lord Thundershadow, hearing these words, the Yun in Dark Department took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "It seems that there is an accident in the Cloud Thunder Gorge. This time, the fluctuations of the eight-tailed chakra are very violent, and it must be that Kirby passively entered the state of tailed beasthood, passive tail animalization." A ray of essence flashed in the sharp eyes of the three generations of Lei Ying, that nameless swordsman from the Iron Country. Challenged the Night Moon Sword in the Cloud Thunder Gorge. He knew, however, he didn't pay attention to it at all, because after all, Jianhao was no longer the mainstream of the ninja world, and even Nifyun of the Iron Country was not taken to heart by him. "You Dark Ministry, send someone to take a look." "Yes, forget it. Anyway, it's okay, I'll go there myself." The next moment, the three generations of Lei Ying didn't bother to think so much, waved his hand impatiently, and immediately, he directly entered the Lei Dun Chakra mode, and his body flashed, and he flew towards the direction where the Cloud Thunder Gorge was located. Ding, host, directly ahead, scanning to the mysterious power. Ding, host, directly ahead, scanning to the mysterious power. Ding, host, directly ahead, scanning to the mysterious power. In the field, after Kirby completely entered the tail animalization, a series of relatively urgent system prompts sounded one after another in Luo Lei's mind. Mysterious power. Listen to these system prompts. Luo Lei glanced directly ahead, very confused, but found that, apart from the corpse of Night Moon Sword, there is nothing, let alone any mysterious power. System. What are you talking about? Ding. Host, why are you confused? The Yao in front of you is what? You said Yao. Could it be that the tailed beast chakra is? Ding. The host, exactly. You cut an 8-tailed octopus tail and let the system absorb the evolution, and you will reap a huge amount of template values. Got it. Totally understood. As soon as I heard this sentence, Luo Lei suddenly patted his head in realization. The special tailed beast chakra energy body is not ordinary energy. Generally speaking, as long as it is collected and sealed in the ninja's body, it is likely to form a pseudo-human pillar force. After all, in the original book, the Temple of Fire is empty. The reason why it becomes a pseudo-human pillar force, can carry out tail beastization, and even appears demon fox-coated, was because the 9-tailed demon fox attacked Konoha. That part of the leaked 9-tailed chakra was collected, cultivated, and finally sealed on the empty body. Now, if he could absorb some of the 8-tailed chakra energy body after evolving these tailed beast chakra energy bodies into template values, it will definitely benefit a lot. This is a mobile treasure cabinet. The next moment, Luo Lei's eyes looking at the completely tailed beast Yayu Kairabi suddenly changed, as if he saw some prey, full of fighting intent. Airplanes. There are no warnings since it has been decided to fire at full power. A monstrous sword intent that was even more terrifying than just now swept out from Luo Lei's body in all directions. Big things are not good. Stupid host, stop arguing. The battle intent and sword intent of this person in front of you are soaring madly. Sensing this sword intent that made the tailed beasts palpitate, the bull-headed octopus monster was very obvious. Its huge body suddenly stopped, and its huge eyes showed a hint of shock, and it actually felt a strong sense of oppression. Isn't that incredible? Who is it? It is the legendary 8-tailed bull ghost, standing at the top of the ninja world. Even in the face of the 5 shadows, it had never felt such a strong sense of oppression. But this Jianhao, who had no chakra fluctuations in front of him, it could bring him such terrifying oppression. Could it be said that this guy in front of him was already comparable to the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages? That's weird. Stupid bastard. Then you go into full form in Yaoi's body. Night Moon Kirabi's face was fierce, and then he sensed the sword intent of Luo Lei's full firepower, and directly gave up the control of snatching his body, and his hands quickly sealed the art of false sleep. Ugh. The words did not fall. Night Moon Kirabi's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Roar. A sucker. Fool. Lord Ben is finally completely liberated. In the next instant, the 8-tailed cow ghost roared happily a few times in front of everyone, and the huge body danced up, and at the same time, the tailed beast chakra of the whole body was also surging rapidly, and the chakra fluctuations spread out. Damn. Kirabi is playing with fire. Seeing the scene, Yaoi's face changed and changed Nima's. Kirabi took the initiative to use the technique of fake sleep. The danger is too great. If you don't pay attention, you may never wake up. Of course, he actually wanted to stop it, but he didn't have enough strength, so he could only watch Kirabi fall into a deep sleep and completely liberate the 8-tailed bull ghost. We're retreating. Lord Kirabi has given up resistance and is determined to release the 8-tailed bull ghost. The entire Yunlii Gorge will be destroyed. At this time, many Yunren in Yunlii Gorge had already retreated unknowingly. No way. The series of conflicts in front of them have been beyond their expectations, especially after Yao is completely released. They must retreat, otherwise, they may die ugly. Whoever you are, you must die here. After a burst of excitement, the 8-tailed cow ghost stared at Luo Lei deadly, opened his mouth in vain, and saw the tailed beast chakra rapidly gathering in its mouth, and in less than a second, an oversized black chakra ball formed. It's tailed beast Jade. Everyone speed retreat. Seeing this thing, Yaoai seemed to have thought of something, and the thunder chakra on his body emerged, quickly flying towards the distance. Are you kidding? Luo Lei took a deep breath, holding the grass sword in his right hand, and concentrated his spirit to the extreme, and in an instant, a black aura gradually wrapped around the grass sword. Airplanes. Affected by this, the sword body of the grass sword began to permeate with wisps of sword intent at the same moment. Roar. Go to hell. Ugh. The eight-tailed bull ghost suddenly spit out the tailed beast jade in his mouth because the power is too strong. The air is a little distorted. It's now, seeing the tailed beast jade attacking him, Luolei's eagle-eye-like eyes flashed a ray of essence, and he swung his grass sword fiercely. Ugh. No words can describe this stunning sword. It seemed that in an instant, the grass sword, the armed color domineering, and the sword skills of the great sword how were all condensed together, marking a line that made the space tremble a little. Moving sword. Boom. In the next instant, Jianmang and tailed beast jade collided in vain. A dazzling white light and a deafening explosion sounded immediately. A majestic energy shock wave swept away at a lightning speed, as if the end had come, causing the entire cloud thunder gorge to shake the ground. Ah, my tail. However, at such a moment, at the center of the energy wave, there was a very strange scream of the eight-tailed bull ghost. Ah, my tail. However, at such a moment, at the center of the energy wave, there was a very strange scream of the eight-tailed bull ghost. Right. It's just screams. Listening to this voice, the Yun ninjas, who had retreated far, far away, were all confused. No way. Due to the collision of the sword and the tailed beast jade, a large amount of dust and smoke were produced, and for a while everyone could not see the specific situation in the central area of the battlefield. However, it didn't take long until the dust cleared. Many Yun Ren looked at it, and immediately there was a sound of gasping for air, and even more so they showed a look that wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh. I saw the center of the battle. It was already a mess, with countless ravines crisscrossing it. What's even more strange is that Luolei is holding a huge octopus tail in his hand. In contrast, the 8 tails of the 8-tailed bull ghost are only 7 tails left. See this scene? Many Yun Ren don't need to think about it. At the moment of the explosion, Luolei and the 8-tailed bull ghost had another brief confrontation. As for the result, it should be that Luolei is better. After all, the tail of the 8-tailed bull ghost is indeed broken, and only 7 octopus tails remain. Damn. Really, damn it. You actually dare to cut off Lord Ben's tail. In the field, the 8-tailed bull ghost roared a few times in anger, and his gaze towards Luolei was very cold, but in the deepest part of that eye, there was a thick color of jealousy. It really didn't expect that this guy in front of him who didn't even have chakra was not only superb in swordsmanship, but also so fast. It was already comparable to the teleportation technique just now. In a short exchange, it dodged several attacks but helplessly. The volume of the body was too large, and Luolei seized the opportunity and simply cut off a tail neatly. What's more special is that the guy in front of him is a little terrifying, and whenever his attack hits his body, there is always a layer of black energy for effective protection. It's a bit tricky. Ding, host, in your hand, scan to the mysterious power. Did it absorb and evolve into a template value? Absorb and evolve. Ding, turn on the absorption evolution mode. Absorption evolves. 1%, 30%, 80%, 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 3000 template values. Now there are 6500 template values. Nima, one tail of the 8 tails is worth 3000 template values. Luolei looked at the octopus tail that had disappeared in his hand, and he was stunned for a while. He never thought that an 8-tailed tail could actually absorb so many template values that evolved. You must know that last time, he destroyed a squad of the Rain Shinobi Dark Department before absorbing and evolving 3500 template values as a result. Now one tail of the 8 tails is worth 3000 points template value? In particular, this Yao in front of you is not just a mobile treasure pavilion, but a super gold mine? Stupid bastard, you absorbed my tail. At the moment when that tail of the 8 tails disappeared, the 8-tailed bull ghost reacted. The huge bull's eyes glared. Looking at Luolei's gaze was like looking at a monster, because, the violent nature of its tail, it knew it itself, but as a result, it was absorbed alive. Why, you are not convinced? Luolei didn't care so much, stared at the remaining 7 tails of the 8 tails with a smile, and said coldly, the 8-tailed cow ghost, you are indeed very strong, but your remaining tail, I will decide. Stupid bastard, you. The 8-tailed cow ghost immediately felt that his chrysanthemum tightened, and the remaining 7 tails trembled a few times reflexively. Let's take it. Ugh. The words did not fall. Luolei held the grass sword and flew out. Stupid tailed beast jade. Seeing this, the 8-tailed bull ghost opened his mouth, and a huge black chakra ball sprayed towards Luolei. Humph. Luolei snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and the grass sword in his hand quickly wrapped a faint layer of armed color domineering, and then threw it violently. Boom! The grass sword covered with armed color domineering and the tailed beast jade collided, emitting a deafening roar, and due to the obstruction of the grass sword, the tailed beast jade changed the path of the attack and flew past Luolei, and the next moment, a huge explosion occurred in a canyon in the rear. Black knife chop. At the same time, Luolei was already infinitely close to the 8-tailed bull ghost, stretched out his right hand, flashed into the air, and directly pulled out the black knife behind him. Yeah, and the cloud waved forward lightly. Airplanes! Airplanes! Buzz! This is the first time that Roly has pulled out one of the 12 jobs of the Supreme Speedy Knife Black Knife Knight. After using the character template of Joraker My Hawk So, at the moment when the Black Knife Knight swung forward, a fierce sword intent and an armed domineering aura quickly combined, and immediately, a sword radiance that seemed to be able to tear space flew out. For a moment, silent, it's as if time is imprisoned. The whole battlefield was quiet for a moment. What kind of attack is this? At this time, the most shocked person was the eight-tailed cow ghost, and somehow, the moment the black knife was pulled out, it felt that it was locked Ugh. However, just when the eight-tailed bull ONI wanted to defend, the next moment, under the surprised gaze of the eight-tailed bull ghost, the sword radiance that seemed to be about to cut through the space flashed can. Instead of attacking its main body, it flew past it from behind, directly splitting a piece of land behind it into two, forming an abyss tens of meters long. Yeah, was a little confused at first, however. When I felt that my remaining 7 tails seemed to have lost consciousness, I understood it all at once. Yeah, was a little confused at first, however. When I felt that my remaining 7 tails seemed to have lost consciousness, I understood it all at once. This attack seemed to destroy the heavens and the earth, as if to cut off everything, but, in fact, it is not attacking its body, but attacking its tail. In other words, it now has no tail. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of several things landing under the gaze of countless people at the scene, the remaining 7 octopus tails of the eight-tailed bull ghost fell to the ground in no particular order from a distance. The eight-tailed cow ghost has no tail, bare and only reveals a swarthy chrysanthemum, very abstract and funny. The tail of the eight-tailed bull demon is gone. In the distance, Yayu AI shook his head in pain. Nemas, what is this? This Hawkeye My Hawk in front of him obviously has the strength to harden the eight-tailed cow ghost, but as a result, he specifically hit the tail of the eight-tailed. Isn't this sincerely embarrassing the eight-tailed? Poof. Well, finally Yuyun couldn't help but laugh. In particular, after the 8 tails of the 8 tails were cut off. It is really ridiculous. After all, have you ever seen a tailed beast with a completely broken tail? Have you ever seen an 8-tailed cow ghost with a completely broken tail? At the same time, Ding, host, scanned the 7 mysterious forces. Did they absorb and evolve into template values? Absorb and evolve. Ding, turn on the absorption evolution mode. Absorption evolves. 1%, 30%, 80%, 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host, absorbed and evolved 7 octopus tails, and obtained 21,000 template values. Now there are 27,500 template values. Oh groove. God of Fortune. Hear these system prompts, especially the last one. Luo Lei naturally showed a wisp of excitement. Sure enough, it was a murderous and arson gold belt, like the 8-tailed beast. It is really a treasure all over the body. 8 octopus tails. It is worth so many template values. Really cool. Stupid bastard, you're really annoying. Lord Ben. After half a ring, the 8-tailed bull ghost reacted, especially sensing his cool ass. The 8-tailed bull ghost rarely showed a wisp of shame. It's really too humiliating, so uncomfortable. I think that it is a famous 8-tailed bull ghost in the ninja world, second only to the existence of the 9-tailed 9 llamas in the battle with a human being. The tail was all cut off, and it was absorbed by the human in front of him in a special way. If it was passed on, the supreme prestige of its 8-tailed bull ghost would basically be destroyed. Of course, the tail can actually grow at any time for it. However, the 8-tailed bull ONI could not bear to be insulted like this in front of everyone. Boom! But at this time, with a piercing sound of breaking the air, under the gaze of countless people, a humanoid thunder and lightning blasted towards Luo Lei at a thunderous speed. Not good. Luo Lei's domineering perception of all this naturally picked up the Black Knife Knight and blocked forward Bell. The next moment, accompanied by a crisp roar with Luo Lei as the center, a majestic energy shockwave swept away, and then, perhaps because the shockwave was too violent, Luo Lei took hundreds of steps back. This is looking at the lightning bolt that suddenly appeared. Whether it was Yayu AI or countless Yun Ren, a wisp of excitement naturally appeared on his cheeks, and after waiting for so long, the hot man finally came. That's right, he is the legendary 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, known as the strongest Thunder Shadow in history. Stupid bastard, old man. You finally came, and I thought you would watch Kirabi die here. For this person who suddenly appeared, the 8-tailed cow ghost seemed to be no stranger at all, but he was very unhappy and ridiculed. This guy in front of me is very strong, he is a ruthless character, and he can be comparable to a shadow-level powerhouse by relying on swordsmanship alone. No matter who dares to spread wild in the territory of Union Village, they have to die. Heard this sentence, the 3rd generation of Lei Ying snorted coldly and quickly withdrew from the Lei Dun chakra mode immediately. He quickly scanned the scene, but when he saw the bare butt of the 8-tailed cow ghost, Ra was the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow, who had already been calm, and still couldn't help laughing. In particular, it was the first time he saw the 8-tailed cow ghost without a tail, so it was funny. Stupid old man, what are you laughing at? Seeing this, the 8-tailed bull ghost roared angrily and corruptly. Lord Ben has not shown his true strength, otherwise, your Union Village will be destroyed. You dare? The face of the 3rd generation Lei Ying changed suddenly, and said seriously, whoever dares to harm the interests of Union Village is the enemy of the old man for life, including you. Saying that, the 3 generations of Lei Ying's sharp gaze turned, and naturally looked at Luo Lei. Sure enough, it is the strongest Thunder Shadow in history. Luo Lei sensed the gaze of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and then sensed the right hand that was still a little paralyzed, and his mind became solemn. For the first time in history he didn't think of it. The speed of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow actually exceeded the speed of his domineering perception, therefore, it made him pick up the black knife Yakang to block it, and the terrifying shockwave. Even if there was an armed domineering protective body, it made his whole body uncomfortable, and the impact was too strong. Of course, if it is an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse, the blow just now may be directly shaken into a crushing fracture of the whole body. Of course, if it is an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse, the blow just now may be directly shaken into a crushing fracture of the whole body. This is not alarmism. The current 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, if Luo Lei expected well, is at an absolute peak, especially in the Thunder Chakra mode, which is absolutely worthy of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. And in the original work, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow were not killed, but were counted by Oniki and died alive. Who are you? At this time, the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow took a deep breath and slowly reprimanded. Why did you come to Yunli Gorge to spread wilderness? Don't you know that this is the territory of Union Village? Stupid bastard, old man, what are you talking so much nonsense for? Heard this sentence, before Luo Lei could answer, the 8-tailed bull ghost couldn't wait to roar. This guy in front of me clearly wants to embarrass us, not only killing the people of your Union Village, but also cutting off my tail, which must be killed. Lord Thunder Shadow, ignoring the 8-tailed bull ghost, Yojutsu AI flashed in front of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow and whispered, he is Hawkeye my Hawk from the God Organization, claiming to be the #1 swordsman in the ninja world. God Organization? The #1 sword master in the ninja world. The eyes of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows flashed away, and on the surface, there were no mood swings, but the deepest part of his heart had already set off a monstrous wave. Nimas, the clown emperor of God, just set off a storm in the ninja world. Now, there is another first sword master of God? Could it be that the so-called divine organization does exist? If it really exists, then the matter is a big deal. Stupid bastard, did you listen to me? Seeing that the 3 generations of Lei Ying and Night Moon AI ignored themselves, the 8-tailed cow ghost glared at the bull like a thunder. The expression on the cow's face was already angry to the extreme, especially, it is also the famous 8-tailed, why doesn't anyone listen to it? Shut up for me. The 3 generations of Thunder Shadow are also a violent temper. Originally, he was angry, and he heard the 8-tailed cow ghost yelling there, and couldn't help but scold the 8-tailed cow ghost. Stupid bastard, old man, you. The 8-tailed cow ghost suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to cry, but it is also the legendary 8-tailed, can't you give it a little face? However, the 8-tailed bull ghost seems to have developed limbs, but his mind is still relatively smart, and the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow are difficult to deal with, and the guy named Hawkeye my Hawk is also difficult to deal with. If they can wait until they both lose, won't it be the final winner? Well, the more I think about it, the more absolutely there is this possibility. The 8-tailed cow ghost instantly did not speak, and naturally showed a look that you can fight casually, and the tailed beast will definitely not interfere. Are you from the Organization of God? The next moment, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows took a deep look at Luo Lei and said slowly, aren't the members of your organization ninjas? The clown emperor of God can harden the pepperfish Hanzo, and you are not weak now. Almost. Rolly didn't deny it anyway, he doesn't know what his next character template will be now. Since the 3 generations of Lei Ying asked, then, he didn't mind pretending to be a force. So, is God's organization real? Well, there is. Then what are you doing in Union Village? Of course, it's for the grass sword, but that Night Moon sword, very ignorant of evil, was killed by me. Good. It's really good. The 3 generations of Lei Ying asked several questions in a row, and finally sorted out what happened during this time. First, God's organization is 100% existential. Then, the members of the God organization are very strange, not ninjas, but strong and terrifying. Finally, the organization of God may be present now. Okay, if it's okay, I'll go first, he said. Rolly shrugged and didn't bother to hit. This trip to Union Village was a big profit, and there was no need to continue fighting. Moreover, if the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow and the 8-tailed cow ghost join forces, he may not be able to retreat with his whole body. Ugh. The words did not fall. Luo Lei held the grass sword and carried the black knife knight, and flew towards the distance. Whew. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and showed a tangled look on his cheeks, but in the end, the 3 generations of Lei Ying still held back abruptly. Lord Thunder Shadow, you let him go. Night Moon AI looked at the back of Luo Lei's departure, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but was directly planned by the 3 generations of Lei Ying. Now the situation in the ninja world is becoming more and more surging. Our enemies are not only the Organization of Gods, but also the other 4 major ninja villages. As for the Night Moon sword, the dead are of no value. The 3 generations of Lei Ying explained with a cold face. This Night Moon AI gritted his teeth, and his eyes showed a look of struggle. In the future, you will be the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, so you must clearly distinguish the priorities of things, understand? The 3rd generation of Lei Ying reprimanded with a serious face. Today, if we go all out, we may be able to leave Hawkeye my Hawk behind, but it is possible to let the so-called God organization fall out. Lord Thunder Shadow, what do you mean? Hearing this, Yayu AI seemed to have thought of something, and asked in puzzlement. It's very simple, wait until you understand the details of God's organization. A wisp of killing intent appeared in the eyes of the third generation of Lei Ying, and said coldly, at that time, we will have revenge for revenge, revenge for resentment. Understood. Night Moon AI nodded thoughtfully. So what do we do now? Isn't this minotaur monster in front of you very untidy? The third generation of Lei Ying glanced at the eight-tailed cow ghost next to him with bad intentions. A thick fighting intent appeared in his eyes, and his hands were a little itchy again. Stupid. Bastard, old man, what do you want to do? Seeing this scene, the eight-tailed cow ghost immediately felt an itch of chrysanthemums, and an ominous premonition struck in vain. What do you say I'm going to do? The third generation of Thunder Shadow took a few steps forward, and his body quickly entered the mode of Lei Dun Chakra, and flew directly towards the eight-tailed bull ghost. It didn't take long. The screams of the eight-tailed bull ghost came from Yunli Gorge. The next day, in order to maintain the dignity of Union Village, the three generations of Thunder Shadow secretly ordered that what happened in Yunli Gorge was listed as S-level secret intelligence and permanently sealed. No matter who dared to leak it, it would be punished with capital punishment, and there was no place to die. So, under the full suppression of Union Village, the news about Hawkeye Mihawk of the Divine Organization, as well as the death of the first sword of the Land of Thunder, the death of the Haoya sword, and the news that the grass pheasant sword was robbed, did not spread out a little, and the ninja world still maintained the calm that appeared. Of course, the three generations of Thunder Shadow would never have thought of it this time. The suppression only temporarily delayed the turmoil in the ninja world, and the next time, when Luo Lei revealed his violent strength, he couldn't suppress it if he wanted to, and really came to that time the entire ninja world is bound to set off a major earthquake of magnitude 18. At the same time, inside an inn in a small town on the border of the Land of Thunder, it seems that Union Village has suppressed the news about Hawkeye Mihawk. In the room, Luo Lei looked at some intelligence scrolls in his hand and shook his head in surprise. He didn't expect that the three generations of Thunder Shadow would actually be so crisp and neat, and in order to maintain the dignity of Union Village, even the death of Night Moon Sword was handled in a low-key manner. Also from the side, the fact of the existence of Hawkeye Mihawk is covered up. And the intelligence in his hands, it was the intelligence organization of Zayazai mercenaries that provided him, since the last time he rescued Conan, and reached a cooperation with Yahiko. The information of Zayazai's mercenaries has been semi-open to him. Therefore, under normal circumstances, anywhere, as long as there are branches of the Zayazai mercenary organization, he can quickly understand some necessary information. Alas, a lost opportunity to shock the ninja world. The next moment, Luo Lei casually threw the information in his hand on the table, and sighed helplessly. I thought that the three generations of Lei Ying were simple-minded and developed limbs, but as a result, they knew how to endure so much, and they were ridiculed by him so much, they all chose to hide it. As the saying goes, a dog that bites does not bark. This three-generation Thunder Shadow is definitely a difficult character. Forget it, let's take a look at your gains. After half a ring, Luo Lei didn't want to do so much, and his heart moved, and said, System, I want to see the character template attributes of Clown Emperor and Hawkeye Mihawk. Ding. Template update. Ding. The template has been updated. First template, Clown Emperor, 50% star rating, Ability 1 Ace Flying Sword, Ability 2 Clown Magic, Ability 3 Toy Wonders, Ability 4 Cayman Square, Ability 5 Psychic Nightmare Legion. Note, to increase the star rating, you need at least 10,000 template values, now a total of 27,500 template values. Second template, Joricole Mihawk, 30% star rating, Ability 1 Seeing and Smelling Domineering, Ability 2 Armed Color Domineering, Ability 3 Great Sword House. Swordsmanship. Note, to increase the star rating, you need at least 10,000 template values, now a total of 27,500 template values. Nima, no wonder the strength of the body has exploded so recently, and the percentage has increased so fast. Well, don't look and don't know, it's scary when you look at it. In particular, Luo Lei remembered that the last time he used the template of the Clown Emperor, the percentage ratio was 20%, and as a result, it has only been a long time now, and it has already reached 50%. If only in a while when the percentage reaches 100%, then he can fully have the full ability of this Clown Emperor template, and when he uses the Clown Emperor template ability in the future, he will not have to be clowned. In other words, his current body has almost 50% of the strength of the Clown Emperor and 30% of the strength of Joricole Mihawk. Of course, now it doesn't look so scary and perverted. However, when he has more and more templates, the more terrifying his strength will accumulate. To give a few simple examples, when he has the full abilities of the Joricole Mihawk template and the 100 Beast Kaido template in the future, can you imagine how perverted the combination of the immortality of the 100 Beast Kaido and the sword art of Hawkeye Mihawk is? Or, when he has the full abilities of the Joricole Mihawk template and the more Wooden Sword 8 template, how perverted will the swordsmanship he unleashes be? Well, the more I think about it, the more excited I get. It made Rolly himself a little impatient. Whew, calm down, calm down. Soon, Luo Lei took a deep breath, his eyes were certain, and he forcibly calmed himself down. After all, the revolution has not yet succeeded, he still needs to work hard, and more importantly, the three wars are okay, he can deal with it carefully, By the time of the fourth battle, your strength is less than 6 levels, and you are basically cannon fodder. Therefore, getting a little more template and silently improving your strength is king. Land of Iron, as a neutral country, since the beginning of the warring states, it has hardly been affected by the war. Every time, when the 5 major ninja villages started a world war, it seemed that they also deliberately ignored the Iron Country and almost did not spread the war to the Iron Country. As for the reason, it's simple: because the neutral attitude of the Iron Country was a ninja agreement a long time ago. The country of Iron does not exist with ninjas, and is guarded by a group of fighting groups called samurai, a neutral country with an independent culture, independent authority, and independent combat power. So, after countless years of development, the samurai were at a peak in the Land of Iron, and as the ruler of the Iron Country, the leader of the samurai, Mifune, has also reached a peak of personal prestige in the Iron Country. Whew, is this the Land of Iron? Rushed for a few days, Luolei looked at the crowded city gate in front of him, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Nima, in the past few days, he is not in a hurry, but after using the character template of Jorikor My Hawk, he is constantly conducting trials, wanting to increase the percentage of template used. As for the effect, it is also obvious the proficiency percentage of Jorikor My Hawk has increased from 30% to 35%. Forget it, let's go into town. The next moment, Luolei did not hesitate much, and walked directly towards the city gate. However, as Luolei moved, he still attracted the attention of some samurai with strong perception. No way, it's really that Luolei's dress is too distinctive. He had short black hair, a short beard, a black top hat embellished with white fluff, a cross knife hanging from his chest, and a black broad blade long knife and a silver thin blade short knife behind his back. Anyway, at a glance, it doesn't look like some samurai and ninja, more like a noble. There were also a few stronger samurai, looking at the 2 weapons behind Luolei. Their eyes flashed, and they nodded thoughtfully. Ha! Is it being targeted? Not long after Luolei entered the city gate, he sensed a few sneaky figures behind him, and shook his head with great disdain. Maybe those people thought that their tracking technology was very good, but under his domineering perception, there was nothing to hide, and for these few nights, Luolei completely ignored it. What kind of joke, he now uses the character template of Jorikor My Hawk, and it only takes a look to make these guys lose any combat effectiveness. You know what? Our disciple of Mifune, the great general of the Iron Country, Okinsuk, has returned from the Land of Thunder. In the ring north of the city, be the ringmaster. What, didn't he secretly go out to challenge various kendo masters? How did it come back? Nope, no. It is said that the first sword lord of the Thunder Country, the Night Moon Sword of the Night Moon clan, is dead, and it is very likely that it was killed by Okinsuk. Asuk is so powerful, he is worthy of being a disciple of Mifune-sama. Let's go, let's take a look. It is said that now Okinsuk is the boss, and the ring has won 18 consecutive victories. However, just as Luolei was trying to find a place to rest, the conversation of several samurai next to him reached his ears. Interesting, Kenho, Asuk. Almost instantly, Luolei changed his plan. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, followed the warriors, and walked towards the north of the city. Young master, he seems to have gone to the north of the city. Looking at the back of Luolei's departure, in the rear, a sneaky samurai lowered his head to a young man in gorgeous clothes next to him and whispered a word. Keep up, the 2 weapons on his back, I fancy. The young man in gorgeous clothes waved his hand very unpleasantly, and ordered in a cold voice, you keep an eye on me, as long as he goes out of the city gate, shoot and kill. Yes, young master. When the samurai heard this, he nodded without the slightest surprise, as if he was familiar with all this, and he was familiar with the road. As for the young man in front of him, he is the grandson of Mifune, the general of the Iron Country. On the surface, he is very approachable, Corporal Lixian, but in the secret, he is almost evil, and when he sees something he likes, he tries to get it in every way. And it just so happens that he just saw Luolei's weapon and liked it. At the same time, Luolei followed the flow of people and soon arrived in the north of the city. At this moment, the north of the city is already crowded, a large open space, crowded with people. Looking around, almost all of them are samurai of Wano country. And in the very center, there is a ring. A Jianhao is engaged in a fierce battle with Kenho Agasuk. Sword Juhi, Bell. In the ring, with the sound of metal colliding, one of the Jianhao was beaten out alive. Lost again. Nima's Okinsuk has won 21 in a row, right? It's really terrible. This time back from the Land of Thunder, Okinsuk seems to have undergone a rapid transformation, and the sword intent has become more and more fierce. It seems that Mifune-sama is going to praise him again. Boom! In an instant, he looked at the sword how it was flown away by the sword chi. One after another exclamations came out one after another, and almost everyone on the scene looked at the very center of the ring, where there was a sword how who was not arrogant or defeated, and was very light and breezy. Asuk. Who else? Perhaps he won too much. Okinsuk held a short sword, closed his eyes very confidently, and said quietly, next, I will accept your challenge with my eyes closed, so I don't want to waste time with the speed of the challenge. Ugh. The words did not fall. With a sound of breaking the void, Luolei's body flashed, and before many people could react, he fell first in the ring. Damn, how is it so fast? Under the ring, one of the samurai heard that Asuk was about to close his eyes to accept the challenge, and when he was about to go on stage, he found that Luolei was the first to step on the stage, and he complained very annoyed. Let you have a sword. Sensing that someone is challenging, Okinsuk didn't open his eyes and said confidently, let's shoot. Are you sure you want me to do it first? Looking at the guy in front of him who only cared about his own pretense, Luo Lei said very speechlessly, Nemas, this guy in front of him is the guy who challenged the #1 sword master of the Thunder Country, Night Moon Sword, in the Cloud Thunder Gorge of the Land of Thunder. I thought that the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow had secretly killed it in order to keep it secret. As a result, he did not expect that after he arrived in the Land of Iron, Kenko Okinsuk also returned to the Country of Iron, and still challenged the ring here, pretending to fly. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't do it, you won't have a chance to do it. Okinsuk did not listen carefully to this voice, but instead reprimanded him very impatiently. This time, he was able to return alive from the Yunli Gorge in Union Village, thanks to his identity as an apprentice of Mifyun, and in the end, the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow warned him and released him. And after returning to the Land of Iron, because Okinsuk was fortunate enough to watch Hawkeye Mihawk's swordsmanship, he had a qualitative metamorphosis in swordsmanship. Therefore, in order to test his swordsmanship, Okinsuk set up a ring here to accept the challenges of various swordsmen in the Iron Country, and wanted to consolidate his swordsmanship by fighting and training. Okay, then I'll do it first. Luo Lei shrugged helplessly, deliberately aggravated his tone, and said with emotion, I remember, when you were in Yunli Gap, you seemed to be paralyzed on the ground by me in fright, but now, you are so daring. Sure enough, Shibatsu should be impressed for 3 days. Wait a minute. What did you say? As soon as I heard this sentence, as if he had thought of something, Okinsuk suddenly opened his eyes, and his cheeks quickly filled with extreme shock. What special? What kind of joke? What happened in Union Village Yunli Gorge has not been strongly suppressed by the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows. How can this guy in front of him know? Bang! Well, the next moment, I don't know if I don't look at it, but I was shocked when I saw it. Chongsuk looked at Luo Lei, who was standing opposite him. For a while, he only felt dizzy. For a while, the expression on his face instantly froze, and the short sword in his hand couldn't help but fall to the ground. How? Do you still want me to strike first? Luo Lei pointed to the grass pheasant sword and black knife behind his back, and teased, you choose a weapon, I will use it to fight you, as long as you can catch my sword. Even if you win, Gollum, you. Are you? Asuk is really going to cry. Neema's luck is too back. He guarded the ring, and as a result, he was touched by this extremely terrifying guy in front of him. And after Yunlixia saw the horror of this named Hawkeye Mihawk in front of him, not to mention the sword, even the courage to fight. Bang! Another crisp landing sound, but this time, it was Asuk who collapsed on the ground because he was too afraid, and at this time, his eyes were full of fear, and he kept gasping for air. Quiet. A dead silence. The whole scene became silent in an instant. Almost every onlooker had an incredible look on their cheeks. What, are you kidding? Before the fight even started, Okasuk was in full view, lost the weapon in his hand, and slumped on the ground in fear, which, the reversal is too powerful. You know, Okasuk has won 21 consecutive victories in the ring, and as a disciple of Mifyun, the great general of the Iron Country, no matter what, he should not be embarrassed in this way, under the gaze of countless people. Okinsuk, if you want to fight, don't be so embarrassed. As a samurai of the Iron Country, you have to fight to the end even if you lose. Okinsuk, you. It really disappointed us so much. Maid, the face of the Iron Country has been lost, you haven't hit yet. Just surrendered. A few minutes later, many of the onlookers came to their senses, shook their fists, and yelled at Okasuk in the ring. The meaning was simple, you can lose, but you can't be so reluctant not to fight. Of course, there were only a very small number of samurai, only to realize that things may not be so simple after all. If you can make such a gaffe of the spirited Okinsuk, there must still be a problem with this challenger in front of you, but where exactly is the problem, they can't say. In the ring, Okasuk listened to these words, and he was really about to vomit blood. He also wants to fight, even if it is death, but he really didn't have any courage, you know. This guy in front of you, but he killed the first swordsman of the Country of Thunder, Night Moon Sword, with one sword, cut off all the tails of the 8-tailed bull ghost, and can calmly retreat in front of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows. How? Don't you dare. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth turned up slightly, and he said quietly, since you don't dare, then admit defeat. Why did you come to the Land of Iron? Heard this sentence, Jianhao Chong plucked up enough courage and took a few deep breaths before asking tremblingly, and guess. Luo Lei glanced at Okinsuk playfully, and said quietly, now recognized as the first swordsman in the ninja world, it seems to be the ruler of the Iron Country and the leader of the samurai, Mifyun, right? You. Are you thinking? When Jianhao Chong heard this, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and said with a shocked face, are you trying to challenge Mifyun-sensei? Humph. Too much nonsense. Luo Lei snorted coldly and said impatiently, either admit defeat or die. A wisp of entanglement appeared on Jianhao Kongsuk's cheeks, and finally, his eyes were certain, and if he had made some kind of decision, he whispered, I admit defeat. Louder, I can't hear. Kenho, Asuk, admit defeat. Louder, I can't hear. Kenho, Asuk, admit defeat. Boom. This voice pervaded at the scene, countless warriors of the Iron Country had extreme disappointment on their cheeks in particular. He didn't dare to fight, so he simply and neatly admitted defeat, and Jianhao, Asuk really showed the image of a loser to the fullest. For a while, no samurai spoke however. Judging from the hideous expressions of many samurai, it is obvious that Jianhao Asuk has hated him. Kenho, Okansuk, you are not worthy to be a samurai of the Iron Country, let alone a disciple of Grandpa Mifune, you are a complete liar, coward. And at this time, in the crowd, a righteous speech, full of righteous voices, sounded ugh. Then, under the gaze of countless people, a young man in a gorgeous samurai suit and holding a long sword, jumped, stood in the ring, looking down condescendingly at the sword lord Okasuk who was sitting on the ground, with a very serious expression. Ivan, get out of here for me. After Kenhao Asuk saw the person coming, he froze, then his expression changed, and he said coldly, how do I do it? I don't need your intervention, and when this time is over, I will give Mifune sensei a reasonable explanation. Humph, you're a coward and don't deserve to talk to me. Ivan glanced coldly at Jianhao Asuk, stretched out his finger and pointed to the onlookers around the ring, and said quietly, if you don't believe it, you can ask everyone's opinion. Ivan is right, Kenho, Okasuk, you are a coward. If I were you, I would have found a stone to kill you. Kenho, Okansuk, you're a trash. Support Ivan. Kenho, Okansuk, please get out of the land of iron. Well, Ivan's words seemed to have caused some kind of chain reaction and resonated with everyone, and for a while, many samurai became excited. You. Listen to these sounds. Kenho, Okansuk really trembled with anger. If he could fight, he would have fought a long time ago. Even if he was killed, he would have nothing to fear, but you really can't fight. This guy in front of him is from the so-called God organization, and once it is not handled well, the peaceful situation in the Iron Country will be broken and perhaps it will involve the 5 major ninja villages, causing even greater turmoil. So, he has to throw in the towel and you can't die, even if you live for a long time. When he has the opportunity, he will tell Mifune sensei everything he knows. In fact, originally, he wanted to hide all what happened in Yunli Gorge and Union Village, the land of thunder. However, the plan could not catch up with the change, and the arrival of Roly forced him to change the plan. How? Are you not convinced? Ivan pouted a little proudly, his words full of disdain. As Mifune's grandson, he thinks his talent is good enough, but what? This Jianhao in front of him, Okasuk pressed him everywhere. Now, he finally seized the opportunity and raised his eyebrows. You roll me. Jianhao, Okansuk didn't want to say anything more, gritting his teeth and saying, what qualifications do you have to stand here as a waste that only knows how to eat and wait for death? Well, you Kenhao Asuk, you really don't shed tears when you don't see the coffin. Ivan pointed fiercely at Kenhao Asuk, and then, turning his head, he roared at Luole, I don't know who you are, but, leaving the 2 swords on your back, I will let you leave the Iron Country safely. Alas, there is always this kind of eye-opening thing. Luole sighed and shook his head a little helplessly. In fact, after the gorgeously dressed young man in front of him jumped into the ring, he knew that this guy in front of him was one of the smelly fish and rotten shrimp who followed him behind his back just after he entered the city. Have the ability to say another word? The look of anger on Ivan's cheeks flashed away, and he sat on his toes. Do you know who Mifune is? Do you know who I am? As long as you dare to touch a single hair of mine, then you will definitely not be able to walk out of the Iron Country alive. Yes, Luole smiled playfully. Nima, really where? There are people who take the initiative to find death. Yes, do you dare to kill me? Ugh. The next moment, accompanied by a sound that broke through the void, under the incredulous gazes of many people, I saw Luole very casually pick up the toy-like crossknife around his neck and wave it casually. Then, a sword chi flew out at a lightning speed. The expression on Ivan's face instantly froze, and he wanted to hide. However, he found strangely that his body was stared at by Luole's sharp eyes like eagle eyes, and somehow he couldn't move at all. Bang! A crisp voice sounded. Ivan's head and body were separated, blood spurted wildly, and he fell heavily on the ring. And after the head landed, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. Obviously he couldn't understand. Why was this? Obviously he pretended to be very successful. The whole cards and the background also lit up, but he was mercilessly killed in seconds. What's the point? It's completely unreasonable. He's dead. Mifune-sama's grandson, Ivan, is dead, or was killed in seconds in the land of iron. Around the ring, many samurai didn't react at all. No way, it was really Luole's speed that was too fast, including that sword chi. Many people didn't see it clearly at all. And when everyone reacted, Ivan, who was still in good spirits just now, has separated his head from his body, and he is not blind to death. Damn, you're looking for death. Look at the already dead Ivan. Kenho, Okansuk shook his head a little annoyed. Nimas, he was already trying to tell Ivan to roll, but as a result, he just didn't listen. As for being killed, it seems to him to be a very normal thing. After all, this guy in front of him is a ruthless person. Even the people of the Night Moon clan dare to kill, even the grass pheasant sword dares to grab it, and the 8-tailed bull ghost and the 3 generations of thunder shadows are not in their eyes. So what? What else don't you dare to do? Quick! Hurry up and inform the samurai guards of the Iron Country that someone has committed a murder in public and killed Mifune-sama's grandson. Yes. Quickly inform Mifune-sama that something has happened in the north of the city. Let's also step back first. the guy in the ring seems to be a bad comer and specializes in making trouble. Not long after many onlookers reacted, they all showed panic and involuntarily retreated, and even more, they had already walked towards the central area of the Iron Country, obviously wanting to inform the official of the Iron Country. No way, it's really a series of things happening in the ring until now. The onlookers have not figured it out. First the invincible Kenhao Okansuk surrendered and admitted defeat in shame, and then, Mifyun's grandson Ivan, was simply killed neatly. Alas, it is true that peace has been going on for too long, making the reaction mechanism of the Iron Country extremely poor. Look at the panicked samurai around the ring. Luo Lei shook his head with some disappointment. What he did just now was just to attract the attention of the official Iron Country, and as a result, everyone had been killed for 10 minutes, and there was no reaction. Forget it, let's use a more violent method. The next moment, Luo Lei's eagle-eye-like eyes flashed a ray of essence, and immediately, his right hand was unknowingly on the hilt of the black knife behind his back. I just wanted. Seeing Luo Lei's small movements, Kenho Osuk seemed to realize something, and hurriedly roared, "You guys hurry up and lie down, otherwise." However, the words are not finished. Luo Lei had already pulled out the black knife behind his back airplanes. In an instant, the atmosphere of the scene changed in vain, and when Luo Lei officially held the black knife in his hand, a furious sword intent rushed into the sky, vast, and in an instant, a white cloud floating in the sky split in two. At the same time, perhaps it was influenced by this sword intent unconsciously, wisps of dark clouds appeared in the sky, constantly gathering in the sky above the Iron Country. There is quite a smell of black clouds pressing down on the city. Click, click. And the most direct thing is that under Luo Lei's feet, countless dense cracks appeared, which instantly spread the entire ring, making the ring have a shaky taste. Poof, poof, poof. With the unlimited increase of sword intent, next to the ring, one of the already frightened samurai fell to the ground first, followed by the second, the third. Well, as if it caused some kind of chain reaction, the samurai watching around the ring seemed to have lost the courage to stand, fell in pieces, and even worse, they were already fainting on the ground, foaming at the mouth. The full burst of sword intent is indeed comparable to the overlord color domineering. Rolly glanced at the unconscious samurai in front of the ring and muttered something in his heart. This time, he completely burst out all the sword intent of the Hawkeye My Hawk template, but as a result, it had an effect comparable to the overlord color domineering. What is this power? Does the sword intent already carry a spiritual attack? Directly ahead, Jianhao Okansuk suppressed the throbbing in his heart. His eyes showed an almost incredible look, staring at Luo Lei deadly, revealing an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Are you kidding? Isn't psychic attack a ninja illusion type power? As a result, the guy named Hawkeye My Hawk in front of him is not a ninja, but the sword intent is very strange to have a spiritual attack, which is simply too strange. How is it possible, sword intent, or a mental attack? Around the ring, some samurai who were paralyzed on the ground and were not unconscious, in addition to being extremely shocked, they also exclaimed tremblingly, obviously not understanding what was going on. And at this time, maybe it's because Luo Lei's sword intent is too violent, or maybe it's because the Iron Country is too small. Almost when Luo Lei's sword intent swept out, causing the sky and the earth to change, the entire Iron Country was boiling. As a samurai, everyone is no stranger to sword intent, but the sword intent actually has a spiritual attack, but it is the first time. More importantly, when you release such a violent sword intent in the Iron Country, aren't you hitting the entire Iron Country in the face? Because, all along, the ruler of the Iron Country, Mifyun, has clearly stipulated that you can challenge others in the Iron Country, but you are never allowed to release your breath in public without scruples, so as not to affect the normal order of the Iron Country. So, in such a situation, swish, swish, ugh. Countless eyes all looked at the central area of the Iron Country because, since this sword intent is so strong, then, as the actual ruler of the Iron Country, the object of worship of countless samurai, Lord Mifyun must also feel it. Iron Country, central area, inside a castle full of samurai architecture. Alas, is the ninja world going to be turbulent again? In an office on the highest floor of the castle, Mifyun looked at the intelligence scroll in his hand and sighed helplessly. As the leader of the Iron Country, every time there was a big war in the ninja realm, he was afraid that the 5 great shinobi villages would not keep their promises and drag the Iron Country into the war. So, over the years, while Mifyun wants to develop the Land of Iron, he also has to have a good relationship with the 5 shinobi villages, and if nothing else, at least the surface friends must be maintained. This doesn't? The news on the intelligence scroll just now probably said after the appearance of the God Clown Emperor of the God Organization, the 5 major ninja villages have engaged in an arms race, among which Uane village is the most frustrated and is frantically expanding the number of ninjas. In other words, on the surface, the ninja world is a piece of peace, but in fact, there is already a dark tide. However, just when Mifyun wanted to deal with the next intelligence scroll boom, a furious sword intent came from the north of the city. How is it possible? This sword intent. Sensing this sword intent, Mifyun froze for a moment, and then, as if thinking of something, his face changed suddenly, and he flashed to the window of the office, looking towards the north of the city. Well, don't look and don't know. In an instant, Mifyun saw an incredible scene. Looking around, I saw a white cloud in the sky being divided into two by an invisible force. Then, countless dark clouds surged from all directions, and in less than a few seconds, the entire sky above the Iron Country was covered by dark clouds, as if something big had happened. Impossible. Impossible. Relying on sword intent alone, the wind and clouds between heaven and earth have suddenly changed, and there are still some spiritual attacks faintly. Mifyun shook his head, his mind blank. As a high-ranking swordmaster in the entire ninja world, he has been specializing in all kinds of awesome swordsmanship over the years, and he has never paid attention to such a chicken thing as sword intent. Now, the sword intent in front of him gave him a drink. The sword intent, which he regarded as a chicken rib, could trigger such a terrifying vision of heaven and earth. It was simply awesome. Bang! Lord Mifyun, there is important information. And at this time, a samurai didn't even knock on the door, but directly pushed the door in with an urgent face. Is it about this sword intent? Mifyun took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Yes, Mifyun-sama. The samurai nodded without any hesitation. However, judging from the shocked look on his face, it was obvious that he had not eased up. Let me be specific, Mifyun ordered in a cold voice. It's best to explain the cause and effect of the matter to me. Yes. Mifyun-sama. When the samurai heard this, he straightened out his thoughts and said, a few hours ago, the owner of this sword intent entered the land of iron, and then, in the ring in the north of the city, he challenged Ken Haokasuk, and as a result, very unexpectedly, Ken Haokasuk knelt down and admitted defeat without fighting. And after Ken Haokasuk knelt down and admitted defeat, young Master Ivan went into the ring, and then, when it comes to this, the samurai was obviously a little hesitant, wanting to say something, but did not dare to say it. Don't talk nonsense, say it quickly. Mifyun's brows frowned, and his heart sank slightly. As the supreme leader and ruler of the Iron Country, he was well aware of some of the dirty things that his grandson was doing in secret, but people are a little selfish, especially for grandchildren. Mifyun is still very doting, so, all this time, he turned a blind eye to what Ivan did, pretending not to know. And listen to this sentence. The samurai hesitated, but spoke seriously. Lord Mifyun, after young Master Ivan got into the ring, he was cut off by a sword ray and killed in seconds. When Mifyun heard this, he was silent at first. Immediately, a wisp of hatred flashed in his eyes. He thought about many possibilities, but he didn't expect that his unfinished grandson, in the country of iron, would be killed by someone cutting his head. Didn't this hit him in the face again? It seems that after so many years without making a move, someone has forgotten my horror. Soon, Mifyun adjusted, and a sneer naturally appeared on his cheeks, and he finally understood that the owner of this sword intent should be coming at him, otherwise, it wouldn't be so high profile. Now, unscrupulously releasing his sword intent is probably also to lure him to appear. Mifyun-sama, what should I do now? The samurai seemed to realize something and asked in a low voice. What else can I do? Mifyun took a deep breath, naturally gripped the hilt of the katana worn around his waist with his right hand, and muttered, old man, we're going to fight side by side again. Airplanes. It seems that I heard this sentence. The katana on Mifyun's waist trembled very humanely, and a faint killing intent permeated. Ugh. The next moment, a sound that broke through the air came out under the stunned gaze of the samurai. Mifyun's body flashed, and it flew out of the window, quickly striking towards the source of the sword intent. Even Mifyun-sama, are you going to make a move? After half a ring, the samurai looked incredulous after reacting. Since many years ago, Mifyun-sama fought Hanzo, the leader of the Yuin village, in order to cover the evacuation of his companions, and was defeated by Hanzo's second attack of the chain scythe. Mifyun-sama has rarely made a move. Strike now means that Mifyun-sama is likely to have come out of the shadow of defeat back then. Well, the samurai guessed well. Mifyun has indeed come out of the shadow of losing to Hanzo and has a more terrifying transformation in swordsmanship, but this time, Mifyun is facing Roar, who uses the Hawkeye My Hawk template, and perhaps, Mifyun finally walks out of the shadow left by Hanzo of the Pepperfish, and will enter an even more terrifying shadow. At the same time, north of the city, in the ring, because Luo Lei unleashed his sword intent without any scruples. As a result, many samurai around the ring could not bear the oppressive force of sword intent, and all fainted. Even if a very small number of relatively strong samurai are still insisting, but there is no use for eggs, they can only collapse on the ground with their whole body limp, gritting their teeth and persisting. What the hell are you going to do? At this time, the most collapsed thing is in the ring, and the sword Asuk, who has begun to foam at the mouth and has a pale face in particular. By this time, he finally understood that the Hawkeye Mihawk from the God organization in front of him came to the land of iron purely to find fault, and what was even more infuriating was that in order to challenge Mifyun Sensei, the means he used were really too violent and direct, completely reckless of the consequences. Anyway, now, regardless of the outcome, Hawkeye Mihawk is already on the opposite side of the Iron Country. Oh, he's coming. Luo Lei smiled and did not answer Ken Haokasuk's question head-on, but said meaningfully if his domineering perception was not wrong, Mifyun with a large group of centaurs, probably hundreds of powerful samurai, had already surrounded him in the direction where he was. What, you mean? Heard this sentence, Ken Haokasuk realized something at once, but just when he was beaming and wanted to say something, swish, swish, ugh. A piercing sound of breaking the air came out from far and near. Countless figures appeared around the ring looking at it, these people are the samurai guards of the Iron Country, the old man in the lead, with a long beard on his mouth and chin, a bandage wrapped around his head, wearing green stacked armor, and wearing a katana. Needless to say, this is the legendary general of the samurai country and the Iron Country, Mifune. Ha! It's finally here. Luo Liun glanced around lightly, and then, his heart moved, and the violent sword intent instantly restrained in an instant. The originally windswept sky became clear again, and if it weren't for the samurai who fell into fainting were still lying on the ground, you would never be able to see what happened at the scene. It's him, the sword intent released. He doesn't have any chakra fluctuations on his body. It seems, he's not a ninja. Humph. Dare to kill and make trouble in the Iron Country. It is really looking for death. At this time, many samurai warriors of the samurai guard looked at Luolei closely, and even some people snorted coldly, revealing a look of gritted teeth. Obviously, the culprit of all these disputes, Luolei, was hated. Mifune sensei, are you here? At this time, Jianhao, Asuk's eyes were delighted, and he endured the mental exhaustion, stood up tremblingly, and walked towards Mifune step by step. Rebels! On your knees. Mifune's face was livid, and he scolded coldly, there is no waste like you in the Iron Country. I taught you the spirit of Bushido, have you forgotten it all? Nope. Mifune sensei, Jianhao, Okasuk heard this, his body paused, and then he said bitterly, you listen to me explain. It's not me. Enough. I don't need to listen to you explain. There is no intention to show mercy to his subordinates. Mifune's eyes were cold, and he pulled out the katana at his waist and slashed at Kenhao Okansuk's thigh. A sword light burst out of the air the next moment, a bloody wound appeared on each of the two thighs of Jianhao Okansuk, and immediately, it was planted on the ground with a bang. Mifune sensei, can't you just listen to me finish? Feel a sharp pain in your legs. Kenhao Okansuk smiled very sadly. It was finally coming, but it was a blessing in misfortune that Mifune sensei did not kill him directly. What else do you have to say, you sinister obstacle? Mifune didn't have any expression on his face, and glanced at Yvonne, who was already dead in the ring, and scolded, I used to value you so much, but as a result, you didn't even have the courage to draw your sword and fight, and you really didn't deserve to be a samurai in the Iron Country. Well, good, I understand. Kenho Asuk smiled miserably, before taking a deep breath and roaring, Mifune sensei, you are really old and confused. Do you know who this guy in front of you is? Do you know how bold this guy in front of you is? Bold. Okansuk, you dare to speak to Mifune-sama like that? Damn. Okasuk, you're really obsessed. Mifune-sama, Okansuk has changed. It's better to directly sentence Okansuk to death. As soon as this sentence came out, it was like stabbing some hornet's nest behind Mifune. Many members of the samurai escort swiped at Kenhao Okasuk, glaring angrily, as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Well, very good. Mifune smiled coldly, stretched out his hand to stop the very angry members of the samurai guard behind him, and said in a deep voice, you said, I want to take a look, what reason can you say? Mifune sensei, then listen up. Jianhao Okasuk forcibly endured the pain in the cone coming from his legs, pointed at Luolei, who had never spoken, and said, this guy in front of me is Hawkeye Mihawk from the Divine Organization. A few days ago, in the Yunli Gorge of Union Village, he personally cut off all 8 tails of the 8-tailed bull ghost, and left safely under the gaze of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows. Boom! The words did not fall, the whole scene rioted in an instant. No way, it's really Jianhao Okansuk's words, revealing too much news. First of all, the mysterious sword how in front of him is from that very mysterious god organization, and then, it seems that he has fought with the legendary 8-tailed bull ghost, and finally, even 3 generations of Thunder Shadows have been involved. Okasuk, what did you say? Among them, Mifune's expression changed and changed. On the surface, it is very calm, but in the deepest part of the heart, it has set off terrifying waves because, whether it is the God Organization, or the 8-tailed cow ghost, and the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, they are all well-known existences in the ninja world. As a result, this mysterious sword master in front of him was from the God Organization that made a lot of noise in the ninja world some time ago. Mifune sensei, we have a big deal going on in the Land of Iron. Jianhao Asuk smiled bitterly and said helplessly, this time, I went to the Land of Thunder to challenge Night Moon's sword and witnessed all this with my own eyes, so I didn't dare to fight, because I couldn't fight at all. Then why didn't any news leak out? Mifune still couldn't believe it, and asked in a deep voice, it's very simple, in order to maintain the dignity of Union Village, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow forcibly suppressed this matter. Not only the Iron Country, but even Konoha Village, Uane Village, Sand Hidden Village, and Mist Hidden Village did not know. When he said this, Jianhao Asuk shook his head with a dead face. He knew very well that when he said the news, he was already dead. The following days, the Cloud Shadow Department will put him on the must-kill list. Wiu, heard the sentence. There was a sound of gasping for air at the scene behind Mifune. The gazes of many members of the samurai escort looked at Luolei suddenly changed, and even more cautiously shrunk their heads, with an incredulous look on their cheeks. I understand. Mifune took a deep breath and glanced at Kenho Okasuk with a complicated face. Immediately, he slowly looked at Luolei. He never thought that the mysterious great sword master named Hawkeye Mihawk in front of him was actually from the God Organization, and caused such a big thing in Union Village. In other words, things seem to be getting more and more wrong, deeper and deeper. Okay, are you finished? At this time, Luolei raised his eyebrows, stretched his waist, and asked quietly. In particular, after waiting for so long, he finally waited for Mifune, and then, as long as he defeated Mifune, then Hawkeye Mihawk's template mission will basically be completed. That's it. Mifune's eyes flickered for a moment before he turned to the samurai guards next to him and ordered, "Retreat with Okansuke, the next battle is not something you can interfere in, Mifune-sama, we follow the command." Yes, the samurai guards nodded reluctantly, however, just as they were about to retreat. Poof. I saw Kenhao. Okasuke vomited a mouthful of blood and laughed miserably. "Mifune-sensei, I am embarrassed for the Iron Country, your Bushido spirit may be correct, but when faced with some irresistible forces, it is really useless." Bang. After saying the last sentence, Okasuke seemed to have been hit hard by something, rolled his eyes, and then fell straight to the ground, and he couldn't die anymore. Alas, why would you? Mifune sighed, as if he had aged for tens of years. He knew very well that Okansuke had died of his own heart and could no longer be rescued, and it was no longer very important whether Okansuke was right or wrong in this matter. Far away from your evacuation, however, Mifune, as the leader of the Iron Country, quickly adjusted, looked certain, and quickly faced the samurai guards next to him and ordered, "By the way, evacuate the civilians within a radius of 5 kilometers. Yes, Mifune-sama. Yes, Mifune-sama. Yes, Mifune-sama." Swish, swish, ugh. Accompanied by several sounds that broke the void, the samurai of the samurai guard left directly at a very fast speed, without any hesitation. "I don't care who you are," he said, and when it was almost time for his subordinates to leave, Mifune's eyes froze, and he jerked out the katana he was wearing at his waist, and roared with a slight anger, "But, what you did today has already touched my limit, airplanes." Almost in the next instant, a majestic momentum swept away. Then, I saw Mifune clench the katana in his hand and swing it at Luolei's sword. Click, click. Well, when this sword fell, the air in all directions seemed to explode. Countless sharp blades continued to gather on the katana, and finally, it condensed into a super-huge katana-shaped sword chi, roaring towards Luolei. Boom! The sword chi is rampant. In an instant, it was as if it was about to tear the earth apart. In less than a second, a deep ravine appeared in the ring, and at the same time, Yue slammed towards Luolei without abating. Looking at this huge katana that seemed to run through everything and was completely formed by sword chi coming towards him, Luolei's cheeks did not show a trace of fear, but pouted very excitedly. Right. It's excitement, no way. After using Hawkeye Mihawk's template, he had hardly met a more decent Jianhao now. In the face of Mifune's attack, he finally felt a little excited about the swordsman's duel. At this time, Mifune was a little puzzled. "Nima, you know, his attack is already about to hit Roar's body, but why didn't Roly draw his sword to resist any defensive moves? Could it be that this Jianhao in front of him is a big parallel product?" Bell. The next moment, though, when Mifune was still thinking about it, he saw a stunned scene. I saw that his huge katana, which was completely formed by sword chi, was about to hit Luolei's body. Lore finally moved, but he neither drew his sword nor dodged, but stretched out his right arm very strangely, and at a glance, he knew that he wanted to use his arm to resist the attack. Is this a renunciation of resistance? Mifune was stunned all of a sudden, and then, as if he had thought of something, it was a scowl on his face. Looking down on people, really looking down on people, so bad for his swordsmanship, in the entire ninja world is famous, to say a bad word, the average shadow-level powerhouse, do not dare to use the body to harden the sword chi. After all, the ninja's body was too fragile to withstand the attack of the sword. As a result, the guy named Hawkeye Mihawk in front of him actually used his arm to harden his sword chi, which was really arrogant to the extreme. Wait for the broken arm. The next moment, Mifune snorted coldly, without blinking his eyes, staring directly at Luolei's arm. In his opinion, Luolei's arm was about to be cut off, so that blood sprayed wildly. Miserable. However, Mifune was destined to be disappointed as a wisp of breath flowed out of Luolei's body again. Going up along the arm, it directly turned Luolei's right arm into pitch black. Bell. It was also at this moment, the huge katana formed by the sword chi roared. It hit Luolei's right arm fiercely, emitting a very crisp sound of gold and iron, and in an instant, it was as if it had hit something hard, and a huge energy wave burst out. Boom! Perhaps because the energy waves are too terrifying with Luolei as the center, the entire ring was torn apart by countless dense sword chi, tearing out one crisscrossing crack after another, and the people watching it were numb in their scalps for a while. What's even weirder is that as the central point of the burst of energy waves, Roly didn't change or move the whole time, not even a small step. The look on Mifune's cheeks froze, and there was disbelief in his eyes. If it weren't for his good eyesight all the time, he would have thought he was alive. Did I make a mistake? Just kidding again. Someone hard caught his sword chi with his body in front of him? Mifune-sama's attack was caught by that Kenho named Hawkeye Mihawk with his body? I can't be mistaken, right? The sword chi is hard caught by the body. Didn't such an attack make Hawkeye Mihawk take a step back? At the same time, in the distance, the samurai of the samurai escort who were maintaining order looked at the scene in the field and couldn't help but look at each other. No way. Although everyone is mentally prepared, when they really see this scene, they can't help but send out a feeling, this strong is a little too outrageous. Nima, such a terrifying sword of Lord Mithyan just relying on Yue caused the ring to crisscross the cracks, but it couldn't hurt Hawkeye my Hawk, or even make Hawkeye my Hawk move even a little? This guy seems to be not only strong in swordsmanship, but even his body's defense is extremely perverted. Nope. Just now, if I'm not mistaken, a wisp of black energy appeared on Hawkeye my Hawk's body, which made his defense become so strong. Soon, some carefully observed samurai calmly analyzed despite the strong performance of Kenhao Hawkeye my Hawk in the field, they still have great confidence in Mithyan-sama, and there is no reason, because Mithyan is their faith. It seems that my attack like this can't break your defenses. After the initial shock, Mithyan quickly calmed down, his face did not show any fear, but became more serious, and the whole person's momentum was full of fighting intent. Of course, he also knew that the problem appeared in that black energy body. Who is he? He is the general of the country of samurai and the country of iron, the supreme ruler of the country of iron, and the faith of countless samurai, so it is impossible for him to easily admit defeat, let alone have the slightest cowardice. Yes? Luo Lei moved his right hand a little and said quietly, in that case, then I will let you see what is the apex of kendo and what is the #1 swordsman in the ninja world. Well, just pretended to be forced with armed color domineering, now that he has warmed up, he should also show some real skills, at the very least, he will let Mithyan see what is the real top swordmaster. The apex of kendo? It's really too arrogant. When Mithyan heard this, he smiled disdainfully and said coldly, I don't care who you are or what organization you come from, but, in the ninja world, kendo has never had any apex because, no matter what, it will be crushed by ninjas. Yes? Roly pouted and shrugged disapprovingly. This may be the limitation of Mithyan's thinking, even if he is extremely obsessed with kendo, he will have a slight fear of ninjas, subconsciously believing that ninjas are the mainstream of the world, and samurai have passed. Humph, do you think I'm laughing? Mithyan frowned, smiled dejectedly, and said, since the 6 Dao immortals unraveled the true meaning of chakra, the entire ninja world has changed, the samurai are withering day by day, and the ninja is becoming more and more prosperous, unless one day in the future, a great sword master can reach the height of the 6 immortals, maybe it can change the situation in the ninja world. 6 Dao immortals? Luo Lei shook his head, not wanting to say anything more at this stage. The Third Ninja World War has not yet begun, he does not have to think about the Fourth Ninja World War, the 6th level ninja is indeed very strong, but his golden finger is not vegetarian. Anyway, in a word, after the big deal, he singled out the big Tube-Wood family. Okay, you go all out. The next moment Luo Lei glanced at Mithyan, and then slowly pulled out the black knife on his back, and said coldly, today, I will let you know that the real great sword How is definitely no worse than a shadow-level ninja, and can even be comparable to super shadow, airplanes. Between the words, the pitch-black blade was the black knife with a heavy thong with a chaotic blade, and it naturally trembled a few times as a result, wisps of popping sound appeared in the air. Well, since you are so arrogant, I will not be polite, Sue. Mithyan didn't have any intention of keeping his hand, and as soon as he made a move, he almost went all out, and a flash appeared in front of Luo Lei, picked up the katana in his hand, and then, slashed down. Kind of interesting. Luo Lei nodded, a little surprised. He didn't expect that, knowing that his defense was strong, Mithyan still chose to fight him closely. However, this time, Luo Lei did not choose to cover his arm with armed color domineering to hard take this move. Instead, he blocked it with a black knife, and suddenly, the black knife and the katana collided fiercely, making a crisp metal collision sound. And this is like a beginning clang, clang, bell. The next moment, under the gaze of countless samurai, Mithyan and Luo Lei directly turned into two after-images, constantly colliding because it was too terrifying. Sword chi slammed into all directions, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding earth that made people's scalps numb. Any sword, I feel like I can kill a superior shinobi in seconds. What's more, I feel that even if you are an elite shinobi, you don't dare to take these sword chi hard, it's too strong. Whether it's Mithyan-sama or Hawkeye my Hawk, their grasp of swordsmanship has reached a peak. At this time, those onlookers, watching the fierce battle in the field, all flickered their eyes and were shocked. They had thought that Mithyan-sama's swordsmanship was awesome enough. However, when I saw Hawkeye my Hawk's swordsmanship, I understood what it was to have people outside the world, because everyone is a samurai, and the advantages and disadvantages of swordsmanship can be distinguished at once. Mithyan-sama's swordsmanship is indeed very strong, but when compared to Hawkeye my Hawk's swordsmanship, it really pales in comparison. Even if Mithyan-sama and Hawkeye my Hawk fight inextricably, but the subtle differences still made many samurai feel a little uneasy in their hearts. And in the field, the battle continues. Mithyan's attack was fierce, and with each sword that fell, the air emitted a piercing sound of breaking the air. However, on the contrary, Luo Lei is always at ease, and each sword is very indifferent, as if he is testing the strength of Mithyan, and the clouds are very light and breezy. Bell. Another piercing metallic clash. Mithyan's katana and Raleigh's black knife collided, erupting into a majestic energy shockwave. Then, affected by this, Mithyan took dozens of steps backwards in a row. Luo Lei, on the other hand, did not take a step back, standing in place very calmly. How is it possible? Why is this? At this time, Mithyan had an incredulous look on his face, looking at Luo Lei's gaze. While being horrified, he also had some heart palpitations. Strong. It's really too strong. As a great sword master, he thought that his sword skills had reached the pinnacle. In the battle with Luo Lei, he experienced an unprecedented sense of humiliation and helplessness, because his sword skills were suppressed throughout the process. Sounds incredible, but this is a fact, but it is his personal experience. Well, I probably know your strength. At this time, Luo Lei's eagle-eye-like eyes froze, and he said in a deep voice, "Next, you don't shoot, you just need to watch my performance." "What show?" Mithyun heard these words, and before he knew it, a bad premonition appeared in his heart. In vain, however, in the next moment, Mithyun stood in place with a shocked expression because, almost instantly, Luo Lei's temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes, and it seems that the whole person is turned into a sword. Because, almost in an instant, Luo Lei's temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes, and it seems that the whole person is turned into a sword. Right. It is a sword that seems to be about to cut the heavens and the earth. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying sword pressure swept away, and at Luo Lei's feet, the already shaky and ravine-crisscrossing ring suddenly trembled violently, and finally all shattered. Then, with roar as the center, a strange sword realm visible to the naked eye is gradually forming. How is it possible? Mithyun was the first to notice the abnormality in the field, and without the slightest hesitation, his body quickly flashed back, and when he retreated hundreds of meters, he stared at Luo Lei, who seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation with a shocked face. How can it be? That Hawkeye my hawk can actually use the realm of swords? It's over. Is Hawkeye my hawk the pinnacle of the legendary great sword sword god? In an instant, almost all the onlookers widened their eyes, their minds were buzzing, and as for the expression on their faces, they were already a little numb. Terrible. It's really terrible. This guy in front of you, it's not just Daejianhao anymore, because, with the strength he displayed, among the great swordsmen, he is the most top-notch existence. It's kind of scary. And in the ninja world, because ninjas dominate the mainstream, therefore, an ordinary swordmaster is very delicious anywhere. Sometimes, if you're lucky, the 5 great ninja villages will hire you to go to their ninja school and teach some sword skills to some shinobi or middle ninja. And to Jianhao, that status is even higher. For example, the boss of Konoha's dark department, Kikishua Shigeru, is a great swordsman, and during the Second Ninja World War, he abruptly used his sword skills to kill a title of Kiki White Fang that made the entire ninja world change. And the great general of their iron country, Mithyun, in fact, he is also a terrifying great sword lord, but because the country of iron is a neutral country, his prestige in the ninja world is far less terrifying than that of Kima White Fang. Now, this guy named Hawkeye my hawk in front of me, the feeling to everyone seems to be purer and more terrifying than the great sword. How, especially after the emergence of the sword realm, they were even more jealous and afraid of Hawkeye my hawk's strength. It's just beginning. Luo Lei's domineering look sensed the horrified look of countless samurai at the scene, smiled indifferently, and immediately, slowly clenched the black knife in his hand. Airplanes. In an instant, the sword intent soared into the sky, and this is just a simple beginning. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, a terrifying armed color domineering aura suddenly surged out, gradually permeating the sword of the Black Knife Knight, invisibly making the sword intent more fierce and domineering. And this time, Mithyun looked at Lore helplessly. He still held a katana in his hand, and there was a hint of shock and dejection in his eyes. Obviously, at this moment, he also realized that Luo Lei was above him, whether it was sword intent, sword art, sword mang, sword pressure, etc. In other words, he seemed to be a realm away from Luo Lei. A master's move, every move is fatal, not to mention a realm worse, that it's just fancy crushing and hanging. Damn, I will not throw in the towel. However, Mithyun, as a great swordsman with the spirit of Bushido, quickly calmed down after the initial hesitation. There is nothing to say. Even if he dies, he will not surrender and admit defeat. Yet at this very time, Luo Lei, who had been standing there without any movement, suddenly moved without any fancy movements, nor any stone-shattering sounds, nor any expressions of contempt for the opponent. It was a simple matter of picking up the black knife and waving it slightly at Mithyun. Without any doubts, for a while, countless eyes focused on Black Dao. Yes, silent. Even after this sword swing, there was no wind and grass between heaven and earth, as if nothing had happened. It was very calm, because time seems to freeze. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a moment, and it seemed like a minute. Above the sky, a monstrous sword radiance appeared in vain, streaking across the sky, causing a black crack that made the scalp numb in the sky. Well, it goes without saying, it's an air crack. Airplanes. The speed of this sword ray was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed towards Mithyun Bell. Perceive all this. Mithyun's gaze was a little dull, and the katana in his hand couldn't help but fall to the ground. No way, it's not that he doesn't fight back, but he can't fight back at all, so there is no need to do death throws. See this scene, the bodies of many onlookers trembled. What's more, he closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to see Mithyun-sama being chopped to death. However, no matter what, time cannot be turned back. Therefore, under the terrified eyes of countless samurai, the monstrous sword radiance still slashed fiercely on Mithyun's body. Boom! There are no words to describe this scene that exploded in an instant with a deafening roar. The entire Earth seemed to have encountered the 18th level Earth, constantly trembling, bursting, and countless energy collision shock waves swept out with the three ships as the center from a distance. It's like the end of the world, it's terrifying. As the protagonists of the battle, Luo Lei and Mifyun were engulfed in dust in the sky at that moment. From a distance, it's like the end of the world, it's terrifying. As the protagonists of the battle, Luo Lei and Mifyun were engulfed in dust in the sky at that moment. Quiet. A dead silence. For a while, all the onlookers seemed to fall silent. What's more, a very incredulous look involuntarily appeared on his face. No way, how is it possible for a great sword? How will it be so strong? After all, in the ninja world, it is normal for ninjas to have such great power, but now, a big sword lord has such a violent power, and he has exerted his sword skills to the fullest, which is simply incredible. Because, so powerful, it's not like a Jianhao can have it anymore. Time is ticking by minute soon, when the very center of the battlefield, countless dust and energy shockwaves gradually subsided, many samurai couldn't wait to look towards the very center. Boom! Well, don't look and don't know, it's scary when you look at it. I saw that in the very central area of the battlefield, Mifyun and Luo Lei were still facing each other, and there seemed to be no change, but, if you look closely, you will find that next to Mifyun, a 1,000-meter-long, bottomless super rift appeared. Needless to say, it was cut out alive by the sword radiance just now. Mifyun-sama seems to be alright? Is this the true power of Hawkeye Mihawk? Hawkeye Mihawk seems to have mercy on his subordinates, and did not kill Mifyun-sama. After the initial shock, many warriors of the Iron Country gasped when they looked at the 1,000-meter-long Earth Rift. However, when it was seen that Mifyun-sama was not injured, everyone still breathed a heavy sigh of relief, because, losing, it may have been doomed. Everyone is basically mentally prepared, but if Mifyun-sama dies, the consequences may be very serious. Although the Iron Country is a neutral country, but it was almost all up to Mifyun Town Yard. If Mifyun was gone with the urine nature of the 5 great ninja villages, it will definitely force the Iron Country to take sides, thus causing a series of disputes. Alas, I lost. At this moment, Mifyun's mood is undoubtedly the most complicated. He never thought that one day, someone would defeat him in the field he was most proud of, and besides, for him, killing him was more uncomfortable than not killing him. At that time, he lost to Hanzo, but he was decadent for a long time. Now he finally got out of the shadow brought by Hanzo the Pepperfish, and was defeated by Hawkeye Mihawk, in front of countless samurai in the land of iron just out of the mouth of the tiger, and fell into the wolf's den. Perhaps, this psychological shadow now will accompany him for a lifetime. Totally done. At this time, Luo Lei was much calmer. However, when he saw Mifyun, who was still in a state of wandering, he unconsciously picked up the black knife and waved it at Mifyun. Ugh. A slash hundreds of meters long swept out and smashed fiercely in front of Mifyun with a piercing roar. A ravine hundreds of meters long straddled the front of the 3 ships. I lost completely. Shaken by the aftermath of this attack, Mifyun quickly came to his senses, shrugged his shoulders freely, and said bitterly, Hawkeye Mihawk, your attainment in swordsmanship is really strong, and I am convinced to lose. Well, here Mifyun's sincere admission of defeat. Lore nodded slightly happily, and then, putting the black knife back on his back, a flicker flew away into the distance. He didn't want to waste any time here. As for killing Mifyun, that's completely unnecessary because, you kill him, you are freeing him. Some people, if you don't kill him, it's actually worse than killing him. It just so happens that Mifyun belongs to the second type of person. And let him live, later, in the time of the 4 wars, maybe there will be some other use. Is it over? When you come, you can't be a lifetime, but when you leave, the clouds are light and breezy, and the people of the God organization are all so elusive when they do things. Whew, this fiery star is finally gone. Looking at Rolly eyes fading back, some of the onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then couldn't help but mumble for them. It was indeed a wonderful battle. If the final winner is Mifyun-sama, then maybe they will be even happier, but unfortunately, there is no if. The faith in their hearts, defeated. Moreover, it is still a very complete defeat of that defeat. After today, their Iron Country will become famous in the ninja world again, but what? This time it will be famous in the form of a background board, and the controversy about whether Mifyun-sama is the #1 swordsman in the ninja world has finally been able to calm down. Because, from the God organization, Hawkeye Mihawk will step on the prestige of Lord Mifyun, and officially make a name for the entire ninja world. Perhaps, this is fate. I don't know how long it has been. Mifyun smiled helplessly, looked at the ravine in front of him, and shook his head bitterly. He knew very well that with the birth of Hawkeye Mihawk of the God organization, the ninja world, which was already surging with dark tides, would become even more turbulent, and some of the 5 major ninja villages would suffer. The news that Hawkeye Mihawk of the Divine Organization parachuted into the land of iron and defeated Mifyun, the general of the Iron Country, spread throughout the ninja world. Less than half a day, not just in the land of iron, even the 5 major countries, and even the 5 great ninja villages of the 5 major countries, set off a monstrous wave. Suddenly, Ninja World shake. Ninja World, it's still that hidden underground cave. During this time, because he absorbed some of the chakra and life force of the outer path golem. Uchiha's mental state was much better. At the very least, it would not be so laborious to speak. However, after hearing the intelligence about the Iron Country reported by Baiju, Uchiha can't stay calm for a moment. Madara-sama, this news is 100% true. Where Mifune and Hawkeye my Hawk battled, I asked Shiro to check it out, but as a result, I found a 1,000-meter-long rift cut out with a sword. Baiju lowered his head, his eyes showed shock, and a wisp of cold sweat unconsciously overflowed from his forehead. Yes? Heard this sentence, Uchiha frowned, and his mood was not good in an instant. Nemas, some time ago, a god clown emperor who suddenly appeared, is already annoying enough now. In the Land of Iron, there is another god Hawkeye my Hawk, who also claims to be the #1 swordsman in the ninja world. Isn't it a wistful mess? It's true. Baiju nodded and glanced at Uchiha before saying carefully, this Hawkeye my Hawk, some time ago, it seems that he killed the first sword of the Thunder Country, Hanite Moonsword, in the Cloud Thunder Gorge of the Land of Thunder, and also cut the tail of the 8 tails, and finally left safely under the gaze of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. What, already appeared some time ago? A hint of surprise finally appeared on Uchiha's old cheeks, and he was puzzled. Then why hasn't this news been passed out? It is said that the news was strongly suppressed by the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. Baiju replied in a low voice. 3 generations of Thunder Shadows? Uchiha nodded thoughtfully before muttering, but, isn't that right? Could it be that in the ninja world, is there really a god organization? It's not very clear. Baiju was not sure, and said respectfully, however, first a god clown emperor, and now a god eagle eye my hawk, there is a 70% chance that this god organization exists, so, Uchiha looked a little complicated. If there are other forces in the ninja world besides him who are secretly arranging, then something is a little wrong after all. He can be sure that since the beginning of the Warring States, he has not heard of any god organization, but now, it suddenly appeared. Thinking about it with great fear, this so-called god organization is definitely not a small plot. You go to the End Valley again. Suddenly, Uchiha seemed to have thought of something, and said in a deep voice, in the Battle of the Valley of the End that year, since I survived the Izanagi implanted in my right eye, then, there may not be no backhand between the 1,000-handed pillars. What, Uchiha-sama, what do you mean? Heard this sentence, Baiju was shocked, as if he had also thought of some terrifying possibility, and said with a slight panic, if the 1,000-hand pillar is not dead, then doesn't it mean, whether the 1,000-hand pillar dies or not, as long as it blocks my path, I must die? Uchiha snorted coldly, and directly interrupted Baiju's words, and then ordered impatiently, you go and check it out. I believe that this so-called god organization will definitely act. Yes, Uchiha-sama. The words did not fall. Baiju's body quickly dived underground. Interesting, Senjujukuma. If you really are not dead, then I am looking forward to meeting you again. Stay until Baiju leaves. A rare ray of remembrance appeared in Uchiha's eyes, and he had always had a feeling of sympathy for his old friend, and he couldn't help but pity. Taoism is different and does not conspire against each other after all. There is a huge difference in the ninja path of the two in the end, from close friends to enemies. Union Village, this god organization's Hawkeye my Hawk is really too good at causing trouble, right? Thunder Shadow's office, the 3rd generation of Lei Ying looked at the latest information in his hand, and a wisp of crying and laughter appeared on his rough cheeks. Nemas, he finally suppressed what happened in Yunli Gorge strongly as a result, that Hawkeye my Hawk went directly to the Land of Iron and defeated Mifune. This also led to the fact that what happened in Union Village Yunli Gorge broke out together, and this time, the ability was limited, and his 3 generations of Thunder Shadow wanted to suppress it, and they were all powerless. However, for now, the news of Mifune's defeat is dominant. This also affected Union Village. It gets tiny. Lord Lei Ying, what should we do now? Directly ahead, a ninja of the Cloud Hidden Shadow Department lowered his head and saw the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow who had not moved, and couldn't help but ask, what else can I do? The 3 generations of Lei Ying smiled wisely and said quietly, we continue to secretly accumulate strength. No matter what that god organization wants to do, we in Union Village will not participate. Konoha won World War II, but once World War III breaks out, our Union Village will definitely come out on top. We in Village, 3 generations of Mizukage threw a piece of information about the Land of Iron on the table. Nima, another god organization? The 3rd generation of Water Shadow shook his head very unpleasantly. He never thought that how long had passed, and another master of the god organization appeared. However, this time, instead of making trouble in the Land of Rain, he went to the neutral country, the Land of Iron, and also defeated Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron. Lord Mizukage, the information is true. Directly ahead, the Dark Mist Shinobu carefully lowered his head and said nervously, at present, the Iron Country has been closed off, and as for the god Hawkeye my Hawk, it seems that he has left the Iron Country. Yes? The 3rd generation of Shui Ying clenched his fists and said coldly, what exactly does this god organization want to do? Do you have any specific news? The Mist Shinobu in the dark part paused for a moment and whispered, at present, the entire ninja world does not know what the god organization wants to do, how many members there are, and where the lair is. Only the Clown Emperor and Hawkeye my Hawk, I don't know. Anyway, the God organization won't come to Wien village. The third generation of Water Shadow shook his head, the fierce voice in his eyes flashed, and said quietly, actually, the more chaotic the ninja world now, the more beneficial it is to our mist-hidden village. Why? It's very simple. We didn't participate in World War II. If 3 wars break out in the ninja realm, and our mist-hide village suddenly participates in the war, will it scare Konoha village? It seems to make sense. Okay, you go down first. At this time, the corners of the 3 generations of Mizuki's mouth turned up slightly, and he ordered quietly, let the 7 people of Yakura and Ninja Sword come to see me, and by the way, call Terumi as well. Yes, Lord Nizu Cage, swish. The next moment, the dark mist Shinobu flashed and flew out of the gate. Alas, all I can do is lay the foundation for you. After this mist Shinobu left, the third generation of Water Shadow glanced deeply at the intelligence scroll on the table, and shook his head helplessly. At this stage, he can only try to let Wien village unite and develop, laying a good foundation for the future 4th generation of Water Shadow and the 5th generation of Water Shadow. As for the candidate for Water Shadow, he has secretly finalized it. One is the 3-tailed man Pillar Force Yakura, the other is that Wien village only found out that it was only a little lowly, Zaome. Union Village, Tokage Office, oh, what an eventful time. The third generation of Tokage Oniki levitated on the office chair, looked at the intelligence scroll in his hand, and sighed helplessly. For the God organization, he has actually been secretly concerned. However, no clues have been found, let alone any news about the divine organization, only that the Clown Emperor defeated Hanzo in the Land of Rain, and now this god Hawkeye Mihawk has defeated Mifune in the Land of Iron. Lord Tsuchikage, shouldn't we be on guard in Iwahide Village? Next to him, Oniki's apprentice, Bakudo, took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the current ninja world has a bit of a false rumor for the God organization, saying that the God organization wants to overthrow the rule of the 5 great ninja villages and re-establish a peaceful country. What to be on guard? As soon as you hear this sentence, the third generation of Tying was suddenly a little unhappy, snorted coldly, and said quietly, do you think I will be like the third generation of Thunder Shadows, without using my brains? Don't dare. Tsuchikage-sama. Kitu hurriedly lowered his head and explained, it's just that at this stage, the appearance of the God organization is too strange, and our Union village has to guard against it? No, I'm here, don't worry. Oniki shook his head very confidently, and said meaningfully, now, the most worried should be Konoha village. After all, Konoha village has the most cultivation resources and the most masters. Oh. Kitu nodded as if he understood something. He is more and more ignorant of the words of the 3 generations of Tokage-sama. Obviously he can make it clear in one sentence, he has to sell some passes. Meanwhile Konoha village, in fact, is just like the 3 generations of Tokage, the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow and other expectations. In Hokage's office, the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hinata have smoked several pipes of cigarettes in a very short time, and their expressions are also very solemn. I thought that a clown emperor of gods was already an accident. Now, in the Land of Iron, a ninja world's #1 swordsman has appeared in vain Hawkeye Mihawk, which is a bit of a ape flying sun slashing vigilance. Under normal circumstances, there are no more than 3. This god organization is obviously trying to make things happen in the ninja world, and he, as the Hokage of Konoha, has to guard against things are complicated. I checked, this god organization has not left any traces in the ninja world, including that clown emperor and Hawkeye Mihawk. There is no identity information. On the seat next to him, the captain of Konoha's dark department, Chi Mu Shuumao, also looked solemn and said very seriously, yes. Ape Thari took another big puff of smoke, and then said worriedly, the current ninja world is already dark enough, and as a result, as soon as the divine organization emerged, it directly accelerated this trend. I have a hunch that the third ninja world war may break out. When he said this, Sarutobi was obviously a little tired, and to be honest, after sitting in the position of Hokage, he didn't have a good night's sleep. In terms of the situation in the ninja world, it really looks like a war is about to break out. Kimu Shuumao grinned helplessly, did not deny it, but nodded very pertinently, forget it, take precautions. Having listened to this sentence, as if he had made up some kind of decision, he said in a deep voice, recently, you personally led a team to the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron to see if you could investigate a little bit of information about the divine organization. Okay, then I'll take a trip myself. Kimu Shuumao stretched his waist, but he still smiled and gave the 3rd generation Hokage a preventive shot, and said, judging from the information currently obtained by the Dark Department of Konoha, my trip is likely to be fruitless. It's okay, I just want to see if there are any surprises. Sarutobi raised his eyebrows, and said meaningfully, besides, there have been some ninja villages and organizations recently, a little unruly. You go out for a walk, kill some people by the way, let them calm down, don't take themselves too seriously. Ha, I knew you would say that. Kimu Shuumao shrugged with a laugh, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. He actually has this intention. So many years of not making a move, many young people have forgotten how the Kimu White Fang came from. This time out, just let the Kimu knife method see blood. Well, then it's hard for you. the third generation of Hokage took a big puff of smoke and said with emotion, after a few years, after you and I both abdicate to make way for Xian, we can go to retire together, this. Forget it. As soon as you hear this sentence, Shi Mu Shuumao waved his hand in disgust. You go to the pension yourself. If I retire, I will go home, be a good father, and guide the next generation. Yes, your son is a genius? Sarutobi was not angry, but said half-jokingly, you might as well train Kakashi as soon as possible so that he can take over your position as Dark Force commander in the future. Forget it, let's let Kakashi enter the ninja school. Kiki Shuumao waved his hand and said with a sigh, the ninja world is cruel and ruthless, so let Kakashi enjoy a few more years of happiness in the ninja school and make more friends. Okay, then I'll arrange it, and in the future, let Watergate take Kakashi's squad. Ape Flying Sun Chopper didn't think much about it, and said very plainly, don't rush to refuse, I'm doing this for Kakashi's good. Seeing that Kimu Shuumao wanted to refuse, Ape Flying Sun Chopper added, you are my confidant, you should know the status of Bofang Shuman in my heart, alright. Kimu Shuumao hesitated, but finally nodded. At present, the fourth generation of Hokage candidates in Konoha village, the most popular is the Great Snake Pill, one of the three shinobi, but only he knew that the attitude of the Ape Flying Sun Chop towards the three shinobi was the same. The Great Snake Pill is eligible, but Tsunade is also eligible. Therefore, after the talent of the Wave Feng Shui Gate was revealed, in order not to affect the relationship between the three ninjas, he secretly began to cultivate the Wave Feng Shui Gate. In other words, the chances of Wave Feng Shuman becoming the fourth generation of Hokage are great. Now, the three generations of Hokage let Wave take Kakashi, then it basically guarantees that Kakashi's future in Konoha is bright. Okay, so how many drinks shall we go for a drink? Ape Fei Riko didn't think much about it, pointed to the coffee table next to him, and said with a chuckle, well. Meanwhile, when the entire ninja world is organizing for the gods, and shaking for the #1 sword lord in the ninja world, Hawkeye Mihawk, Iron Country border area, inside a dense jungle, Luolei was sitting on a branch with an excited face, and his heart was extremely excited. This time, after using Hawkeye Mihawk's template, he parachuted into the country of iron and defeated Mifune with the strength of destroying and decaying, which can also be regarded as stepping on Mifune, making Hawkeye Mihawk's prestige famous in the entire ninja world. More importantly, now the fallacy of the mainstream of the ninja world has tacitly accepted that Hawkeye Mihawk is the #1 swordsman in the ninja world. Moreover, due to this hearty battle with Mifune, the percentage of his use of the Hawkeye Mihawk template has skyrocketed from 30% to 50%, and the percentage of the Clown Emperor template has also increased from 50% to 65%. It is foreseeable that it will not be long before he will perfectly possess the full abilities of the Clown Emperor and Hawkeye Mihawk. And at this time, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Hawkeye Mihawk template quest. Now you can randomly draw new character templates. Ding. Host, starting to extract new role templates? Yay. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint me. Finally, it's time to extract new character templates. Hearing the two mechanical prompts that sounded in vain, Luolei waved his fist fiercely, a ray of joy appeared in his eyes, and then, his heart moved, and he directly silently said, System, start extracting the third character template. Ding. Host, new role template is being extracted. Please later, ding. Congratulations to the host, one of the 4 emperors of the New World in the second half of the Great Voyage in the One Piece world, the character template of Kaido the 100 Beast. Nest grass? Is there any mistake, the character template of Kaido the Beast? Bang! The next moment, Luolei jumped up directly, and planted under the tree with a bang. Of course, with Luolei's current strength, falling to the ground is almost as painless as tickling, not only will not hurt, but also a little comfortable. No way, he's too excited. It's really that the prestige of Kaido is too awesome, because, in One Piece, 100 Beast Kaido, as one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the boss of the 100 Beast pirate group, can stir the entire sea with a single move, known as the world's strongest creature among all creatures in the sea, land and air, recognized by countless sea pirates. To single out, 100 Beast Kaido should be the first. And, more importantly, 100 Beast Kaido is known for his strong body and unkillable physique. Whether it is homicide or suicide, there is no egg use, that is, immortality, very terrifying and terrifying. Nima's, in other words, he now has one of the 4 emperors, the template of the 100 Beasts Kaido? Nima's, in other words, he now has one of the 4 emperors, the template of the 100 Beasts Kaido? Of course, the Joker King template and the Hawkeye Mihawk template are still very strong. However, the undead attributes of 100 Beast Kaido are too perverted. Think about it, after he used the template of 100 Beast Kaido, his size and ability can definitely make the entire ninja world tremble. If the Clown Emperor template represents darkness and the Hawkeye Mihawk template represents kendo, then the 100 Beasts Kaido template represents absolute violence. Who are you? If you can solve it with a fist, you can solve it. If you can't use a fist, then it is better than endurance. In a word, you hit whatever you want. Anyway, Lao Zi is not dead. If you punch me, it is tickling. If I punch you, I will beat you out. Calm down, be sure to be calm. It didn't take long for Luo Lei to take a heavy breath, but there is still irrepressible joy on his cheeks. In particular, although the template this time is still in one piece, the 4 words of 100 Beast Kaido are definitely value for money and have earned. Now, his first template is the Clown Emperor, the second template is Joraker My Hawk, the third template is 100 Beast Kaido. It's also a perfect fit. System. I want to see the specific attributes of 100 Beast Kaido. Ding! The properties of the 100 Beast Kaido character template are being generated. Third template 100 Beasts Kaido, 0% star rating, Ability 1, Seeing and Smelling Domineering, Ability 2, Armed Color Domineering, Ability 3, Overlord Color Domineering, Ability 4, Dragon Form, Ability 5, Unkillable Physique. Note, to increase the star rating, you need at least 10,000 template values, now a total of 27,500 template values. Not long after, a very familiar, seemingly illusory interface suddenly appeared in Luo Lei's mind. Roughly glanced around, Luo Lei almost completely understood the star rating and specific abilities of the 100 Beast Kaido template system. 100 Beast Kaido is actually a 4-star. The next moment, Luo Lei saw the right place. It stands to reason that Kaido the Beast, Hawkeye My Hawk, the little dot should be about the same? But why is Hawkeye My Hawk and Clown King 3-star, but 100 Beast Kaido is 4-star? Ding! The host, 100 Beast Kaido's inhumanity is very perverted, so it is normal for him to have a 4-star system evaluation. That system, 100 Beast Kaido Demon Fruit Ability. Ding! Host, it is still uncertain whether the 100 Beasts of the Pirate World Kaido is a Devil Fruit Ability, so the ability is expressed in the dragon form. Okay. As soon as you hear this sentence, Luo Lei immediately understood. It turns out that the system is also afraid of being punched in the face? Because, if he remembers correctly, in the anime of One Piece, there is still a lot of debate about whether 100 Beast Kaido is a Devil Fruit ability, although Kaido has the ability to transform into a dragon, but whether it is the ability to be a fruit is still unknown. So, now the system says so. It's very clever, because, no matter whether 100 Beast Kaido is a Devil Fruit ability or not, he will not be slapped in the face. And the domineering and unkillable physique of the 3-color does not need to be introduced, because the tacit cooperation between these abilities has created a strongest creature in the sea, land and air, 100 Beast Kaido. As for the template value, compared to the last time, there is still no growth. This is also very normal. After all, this trip to the Iron Country, he did not open a killing ring. Besides, those samurai did not have any chakra. Forget it, don't care about so much, or the old rules. Try the ability of the 100 Beast Kaido template. After half a ring, Luo Lei's heart moved, without any hesitation, and directly gave orders to the system silently in his heart. Rumble. In an instant, a violent aura instantly poured into Luo Lei's mind. This memory is very crazy and domineering. Basically it is the cultivation experience of 100 Beast Kaido for the dragon form, seeing and hearing the domineering, armed color domineering, and overlord color domineering. Interesting, it really deserves to be one of the 4 emperors of the 100 Beasts Kaido. A few minutes later, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth turned up slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh. You know, after using Hawkeye My Hawk's template, his understanding of seeing and hearing color domineering and armed color domineering is deep enough. However, after absorbing the insights of the 100 Beast Kaido on the domineering of the 3 colors, he was like a Daigo empowerment, and his understanding of the domineering of the 3 colors was taken to a higher level, and it was unceremoniously said that if he gave Luo Lei a period of time, he could make the Hawkeye My Hawk template awaken the overlord color domineering. After a while, I roughly adjusted my mentality. Luo Lei directly used the template of 100 Beast Kaido. In an instant, a majestic energy wave appeared on his body, and after this wave of energy, a tall and burly man with black hair and shawls, a pair of horns, a long beard like a dragon's whisker on his mouth, a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm, and a naked upper body, like an ancient demon god, stood in place. Click. Click. Well, maybe it's due to being too heavy. With Luo Lei as the center, dense cracks appeared in the ground. Rumble. And in the next moment, a very domineering, terrifying aura swept out from Luo Lei's body and swept in all directions. In an instant, the air seemed to explode, causing all the animals in this large forest to pass out. This, needless to say, it is overlord-colored domineering. Although this momentum, there is no substantial harm, but there is a spiritual oppressive force on people or animals, which can make people or animals directly surrender. Ding! Stage 3, Character Template Mission. The world's strongest creature dies in the ninja world. Introduction. 100 Beast Kaido, as one of the 4 emperors of the pirate world, takes suicide as fun. How can he weaken his prestige in the ninja world? So, please die in the ninja world. Is that really the case? Fancy death in the ninja world? Hear this last prompt. Luo Lei shook his head very speechlessly. In fact, when he drew the 100 Beast Kaido template, he had a faint premonition in his heart. Now, as soon as the prompt sounded, it proved that his hunch was indeed not wrong. 100 Beast Kaido in the world of pirates, like suicide and homicide. Now, the task of the system is to let him in the ninja world, use the template ability of 100 Beast Kaido, to fancy death, to pretend infinitely. This task is relatively simple. After thinking about it for a while, Luo Lei, who used the 100 Beast Kaido template, nodded silently. In his opinion, although the ninja's attack methods are diverse, in the face of the 100-beast Kaido, who can be called the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, he should still be helpless, and there is no way. More importantly, now the combat power of ninjas is not the time of the Fourth Ninja World War, therefore, with the ability of the 100 Beasts Kaido template, he can definitely run amok and do whatever he wants in the ninja world. Forget it, now. Return to the Land of Rain first. I don't know how long it's been coming. Luo withdrew from the template of the 100 Beast Kaido, hesitated, or flew in the direction of the Land of Rain. Now that you have decided to do the trick to death, you must go to the Zayazai mercenary organization to learn some necessary information about the 5 great shinobi villages. A few days later, Land of Rain, inside a small town inn, every day, after dealing with the affairs of the organization, Xiao Nan would go to the room where Luo lived and take a look. This time, Luo was gone for a few months, and she was really a little worried. In addition, during this time, another member of the God organization, Hawkeye Mihawk, also appeared in the Land of Iron and defeated Mifune, making a name for himself in the entire ninja world. So, almost every day, she will come, but every day it is empty. Really, after walking for so many days, there is no news at all. After cleaning up the room, Xiao Nan glanced at it, shook it a little silently, and then stomped his foot, muttered a small mouth, and said sharply, "When I see him again, I must beat him well." At this time, the stairs of the inn. However, hearing these words, Luo almost stumbled and fell. What is this? In fact, after entering the hotel, he sensed Xiao Nan's existence when he saw and heard the domineering, and originally wanted to surprise her, but he didn't expect to hear such a sentence. Wait a minute. Seems like someone is coming. Maybe the movement is a little big. The little South American eyes in the room flashed slightly, revealing a trace of doubtful expression, and then, the body flashed out of the room and looked in the direction of the stairs. For a time, the 4 eyes were facing each other. Luo and Xiao Nan's both brushed together, and their bodies instantly became very stiff. "Zionin, hello." Luo said hello calmly. "You." Xiao Nan looked at Luo a little woodenly, as if he couldn't react, and at the next moment, he pounced towards Luo with his teeth and claws. Well, Luo is actually a little sorry in his heart. During this time, he is indeed playing too much, and even the most basic news has forgotten to pass on to Zionin. However, just when Luo was ready to let Xiao Nan hit a few times, unexpectedly, Xiao Nan, who pounced up, did not raise his small fist, but directly threw himself into Luo's arms and gave Luo a big hug. "In the future, you must tell me often, where exactly is it, and whether it is safe or not. You don't know, your God organization has stirred up terrifying waves in the ninja world again." When Luo heard this, he was slightly surprised. Why is the plot a little wrong? According to his understanding, Xiao Nan is a little lady on the surface, but the actual temper is very explosive. With a wisp of doubt in his eyes, Luo naturally touched Xiao Nan's little head and asked, "During this time, has anything big happened in the Land of Rain?" "Nothing. Don't think about it." As soon as you hear this sentence, Xiao Nan Qiao blushed slightly and let go of Luo. Mima flickered a little, and at a glance, she knew that she was lying. How Luo's eyes were cold, and he said in a deep voice, "I haven't seen you for a few months, and I'm disobedient." "Nope, it's not." Xiao Nan was a little panicked and hurriedly shook his head, then quickly say, "Is it that the development of the Zayazai mercenary organization has not been smooth recently?" Roly tried to ask, "Count." "Sort of." Can't stand Lore's aggressive eyes. Xiao Nan hesitated a little, and said with a hint of worry, "A few days ago, Nagato disappeared." Nagato disappeared. Having listened to this sentence, Luo instantly thought of Uchiha, who was hiding in the shadows and plotting the entire ninja world. To put it in a bad way, even if Nagato has an immortal body, he can't exert the power of the reincarnation eye at all, because this pair of reincarnation eyes is Uchiha's. If he does not compromise, he will do things for Uchiha. It is a lifetime that I don't want to exert the true power of the eye of reincarnation. Why, despite the speculation in my mind, but, Luo still asked in a deep voice, "He changed." Xiao Nan was a little sad, and said a little helplessly, "A few days ago, after we learned that your organization Hawkeye Mihawk defeated Mifune, we held a small 3-person meeting. As a result, Nagato didn't know what medicine he had taken wrong, and completely negated the current development model of the Zayazai mercenary organization. Speaking of which, Xiao Nan was obviously a little annoyed. The Akinoki mercenary organization was founded by Shi, Yahiko, and Nagato together to change the country and build a bridge of hope to world peace through people-to-people exchanges. The result? Now, Nagato wants to change the development model of Zayazai mercenaries, perhaps under the influence of the God organization. He said that he wanted to establish an elite mercenary organization that did not belong to any country, especially to provoke some small wars, first monopolize the war commission of small countries at a low price, and then increase the scale of wars, break the ninja system of big countries, destroy the economy, and monopolize all wars. In Nagato's words, if you want to make the ninja world peaceful, you must first make the ninja world crazy. In order to realize their dreams, they must destroy all the existing systems in the ninja world in order to truly achieve the so-called permanent peace. Deny it all. Rolly smiled and shook his head. In fact, there is no need for Xiao Nanduo to say, he has already guessed. Now the development of the Xiaozai mercenary organization may have entered a bottleneck and stagnated. In such cases, it is normal for Nagato to be seduced by Baiju and want to change the development thinking of the Xiaozai mercenary organization. But Yahiko and Konan, it will definitely not come from Nagato. That's right. Xiao Nan pouted and said in a deep voice, however, Yahiko and I have already scolded Nagato, and the Xiaozai mercenary organization is developing quite well now, and there is no need to change the development model. Then he's missing now, aren't you and Yahiko worried? Rolly asked with a chuckle. Don't worry, Xiao Nan Qiao's eyebrows frowned slightly, and he said suspiciously, before this, Nagato had disappeared many times, but every time he disappeared for a few days, he returned, and his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. So, this time, when he comes back, he should have the strength of the shadow level. Oh, sure enough. Luo nodded thoughtfully and didn't say anything more. Nagato, this guy really went on the road of no return. In the face of Uchiha's calculations and layout, he is still too immature to play others at all. By the way, recently, you don't run around in the land of rain. At this time, Xiao Nan seemed to have thought of something. Cold voice. The influence of your god organization has caused Konoha's prestige to be hit, so the dark part of Konoha does not know what crazy happened, and it is currently raging in the land of rain. What? The dark parts of Konoha are actually dispatched, Luo exclaimed with a little surprise. In his opinion, the Konoha Dark Department is a relatively powerful assassination tactical special force in the ninja world, especially the captain of the Konoha Dark Division, Kima White Fang, is definitely not a fuel-saving lamp. Kima White Fang arrived in the land of rain yesterday, and that afternoon, without any reason, he destroyed 2 underground dark organizations, Xiao Nan added with a hint of fear, and a hint of trill. Fortunately, our Xiaozai mercenary organization detected it early and shrunk quickly, otherwise, it might also be dealt a devastating blow by the dark part of Konoha. Is Konoha so domineering now? Having listened to this sentence, Luo asked with some curiosity, perhaps influenced by anime, his impression of Konoha village is still relatively good. If it was really as Konan's words, then there was a problem with his impression. Konoha and the other 4 ninja villages were actually the same hill, and there was no difference. What do you say? Xiao Nan Qiao's eyebrows frowned slightly, and he glanced at Luo. As the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, Konoha's domineering and cruelty are famous in the entire ninja world, and the Second Ninja World War, it seems that Konoha is passively involved, but in fact it is the biggest winner. Hokage of Konoha, saying that he wants to maintain peace in the ninja world. In fact, the deepest part of his heart is to want war, and then, make war money. Yes, kind of makes sense. Rolly shrugged and didn't deny anything. War has always been a double-edged sword, especially the final winner of the war, basically the benefits take all. Why can Konoha develop so well and cultivate so many genius ninjas? It is not that Konoha occupies a lot of resources in the ninja world, moreover, the high level of Konoha does not seem to be a good thing. By the way, you just said that Kima White Fang has arrived in the land of rain. Suddenly, Luo seemed to think of something, and asked with some uncertainty, well, yes. Xiao Nan smiled helplessly, nodded, and said, at present, the dark tide of the ninja world is surging, and this time the White Fang of Kima personally made a move. It should be to brighten Konoha's muscles and deter other forces in the ninja world. Bright muscles. Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He suddenly thought of a fun game, that is, since Konoha sent the dark part, then he might as well land vertically to Konoha village from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Would that give Konoha village a big surprise? With the size and strength of 100 Beast Kaido, if you die in Konoha village, then it will undoubtedly be able to shake the entire ninja world. It just so happens that he has always been a little curious about Konoha village, or else. This time, target Konoha village? Hey, seeing Rolly giggling there, Xiao Nan pouted and asked with some curiosity, Lord Luo, what are you thinking? Nothing, I'm thinking about you. Luo smiled proudly at Xiao Nan, and then suddenly stepped forward and kissed Xiao Nan directly. Whew. Whining. In the next moment, Xiao Nanran's big eyes widened, 2 red halos filled his cheeks, and his whole body suddenly lost strength. Long the two were separated land of rain, a camp in the dark part of Konoha, inside the most central tent. Well, is there still no clue about the divine organization? Kima Shuumao was wearing an animal mask, and his eyes showed a bit of solemnity. With the current situation, the land of rain is the most likely place to discover the divine organization. No useful intelligence was gathered inside the tent. A dark ninja knelt on one knee and prayed very respectfully, humph. Then keep killing. Kima Shuumao snorted coldly, his eyes were low, and said, whether we can find any clues about the divine organization or not, we must show the muscles of Konoha village, and the killing will be over. But now we have destroyed 6 underground dark organizations that did not cooperate with our actions. Then the voice of the dark ninja has some slight waves, this time, because it was an action of the dark part. As long as they did it, they would cut the grass and remove the roots, and both men, women, and children must kill them all, and then destroy the corpses. Why, do you have compassion? Having listened to this sentence, Chi Mu Shuumao smiled disdainfully, and said coldly, kindness to the enemy is cruelty to ourselves. We are the dark part of Konoha, we can only serve the interests of Konoha. Whoever dares to harm the interests of Konoha must die. Don't dare, Lord Kimushuomao. The dark ninja hurriedly explained, maybe I haven't experienced war for a long time, and my will is a little weak. It's okay, follow me, there's nothing wrong with it. Kimushuomao nodded, his eyes flickered to pass on the order, let everyone act quickly, find out the situation in the Land of Rain as soon as possible, and then, we will leave for the Land of Iron. Anyway, all organizations and individuals who do not cooperate with our Konoha Dark Department will be killed. Yes. Meanwhile, a few days later, above Konoha Village, 10,000 meters in the sky. Boss, did you really decide to fall vertically from here? A pair of demon wings of the demon beast constantly instigated, grabbed Luolei with one claw, glanced at the very small land, and said with some worry, such a high place, once you fall, there is absolutely no place to die, not even scum. Well, Luolei looked down at the land, and suddenly hesitated. Nima, before he didn't feel anything about 10,000 meters in the air, but when he really reached 10,000 meters, he had a feeling of being cold at a height. Tai Nima's terrible. Anyway, he is here, he can't see the land at a glance, in addition to the clouds, there is a gust of wind, blowing the brain case of the person who hurts. Boss, if we don't plan it, if you fall from 1,000 meters in the air, the effect may be the same. Seeing that Luolei was a little hesitant, the demon beast hurriedly persuaded, anyway, she doesn't think that falling from a height of 10,000 meters, there are still people who can survive. This is no longer a question of strength or not, but natural gravity acceleration is really terrible. Nope, 1,000 meters and 10,000 meters are completely different concepts. Luolei quickly shook his head, joking, 1,000 meters down is not considered to be looking for death at all, must fall 10,000 meters, in order to be considered fancy death. As for what to smash, that's not something Rolly can worry about. Anyway, smash straight down, the landing point should be in Konoha Village. Boss, so what do you want to do? The demon girl beast suddenly cried and laughed, and said slowly, if you don't decide again, I'll let go. This 10,000 meter altitude is really not fun. Well, you let it go. Luolei gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and seemed to have made some kind of decision. Still that sentence, by this time, he can only believe in the template given by the system for 100 beasts Kaido. Moreover, the 100 beasts of the pirate world, Kaido, can fall freely from an altitude of 10,000 meters without dying, and there is no reason why he was thrown to death. Well, all right. The demon beast hesitated, and directly released the demon claw. Swish. The next moment, accompanied by a sound that broke the void, Luolei himself did not react, and directly fell at a speed invisible to the naked eye, downward gravitational acceleration. Wow, it's on fire. Just fell a few hundred meters, due to the huge friction, the clothes of Luolei's whole body spontaneously combusted in the blink of an eye. At this moment, if anyone is here, they will find that Luolei has become a burning man in an instant. System, use the template of 100 Beast Kaido. Sensing that the body is about to collapse, almost instantly, Luolei's heart moved, and he gave an order to the system. Rumble. The next moment, accompanied by a majestic energy fluctuation, a tall and burly man with black hair and shawl, a pair of horns, a long beard like a dragon's whisker on his mouth, a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm, and a naked upper body, like an ancient demon god, appeared in midair. Swish! Swish! Then, due to the use of the template of 100 Beast Kaido, Roar's own weight became even heavier, so that the speed of falling has increased by several notches. Laugh at. Laugh at. In an instant, the air and the body rubbed, generating a lot of heat, making Luolei's huge body like a huge fireball, constantly falling down. Comfortable. It's really so comfortable, but what? This time, Luolei was very calm. In the face of these so-called violent frictions, he did not have any fear, but had a tickling feeling. No way. After using the template of 100 Beast Kaido, he knew that the body of 100 Beast Kaido is really too perverted, and these so-called frictions are really like tickling. No way. After using the template of 100 Beast Kaido, he knew that the body of the 100 Beast Kaido was really too perverted, and these so-called frictions were really like tickling, and there was no egg use. Of course, in general, if something falls from tens of thousands of meters, it will definitely be crushed by the high temperature and heat generated by the friction. In fact, it is similar to the meteorite falling, and most of it will be disintegrated before it is landed. And now, Rolly didn't worry about that. Because whenever the high temperature and heat generated by those frictions destroy a cell in the body, a new cell is immediately created, maintaining a balance in the body. In other words, the resilience of 100 Beast Kaido is really too terrifying. So, in such a situation, laugh at. Laugh at. As the speed of the fall continues to accelerate, the sound of friction is also more and more harsh. However, Luolei's eyes look down at the earth, 9 kilometers, 8 kilometers, 7,000 meters, and as the height from the ground became shorter and shorter, gradually, Luolei could already see the approximate outline of Konoha Village. When it was only more than 4,000 meters high, he could already clearly perceive the ninja aura of Konoha Village. This breath seems to be the most powerful. Luole frowned, instantly locked a position, and gradually began to adjust the location of the fall. Since I am not very familiar with Konoha village, therefore, he can only find a place with the strongest breath, directly come to a fall in the air, without any armed color domineering protective body, just rely on the destructive power and impact of the body falling, and destroy all the places where he fell. Meanwhile, Konoha Village, Hokage Building, Kimo Shuumao really deserves to be the captain of the Dark Department, and in less than a few weeks, he made those little ones tremble. In the office, Ape Fei chopped a pipe, looked at the intelligence scroll in his hand, and nodded with great satisfaction. All along, for Kimo Shuumao, he was very relieved, this time, still did not let him down. The only fly in the ointment may be that there is still no gain from the information about the God Organization, as if the God Organization has disappeared from the ninja world. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about the God Organization. The next moment, Sarutobi spat out, slowly put down the intelligence scroll in his hand, and muttered very confidently, with the strength of Konoha Village, the God Organization should be chaotic, right? Even if the people of the God Organization dare to come, I just happened to capture one alive and torture a report. Thinking about it, Ape Flying Sun put down his pipe, picked up the teacup next to him, and wanted to take a sip of hot tea and cultivate his emotions. However, just as the Ape Flying Sun chop wanted to drink, Naruto-sama, enemy attack. Poof. Having listened to this sentence, the tea that Ape Fei Riko had just drunk directly vomited, and an extremely shocked look appeared on his cheeks. Nimas, what a joke. He was sitting in the office of the Hokage building. How could there be an enemy attack? Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to lie about intelligence? It's simply irresponsible. Naruto-sama, something in the sky is attacking the Hokage building, probably more than 3,000 meters away. However, there was no time for Ape Flying to be held accountable. A guard ninja from the Dark Department entered the office in a flash, and said in surprise, in fact, not only the Ape Flying Sun, but even this guard ninja of the Dark Department is confused, and whenever the attack falls from the sky, this is too strange. More than 3,000 meters. Sarutobi slashed and asked with some surprise, are all the sentient dark ninjas feeling it? Well, yes, the guard ninja of the Dark Department nodded affirmatively. Under normal circumstances, there are several teams of dark ninjas on the side of the Naruto office building, performing the task of guarding the Hokage. As a result, just now, a group of sentient ninjas all sensed something in the sky and were attacking in the direction of the Naruto building. Could it be a meteorite? Ape Fei raised his eyebrows and muttered a guess. Naruto-sama, it should be alone. The guard ninja in the dark part lowered his head and carefully added, this thing seems to have life characteristics. According to time estimates, it seems to be only 2 kilometers away from us now. So what are you still doing here? I was slapped in the face one after another. Ape Fei face was a little uneasy, and said coldly, don't you guys use a little defensive ninjutsu to resist this attack? Yes. Then the guard ninja of the Dark Department heard this, and when he just wanted to leave, he seemed to think of something again, but he still turned his head and asked in a low voice, Naruto-sama, then you, with my strength, do you think it will hurt? The 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun slash were completely unbearable, snorted coldly, and said quietly, you guys just protect yourselves, I'll see which guy dares to come to Konoha to spread wild. Understood. Swish. The words did not fall. The ninja guarding the dark part left in a hurry, as if he was afraid that the Ape Flying Sun would become angry. Who is it? Looking at the back of the shadow guard ninja leaving, the face of the Ape Flying Sun became ugly in an instant. As the Hokage of Konoha village, he had never encountered such a slap in the face. Besides, how dare a person attack Konoha from thousands of meters in the air? Could it be a monster? Moreover, how dare a person launch an attack from an altitude of thousands of meters? Could it be a monster? Or a special blood succession limit ability? In an instant, Ape Flying Sun Chopper thought a lot, but what exactly it is, he can only guess now. Not sure. Forget it, the old man is waiting for you in the office today. The more he thought about it, the more irritable he became, and finally, he simply sat down on the office chair neatly, without the slightest intention of dodging. The meaning of the expression was very simple, he had to see with his own eyes what fell down. As for the injury, Ape Flying Sun Chopper didn't worry at all. As the 3rd generation of Hokage in Konoha, proficient in the ninjutsu of the 5 chakra attributes, how could he be injured when he enjoyed the title of ninjutsu professor? And at this time, outside the Konoha Hokage building, since the attack came from the sky, the staff in the Naruto building and within a radius of several hundred meters of the Hokage building had been evacuated by these ninjas in the shadows. Then, several ninjas from the dark part gathered directly in front of the Naruto building, twisted their hands, and began to quickly seal, Tudawanli Tulia wall, the art of hardening. Rumble. The earth shook a few times in vain. Then, a huge earthen wall as tall as the Great Wall appeared around the Hokage building. Immediately, the earthen wall continued to rise, covering the sky above the Hokage building in an instant, directly covering the entire Hokage building in it. And after doing all this, one of them, who seemed to be the vice captain of the Dark Department, took 2 steps forward and said coldly, all spread out. Swish, swish, swish. This sentence has not yet fallen. Dozens of dark ninjas scattered in all directions, and very consciously entered the combat state. This time, although the captain of the Dark Department, Kikishua Shigeru, brought some of the dark ninjas to carry out the mission, he also left some of the dark ninjas to defend Konoha village and protect Naruto. Does Konoha react so quickly? How far is the perception distance of a sentient ninja? At this time, in the sky, more than 1,000 meters above the ground, Lore looked wrapped in a huge earthen wall. Suddenly it hurts, he is a little negligent, he has seen and heard domineering. Konoha also has Ascension Ninja, maybe those perceptual ninjas in at a height of thousands of meters are him, so that at a very fast speed, corresponding defensive measures were made. However, fortunately, the powerful aura that he saw and heard was still in place, and did not mean to move, which can be regarded as a blessing in misfortune. Rumble. The next moment, when Luo was less than 700 meters away from Konoha village, many ninjas in Konoha village who were relatively strong, hearing the piercing sound from the sky, can't help but look at the sky. Well, don't look at it, it really scared countless ninjas. I saw a behemoth falling towards Konoha village, perhaps because the friction is too strong. This behemoth is not only on fire, but also white smoke on its butt, just like a crash. Very abstract, this. It seems to be the location of the Hokage building, right? However, when looking at the place where this behemoth fell, the faces of many Konoha ninjas changed, and then, as if realizing something, they flew towards the place where the Hokage building was. After a few seconds, in full view, the behemoth that was burning all over his body slammed into the protective wall of the Hokage building with lightning speed. Thundered. In an instant, a deafening sound sounded. Under the power of devastation and decay, the protective wall was of no use at all, and it was broken in an instant, and it was crushed with one blow. Then, the entire Hokage building seemed to have been hit by a meteorite, shaking several times in a row, setting off dust in the sky. Click, click, and this is just the beginning. After landing, a huge shock wave swept out, countless dense cracks, with the place of impact, the Hokage building, as the central point, spread in all directions, and in less than 10 seconds, a large number of cracks appeared within 1,000 meters of the Hokage building. At the same moment, the entire Konoha village at that moment, it was as if a 12-magnitude earthquake had occurred, shaking violently several times. The Hokage building was attacked, and Konoha village was put on alert. Evacuate civilians with all your might, and protect Naruto-sama with extra manpower. Impossible. Who exactly dared to attack the Hokage building in Konoha village? Did it mean to provoke a war? From afar, looking at the place where the Hokage building was, a mushroom cloud rising, the entire Konoha village, whether it was civilians or ninjas, had a very shocked look on their cheeks. This was the first time they had seen the Naruto building destroyed from the air. Even if the ninja in the dark part had taken protective measures, it was useless. In the face of huge gravitational accelerations, any defensive ninjutsu looks a little pale and vulnerable. What's more, which force dares to do such a daring thing? As the victor of the First Ninja World War and the Second Ninja World War, Konoha village can be used in the entire ninja world. They are all top-notch existences. The Hokage building was attacked. The entire Konoha village was undoubtedly shaken. Among them, although the major families of Konoha have their own thoughts, but also reacted immediately. Konoha, the clanland of the Uchiha clan, Captain Fugaku, a police ninja of the Uchiha clan, knelt down on one knee and very respectfully declared, "The Konoha police force has been assembled." "Okay." Uchiha Fugaku smiled coldly, nodded, and said in a deep voice, "Hurry to the Hokage building to maintain order at the scene and arrest the suspect who attacked the Hokage this time." Having listened to this sentence, the police ninja of the Uchiha clan hesitated for a moment before cautiously saying, "Captain Fugaku, the scene has been controlled by the Konoha Dark Guard. If we go again, will it intensify the conflict?" The captain of the Dark Division, Kikishuo Shigeru, is not in Konoha. Can't our police force still maintain order and law in Konoha Hidden Village and arrest people with criminal tendencies? Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly and continued, "Don't worry, we are here to protect the Hokage, not to rebel." "Yes, Captain Fugaku." The police ninja of the Uchiha clan nodded, and then a body flashed and left. "Is it really? God help me?" And after the police ninja of the Uchiha clan left, Uchiha Fugaku smiled very confidently. He had just seen the behemoth smashing towards the Hokage building, and it happened that the boss of the dark part of Konoha, Kishiwa Shigeru, was not in Konoha village. Didn't it create opportunities for their Konoha police force? On the one hand, under the banner of protecting the Hokage and maintaining order at the scene, the Konoha police force can justifiably let the Konoha police force attack. On the other hand, it can also allow the Uchiha clan to brush a wave of existence in Konoha village. Although the top management of Konoha agreed with the Uchiha clan to establish the Konoha police force, but the authority is very limited. For example, in matters involving the Dark Department and Hokage, they cannot intervene, let alone investigate secretly. To put it more bluntly, at the beginning, after the second-generation Hokage Senjima agreed to set up the Konoha police force, he carefully set up a Dark Department, just to suppress the Konoha police force. Over the years, the dark part of Konoha, under the leadership of Kikishuo Shigeru, has become more and more strong and domineering, so that the Konoha police force of the Uchiha clan was severely suppressed, almost breathless. Even if there was any task, it was the Konoha Dark Department that was in charge, and their Konoha police force seemed to be forgotten. Now, with the opportunity of someone attacking the Hokage Tower, maybe the Konoha police force can take action. At the same moment, another large family of Konoha, the clan land of the Hyuga clan, Big Brother, Hinata lowered his head and said slowly, the ninjas of the divided family have been assembled. Well, then we can go. A wisp of disdain appeared on Hinata's young cheeks, and said quietly, we went to the Hokage building this time, just to make an appearance, by the way, who was so desperate to attack the 3 generations of Hokage, understood? Hinata almost nodded, only to be a little incredulous. What kind of force is it, so desperate, actually came up with a way to sneak up on the Hokage building from a high altitude? Whoever it is, it's a disaster. Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Hokage is angry, the entire ninja world will shake several times. With my understanding of the 3 generations of Hokage, this time, I will definitely not give up. Big Brother, do you say it will be enough? The next moment, when Hinata was about to say something, he was interrupted by Hinata Ashi crisply and neatly, you don't talk nonsense. Hinata Hayashi waved his hand and scolded, the open and secret battle between the high level of Konoha, we Hyuga clan try not to participate, otherwise, we will not be able to take advantage of anything, and we will cause a commotion. Yes, Big Brother, Hinata smiled a little embarrassed, let's go to the Hokage building. Hinata took a deep breath and ordered softly. Meanwhile Konoha Root Organization base, damn, didn't you really send someone to attack the ape flying sun? Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root Organization and one of the members of the Konoha elders, stared at the several root ninjas in front of him with an ugly face, and roared, if you guys did it, tell me as soon as possible. Wrath. Endless rage. Nima's, originally Danzo was still preparing to contact the Great Snake Pill, one of the 3 shinobi, to cooperate in some aspects. As a result, people sit at home, pots come from the sky, and the Hokage building is attacked, and he becomes the first suspect, because, in Konoha, many people know that he and Sarutobi look at each other badly. Of course, before, for the position of Hokage, he also did some despicable and shameless things in secret, and even assassinated the ape flying sun. Therefore, as soon as this incident came out, it was still so big, he was a little weak-hearted. If it is a person from the roots who is good at what he advocates, he must also throw this pot out perfectly, otherwise, with the character of ape flying sun, he will definitely take the opportunity to attack him. Master Tenzo, it's really not our doing. Several kneeling root ninjas looked at each other, and one of them took a cautious breath and said, if we did it, we would definitely not be so high profile and bombard the Naruto building directly from the sky. You really didn't do it? Tuanzang's eyes narrowed, still a little disbelieving. Master Tuanzang, we have always been the first to look for you, how dare we act without permission? Yes, Master Tuanzang, give us 10 dares to do such a daring thing behind your back? Master Tuanzang, we have all fallen into the seal of your tongue, and we dare not act without permission. The root ninjas kneeling on the ground hurriedly explained, they dare not carry this pot, otherwise, with the means of Tuanzang, they will definitely live better than die. This way, a wisp of coldness appeared in Shimura Danzo's eyes, since it wasn't done by the Root Organization, who would dare to risk the world's disapproval to attack the Hokage of Konoha village? You guys pass the order, and all the members of the Root Organization will gather immediately and go to the Hokage building. Tuanzang thought for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and emphasized, remember my words, it's all the people. All the people? Having listened to this sentence, a Root ninja couldn't help but exclaim, what kind of joke? After several years of development, the Root Organization is secretly and has absorbed many masters of Konoha village, like the Oil Women, the Mountain Family, and so on. These ninjas of the occult family, the root tissue has absorbed a little bit. Recently, their Root Organization is even planning to infiltrate the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Senju clan, in an attempt to encroach on the power of the Sheri-non, White Eye, and Mudun. Say a bad word, the current root tissue is almost comparable to 1/3 of the dark part of Konoha. As a result, now Danzo-sama wants everyone in the Root Organization to assemble and go to the Hokage building to do this. The specific strength of the Root Organization will undoubtedly be collectively exposed to the gaze of the major clan forces in Konoha. Reasonably, it's all very irrational orders. Why didn't my command work? A wisp of killing intent flashed in Tuanzang's dark eyes, and he said coldly, you don't need to know why, you just need to follow my orders, understand? Bang! Yes, Danzo-sama. The root ninja cowed out in fright and nodded hurriedly. Roll, speed assemble, rush to the Hokage building. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and waved his hand very impatiently. If he had a choice, he didn't want to do it, but now Sarutobi must be suspicious of him. In order to clear their suspicions, he only showed all the strength of the roots. On the one hand, it is to deter the ape flying sun. Even if you doubt me, in the absence of evidence, you don't think about what you can do to me. On the other hand, it is to make a name. My roots are so strong, there is no need to do such a stupid thing as sneaking up on the Hokage building. Meanwhile Senju clan, Yamanaka clan, Nara clan, Akimichi clan, Oil Girl clan, Inyazuka clan, Kiki clan, Sarutobi clan, and so on, large and small families, after learning that the Hokage building was located, all within a few minutes, organized people and horses, and rushed to the place of the incident. There is a smell of a king of diligence, of course. In fact, many families have looks, show their attitude. After all, Ape Flying Sun Chopper is the Hokage of Konoha village, the supreme leader. Now in the face of an attack, everyone must organize people and horses, go to take a look, otherwise, after this incident, Ape Flying Sun Chopper is unhappy. Wear a small shoe for your family, that is what will be affected. Don't think that the Ape Flying Sun Slash is a fire shadow, the amount of gas will be very large, for many families, especially large families such as the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Senju clan. They will not offend the Hokage when they are not a last resort. Because, the Hokage of the past generations are trying to weaken the power of the family to maintain the peaceful rule of Konoha. Whether it is between 1,000 hand pillars, 1,000 hands, or an ape flying sun, they are ruthless to other big families, and even more ruthless to their own family, especially the Senju clan, out of 2 Hokage, could have easily become the first family in the ninja world, but as a result, it was repressed, and now, it is up to a woman, Tsunade, to maintain their final cards. This, from the side is also a backdrop, a ninja who can be in the position of Naruto, at least the heart is placed on the body of Konoha village, not on the body of 1 or 2 families. So, for a while, the whole Konoha village became chickens and eggs. You can see that many families are gathering their men and horses and rushing towards the place where the Hokage building is. And at this moment, the area where the Hokage building is located is a different scene. From a distance, the place where the Hokage building used to be located has become a ruin, and a large pit with a diameter of about tens of meters has appeared in the middle, and around the pit are scorched earth that is still smoking because of high temperature burning. As for the cracks, then it is very common, with the Hokage building as the center, within a radius of 1 kilometer, there are dense cracks formed by the impact wave. Anyway, it's a mess. And at the edge of the big pit, the ape flying sun chopped a pipe, looking down at the center of the big pit, with a very complicated look on his cheeks, some doubts, some surprises, more but puzzled. He couldn't forget the scene he just saw. Although the creature was covered in flames and its ass was smoking, he could see clearly. It was a tall and burly monster with black hair and shawl, a pair of horns, a long beard like a dragon's whisker on his mouth, a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm, and a naked upper body. Right, it's a monster. Not only does the body shape not look like a normal person, but even the appearance is very violent, and the whole thing is a behemoth. Of course, just when he wanted to see more clearly, time does not allow it. In the face of the falling power of that monster like a meteorite, at the last moment, a shadow avatar of the ape flying sun was instantly wiped out. That's right, it's a shadow doppelganger. He is not a fool. In the face of this unknown threat, at the last moment, he still used the shadow avatar, because, under normal circumstances, he would not easily use his own body to risk. And behind the ape flying sun, dozens of ninjas in the dark part of Konoha were in a state of battle. Almost all of them looked at the most central area with solemn faces, because that monster fell there. After half a ring, Sarutobi picked up his pipe, spat out a mouthful of white smoke, and asked a sentient dark ninja behind him, "How's that monster? It seems that there is no breath of life, right?" "Yes, Naruto-sama." The sentient dark ninja nodded and said with great certainty, "Since the fall, that monster has not had any breath of life. I think it should have been thrown to death." "That's good." Ape Flying Sun shook his head with a wry smile. "Nemas, is this a vain disaster? A monster that fell from the sky destroyed the Hokage building in a confused way, and what was even more ridiculous was that he didn't know who did it. Naruto-sama, now, can we go clean up?" At this time, a small captain of the Dark Department, a Flash, came to the side of the ape flying sun, and asked very respectfully, and through its animal mask, you can clearly see that under the mask, there is a pair of chakra eyes. Are you the genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shueishui?" Seeing this pair of eyes, Ape Fei-Rai was slightly stunned, and then asked with some curiosity, "Yes, Naruto-sama." Uchiha Shisui admitted crisply, and a pair of chakra eyes looked at the ape flying sun chop very curiously. As the junior of Uchiha Kagami, he is very curious about Sarutobi Hinata, Mito Manita, Sleeping Koharu, and Akimichi Takefang, and more importantly, he wants to know how Uchiha Kagami died back then. About the Uchiha mirror, in the future, I will tell you specifically when I have time. It seems to see Uchiha's doubts about stopping the water. The corners of Ape Fei's mouth turned up slightly, and he said quietly, "The ideological realm of Uchiha Kagami has broken away from low-level familialism and sublimated to the entire Konoha village, and is the purest will of fire." Will of fire. Swish, swish, swish. However, just when Uchiha stopped the water with a puzzled look and wanted to ask specifically, Ape Flying Sun Chop wanted to brainwash again. One after another piercing sound of breaking the air came out. Under the gaze of many dark ninjas, a ninja dressed in a special police uniform made by the Uchiha clan flew from a distance, and the leader was Uchiha Fugaku. "You guys stay here first." Uchiha Fugaku stretched out his right hand to signal for a moment, and then, only a few flashes came to the side of the ape flying sun, but when he saw Uchiha stop the water, Fugaku was obviously a little unhappy. For Uchiha Shisui, he strongly invited to join the Konoha police force. As a result, he was simply rejected by Uchiha Shisui, and instead joined the sworn opponent of Konoha's police force, Konoha Dark Division. If it weren't for the fact that Uchiha stopped the water a genius, he would have wanted to deal with it according to the family rules. "Naruto-sama, are you alright?" However, in front of the 3 generations of Hokage, Saibo Fugaku was not good at showing too much, and could only stare at Uchiha with a slightly serious look. It's okay. Sarutobi glanced at the Konoha police force behind Uchiha Fugaku, and said thoughtfully, the Konoha police force is really strong, there are more than 100 ninjas. Where? I haven't seen Naruto-sama being attacked and specially transferred from other areas of Konoha. Speaking of this, Uchiha Fugaku also said with some pride, as long as Naruto-sama is willing, the Konoha garrison can fully guarantee the peace and stability of Konoha village, and absolutely no minor dares to spread wild in Konoha village. Ape Fei smiled helplessly. He didn't dare to open this mouth. Originally, letting the Uchiha clan establish the Konoha garrison was already a compromise for the Uchiha clan, and if the Konoha garrison department was allowed to control Konoha village again, then it would be really difficult to say what would happen in the future. By the way, Naruto-sama, what about the attack on the Hokage building? Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have expected it, and he was not aggressive, so he directly changed the topic and asked with some curiosity, that monster is dead. Sarutobi shrugged his shoulders and said with disdain, I don't know which force came up with such a failed action, it was simply a slap in the face of Konoha village, swish, swish, swish. And at this very moment, another sound of breaking the air came out. I saw Danzo leading more than 50 rude ninjas quickly flying towards the area where the Hokage building was located. It's like a beginning then, under the incomparably confused eyes of the ape flying sun, the people of the Hyuga clan, the Senju clan, the Nara clan, the Akimichi clan, the Oil Lady clan, and other families all appeared in the area around the Hokage building as if they had agreed. Naruto-sama, Naruto-sama, Naruto-sama. A few seconds later, the patriarchs of the various families of Konoha all appeared around Sarutobi and shouted with great concern. As for Shimura Danzo, they stood on the outermost side with a gloomy face, and did not go to greet Sarutobi Hinata. You guys. Listen to these words, Ape Flying Sun Chopper is really a little speechless. What is this and what? Usually when the meeting is not so positive, he was attacked, to one faster than one to run, simply wish he died. It's not a big deal, Naruto-sama, that monster's life breath is recovering at a super fast speed. Not true, wrong. The life breath of the monster has been restored, Naruto-sama, this monster is not dead, all the life breath of the body is restored in a second. Suddenly, the faces of several Senshin ninjas in the dark part changed suddenly, and they shouted incoherently a few times, and this is like a fuse. Almost instantly, the Senshin ninjas of all the families on the scene, the whole body chakra surged, quickly perceived, as a result, their faces changed in an instant. What is this, the breath of life? How could it be so strong? It's not at all human. However, without giving many ninjas time to react, a sigh sounded, but it made countless ninjas on the scene instantly silent. Alas, if you fall from an altitude of 10,000 meters, why can't you die? Alas, if you fall from an altitude of 10,000 meters, why can't you die? A dull voice came from the center of the pit, making the scene silent in an instant. Even Sarutobi Hinata, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata Hayashi and others were stunned at this moment. This is the first time they have heard such pretentious and shameless words? Nimas, what is it called falling from a height of 10,000 meters and not dying? Wouldn't that mean that monster fell from a height of 10,000 meters and smashed into the Hokage building fiercely? Moreover, falling from such a high place is purely suicide looking for death. Wait a minute, it's not right. If you fall from such a high place and have not yet fallen to death, isn't that physical fitness strong and terrible? All on guard, as if realizing something, Ape Fei Chopper took the lead in reacting, put away the pipe in his hand, and said coldly, there is definitely something wrong with this monster in the pit, and everyone has entered a combat state. Bang! However, his words have not yet fallen. With a terrifying roar, under the incredulous eyes of countless ninjas at the scene, a tall burly man with black hair and a shawl, a pair of horns, a long beard like a dragon's whisker on his mouth, a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm, and a naked behemoth on his upper body jumped up directly from the pit, and landed fiercely on the edge of the pit, perhaps due to his weight, which made the earth shake a few times. What is this? And it's too tall, right? Nope. No, you see that the wounds on his body are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is simply incredible, the resilience is too strong. Woko, such a burly body, falling from a height of 10,000 meters, is not dead yet? Seeing the body of the 100-beast Kaido, even if the ape flies to the sun, Shimura Danzo and the others can remain calm. However, the Dark Division, the Roots, the police force, and some ninjas of other families could not keep the calm that a ninja should have. Therefore, after that death-like silence lasted for a moment, countless unbelievable uproars finally erupted like volcanoes, and then converged to form a terrifying sound. Even the entire Konoha village was clearly audible. It's finally here. At this time, Luole glanced at the various ninjas on the scene with interest. There is the Dark Division, there is the Root, there is the Uchiha clan, there is the Hyuga clan, there is the Senju clan. In general, except for the three shinobi, Shigeru, and the Konoha Elder Group, 60% of the high-end combat power of Konoha village is currently coming. In fact, the moment it just smashed on the Hokage building, his body was really about to collapse, but fortunately, the template of 100-beast Kaido really did not disappoint it. Luole only looked slightly, but in less than a second, the body that was on the verge of death changed back to a real man, as if it had not been hurt by the impact. 10 Terrifying. You, who exactly? At this time, Sarutobi Riko's eyes suddenly sank, took a small step forward, and said coldly, "This is the important place of Konoha village, what do you want to do here? You are the third generation of Hokage ape flying sun slash?" Luolei did not answer this question head-on, but instead looked down at the ape flying sun slash wearing a red fire shadow suit and a fire shadow cloak on his head, and said slowly, "Daring, really arrogant, did you speak to Naruto-sama like that?" Hearing this, a dark ninja frowned and wanted to strike, but as soon as he made a move, he was stopped by Sarutobi with a wave of his hand. "Naruto-sama, this monster in front of you is clearly coming to hit our Konoha village in the face." Stopped by the ape flying sun, the ninja in the dark department said a little indignantly, "He doesn't have any chakra fluctuations on his body, I think it's just that his body is tall and strong, and his resilience is stronger, and his actual combat power will not be strong." I know, Ape Fei Ri Chopper was not angry, but the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and he said confidently that, "Do you think in Konoha village, he can still escape?" "Nope, can't." The ninja in the dark department thought for a while, then nodded very affirmatively, joking, "There are so many high-end combat power of Konoha village on the scene, the enemy must be difficult to fly, that's right, since you have already taken 9 things from 10, then what are you still in such a hurry for?" Ape Fei Ri clasped his hands to his chest, Yun smiled lightly, glanced at Luolei, and said, "What is your name, where exactly is it from? It's best to tell the truth, don't force us to make a move." Swish, swish, swish. After this sentence, Hinata Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Shimura Danzo, and others, they all involuntarily looked at Luolei. For them, after the initial shock, I have completely calmed down, as the ninja in the dark part said. The body of this guy in front of him is indeed tall and burly, and although he did not die when he fell from a height of 10,000 meters, it can only prove that he has strong resilience, and without chakra fluctuations, the actual battle should not be bad. You, sensing many gazes, Luolei suddenly shook his head, his gaze swept over the Konoha ninja present, and his eyes showed a rare trace of indifference, as if he was looking at an ant. "My name, 100 Beasts Kaido, airplanes." The next moment, accompanied by a domineering voice, a terrifying coercion that was majestic to the extreme suddenly erupted from Luolei's body and slammed into all directions. Rumble. Well, although the overlord color domineering of the 100 Beasts Kaido may not be as good as the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, the villain is also one of the 4 emperors of the New World, and the overlord color domineering is definitely not comparable to that ordinary sea thief, so, with Raleigh full fire, almost instantly, a violent momentum that reigned in the world burst out. In less than a second, this momentum seemed to rush directly into the clouds, disintegrating all the clouds above Konoha, and under Luolei's feet, the earth began to crack inch by inch. What is the attack? Many ninjas at the scene looked at the vision of heaven and earth in front of them. I only felt that my heart was shaking, and the buzzing sound in my mind was constantly sounding, and many ninjas with relatively weak strength froze in place. Not good. Psychic attack. At the very front, a look of horror appeared on Sarutobi's cheeks. However, just when he wanted to let some weaker ninjas leave, everything is already late. Overlord color domineering, King's Landing Konoha, heaven and earth surrender. Poof, poof, poof. In an instant, whether it was the ninja of the dark department, the ninja of the root, the ninja of the Konoha police force, and the ninja of some families, it was as if they had lost consciousness, and they fell in pieces. In less than a few seconds, ninjas below the elite of the scene, almost all of them were harvested by the ruthless momentum, and groups fainted on the ground. Momentum attack? And some elite shinobi at the scene, watching the Konoha ninja constantly fall to the ground, although they barely remained awake, but cold sweat unconsciously spread on their foreheads, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. This behemoth in front of you, what is it? How can it send out such a terrifying momentum attack? Of course, Sarutobi Hinata, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata. The others were not affected due to their strength, but their eyes were also extremely shocked. What are you kidding? They originally thought that the behemoth in front of them called 100 Beast Kaido was just a little bit of the body's resilience. The result? Others directly released a momentum of reigning in the world, watching everything, just like the king between heaven and earth, making them unbelievable at the same time, but also set off a huge wave in their hearts. It should be almost. At this time, Luolei glanced at Konoha Shinobu, who fainted on the ground, and as soon as his heart moved, he converged all the domineering overlord colors. No way, the qualification of the overlord color overlord, it is okay to pretend and deal with some people with relatively weak strength, and it is basically useless to deal with the kind of people who are firm and stronger. For example, these ninjas who did not faint in front of them are almost all above the elite shinobi, and it is normal that they are not affected. After all, ninjas who reach the elite upper ninja and above are already very mature in their minds, and they will not be easily intimidated and shocked by the momentum. This guy, Ape Fei Ri stared at the 100 Beast Kaido deadly, the expression on his cheeks became gloomy, and his heart was also dripping blood. Nemas, everyone hasn't done it yet. The ninjas on Konoha's side poured a large piece, leaving less than 20 ninjas. What a strange power. I'm afraid that even shadow-level illusion powerhouses can't do it. If it is said that just now the 100 Beast Kaido fell from 10,000 meters above and did not die, which only surprised the ape flying sun, so now is to make Sarutobi feel tricky and angry. As for Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata Hayashi, and some of the patriarchs of the families, although the expression on his cheeks was very shocked, because Ape Flying Sun did not speak, it was difficult to say anything, and he could only stare directly at 100 Beast Kaido. Because, this behemoth in front of them subverted their inherent cognition. Not some ninja, however, the means are indeed very violent, and a simple momentum seems to make heaven and earth surrender, Whew. However, at this time, Sarutobi exhaled fiercely, his eyes must have been determined, as if he had made some kind of decision. Facing Uchiha Fugaku and the others, he ordered in a deep voice, "Move your men to a safe place, otherwise, you will really die later." Swish! The words did not fall, the Ape Flying Sun froze, the whole body chakra surged, the hands were constantly imprinted, and a flash flew forward, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, thundered. In an instant, 3 incomparably hot fire dragons spit out from the mouth of the Ape Flying Sun, and attacked towards Luolei in 3 directions, front, left, and right. Humph, good to come. Seeing the Ape Flying Sun chop suddenly attack, Luolei was not afraid, but a little excited, the body like an ancient demon god twisted, and actually waved his fist, and blasted away at the 3 fire dragons without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. There is no use of armed color domineering, that is, pure physical strength, in front of everyone's eyes. The 3 fire dragons seemed to let out a wailing sound, and they were actually burst in unison. Alas, the battle. Here we go. Not far away, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata, and the patriarchs of some families all looked at each other, and then, involuntarily sighed, Naruto-sama is going to fight, but they also have to move these fainting ninjas who were shocked in front of them to a safe place, because, no one knows what incredible means this guy named 100 Beast Kaido in front of him has, and they already know that this is the case, so they don't bring so many men down. Ape Flying Sun Slash was not surprised that the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb was blasted by a punch of the 100 Beast Kaido, but he was prepared to take out a shuriken, and his hands quickly made a seal. Shuriken Shadow Avatar Art. The moment Chuck recovered the shuriken, the Ape Flying Sun chopping through the shuriken out, in an instant, that shuriken was divided into tens of thousands of shurikens in mid-air, and formed a dense sword array, attacking towards Luolei in a 360-degree attack without dead ends. Swish, swish, swish. With the sound of breaking the void one after another, the sword array formed by countless shurikens hit Luolei's mountain-like body at a lightning speed. Ape Flying Sun, what kind of attack are you? However, Luolei did not move from beginning to end, nor did he use armed colors to domineer, glanced at the shurikens that hit him with disdain, and said quietly, "Are you tickling me? You." Having listened to this sentence, Sarutobi was trying to refute something. As a result, the beard was cocked, the eyes were wide, and the voice stopped abruptly, because, under his gaze, those shurikens that hit Luolei's body seemed to be very powerful, but none of them broke the defense of Luolei's flesh. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing sounded, the sword formation formed by the shuriken hit Luolei's body, as if hitting a hard rock, without any eggs. How? Possibly, although he had expected it, Ape Fei Chopper blurted out with a shocked face, "What kind of flesh are you? Tens of thousands of shurikens can't break your defense, it's completely unreasonable." "Oh, forgot to tell you." A creepy look of excitement appeared in Luolei's eyes, and his huge body trembled for a moment. "I also have a nickname, called Undead Kaido. As for why I can't break the defense, of course, your attack is too weak." Rumble. The words did not fall, a sound that broke through the air came out. Luolei's huge fist seemed to be wrapped in endless power, and it exploded towards the Ape Flying Sun. Damn. Too done, Tuliu Wall. Sensing that palpitating fist wind, Ape Flying Sun gritted his teeth, his hands were fast, a large amount of earth rose up and quickly blocked his front, turning into a wall several meters thick that straddled between him and Luolei. Rumble. However, just for a moment, the incomparably thick wall was like paper paste, mercilessly shattered by a fist the size of a human head. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a fist larger than the head of the Ape Flying Sun Chop hit the body of the Ape Flying Sun Chop, directly bursting the body of the Ape Flying Sun Chop. Poof! However, in just a few seconds, the body that was burst turned into a stone, avatar? Looking at the smashed stone in front of him, Luolei's expression was very calm. In fact, in the moment when the 3 generations of Hokage performed the stand-in technique, he sensed the domineering spirit of what he saw. If he didn't perceive it wrong, now the body of the Ape Flying Sun Chop is underground. Tudun Tulio Great River. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. In vain, this land turned into a rolling mud stream, tumbling towards Roar. At the same time, the body of the Ape Flying Sun Chop flew out from the ground 10 meters away in vain, and his hands quickly froze. Fire Flame Bomb. In an instant, a fire dragon and an earth dragon, mixed with the rolling mud flow, rushed towards Luolei in a very violent way. What kind of joke? Let's all be blasted by Lao Tzu. Luolei grinned, his heart moved, and wisps of pitch-black armed color domineering attached to his fist, and he blasted forward without fear. Thundered. The fire dragon, the earth dragon, the mud flow, in no particular order, collided with Luolei's fist. In an instant, the air at the scene seemed to condense. Then, whether it was a fire dragon, an earth dragon, or a mud flow, they were all burst by the domineering fists attached to the armed color, perhaps because the strength was too strong, and the terrifying energy waves formed were unfortunately swept in all directions. Ape Flying Sun Slash, if you have this ability, then you will die early. Swish. Between the words, Luolei did not give the Ape Flying Sun Chop any chance to breathe, raised his fist, his body flashed, and a punch blasted towards the Ape Flying Sunday Eye. When the Ape Flying Sun heard this, he was really going to vomit blood with anger. Over the years, he has not encountered such a perverted opponent, relying on his physical defense and furious power. He wants to eat everything, and what is more humiliating is that 100 Beast Kaido can hard connect his ninjutsu, but he can't hard catch 100 Beast Kaido with a punch. No way, the ninja's body is really too weak, even a small kunao may kill a shadow-level powerhouse. However, as a ninjutsu proficient in the 5 chakra attributes, Sarutobi Sun Slash enjoys the title of ninjutsu professor, but he will not be captured, let alone admit defeat. Wudun Dalian Bullet Technique. I saw the Ape Flying Sun chopping, his hands quickly sealed. In an instant, the Ape Flying Sun chop divided into 4 shadow doppelgangers and flew in 4 directions. Then, the 5 apes flew and brushed at 100 Beast Kaido and spit out a fire dragon formed by fire attribute chakra, an earth dragon formed by earth attribute chakra, a water dragon formed by water attribute chakra, a wind dragon formed by wind attribute chakra, and a thunder dragon formed by thunder attribute chakra, rumble. This time, because it was a 5-way attack, Luolei did not choose to use his fist to harden the anus, but his heart moved, and a wisp of pitch-black armed color domineering covered his whole body, fearlessly resisting the 5 different attributes of ninjutsu. Right. That's right, this time, Luolei did not use his fists, but used his body to harden the 5 attribute ninjutsu of the Flying Ape Flying Sun. Enjoy the fun of the 5 heavens of ice and fire. Bang, bang, bang. In less than a few seconds, 5 roaring sounds sounded in a row. I saw fire, thunder, water, earth, wind, the dragons of the 5 attributes, in no particular order, hitting Luolei's body like an ancient demon god, and the energy waves that burst out not only made the air tremble, but even the earth shook several times. Woko, the 5 heavens of ice and fire, it's really a beauty. At this moment, although there is an armed color domineering protective body, Luolei felt that his body was invaded by 5 different attributes of chakra energy, and he still felt a burst of comfort, just like someone massaged. Of course, after the confrontation with the Ape Flying Sun, he also probably knows that the physical fitness of ninjas is really too bad. Even if it is as strong as an Ape Flying Sun, the body is a little weak, not to mention take the body to harden the sword. Therefore, he only needs to grasp this, then the Ape Flying Sun will definitely lose. Still, can't break the defense? Looking at this scene in front of you, Ape Flying Sun Chopper is still very calm on the surface. However, there are really 10,000 draft mothers flying by in my heart. At this time, he knew why this guy in front of him was called Undead Kaido. With the strong defense and resilience of your own body, you can withstand the opponent's attack abruptly, and then, exchange injuries for injuries, consume the opponent alive, typical injury-changing style of play. Ape Flying Sun Slash cast a little forbidden art. At this time, Luolei also twisted his body slightly, and said coldly, "You, always casting some ninjutsu that is not very powerful, it can't break my defenses, and it's not interesting. You." When the Ape Flying Sun heard this, he was really going to vomit blood. As the 3rd generation of Hokage in the hidden village of Konoha in the Land of Fire, he has cultivated the 3 ninja of the Megatron ninja realm, and no one has ever dared to say that his ninjutsu power is weak. It's just that when I met this pervert in front of me, I was a little helpless. What's more, the general forbidden technique is to be put on display, it is life-threatening, and now he has not completed the layout, but he does not want to die. However, in this way, it is not a solution. Just now he has performed so many ninjutsu in a row, chakra's consumption is already very serious, and with chakra's consumption, he will definitely become more and more passive. Ninfa, Psychic Arts. The next moment, Ape Fei's eyes showed a resolute look, and his hands quickly froze. Come out. Ape Demon, bang. With a complex psychic seal completed, a cloud of smoke is produced, roar. Then, a tall, fierce ape with a fierce face appeared in the field. Stinky Monkey, what's your name? Luolei looked down at the ape that suddenly appeared, and roared violently, "If you shout again, Lao Tzu will punch your monkey head." Who's talking? The ape demon has just been channeled, and has not yet sorted out the situation, and was reprimanded in vain, and was immediately unhappy, but just when it wanted to get angry, it saw Luolei's huge body that was 5 or 6 times larger than it, and for a moment the expression on the ape's face was very stiff, and it was directly muted, as an intelligent psychic beast. Of course, it can sense that this tall and burly guy with a pair of horns in front of him contains the power that makes it palpitate. Ape Fei, what's going on? The ape demon quickly shifted his gaze, glanced at Ape Fei, and said in a deep voice, "Where did this monster in front of you come from? How could it be in Konoha village? Don't ask so much, help me cope first." Ape Fei obviously didn't want to explain so much, waved his hand, and quickly began to condition his body. He had to recover the consumed chakra in the shortest possible time. You're really giving me a problem. The ape demon pointed to the Ape Flying Sun Slash very speechlessly, but, as a psychic beast, it only complained, and immediately, the fierce light in his eyes flashed, and without any hesitation, he shot at Luolei. Swish! Chakra condensed on his fist, the ape demon flashed and punched towards Luo Lei. Damn stinky monkey, are you really looking for death? Seeing that the ape demon actually dared to take the lead in making a move, Luo Lei's face changed, his right fist was clenched, and the pitch-black armed color domineering instantly attached, and he directly confronted the ape demon without fear. The next moment, a small large or two disproportionate fists collided together. Rumble! In that instant, the air directly emitted a roar, click, click. Then, under the feet of the ape demon and Luo Lei, the ground that was already full of cracks once again appeared one after another, making the entire ground tremble slightly. You! And at this time, the ape demon seemed to sense something, and the ape's face changed suddenly. Go and die. Seeing this scene, Luo Lei is cold. What kind of joke? An ape demon wants to bombard him. To know that the power of his punch not only has the domineering color of arm, but also the blessing of the powerful strength of the body, it is very terrifying, not to mention the ape demon, that is, many sea pirates in the pirate world dare not hard connect, rumble. The next moment, a stronger force burst out of Luo Lei's fist in vain, rumble. As soon as this force comes out, it is like a fuse, click. An unusually harsh sound came out. Well, this goes without saying, as soon as you hear it, you know that it is the sound of a fracture. Then, I saw that the ape demon's body seemed to have received some impact, and after a piercing sound, unexpectedly, it was blown out and fell violently on the ground hundreds of meters, and because the impact was too strong, it directly smashed a super big pit on the ground. After the ape demon was sent flying, he lay in the pit and kept spitting blood. Just a punch, its right hand was shattered and fractured, and the powerful force caused it to be hit hard, not to mention continuing to fight, that is, the strength to stand up was gone. Damn. Ape demon, are you okay? Seeing this, Ape Fei's body flashed, and he flew to the side of the ape demon, and asked incredulously, don't you have a body that is not bad? How did it last less than a minute and be knocked out with one punch? Poof. The ape demon lay in the pit, his eyes were dull, he wanted to say something, but he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Forget it, don't say it, go back and recuperate. Seeing the miserable appearance of the ape demon, although Ape Flying Sun Chopper was a little shocked, he still waved his hand with some distress and said in a deep voice, it was I who underestimated the terrifying power of 100 Beast Kaido, and I shouldn't have channeled you. Ape Fly, that 100 Beast Kaido is a monster, you just ask for blessings. The ape demon gritted his teeth and said weakly, and immediately, it directly turned into smoke and disappeared in place. It was hit hard, actively connected to the psychic contract. How is it possible? 100 Beast Kaido destroyed the ape demon with one punch. In the distance, Uchiha Fugaku, who had just transferred his subordinates to a safe place, saw such an incredible scene after returning, and his jaw dropped in shock. You must know that although the ape demon belongs to the ninja beast, it is a monster with the ability of the ape flying sun, and as a divine beast level, his level is definitely higher than the three ninjas. Don't look small, but the ability is definitely S level. But, punched against the 100 Beast Kaido, and was scrapped? What kind of power should a punch from 100 Beast Kaido have? White eyes, next to them, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata looked at each other very suspiciously. Immediately, chakra condensed, his white eyes turned blue-white, the green tendons next to his eyes burst out, and black marks appeared in his pupils, looking straight towards the 100 Beast Kaido. Well, don't look and don't know, I'm shocked when I look at it, because, in the perspective of the two white eyes, there is no chakra fluctuation inside the body of 100 Beast Kaido, only a wisp of armed color domineering. How is it possible that mysterious force wanders inside the body? If you are not mistaken, the power that permeates the metallic luster can enhance the defense and attack power of the 100 Beast Kaido, just like invisible armor, it can evolve into attack power. Defensive perversion, resilience perversion, mysterious power of attack and defense. If you really can't kill 100 Beast Kaido, then you can only consume him in an instant. The two Hinata brothers, through the white eyes of the situation, quickly analyzed some of their own opinions. The meaning of the expression is very simple. 100 Beast Kaido is very mysterious and perverted. This body is really a treasure, however, compared with the serious looks of the others. Shimura Danzo looked very calm on the surface, but deep in his heart, greed was rising, which could not be quelled for a long time. If he could have the resilience and defense power of this 100 Beast Kaido in front of him, how perverted and strong should that be? The patriarchs of the rest of the families, such as Yamanaka Heike, Nara Shikaisa, Akimichi Dingza, and others, did not speak much, but judging from their solemn expressions, they were not very calm in their hearts. What are you waiting for? However, they were not given the opportunity to see the play. Sarutobi took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice, since you all moved your subordinates to a safe place, let's strike together. What, strike together? Shimura Danzo exclaimed first, and righteously retorted, Sarutobi Hinata, are you kidding? With our identity and status, if we strike together, if it is passed on, won't it be insulting to Konoha's prestige? This, Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata Hayashi, Hinata and others, although he didn't speak, the expression on his face was also a little weird. As an important high-end combat force in Konoha village, they all have a great prestige in the ninja world. If they strike at 100 Beast Kaido together, when it comes out, it really has a bad impact. At this time, don't care about face, follow the order. Swish! Sarutobi didn't pay attention to Shimura Danzo, and a flashing figure appeared in front of Luolei again, quickly showing a fighting posture. If there is a choice, he also did not want to give such an order. However, this guy in front of him clearly wants to rely on his body and consume him. If they don't strike together, then his ape-flying prestige may be destroyed in Konoha. Let's shoot. Swish. The next moment, Nara Shikasa nodded to Yamanaka Heiki and Akimichi Dingza randomly, and his body flew towards Luolei in a flash. Shadow mimicry. And while in midair, Nara Shikasa's pupils shrank slightly, and his hands decisively began to seal, Su. A black shadow flowed from under his feet, instantly rushing towards Luolei, and in less than a second, a shadow overlapped with Luolei's huge body. What are you waiting for? Let's do it together. Seeing this, Ape Fei surged with chakra all over his body, and his hands were sealed. Fire escape Phoenix immortal fire art. Rumble. The next moment, I saw the ape flying sun chop spit out several hot fireballs from its mouth in a row, and drew a trajectory in the air like the fruit of a phoenix flower, heading towards Luolei. Damn. Fire escape how dragon fire art. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, his chakra eyes moved, and his body flashed and spit out a flame dragon formed by a large number of chakras and highly compressed at Luolei, thundered. The appearance of the hot fireball and the flame dragon caused the temperature of the scene to rise rapidly. In the end, in front of everyone's eyes, it bombarded Luolei's body like an ancient demon god, and suddenly black smoke billowed out, fire burst into the sky, and the roar was endless. Is this shadow mimicry? For these two attacks, Broly didn't pay attention to it at all, saying a bad word. Just a few fire attacks will never break his defenses, can. Shadow imitation is different. As a secret of the Nara family, the Yin Ninjutsu, using shadows to restrict the opponent's actions, seems to have little attack power, but at critical moments, it has the effect of turning decay into magic. For example, now, Nara Shikaku is very clever, and he imprisoned him with a surprisingly difficult shadow imitation technique. It's just a pity that shadow imitation is able to imprison Luolei, but the difference in strength between Nara Shikaku and Luolei is too big, to put it mildly. With the strength of Nara Shikaku's elite shinobi, even if he uses shadow imitation, he can't make up for the strength gap between him and Hyaku Beast Kaido. Humph, break it for me. After a general understanding of shadow mimicry, Luolei smiled coldly, and the muscle power of the whole body like a mountain instantly exploded, and the huge body completely ignored the shadow imitation technique, and took a step forward. Poof. Well, in the moment of walking, in the distance, Nara Shikaku, who was concentrating on performing shadow imitation techniques, seemed to have been hit hard by something. His face was pale, and finally he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How is it possible? I was actually eaten back by shadow mimicry. After Nara Lu spat out blood for a long time, his body stood trembling in place, his eyes filled with horror. What a joke. Or was it the first time he discovered that shadow imitation would actually eat back at the caster? The only explanation is that the strength of this 100-beast Kaido in front of him has exceeded the maximum confinement range of shadow imitation, causing him to be eaten back, and he instantly loses his combat effectiveness. Luyu, are you okay? Seeing that Nara Shikaku was injured, Sarutobi frowned, and his body flashed and appeared in Nara Shikaku, and asked with a slight concern, if it doesn't work, just retreat for the time being. Naruto-sama, I'm okay. Nara Shikaku shook his head a little dejectedly, and said bitterly, I can only not continue to fight. This 100-beast Kaido in front of me, the body is really too perverted. In some ways, it is really a Tenkus ninja. What if you really can't break his defenses, consume him? When it came to this, Nara Shikaku was a little helpless. When did Konoha use this method to deal with the enemy? It's really a little humiliating and uncomfortable. At this time, no matter how high his IQ and how strange his schemes are, there is no use in front of his power. Okay, I understand. Sarutobi took a deep breath, and then ordered Yamanaka Heike next to him. You and Akimichi Dingza don't have to make a move, so as not to get hurt. Yes, Naruto-sama. Yamanaka Heike and Akimichi Dingza nodded helplessly. Although the ape-flying sun chop speaks more difficult and direct, it is indeed a fact, although they can order secret techniques, but, in the face of 100 beasts Kaido, it is not enough to see it all. Maybe one punch will be burst. Okay, no. At this time, after breaking the shadow imitation technique, Luolei hugged his chest with both hands, looked down at Ape Fei Ri and the others, and Yun said with disdain, the attack power is so weak, or you will go together? Arrogant, how can it really be true? Sarutobi Hinata, for Konoha, the old man will join forces with you to kill this guy in front of you. Rumble. As soon as this sentence came out, it's like stabbing a hornet's nest. The remaining Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata, and Shimura Danzo are all angry. Usually, everyone may not get along with each other, or even look at each other, but now Konoha village has been in crisis, and it is ridiculed so much. If you don't want to join forces, you have to join forces. Illusion Sharinan. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku's chakra eyes moved, and he quickly entered the state of Sangoyu. Rumble. In an instant, a strange pupil force swept out, and at a lightning speed, it went towards Luolei. To be honest, Rolly felt the power of illusion for the first time, therefore, I was a little curious, so I didn't have any means of resistance, so I let the pupil power of the Sharingan invade. Still, for a second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, after waiting for 10 seconds, Raleigh didn't notice anything wrong. Did the illusion fail? Uchiha Fugaku was also a little confused, obviously unable to figure out why the Sharingan illusion that he was proud of would not be of any use. What an idiot, your 3-hook jade chakra eye is not a kaleidoscope chakra eye, casting illusions on a person who doesn't even have a chakra must be of no use to eggs. Seeing this scene, Hinata Hayashi finally couldn't stand it and mocked coldly, most illusions use chakra to interfere with the other party's 5 senses, disturb the other party's chakra, and make it fall into hallucinations. Now, this 100-beast Kaido in front of him obviously doesn't have any chakra aura, so isn't Uchiha Fugaku entertaining himself with illusions? Of course, if Uchiha Fugaku's chakra eye opens to the kaleidoscope chakra eye, it will be another situation. Uchiha Fugaku's face changed, and he glared at Hinata with some embarrassment. He was too anxious just now, he forgot that this guy in front of him was not a ninja, let alone chakra. Let's get on. Ignoring Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata glanced at each other, their white eyes opened almost instantly, and then, their bodies flashed, and they flew towards Luolei at a very fast speed. Soft fist, since Luolei's size is too large, so, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata chose one left and one right, starting from Luolei's strong thighs, from the bottom up, constantly punching his own chakra into Luolei's body. However, the operation was as fierce as a tiger, but Luolei didn't even move his body, so quietly watched Hinata Hayashi and Hinata playing soft fists on his body. Bang, bang, bang. One after another shrill sounds sounded. I saw that Hinata Hayashi and Hinata were constantly exerting sharp soft fists on Luolei's body, and wisps of chakra continued to penetrate Luolei's various meridians and organs. Hey, is there any point in doing this? Luolei watched Hinata Hayashi and Hinata playing selflessly on his body, and shook his head very speechlessly. Nimas, the Uchiha clan and the Hinata clan have a brain problem. Uchiha Fugaku is coaxing to cast illusions on a person who doesn't even have chakra, and what about Hinata Hayashi and Hinata? What's more strange, against a person with perverted defense and resilience, what soft fist is cast? In fact, he was embarrassed to hit the two, and when Hinata Hayashi and Hinata's chakra hit his body, he had been dissolved by the terrifying resilience of his body. In other words, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata are doing useless work. Wait a minute, you'll have it. Seeing that 100-beast Kaido is so arrogant that he doesn't even return his hand, Hinata smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, "We know you don't have chakra, but your meridians and organs are invisible under the gaze of our white eyes." Yes, Luolei raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "Then take a look at your own achievements." Hyuga Hayashi and Hinata heard this, snorted coldly, and then rolled their eyes. As a result, his face turned extremely pale in an instant, because, from the perspective of the white eye, the chakra that they had penetrated into the body of 100-beast Kaido was actually absorbed by 100-beast Kaido little by little. How is that possible? Your body is actually absorbing and assimilating chakra. It can't be. The next moment, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata exclaimed almost the same way, looking at the 100-beasts Kaido who was close at hand. They were shocked into a cold sweat, but just when they wanted to retreat, Luolei's huge body that was more than 10 meters high moved. Go and die. Pretend to be forced and want to leave. How is it possible? Luolei looked down at the Hinata Hayashi and Hinata who looked like an ant. Without any intention of mercy from his subordinates, his fists were clenched, and the armed color domineering quickly covered, and then, with the momentum of destroying the decay, he blasted away at the two. Bagua Zhang, return to the sky. Bagua Zhang Hui Tian. Because the distance is too close, there is no way to hide. Hinata Hayashi and Hinata looked at the giant fist that seemed to be about to burst everything, and directly released a large number of soft fist chakra from the chakra cave in the body, and then made a circular rotation movement like a top. Bang! Bang! The next moment, accompanied by two deafening roars, Luolei's two giant fists were first above the return of Hinata's two brothers. Rumble! Rumble! In an instant, the terrifying power to the extreme poured out, and the return of Hinata Hayashi and Hinata only supported for less than 3 seconds before being blasted by violent violence. Meanwhile, the aftermath of a terrifying force swept away, shaking the area. As for Hinata Hayashi and Hinata, they were directly blasted out by a terrifying wave of chi, smashing fiercely on the ground hundreds of meters away, constantly spitting out blood. Damn, don't fight him in close combat. If you can't break his defenses, you can only be crushed by him. Seeing this, Ape Fei slapped his head fiercely. He kind of understood that in the face of a guy with a near-invincible physical defense like 100-beast Kaido, melee combat can only find death, or use ninjutsu to consume it remotely. Sarutobi Hinata, we cooperate with each other and consume him with ninjutsu. At this time, Shimura Danzo, who had never spoken, took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Do you remember the second-generation Hokage Senjima? If someone knows time and space ninjutsu, they will definitely have the ability to subdue him. Let's wait until later." Sarutobi slashed for a moment and then, taking the initiative to change the topic, facing Uchiha Fugaku next to him, said, "The three of us must cooperate, we can't face the anus, we can only consume him from the side, okay, okay." Uchiha Fugaku hesitated, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded. At this time, how much Uchiha Fugaku wished he could open a kaleidoscope chakra eye. It was really a bit humiliating that the dignified Uchiha family had actually fallen to this point. Fire escape Hao Yen technique. After arranging all this, Ape Fei Arai's body flashed, his hands quickly froze, and a terrifying flame once again exploded towards Luo Lei. Wind escape vacuum Deo Shimura Danzo took a deep breath, his body flashed, stood on the other side, combined with the chakra in his mouth, and suddenly spit out a vacuum jade like an air rocket launcher. Fire escape How Dragon Fire Art. Uchiha Fugaku flashed back more than 10 meters before he highly compressed the large amount of chakra gathered in his body and spit out a flame dragon from his mouth. Wow, Eid. Learn to be smart. This time, it was Luo Lei's turn to be dumbfounded. In fact, when he drew the template of 100 Beast Kaido, Luo Lei knew that the speed of 100 Beast Kaido was a weakness. Therefore, since the airborne Konoha village, he rarely moved, relying on all the attacks of the hard anus of his body, and then, waiting for the ape demon, Hinata took the initiative to send him to the door, and he bombarded him, and then he was blasted by his punch. Now, Sarutobi Hinata, Uchiha Fugaku, Shimura Danzo is iron-hearted not to fight close combat, but to fight a war of attrition. It hit Rolliai's soft underbelly. After all, a ninja of this level like Ape Flying Sun Slash, there are not many others. There are really many life-saving skills, what stand-in techniques, instantaneous techniques, shadow avatars. Even if he sees and hears domineering perceptions, he can't keep up. And in the pirate world, the 100 Beasts Kaido rarely loses, but he was still captured by the Navy and the Four Emperors more than 10 times. Why were they captured? It is not because of the exhaustion of physical strength. Kaido was naturally captured. Now, Sarutobi and others want to fight a wheel war. His physical strength will definitely be gradually exhausted, and thus be captured, although after being captured, Konoha's people can't kill him, but it is undoubtedly very unpleasant. In that case, suddenly, Luo Lei's eyes must have made some kind of decision in an instant. Roar. The next moment, a dragon groan sounded. Then, under the gaze of Sarutobi Hinata, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, and Nara Shikaisa, who was already far away, Yamanaka Heiki and others, thundered. Several violent roars sounded. Those three ninjutsu attacks slammed into the body of 100 Beast Kaido, erupting into a majestic energy shockwave. However, it is of no use. Rumble. Because an even more terrifying dragon power swept out from the body of 100 Beast Kaido. Then, under the extremely shocked eyes of Ape Flying Sun, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku and others, Kaido, 100 beasts who were just a behemoth, instantly turned into a dragon. Right. That's right, it's a living dragon. Is this a divine dragon? How is it possible? 100 Beast Kaido turned out to be a divine dragon. Why is this? Are we fighting a dragon? Airplanes. In an instant, this area was boiling. Not only Sarutobi Hinata, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku and others were stunned, even some of the elite shinobi of Konoha, Root, and police force who were far away and ready to enter at any time were all incredulous. What are you kidding? I thought that Kaido was an undead monster, but he didn't expect that the 100 Beast Kaido was not only an immortal monster, but also a divine dragon, and in an instant, the three views of countless ninjas on the scene were completely subverted. If it weren't for the fact that there were still no chakra fluctuations on Shenlong's body, they will all think that this is an unknown tailed beast that has not yet been discovered. Konoha village, you offended me. Swish. And after incarnating as a dragon, Luo lay naturally suspended in midair, looking down at the Ape Flying Sun, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku and others, and drank coldly. Of course, on the surface, it looks like this, but in the deepest part of his heart, Raleigh is really uneasy. Nima, this is the first time he is using the 100 Beast Kaido template to transform into a divine dragon. More importantly, after incarnating as a divine dragon, I learned that the combat power of 100 Beast Kaido in the pirate world may be seriously underestimated, because, in the form of the divine dragon, 100 Beast Kaido can not only fly, but also inherit all the abilities of human form. In other words, this is a domineering dragon that can be called three-color domineering. Having listened to this sentence, looking at the divine dragon in the sky, the Ape Flying Sun Chop was really almost vomited blood by the breath. Nima's really a person sitting at home. The pot came from the sky. Obviously it was 100 Beast Kaido who offended Konoha village, but as a result, he insisted that Konoha village offended Shenlong. Oh yes, it's really unjust. At this moment, Sarutobi finally knew what it was like to be invaded by Konoha, and it turned out that this was how it felt to be bullied. Having the power may really be able to distort black and white. How? Are you not convinced? Luo Lei's dragon head looked down at the entire Konoha village. A pair of dragon eyes stared at the Ape Flying Sun, and snorted coldly. I just smashed the Hokage building in your Konoha village, but why are you in Konoha so aggressive? It's just smashed. Nothing more. Since Luolei's words were not suppressed in any way, therefore, not only Sarutobi Hinata, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku and others, but even many civilians who had already retreated to the bomb shelter in advance, Shimo Shinobu, Naka Shinobu, Kami Shinobu, Koharu and Mito Minion, the transfer of the elder group, heard this sentence. Wrath. Eat crow. Holding back, uncomfortable, many different expressions appeared on these people's cheeks. At this time, even Shimura Danzo, Koharu, Mito Minion only felt that there was a fire in his heart, as if it was about to burn, as if it was about to erupt, as if there was a rush of blood rushing to his heart. Well, so what do you want to do? However, at this moment, the three generations of Hokage Sarutobi are undoubtedly the most angry. However, because the other party had the upper hand, he still took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and said coldly, Konoha village, from the moment the village was built, there has been no such insult. If you want to fight, we will fight, don't say these useless words. Although my ape flying sun chop is not comparable to the 1,000-hand pillar and the 1,000-hand pillar, it is definitely not an incompetent person. Roar. Well, the three generations of Hokage really have grace. Luolei simply roared out a dragon groan. In that case, I don't want you to fight. Reluctantly, I will destroy Konoha village, and you can rebuild a better Konoha village. Damn! Are you going to destroy Konoha village? It's unbearable, it's really too much to deceive. Mad, as the first ninja village in the ninja world, he is really too humiliated and uncomfortable. Rumble. As soon as this sentence came out, the entire Konoha village seemed to enter a state of violent escape. The cheeks of both civilians and ninjas were filled with extreme anger. You dare! And after half a ring, a hideous look appeared on the old face of the ape-flying sun, and he scolded sharply, if you dare to do this, then you will be the eternal enemy of Konoha village. Yes. In midair, Luolei's dragon head shook his head indifferently, and the dragon's body twisted. Immediately, under the stunned gazes of Sarutobi-san, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku and others, he opened his mouth and spat out a hot breath at Hokage Rock. Rumble! The heat of terror swept out. In front of everyone, it hit the Hokage Rock in Konoha village. With a deafening roar, the fire shadow rock seemed to have been hit hard, and all of them collapsed, rolling up endless dust. Quiet. A dead silence. Although this scene happened in that instant, it made the entire Konoha silent. No one expected that this guy in front of him said that he would do it, and he would not give everyone the slightest time to react. Just in the blink of an eye, Konoha's landmark building, Hokage Rock, was destroyed like a decay. You. Ape Ri Chopper was the first to react, stretched out his finger and pointed at the divine dragon in midair, wanted to say something, but was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Poof. In the end, Ape Ri slashed his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood, obviously angry, because, all along, they carved the Hokage of Konoha's past generations on the cliff, so that they could always watch over the village and witness the growth of Konoha. Of course, this is also the supreme honor and dream for Konoha's ninjas. The result? Now, Hokage Rock is destroyed in public. It is equivalent to Konoha's glory and dreams being trampled under the feet and mercilessly trampled on. Ape Flying Sun, or, let's fight it. Seeing this scene, a rare flash of pain flashed in Shimura Danzo's dark eyes. He never thought that one day, Konoha would actually suffer such an insult and blow, and the dignity and face of the first village in the ninja world were already gone. He can predict it. After today, the entire ninja world will watch the jokes of Konoha village. Naruto-sama, if you want to fight to the death. Next to him, Uchiha Fugaku hesitated for a moment before making some kind of decision, saying, the Uchiha clan also has some secret weapons that can be used against 100 Beast Kaido. After saying this, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head helplessly. As a big family in Konoha, the Uchiha family has existed since the Warring States period, and I don't know how long it has existed, and the foundation is very deep. Because, in those long years, the Uchiha clan, there will always be ninjas like Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Senna, who open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Although almost none of these people can evolve the kaleidoscope chakra eye into the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye, but their kaleidoscopic chakra eyes are unlikely to disappear with their death. There will always be a few pairs of 10,000 round eyes that have not yet been completely blind. This is the secret of the Uchiha family, and it is also where the Uchiha family is in the wooden bottom chi. Of course, once these leftover eyes are used, the side effects suffered are quite amazing, so, under normal circumstances, the Uchiha family will not like these things. No thanks, however, to the expectations of Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku. Ape Ri's face became calm in an instant, and he waved his hand very indifferently, saying, 100 Beasts Kaido can be called immortal, even if he fights to the death. It is our Konoha village who suffers. It's a big deal to rebuild Konoha village. When Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku heard this, they opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but found that they couldn't find any reason, because, in the face of 100 Beasts Kaido, an undead monster that does not enter, before finding a way to crack it, perhaps, non-resistance is the best choice. Well, in fact, Ape Flying Sun Chopper didn't know. He made a very clever decision. Even in the world of One Piece, 100 Beast Kaido is almost crazy to find death. Whether it is the Navy or the rest of the three emperors, they are very headache and helpless. After all, kill and die. Even if it was 10 days and a half months and captured 100 Beast Kaido, he still couldn't kill him, and that feeling was really uncomfortable. Nima, hold back. At this time, Luolei was actually observing the expression of the ape flying sun. He also wished that Ape Flying Sun Chopper gave an order to fight to the death with him, so that he could die crazy. As a result, Ape Flying Sun Chopper was really sane. Even if he destroyed Hokage Rock, he endured it. In that case, let's destroy Konoha. The next moment, Luolei's pair of dragon eyes moved slightly, the huge dragon body twisted a few times, and he didn't want to say anything more, opened the dragon's mouth and sprayed a breath of heat at Konoha village very casually. Thundered. A deafening explosion sounded. An area of Konoha village was instantly eroded by a majestic energy wave. Whether it was a street or a house, all of them turned into endless dust in an instant. Whereas, this is just the beginning. Swish, swish, swish. Without waiting for everyone to react, in midair, Luolei continuously exhaled dozens of hot breaths, attacking towards different areas of Konoha village in no particular order. Thundered. In an instant, these dozens of hot breaths are like missiles one by one. The fierce bombardment hit all parts of Konoha village, causing Konoha village to shake several times in a row, and countless terrifying energy waves swept out, smashing all buildings, houses, and streets, all of which were bombarded. Less than a minute, the entire village of Konoha is almost in ruins. Looking at it from afar, the dust covered half of the sky, and the entire Konoha village seemed to have suffered some major blow, a mess, and you couldn't see even a single intact house and street. All of them were miserable. At this moment, the death of Konoha heaven and earth seemed to be silent. As for Sarutobi Hinata, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, countless Konoha ninjas, their cheeks showed sorrow, and even more collapsed on the ground. Konoha was destroyed, completely destroyed by 100 Beast Kaido. Under the power of the explosion, the entire village of Konoha was almost black smoke, mourning and sorrow, and it completely became a miserable ruin. Okay, good power. Seeing this scene, Luolei, who turned into a divine dragon, nodded with great satisfaction. In fact, the hot breath attacks he spit out, almost no force, just spit out some casually, because if you do your best, you can't control the strength. After all, in the world of pirates, when the 100 Beasts Kaido spit hot breath with all his strength after the dragonization, not only the attack distance is very far, but the power is also very powerful, and it can instantly destroy Oda City, which is very terrifying. Meanwhile, bang! Sarutobi looked at the destroyed Konoha village, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant, and immediately, his body collapsed on the ground shakily, and his eyes were a piece of dead ash. He can't accept it, he really can't accept it. You know, under his leadership, Konoha won World War II, robbed countless war resources, and has faintly become the first ninja village in the ninja world. The result? The bad news really came too suddenly. Encounter the 100 Beast Kaido. This can be called an incomprehensible way of playing. He could only watch Konoha destroy in front of him, and powerless, the feeling of holding back, let his spirit dissipate in an instant. Konoha village, ruined. In the distance, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shikaisa, Yamanaka Haiki. The expression on his cheeks was also very complicated, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Although everyone usually has intrigue and conflicts of interest, but, when Konoha village was destroyed, all internal contradictions are secondary. Because, next, whether it is Konoha, or the major families of Konoha, they will be ridiculed and ridiculed by the entire ninja world, all forces. And at this time, Luolei didn't pay attention to that much. Instead, his heart moved, and he quickly enveloped the entire Konoha village with a domineering aura. How could there be none? After a rough perception, Luolei in midair made a very surprised sound, and a pair of huge dragon eyes flashed a few wisps of doubt. He was just destroying Konoha, but he was very measured, and the damage of the heat breath was also well controlled. That is, he was afraid of hurting some people. But, after perceiving a circle, he sensed a lot of breath. But it is that he did not perceive the breath of the pillar force of the tailed orc. That's right, this time, in addition to going to Konoha village to die madly, he just wanted to meet the Nine Tails human pillar force, Uzumaki Jishine. If the information provided by the Akinoki mercenary organization is correct, Uzumaki Shine, who is the pillar force of the Nine-Tailed people, has just graduated from the ninja school now, and it stands to reason that he should be in Konoha. Swish, swish, swish. The immortal Luolei, twisting the huge dragon body, circled back and forth several times in the sky above Konoha village. At the same time, I saw that the domineering color continued to carpet scan in Konoha village, and, after several rounds of perception, he was finally sure that Uzumaki Shina was indeed not in Konoha village. It's not interesting. After half a ring, Luolei shook his head ruefully, and then, the dragon's head swung, condescendingly looking down at Ape Fei-Ri and the others, and said coldly, I just destroyed Konoha village today, and didn't kill much, so, in the future, I will often come to Konoha to commit suicide. Poof. Listening to this sentence, especially the word suicide, the ape who was already a little depressed flew into the sun, a wisp of pale flashed on his face, and once again he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In particular, other people's suicides are real suicides. But the suicide of this 100 Beast Kaido in front of him is really a human life. Are you also from the divine organization? However, the next moment, Ape Fei-Ri seemed to have thought of something, gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head and said coldly, in addition to the God organization, I can't figure out how there is a figure like you in the ninja world. Smart Luo Lei nodded crisply and said loudly, to tell you the truth, I, the Clown Emperor, and Hawkeye my Hawk, are just the signature cotters of the God organization, and the real Emperor has not yet appeared. By the way, good people do it to the end. Let's tell you another good news. Just now when I destroyed Konoha village, you Konoha seem to have people's mood swings very fiercely, thus awakening the kaleidoscope chakra I. Swish. After saying these two sentences, Luo Lei Yuya twisted the dragon's body, flying away into the distance, leaving behind a stunned crowd of Konoha people. 100 Beast Kaido, Hawkeye my Hawk, Clown Emperor, is actually just the signature big cotter of the God organization. How strong should God's organization be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Has anyone from the Uchiha clan awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Who is that exactly? After Luo Lei left, the entire Konoha village boiled, whether it is still a ninja hiding in a bomb shelter, a civilian, or someone like Sarutobi Hinata, Shimura Danzo and others, their cheeks are filled with an incredible look, obviously shocked by Luo Lei's last words. As strong as 100 Beasts Kaido is just a signature big cotter, how powerful should the Emperor of the Divine Organization be? Totally unlikely, huh? As for who awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, except for Uchiha Fugaku and Shimura Danzo who paid a little attention, no one paid attention anymore. In the afternoon of the same day, a big event that shook the entire ninja world swept out at a lightning speed, directly setting off a monstrous wave in the ninja world. As for the main content of the big event, Konoha village, which is one of the 5 great ninja villages, was completely destroyed by the 100 Beasts Kaido of the God organization, and Hawkeye my Hawk, the Clown Emperor, and the 100 Beasts Kaido are just the signature cotters of the God organization. Shock. Incomparably impressive. When the news was learned, countless people all feel like they are dreaming. Some time ago, the first swordsman in the ninja world made a big show in the country of Iron. As a result, in less than a few months, a guy named 100 Beast Kaido became even more violent. Directly single-handedly, he destroyed a ninja village, and more importantly, this ninja village is not a small ninja village, but a large ninja village that is famous in the ninja world. Konoha Village. Ninja World. In an instant, time shook. Although there are many people who do not believe it to be true, however, the facts and intelligence are in front of us, and people have to believe it. The sky is about to change, so, in such a situation, whether it was a civilian or a ninja, a thought flashed in his mind. This ninja world. Maybe it's going to turn the world upside down. Cheyenne Village, the office of the Wind Shadow, click. A crisp voice echoed through the room, the smoking tea slowly flowed down the broken teacup on the table, and the third generation of Wind Shadow looked at the latest intelligence scroll in his hand, and the expression on his face was very stiff, as if he didn't believe what he saw. Is this a joke again? After half a ring, the 3 generations of Wind Shadow slowed down, ignored the already broken teacup, and muttered, Konoha Village was actually destroyed by the 100 Beasts Kaido of the God organization. Wien Village, Water Shadow Office, Zaome's strength has grown rapidly, and it is worthy of being the 5th generation Water Shadow candidate I fancy. The 3rd generation of Mizukage looked at the intelligence scroll in his hand and smiled very gratifyingly. As for the content on the scroll, it was Terumi who killed 1 person when he completed a task. And at this time, a mist ninja dark ninja rushed directly into Mizukage's office with a look of disbelief. Lord Mizukage, there is a very urgent intelligence. What? When the 3rd generation of Water Shadow heard this, his brows frowned, and he said coldly, now the ninja world is relatively peaceful, what urgent information can there be? You dark departments don't have nothing to look for, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Don't dare, Lord Mizukage. Bang! Having listened to this sentence, the Mist Ninja Shadow Ninja knelt directly on one knee and said carefully, this information is about Konoha Village. Say. The 3rd generation of Water Shadow shook his head and ordered disapprovingly, yes. The Mist Ninja took a deep breath and reported in an incredulous tone, the 100 Beasts Kaido of the Divine Organization have completely destroyed Konoha Village. What? What did you say? The 3 generations of Water Shadows have not reacted at first, however, when he heard the 6 words of the God organization, Konoha Village, he reacted at once, and asked in an extremely shocked tone, you repeat it again. That God organization 100 Beast Kaido completely destroyed Konoha Village. The Mist Ninja's voice trembled a little, shrunk his head, and repeated in a low voice. Bang! The words have not yet fallen, the 3 generations of Water Shadows slammed and stood up from the chair, and their eyes flashed with complete disbelief. What are you kidding? How could Konoha Village be destroyed by the Divine Organization? The villain is also the winner of the Second Ninja World War, it can't be so weak, and it's impossible not to win that 100 Beast Kaido. This can't be. The next moment, the 3 generations of Mizukage said incredulously, one person destroys Konoha Village, in the entire ninja world, no one can do it yet, unless it is the resurrection of some legendary ninja in the Warring States. Lord Kiyoshi, it is said that 100 Beasts Kaido is immortal, and can also turn into a divine dragon, and the high level of Konoha, led by the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun, simply cannot break the defense of 100 Beast Kaido. Speaking of this, the Mist Ninja Dark Ninja hesitated slightly, and added in a low voice, "It seems that this 100-beast Kaido is similar to the Clown Emperor, Hawkeye Mihawk, and they are just big signature cotters of the God organization." Is it just a big signboard cotter? The three generations of Water Shadows showed a strange expression, and their minds were also chaotic. It stands to reason that strong people like Kaido the 100 Beasts, Hawkeye Mihawk, and the Clown Emperor shouldn't be the leader of an organization? Even if they are willing to submit to others, how strong should the leader of the divine organization be? Give me a copy of the specific information. I don't know how long it took. The three generations of Water Shadows took a deep breath and calmed themselves down. Yes, the Mist Ninja Dark Ninja hurriedly handed over the intelligence scroll that had been prepared earlier. Well, see the first line of the intelligence scroll. The brows of the three generations of Water Shadows furrowed, because it was written on it that the 100-beast Kaido had fallen to Konoha village from a height of 10,000 meters without any protective measures. It's really. But when the three generations of Water Shadows continued to look down, the expression on their faces became more and more solemn. In the end, the look on the cheeks of the three generations of Shui Ying was completely gone, and he stood there without saying a word. His expression was shocked. The divine organization. What kind of monsters are they? Union Village, what kind of joke? Lao Tzu doesn't dare to fall from a height of 10,000 meters, but that guy named 100-beast Kaido dares? What kind of garbage is really special in Konoha village, and even 100 beasts Kaido can't get it? Thunder Shadow Office. The hot-tempered three generations of Thunder Shadow tore the intelligence scroll in his hand to pieces, and a very unbelievable look appeared on his rough cheeks. He has always been confident that he can fight with one enemy, or even one enemy with 10,000. After all, as the strongest Thunder Shadow in history, he can single-handedly suppress the terrifying existence of the eight-tailed bull ghost. What now? The God organization is more than just a terrifying Hawkeye Mihawk with strong swordsmanship and an extremely weird Clown Emperor. Now there is another physical fitness explosion, which can be called the immortal 100-beast Kaido, and all indications are that this is not aimed at his three generations of Thunder Shadows? Of course, the good fortune in misfortune is, this time, 100-beast Kaido went to destroy Konoha village and did not come to Union village. Lord Raikage, if Konoha is all garbage, then aren't we even as good as garbage? At this time, I saw three generations of Thunder Shadows angry there. Kiribi wore a pair of sunglasses and said quite solemnly, "After all, Konoha village is the winner of the Second Ninja World War, and we in Union village are the losers." Shut up, do you think I don't know? The face of the third generation of Lei Ying changed suddenly, and he scolded sharply, "Am I trying to raise first? Do you understand? That 100-beast Kaido can't thunder, but he claims to be immortal, and his physical fitness is likely to be stronger than mine. We all know the strength of Konoha, since even they can't break the defense of 100-beast Kaido, then it proves that 100-beast Kaido really has a few brushes, not in vain." Oh, Kiribi touched his head embarrassedly, and shouted in a low voice, "You don't explain it a little. What else do you want to make first? It's too complicated." Lord Lei Ying, is the body of 100-beast Kaido really that explosive? Seeing that the three generations of Thunder Shadow are about to start reprimanding Kiribi again, Night Moon AI next to him shook his head helplessly, took the initiative to change the topic, and said in a deep voice, "If the body of 100-beast Kaido is really so perverted, our Night Moon clan will be the most affected." Quite possibly, although the three generations of Lei Ying were very unconvinced, they still did not lose their cool, and Chuang is a big deal for us. Lord Thunder Shadow, Night Moon AI was also a little confused, and did not say a word at that. "What do you mean? What else could it mean?" The third generation of Lei Ying shrugged helplessly, and said bitterly, "Now the general trend of the God organization has become a reality, so our Union village can only come to cover the water. During this time, you and Kiribi should hurry up their cultivation, and I will also find a place to retreat and think of a way to cultivate the Thunder Forging Body secret technique to the top 4th stage. Yes, Yayu AI was stunned, and then nodded with some joy. As a member of the Night Moon clan, of course, he knew how perverted the 4th stage of the Thunder Forging Body secret art was, and once the three generations of Thunder Shadow cultivated to the 4th stage, their combat power and defense power would be terrifyingly improved. Union Village, the three generations of Tokage Oniki were suspended on the office chair, and they couldn't see any expression, and their expressions were very complicated. Because Oniki did not speak, the Lois, Red Earth, and some rock ninja in the dark part of the office did not dare to speak, and for a while, the atmosphere was very depressed. I didn't expect that even the mighty Konoha village was hit hard. For a long time, the three generations of Tokage Oniki took a deep breath. There was no happy look, but a sad sadness of a rabid dead fox. You guys say, what exactly does the God organization want to do? From the Clown Emperor, to Hawkeye Mihawk, to 100-beast Kaido, one is more perverted than the other, and one is more rampant than the other. Speaking of this, Oniki's eyes couldn't help but show an incredible look. No way, this time the encounter in Konoha village really shocked him, and the immortal physique of 100-beast Kaido also sounded the alarm for him? If it really can't be killed, so, what should they take to deal with Union village? Headache. Really a headache. For the first time ever, Oniki felt that when Tsuchikage was a hot potato, to deal with the three generations of Thunder Shadow, he has always planned to use the tactics of the Sea of People to exhaust the three generations of Thunder Shadow alive, so over the years, Uane village has been frantically expanding ninjas. But, what about dealing with 100 Beast Kaido? No one else is dead, even if you put the 100 Beasts Kaido down, you can't kill them? It's a bit of a pain in the game. Lord Suchikage, if you encounter 100 Beasts Kaido in the future, or we will use the tactics of the human sea. At this time, Lois gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, although 100 Beast Kaido claims to be immortal, if we can capture him when he is tired, and then find a way to kill him, it is also possible. It can only be regarded as the next step. Oniki took a deep breath, floated to the window, looked out the window leisurely, and said, we caught Kaido the 100 Beasts, but there is also a Clown Emperor, and there is also Hawkeye Mihawk, and besides, no one knows how many monsters there are inside the God organization. So, we can only respond to everything with the same change, Myoku Mountain. As one of the 3 holy places of the ninja world, it's not just about the energy of nature, also, from the Kagaya era to the present, Toad Pill has survived for thousands of years, and this Toad Pill is the legendary Big Toad Immortal, with extremely accurate prophecy ability. Of course, in the era of Datumu Kagaya, this Big Toad Immortal was even more awesome, not only taught the Feather Fairy art, but also gave the most treasure of the Feather Toad country, the Immortal Talisman, which was covered with Fairy Chakra, and Yui used this object to save his younger brother Otoki Yamura, and used the power of fairy art to fight Kagaya for several months, and finally won. In the morning, when the first rays of sunlight shine out, the entire Miyama Mountain, countless strange plants seem to be dyed with a faint brilliance, full of vitality, shuriken shadow doppelganger art. I saw it in a clearing, a young man with yellow hair and blue eyes, holding a shuriken, his whole body chakra surging, his hands quickly sealed, swish, swish, swish. The next moment, countless shurikens formed a sword array, broke through the air, and burst a boulder directly in front of it, alive, and in an instant, fragments flew chaotically, and roared. Perfect. Seeing this, Toad Guang on the side nodded with great satisfaction and exclaimed, little ghost of Watergate, your ninjutsu is really becoming more and more proficient, and you really deserve to be an apprentice of Zi Lei, and your talent and ability are the top. Yes? Bofang Shuman smiled a little shyly. Immediately, his eyes involuntarily looked at Jiraiya, who was sitting next to him, sitting on a chair and closing his eyes. This time, he was brought to Miyama Mountain by Zilla to practice, and he simply benefited a lot, and in just a few months, his strength had reached the level of elite upper patience. General, keep practicing, don't be lazy. At this time, Zi Lai also opened his eyes very unpleasantly, pouted, and said unhurriedly, if it weren't for the 3 generations of old men asking me to tutor you in your practice, I really didn't want to care about you. After all, in this sunny weather, I should actually appear in the bathhouse. Well, thinking about it, as soon as Zi Lai's eyes closed, a wisp of blush appeared on his cheeks, the corners of his mouth began to drool, and at a glance, he knew that there must be a picture in his mind that was inappropriate for children. Jiraiya, the big thing is not good. However, at this time, a toad with a pipe in his mouth jumped from afar. Toad went to tell you not to be so frizzy, because the fantasy in his mind was in vain. Zi Lai also opened his eyes again, and said very lazily, is there anything more important than me teaching Bofang Shuman? Damn, isn't it a big deal that Konoha village was destroyed? Toad Bunta didn't care so much, and said with a horrified face, Konoha village is now in ruins, and the 3 generations of Hokage are organizing the reconstruction work. What did you say? As soon as you hear this sentence, Jiraiya stood up from his chair in vain and said incredulously, Konoha village was destroyed? Are you kidding? How is it possible? Definitely joking. On the side, Bofang Shuman and Toad Guang looked at each other. They both saw a look of disbelief in their eyes. If it weren't for the Toad Bunta standing in front of them, both of them wanted to laugh. After all, in the ninja world, which force has the strength to destroy Konoha village? Toad Wenta, this cold joke is not funny at all. The next moment, Zi Lai also reacted in vain, touched his head, and said with a grin, I know the strength of Konoha village, unless the other 4 major ninja villages join forces, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible. Who is kidding you? Toadwin took a deep breath and said very seriously, the great Toad Immortal has spoken, let you and Bofang Shuman quickly return to Konoha village, and when Konoha village is rebuilt, then go to Miyama Mountain, he will personally teach you. Ah, what you said is true. Zi Lai also exclaimed, and the expression on his cheeks instantly stiffened, since the great Toad Immortals have spoken, then things must be true, and Konoha may really be destroyed. It must be true. You and Watergate hurry back to Konoha village. Toadwinta's face is not very good looking, because, just today, the big Toad Immortal changed the norm, used the power of nature, the power of the toad and the power of fairy, and made many predictions in a row, wanting to see the future of the ninja world. As a result, it was eaten back like never before, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood in a row. In the words of the big Toad Immortal, the future has been blurred and completely chaotic, and a mysterious and powerful existence is gradually changing the future of the ninja world. Well, good. Zi Lai also nodded a little abruptly. At this time, his mind was a mess, and he didn't seem to have accepted the fact that Konoha village was destroyed. As for Bofang Shuman, the expression on his face is similar to that of Zilla, and his expression is a little trance. Obviously he can't accept this fact. Toad Hiroshi, you speed them back. Toad Wentai took a deep breath and instructed Toad Guang next to him. the great Toad Immortal is going to hold a high-level meeting in the Toad Country, so you go back quickly and don't stay in Konoha Village. Ah, got it, Toad replied dizzily. Land of Fire, a small town in the border region, in a very inconspicuous small gambling hall, a group of people are shouting excitedly, "Win! Won again! Ha ha ha, it's really the legendary Big Fat Sheep, who came specifically to send us money? It's really cool, buy it against the Big Fat Sheep, really 100% can win. Today I want to pack 10 girls, have a good refresh. Cut, just with your small body, 1 is enough to choke, or 10. Isn't it a dream? Loudza wins money, use 1, the other 9 to lick Loudza, can't you?" A group of gambling dogs stared at a young woman at the gaming table with bright eyes. Of course, there is nothing erotic about this look, but an excitement about winning, an obsession with gambling. After all, in the world of dog gambling, gambling is everything. Forget it, don't fight, today's luck is too bad. For these words, the woman in a green gown with the word gambling written on her back did not care at all, but slowly got up and walked towards the outside of the gambling hall with an expressionless face. Wait for me. Seeing that Tsunade is leaving, next to him, another black-haired girl in a black kimono hurriedly followed with a small pig. Alas, the Big Fat Sheep actually don't gamble. Seeing that Tsunade stopped gambling, a middle-aged man who looked like a businessman in the crowd sighed, "Konoha Village was destroyed, but I suffered a heavy loss, and I still expect to return a little from gambling? Don't worry, the Big Fat Sheep will be on time tomorrow." Rumble. The words have not yet fallen, a majestic momentum swept out, swish. The next moment, under the stunned eyes of countless gambling dogs, Tsunade, who had already walked to the gate, turned his head in vain, his beautiful eyes were extremely fierce, and immediately, a flashing figure appeared in front of the middle-aged man who looked like a businessman, and said with a cold expression, "What do you say? Konoha Village destroyed?" The businessman-like middle-aged man swallowed his saliva carefully, and his whole body trembled continuously. He never thought that the young woman in front of him would have such a strong oppressive force, so that she could not remain calm at all, and involuntarily stammered, "Speak." Tsunade was a little impatient, and his right hand naturally smashed the bet next to him. Rumble. With a roar, the gaming table is like paper paste, instantly reduced to pieces. "Don't kill me." Seeing this, the middle-aged man who looked like a businessman immediately knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, "At present, the entire ninja world has spread throughout the world, and Konoha has been completely destroyed by the 100 Beasts Kaido of the God Organization. You don't know, my shop is on the commercial street of Konoha, and it has also been destroyed. Let's wear a diaper in the future." Tsunade wrinkled his nose and snorted coldly, and then, with a serious expression, he walked towards the gate. "Tsunade-sama." At this time, the expression on Shizen's face was also a little panicked. Obviously he did not expect that in the past few months when Tsunade-sama was addicted to gambling, such a big thing actually happened in the ninja world. Konoha Village was actually destroyed? How powerful should the force that destroyed Konoha Village be? Back, Konoha. Tsunade didn't have any nonsense, and said in a deep voice, "I only hope that the 3 generations of old men will not be slumped, otherwise, the situation in Konoha Village will fall into a state of irreparable disaster." Whew! Looking at Tsunade's departing back, the businessman-looking middle-aged man breathed a heavy sigh of relief, but when he thought that his crotch was already wet, he covered his face in shame and ran away. As for the remaining group of gambling dogs, I glanced at the gambling table that had become fragmented, and the expression on my face was stiff. Konoha Village, as a result of all the houses, the streets were destroyed and were almost in ruins. Therefore, after Luolei left, Konoha organized a large number of ninjas and civilians to rebuild. Fortunately, the ninjas in Konoha Village are relatively comprehensive, and in order to hurry, almost all use ninjutsu, which greatly shortens the reconstruction time. Meanwhile, outside Konoha Village, a secret laboratory, I really didn't expect that Konoha would actually be destroyed. Holding a test tube containing a strange liquid, Orochimaru said in a low, hoarse voice, "Tuanzang, why did you have time to find me? Could it be that he was scared by 100 Beast Kaido?" Big Snake Pill, don't say anything cool." When Shimura Danzo heard this, he snorted coldly and said, "This time, none of the 3 of you are in Konoha Village, otherwise, you will also be hit by 100 Beast Kaido." When he said this, a ray of greed appeared in Shimura Danzo's eyes. "You don't know how perverted the body of 100 Beast Kaido is. Maybe even the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow are beyond the dust. What immortal body, what Mu Duen, in front of the body of 100 Beast Kaido, it is really incomparable." "Yes?" The Big Snake Pill licked his lips, and a hint of curiosity appeared on his pale face. "Definitely." The corners of Shimura Danzo's mouth turned up slightly, and he deliberately aggravated his tone. "Maybe this body of 100 Beast Kaido is really an immortal body, and more importantly, it can also be transformed into a divine dragon, which is too terrifying. Say, find me something." As soon as I heard the word immortal, several strange essences flashed in the evil snake eyes of the Big Snake Pill, and said evilly, "This time, I went out to find some experimental equipment, otherwise, I really want to meet that 100 Beast Kaido for a while. It's simple, we work together and get what we need." Cooperation? A hint of disdain appeared on Orochimaru's pale cheeks, and he said, "What qualifications do you have to cooperate with me? To say a bad word, I have everything you have, and you have no cooperation value at all." "Yes?" Shimura Danzo smiled darkly, not angry, but glanced at the experimental equipment in the laboratory with interest, and said to himself, the Great Snake Pill, one of the 3 ninja of the famous shinobi world, actually conducted forbidden art research in Konoha. This, if it spreads, I am afraid that the ninja world will shake a few times. You, threatening me? Swish! The big snake pill's body flashed, and he appeared directly in front of Shimura Danzo, and a pair of snake eyes flashed with killing intent, as if he was about to burst out and hurt people at any time. You, don't get so excited. Seeing the scene, Shimura Danzo was very calm, and said with a dark smile, once the original Hokage Senjukuma used the wooden secret technique to subdue the 9 tails in the fierce battle with Uchiha Madara, but no one after him can inherit this technique. So, since the beginning of the 2nd generation Hokage, Konoha village has begun to devote all the strength of the village to do research to resurrect the original Kaidan secret technique. However, the trial of intercolumnar cell transplantation in adults who voluntarily became test subjects continued to fail, adding many victims, so this attempt was regarded as forbidden and sealed. After listening to these words, the big snake pill said thoughtfully, you mean, you can get the data of the experiment back then? Huh, Shimura Danzo smiled coldly and whispered, not only can I get the experimental data of that year, but I can also kidnap you some Shimo Shinobi, Naka Shinobi, Dark Part, and some babies for you to experiment. Haha, Orochimaru let out a low, hoarse laugh and said coldly, Shimura Danzo is really ruthless. Each other, a hint of greed flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes, and he said quietly, we are all ambitious people, if you cooperate, it is good for both sides, you have your pursuit, I have my dream, and we do not conflict with each other. What about 100 Beast Kaido? The big snake pill hesitated rarely, and then said in a deep voice, it stands to reason that now that I join forces with you, we are not the opponents of 100 Beast Kaido, so how can I get his cells? You can only take your time. Shimura Danzo shook his head helplessly and said, you first finish the intercolumn cell transplantation experiment, as for 100 Beast Kaido, you can't afford to mess with it for the time being. Well, nice cooperation. Orochimaru sneered, and finally agreed, nice cooperation. Shimura Danzo was not surprised, no, as if he had thought of something, he spoke again, by the way, I am telling you a secret, in Konoha's forbidden base, there is a forbidden technique you need. What do you mean? The corners of the big snake pill's mouth turned up slightly, and he asked with a little curiosity, it's very simple, since it is already a cooperative relationship, of course I want to tell you that it is said that the 2nd generation of Hokage has developed an ultimate forbidden technique, Dirt Rebirth. Dirt Rebirth? When the 2nd generation Hokage was chatting casually, he mentioned it casually, as if this technique was very powerful. Oh, got it. The big snake pill froze for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. At the same moment, the forbidden place of the Uchiha clan, Nanga Shrine. As a secret gathering place of the Uchiha clan, in the basement there are stone tablets written by 6 immortals, which record many unknown secrets, since it is a basement, so, when Raleigh destroyed Konoha, Nanga Shrine was still intact. Why? Why is this? Bang, bang, bang. I saw Uchiha Fugaku standing in front of the stone tablet written by the 6 immortals with a livid face, bombarding the stone tablet with a punch, and in a moment, Uchiha Fugaku's fist was open and flesh, and blood flowed. He couldn't figure it out, obviously his strength was the strongest, but did not awaken the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. As a result, Uchiha Shueishui, who joined the dark part of Konoha, had violent mood swings when Konoha was destroyed, and instantly awakened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and his strength was raised from elite to shadow level. In other words, the current Uchiha family, the young Uchiha Shueishui is the strongest. Fugaku, why are you bothering? I don't know when. Uchiha Jingshan also entered the Nanga Shrine, looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who fell into madness, and said in a complicated tone, Father, I'm not convinced, I'm really not convinced. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku's expression suddenly became fierce, and he gritted his teeth and roared, our Uchiha clan is the strongest family, and Sharingan is also famous in the ninja world, but a few days ago, in the face of 100 Beast Kaido, I was like a dog, too weak, I was really too weak. Now, Uchiha has awakened the kaleidoscopic chakra eye, and I, as the captain of the Konoha police force, have not awakened yet. What will the clansmen think of me in the future? Alas! Seeing this, Uchiha Jingshan sighed involuntarily. Somehow, he thought of the mysterious person he had just met. The mysterious man told him a way to make Uchiha Fugaku awaken the kaleidoscope chakra eye. It's just that. This method, very perverted and bloody, says that if he wants to commit suicide in front of his son, it can make Uchiha Fugaku awaken the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Ridiculous and ridiculous. When I first heard about this method, Uchiha Jingshan is disdainful, does not believe, because, if the Uchiha family wants to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan through this method, then the Sharingan is really the sorrow of the Uchiha family. However, when he thought of the scene of Uchiha's kaleidoscope chakra eye awakening, he seemed to realize something. Because Uchiha Shisui's current thinking is very similar to the original Uchiha mirror, both put Konoha village first. As for the Uchiha family, they were put in a secondary position. So, when Konoha village was destroyed by 100 Beast Kaido, Uchiha's mood swings were extremely violent, and he suddenly awakened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Is it really useful? Well, think about it, Uchiha Jinshin is a little shaken again, especially when facing the self-defeating Uchiha Fugaku. The pain and worry in his own heart are not weaker than Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, get up and look at me. The next moment, Uchiha Jinshin still made some kind of decision, took a few steps forward, and said in a deep voice, "You, as the future patriarch of the Uchiha clan, I will not allow you to be so decadent and unconfident. Didn't you want a kaleidoscope to right-wheel eyes? Loud za to you. I don't want those kaleidoscopic chakra eyes that have a lot of side effects, because, in a few times, there will be no eggs." Uchiha Fugaku shook his head with a dejected face. Poof. However, just as Uchiha Fugaku wanted to continue to say something, a crisp sound reached his ears. This, Uchiha Fugaku was a little sluggish, raised his head, and looked at Uchiha Jinshin, who inserted Kuwu into his chest blankly, and for a while, it seemed that he did not react. Nope, no, father, why are you doing this? The next moment, after Uchiha Fugaku reacted, his face was panicked, perhaps due to serious mood swings. His writing will subconsciously entered the three-hook jade mode, rumble. Finally, with a majestic pupil force, Uchiha Fugaku's three-hook jade chakra eyes rotated violently in vain, and finally, they joined together and became a pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes in the shape of flames. Sure enough, so, is the Uchiha family really sad? Uchiha Jinshin covered the kunao in his chest, and the blood that would continue to gush out, but instead looked at the kaleidoscopic chakra eyes that Uchiha Fugaku awakened in vain, and I don't know whether it was joy or sadness and a miserable smile. Bang. In the end, with a sound of falling to the ground, Uchiha Jinshin fell to the ground with a long flow of blood. Maybe he didn't understand until he died why the awakening of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye would be so harsh and perverted. Of course, he also thought about using illusion, but Uchiha Fugaku was originally a master of illusion, and using illusion definitely wouldn't work. So, you can only play real suicide once. In the end, he died, but Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope chakra eye also managed to awaken. Father, my kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? As for Uchiha Fugaku, he collapsed on the ground with a soft body, touching his kaleidoscope chakra eyes with a sad face, and didn't know what he was thinking for a while. Meanwhile, as the initiator of all this incident, Luo Lei encountered a little trouble. The land of fire, in a canyon. Come out, follow all the way, aren't you tired? Luo Lei, who used the 100 Beast Kaido template, stood on a boulder with his hands on his chest, glanced at a clearing in the middle of the canyon, and said quietly, "Nimas, since leaving Konoha village, he saw and heard the domineering sense that there was a tail that had been following him. Originally he didn't want to pay attention to it, but this tail was really persevering and couldn't shake off. Therefore, forced to help, he could only stop and find a way to deal with this tail. 100 Beasts Kaido of the Divine Organization, why haven't I heard of your name before?" With an indifferent voice, the ground of that clearing twisted for a while, and immediately, a white thing that did not look like a human appeared from the ground. Sure enough, seeing this thing, Luo Lei showed an expression that was indeed like this, but when he saw Baiju's eyes, he was stunned all of a sudden, and said with some surprise, "No, you're not Baiju." Smart. Baiju's eyes revealed a look that seemed to be able to look at the world, and Yun said lightly, "You can call me Uchiha Madara." "Oh, you're finally here." Luo Lei chuckled and shook his head, and said in a deep voice, "Say, follow me all the way, what's the matter?" "Ha." Well, seeing Luo Lei so calm, this time it was Uchiha's turn to be confused. "Nimas, something was wrong, something was absolutely wrong. You know, he is Uchiha, don't ordinary people should exclaim when they hear his name and then, show a very incredulous look? How come this behemoth in front of him is so calm when he hears his name? Could it be that the cadres of the God organization are all some simple-minded and well-developed guys? Or has his Uchiha prestige been outdated and forgotten? Aren't you shocked or horrified?" The next moment, the more he thought about it, the more wrong it became, and he couldn't help it, so he controlled Baiju to ask incomparably domineeringly, "Don't you know, Uchiha-ban, is a legendary ninja, more awesome than the 1,000 hand pillars. Why be shocked?" Luo Lei wanted to laugh a little, brushed his dragon whiskers, looked down at Baiju like an ant, and said, "What era is it now? Aren't you Uchiha Madara? What's the fuss?" "Humph, arrogant." Hearing these words, a wisp of coldness appeared in the white eyes controlled by Uchiha-ban, and he said in a deep voice, "No matter what era it is now, Uchiha-ba will be the final winner, big and small." "Yes?" Luo Lei shook his head disapprovingly. "To put it in a bad way, for Uchiha's sad life, he has no feelings other than sympathy and regret. I thought I was a chess player, but it turned out to be just a relatively large chess piece. 100 Beast Kaido, I don't want to have so much to do with you." The next moment, Baiju, who was controlled by Uchiha, became a little impatient and said coldly, "How many people are in your God organization? Who is the boss behind the scenes?" "Ha, do you think I'll tell you?" Luo Lei shrugged his shoulders in disdain and said quietly, "Are you kidding? Do you control a white absolute to come and ask? Maybe you think too much about your face. Maybe the Warring States period belongs to the era between you and the 1,000 Hands pillar, but Now, you have passed the age, that is the era of his Roly, and no one can make it. Sure enough, when Uchiha heard this, he didn't feel the slightest anger, but instead looked at 100-Beast Kaido unusually calmly. In that case, then I'll give you a meeting gift. Rumble. The words did not fall in vain. A majestic chakra fluctuation emerged from the white Jew controlled by Uchiha. Then, under Luolei's very surprised gaze, Baiju's eyes gradually evolved into reincarnation eyes, and several black rods and nail-shaped chakra receivers appeared on the body in vain. The Eye of Reincarnation, black stick? Well, just look at those black sticks. Luolei knew what the white in front of him had become, because this white look in front of him, Luolei is really too familiar. I remember that in the anime, when Nagato singled Konoha village, Pain Rokido was very powerful, almost unilaterally crushing Konoha village. Of course, under normal circumstances, Pain is a puppet ninja transformed from the corpses of 6 dead people, and each Pain's face and body are plugged into a chakra receiver that can connect signals, conduction sticks, and nails. Now, Baiju should be treated as a corpse and transformed into Pain 6 Deo. As for which one it is not very clear. Meanwhile, Baiju has gradually completed its transformation. 100-Beast Kaido, just enjoy it. With Uchiha's old and defiant words, Baiju was like a mechanical, icy puppet, staring at Luolei with icy eyes. Uchiha, why don't you get all 6 ways out of pain? At this time, Luolei's heart moved, and he sensed it with a domineering attitude, and found that there was only one Pain 6 Deo, so he said confidently, to be honest, one Pain 6 Deo is really not enough for me to fight. You, how do you know about Pain 6? At this moment, the white Jew controlled by Uchiha was flustered again. You know, the terrifying ability of the Eye of Reincarnation. After Nagato agreed to cooperate, he told Nagato, as a result, this 100-Beast Kaido in front of him also knows. If not, Nagato was the one he grew up watching. Uchiha thought that Nagato had been secretly absorbed by the God Organization. To tell you the truth, God's organization can do anything. Luolei glanced at Baiju very seriously, and said slowly, Pain 6 Deo, Heavenly Deo, Azura Deo, Human Deo, Animal Path, Hungry Ghost Deo, Hell Deo, each has different abilities. What's the fuss? Your God organization is really not as simple as you think. The white Jew controlled by Uchiha was silent for a while, and after a long time, his gaze fell on Luolei's body that was more than 10 meters tall, but, somehow, the pair of reincarnation eyes are gradually becoming cold and ruthless. Shinra Heavenly Sign. Without any signs, Uchiha controlled by Ju, and suddenly stretched out his hand slightly, thundered. In an instant, an invisible momentum that shook the heavens and the earth swept out, at a speed visible to the naked eye. He roared towards Luolei, perhaps because the power was too majestic, and even the air faintly made a little shattering sound. Is this the power of the Eye of Reincarnation? Luolei did not dodge at all, nor did he use armed color domineering, but instead looked at the shockwave of Shen Luo Tianzheng with interest. Bang! The next moment, the shockwave of Shen Luo Tianzheng bombarded Luolei's huge body. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar, I saw that with Luolei as the center, the surrounding earth was instantly bombarded and collapsed, and countless dense cracks spread in all directions like spider webs. However, it seems that the power is very great, almost destroying the world. However, there was no use for any eggs, and Luolei did not move even a step from beginning to end, just standing in place, as if completely ignoring the Shinra Heavenly Sign. It turned out to be Heavenly Deo Pain. After hardening the Shinra Heavenly Sign, Luolei stretched out his waist and said, Uchiha-ban, are you scratching me with the Shinra Tianzheng? Even my defenses can't be broken, and the Eye of Reincarnation is just that. It seems that you are confident in your body? Shiro-ju, who Uchiha controlled, smiled coldly and said unruly, don't compare me to those trash from Konoha, because they don't deserve it at all. Uchiha, don't think too tall of yourself. Swish! Luolei's body flashed, and his huge body appeared directly in front of Heavenly Deo Baiju, and he said with contempt, in my opinion, you are just a slightly more powerful waist, essentially no different from the waist of Konoha. Arrogant. Shinra Tens. The words did not fall. Heavenly Deo Baiju's body quickly flew backwards dozens of steps, a pair of pupils in the eyes of reincarnation gathered rapidly, hands stretched out slightly, and then, almost in an instant, a terrifying shock wave that seemed to be overwhelming swept out again. Of course, this time the Shinra Heavenly campaign is more terrifying than the previous one. It almost shrouded the entire canyon, as if it was going to kill the 100-Beast Kaido and the entire canyon. Still coming? However, at this moment, facing Shen Luo Tianzheng again, Luolei was furious. Nima, you Uchiha want to pretend to control a Heavenly Deo Baiju, and Laozi still uses the template of 100-Beast Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Are you a legend in the ninja world, Laozi, or the emperor of the pirate world? Who exactly do you look down on? So, almost in an instant, a wisp of coldness appeared on Luolei's cheeks, his heart moved, and the armed color domineering quickly wrapped around his fist, and he directly punched away at the shock wave of Shen Luo Tianzheng without fear. Airplanes. Silent, two terrifying forces collided, as if even time had stood still, thundered. The next moment, with Luolei as the center, the surrounding earth and rock walls collapsed, and endless dust swept the sky. Looking at it from afar, it was like the end of the world, which was very terrifying. Click, Click, however, at this very moment, an unusually harsh cracking sound sounded. Then, I saw the central area, where the shockwave of the Shinra Heavenly Campaign and Luo Lei's fist collided. Wisps of cracks appeared that were visible to the naked eye, and as the cracks continued to spread, the shockwave of Shinra Tianjing exploded as if it was deflated. This, how can it be? Seeing this scene, a rare look of incomparable shock and disbelief appeared on the white cheeks of Tendo, who was controlled by Uchiha. What a joke! If the god he had just cast casually resisted, he could understand. After all, the body of 100 Beast Kaido is perverted. However, the Shinluo Heavenly Campaign he is now casting, going all out, but the result is simply and neatly cracked by a punch, which is simply incredible. You know, he is Uchiha, but he has the eyes of 6 immortals, the eye of reincarnation? Although now I am old, my strength is not as good as before. However, the remnants of the control can still beat the shadow-level powerhouse, but the result was, he was slapped alive in the face by the fist of 100 Beast Kaido. Nothing is impossible. After Luo Lei blasted Shen Luo Tianjing with a punch, he sneered, "Say a bad word, Uchiha-ban, what are you? Next time, remember to let your essence meet Lord Ben." What do you mean? As soon as you hear this sentence, Heavenly Daobai's reincarnation eyes were cold, and he asked rhetorically, "It's not interesting, it's just, such garbage as Tian Daobai should be burst by Lao Tzu." Rumble. The next moment, Luo Lei's body flew out, and he blasted away without fear with a punch at Baiju. What a speed! Tendo Bai, who was controlled by Uchiha Spot, was shocked in vain, and his body flashed backwards rapidly. With his current physical state, he didn't dare to eat hard. A punch from Kaido the 100 Beasts. Shinra Heavenly Sign. And in order to hinder the Beast Kaido to the greatest extent, Tian Daobai's right hand stretched out slightly, and a majestic terrifying shockwave swept out again. I said, "Your attack is of no use." Luo Lei smiled disdainfully, did not slow down at all, but crashed towards the terrifying shockwave without fear. Bang! Another deafening roar. With a terrifying collision shockwave, Luo Lei's huge body only paused slightly, and then, it rushed over from the shockwave of Shen Luo Tianjing, almost without any damage. Damn. You forced me. In the face of the invincible 100 Beast Kaido, Uchiha, who controls the white of the Heavenly Dao, is also angry, aggressive, really too aggressive. This guy in front of him just doesn't talk about any reason at all, and if he doesn't come, he wants to crush others fiercely, and he is a madman. Earthburst Sky Star, Rumble. There is no intention to keep a hand. A majestic chakra emerged from the body of Heavenly Dao Baiju. Then, as soon as Baiju held both hands, he highly condensed these chakras into black spheres. Swish. Suddenly, a sound that broke through the air came out. This black sphere automatically floated above the 100 Beast Kaido, thundered. There are no signs, and there is no prelude. Almost instantly, with this black sphere as the center, an incomparably violent suction force erupted, and under the influence of this suction, this canyon instantly rioted. Bang, bang, bang. I saw endless rocks, fragments, trees, etc., all rushing towards the black sphere, and the already cracks all over the canyon, and began to tremble. The earth began to crack in a large area, and a large area of ground began to rise up. And that was already cracked all over the canyon. It began to tremble, the earth began to crack widely, and a large area of ground began to rise up. As more things were absorbed, the black sphere began to gradually become larger, and the gravitational force gradually increased, and a huge spherical meteorite began to gradually form. 100 Beast Kaido, obediently seal it by me. Heavenly Daobai, who was controlled by Uchiha, saw the gradually enlarged planet in midair, and drank coldly. Immediately, a pupil force of the Eye of Reincarnation swept out, and launched the chakra in the body with all its strength, once again increasing the gravitational force of the earth-bursting star. Rumble. Well, this time the gravitational pull of the explosion is more majestic, especially Luo Lei, who was the target, even if he used the template of 100 Beast Kaido, began to resist this majestic gravity, and unconsciously flew towards the sky. Is this the earth-burst star? Watching your body being absorbed continuously, Luo Lei looked at the gradually enlarging sphere inside in amazement. It is worthy of the technique used by the 6 immortals to seal the shell of the 10 tails. No wonder it can create a moon out of thin air. It is indeed very strong, very strong. Soon, as the distance gets closer, the gravitational force that Luo Lei perceived, the more majestic it was, and finally it was sucked violently on the sphere in midair, perhaps because the body was too large, and the entire earthburst star trembled slightly. Seal. Seeing the moment when 100 Beast Kaido was attracted, Tendo Baiju, who was controlled by Uchiha Spot, felt that he had taken the initiative for the first time, and he was very happy, and continued to increase the chakra in his body, thundered. Suddenly, it's not just this canyon. Instead, with the canyon as the center, the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer began to gradually crack, and then, a large number of rocks of different sizes soared into the air, and they were all absorbed by the sphere in midair. Less than a few minutes, a huge spherical meteorite with a diameter of more than 800 meters appeared in midair. From afar, it's like a miniature version of the moon. It's very shocking. As for Luo Lei himself, he was already tightly wrapped in the sphere, and it seemed that he was fiercely sealed, unable to move or twist at all. Meanwhile, Wu, finally got it. Looking at that spherical meteorite in midair, Tendo Baijiong, who was controlled by Uchiha Spot, breathed a sigh of relief. It's not easy, it's really not easy. In the face of the undead monster of 100 Beasts Kaido, he thought for a long time before deciding to use the Earth Explosion Sky Star, one of the abilities of the Eye of Reincarnation. Since Lao Tzu can't break your defenses and can't kill you, then, he can always seal you, right? After all, as one of the ninja world, Uchiha is not a fool and a fool, but knows how to be flexible, especially against a guy like Hyaku Beast Kaido, who doesn't seem to have a bright brain. Humph. After half a ring, the heavenly Dao by JK, who was controlled by Uchiha Spot, snorted coldly with a calm expression and muttered, "100 Beast Kaido, Lao Zi will seal you for a few years first, and then come to clean you up." As for the Clown Emperor and Hawkeye my Hawk, when they appeared, Lao Tzu sealed them one by one. No matter what organization you are, in front of me Uchiha Madara, it's all floating clouds. Bang! However, at this very time, a very harsh sound came from the sphere meteorite in the sky. Still not honest? The corners of Heavenly Dao by Ju's mouth that were controlled by Uchiha Spot were slightly upturned, and he shook his head with disdain. He was very confident in the Earth Explosion Heavenly Star, and he wanted to come out after being sealed? That's impossible. Bang! 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 A few more harsh sounds came out, and this time, the huge spherical meteorite trembled rarely, and some rocks on the surface began to fall off. At this moment, Tendo Baiju, who was controlled by Uchiha Spot, frowned, obviously sensing that something was wrong, and was about to exert his strength. Bang! The huge sphere meteorite in mid-air vibrated violently again, and this is just an appetizer. Bang! 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 With the sound of incomparably harsh vibrations, the huge sphere meteorite in mid-air seemed to be about to give birth, and it actually vibrated very rhythmically. Click. Finally, a crack appeared on the spherical meteorite. Impossible. Seeing this scene, Tiendo Bai, who was controlled by Uchiha, shook his head in disbelief. Click, click, click. However, he did not give Tiendao any time to think. 3 seconds later, cracks visible to the naked eye filled the entire spherical meteorite, as if it was about to collapse at any time, thundered. Finally, with an earth-shaking explosion, the huge sphere meteorite with a diameter of more than 800 meters in mid-air shattered. Whoops. Whoops! In an instant, countless spherical meteorite fragments fell in all directions like rain, and within a radius of 1 kilometer, there was a rare rain of rock fragments. Uchiha, you really can't. Swish! At this moment, a huge figure burst out from the sphere meteorite. Looking around, I saw this huge figure, whose whole body was wrapped in a pitch-black energy, striking towards the Heavenly Dao by at a thunderous speed. Not good, and the Heavenly Dao by Ju, which was controlled by Uchiha, was originally still immersed in the shock of the earth-bursting stars shattering in the sky. In vain, when he was attacked by 100 Beast Kaido, he couldn't react at all, and he could only watch the fist bigger than his head hit his body. Bang! The next moment, Heavenly Dao by Ju's body was burst alive. The next moment, Heavenly Dao by Ju's body was burst alive. In an instant, fragments of the body scattered in all directions, and the black rod that connected the signal and conducted the chakra and the chakra-shaped receiver in the shape of nails were scattered everywhere. Lao Tzu's attack power is actually not weak. Swish! Luolei's huge body fell heavily to the ground. Without looking at the Heavenly Dao by Ju who had been exploded, he snorted coldly and shook his head with great disdain. That's right, the Earth Explosion Star is very powerful. However, the strength of the user is too rubbish. If the current Uchiha has the strength of the 6 immortal levels, it will definitely be able to seal the 100 Beast Kaido. It's a pity that Uchiha is already old and can't do it. Even if he barely makes a Heavenly Dao white peerless, there is no use for any eggs, and he can only be blown up abruptly. Moreover, after Luolei used the template of 100 Beast Kaido, in fact, the attack power is not weak. For a long time, 100 Beast Kaido is most proud of his defense and resilience, and is known as the Undead Kaido, so, naturally, everyone forgot the attack power of 100 Beast Kaido. But, in fact, as one of the 4 emperors of the pirate world, the attack power of 100 Beast Kaido is also very terrifying and should not be underestimated. Later, I'll draw a few more high star templates, and Uchiha can only kneel down and sing Conquest. After half a ring, looking at the canyon that had completely become a ruin, Luolei was too lazy to find Uchiha's body. After all, finding someone who deliberately hides in the ninja world is like finding a needle in the sea, not to mention, this person is still Uchiha, it is even more difficult. However, this time Uchiha suddenly attacked him. Luolei's heart was a little unhappy and angry. Originally he didn't really want to pay attention to Uchiha ban. You take your One Wood Bridge, I take my Yangguan Road, everyone's well water does not violate the river water, can. Now Uchiha has to come over to find something and make some trouble for him. Sins. In this way, Raleigh is also planning to make some trouble for Uchiha. Don't you think that your plan is foolproof? Aren't you going to catch the tailed beast? That. We'll just walk and see. Meanwhile the ninja world, or that hidden underground cave, poof, poof. After the Heavenly Daobai was burst, the already old Uchiha Spot seemed to have suffered some kind of heavy injury, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood in a row, and a wisp of dead gray appeared on the wrinkled cheek, looking as if he was going to die. Rumble. However, at this time, the huge outer path golem standing in the center of the cave suddenly permeated with a chakra full of vitality. Then, along more than a dozen pipes, the outer path golem continuously injected these life-filled chakras into Uchiha's body, maintaining Uchiha's already oily life. This time, hastily attacked, not only was Tiandeo by burst, but Uchiha himself was actually hit hard. After all, the Eye of Reincarnation is now in Nagato, and although he can use some of the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation, it is still a little difficult, and the effect is not very good. Madara-sama, your body is okay. I don't know how long it took, Baiju asked cautiously. For the first time in so many years, he saw Uchiha so miserable, as if he had to take his last breath at any time, and thus die completely. It's okay, I can't die yet. Hearing these words, Uchiha slowly raised his head, his eyes were still filled with disbelief, and he said in shock, blame me this time, it was I who seriously underestimated the strength of 100 Beast Kaido, which caused the heavenly Daobai to be burst. There is another sentence that Uchiha did not say, that is, this time, he was severely slapped in the face. He always thought that what Clown Emperor, what Hawkeye Mihawk, what 100 Beast Kaido, are all smelly fish and rotten shrimp. No matter how strong the strength is, there is no use for any eggs. After all, as a legendary ninja, Uchiha has this confidence and strength. However, the strength of 100 Beast Kaido ripped off his fig leaf. In the Warring States period, maybe it was the era between him and the Senjutsu, but now, maybe his era has long passed. By the way, Madara-sama, Uchiha Fugaku of the Uchiha clan has awakened the Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye. Suddenly, Baiju seemed to have thought of something, and took the initiative to change the topic. Uchiha nodded, and a sneer appeared on his old face. It seems that Uchiha Jingshin really committed suicide in front of his own son. Yes, Baiju smiled coldly and said very disdainfully, in order to let his son awaken the Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye, Uchiha Jingshin is really a little great, and he exchanged his life for the awakening of the Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye. It's normal, this is the spell of the Uchiha clan. When Uchiha heard this, there was no emotional fluctuation, but he wanted to laugh a little, and said, during the Warring States period, several of my brothers and parents died, and in the end, Uchiha Senna also died. Perhaps, the fate of the Uchiha family is like this, cursed. By the way, Lord Uchiha, at this time, Baiju's eyes moved, and he wondered, why did you ask me to tell Uchiha Jingshan the method of awakening the Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye? There's no why, it's just a little upset. A wisp of coldness appeared in Uchiha's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, it depends on the owner to beat the dog. Although the Uchiha family is now a little declining, but it can't be reduced to the point of bullying. Even if the Uchiha clan wants to be exterminated in the future, it can't be under my nose. That, Uchiha-sama. Hearing these words, Baiju's cheeks were filled with puzzlement, before he asked, what if, after your death, the Uchiha clan was exterminated by your stand-in? If it helps my plan, the Uchiha clan will be exterminated casually. Without any hesitation, Uchiha blurted out, I no longer have any bond with the Uchiha clan, so no one can stop my plan. Even if it is resurrected between the 1,000 hand pillars, there is no use. Understood, Uchiha-sama. Bite is by no means a fool. He understood at once. He also understood that in the future, if the Uchiha clan was going to be exterminated, what should he do? By the way, haven't you found a suitable heir, stand-in, yet? Uchiha is obviously a little weak. After being slapped in the face by 100 Beast Kaido, he is a little incomprehensible about the current ninja world, and he has an unknown fear in vain. After all, the divine organization is too mysterious. No one knows how many monsters like 100 Beast Kaido are in this organization. Therefore, in the limited time, he must find an heir as soon as possible, lest he be forced to use some of the backhands that remain in the eyes of reincarnation, resulting in unpredictable changes in the plan. As soon as he heard this sentence, Baiju was a little hesitant. No way, the current Uchiha family, there are really few guys he can look at. The only one, Uchiha Shueishui, also joined the dark part of Konoha, and his mind is very mature, and he must not be able to carry out deep brainwashing. How? Haven't you had it yet? Seeing Baiju's expression, a wisp of anger appeared on Uchiha's old cheeks, and in vain he aggravated his tone. Bang. Nope. Lord Uchiha. Baiju was so frightened that he knelt directly on the ground, shivering and praying. There is a guy named Uchiha Obito. It feels okay, it's just, don't hesitate to speak. Uchiha was a little impatient and scolded, can you finish it all at once? It's just. This guy called Uchiha Obito, his talent is relatively poor, even Kiki Kakashi is not comparable, and he has been working hard, wanting to be recognized by others, and dreaming of becoming a Hokage, and what is even more ridiculous is that he seems to have a kind and enthusiastic love heart, and has been late for helping the elderly many times. Okay. That's it. Madara-sama, you fancy Uchiha with chickens? Do you want to think about it again? Let me see if the Uchiha family has any other choice. No need to think about it, it's him. Uchiha nodded very confidently. What kind of joke? What he wants is a person of the character of Uchido, because as long as Uchiha Obito experiences a real pain, he will transform madly and completely blacken to understand what he is doing. At that time, Uchiha Obito will be the perfect successor, stand-in. Well, alright. Baiju was a little helpless. In his opinion, people like Uchiha Obito really have limited potential. However, since Lord Uchiha has already decided, then he will take a good look. Anyway, there is not much time to waste. How is Nagato doing? After settling the air, Uchiha's mood was obviously better, and he thought of another chess piece he fancied. For Nagato, his requirements are actually very simple. As long as he can complete some simple work, can cooperate with the stand-in he chooses, and breed peace together in the cycle of suffering, he can do it. Master Uchiha, rest assured, Nagato has already agreed to cooperate with us. The corners of Baiju's mouth turned up slightly, and he said confidently, at present, Nagato has been stimulated by the divine organization and has fully realized the limitations and mistakes of the development of the Zaizai mercenary organization. Coupled with the fact that he wants to quickly master the power of the Eye of Reincarnation, he has already agreed to some of our plans. This time, when he goes back, he will have a showdown with Yahiko and Zionin. Either he quits the Zaizai mercenary organization, or he has reformed the Zaizai mercenary organization, changed Xiao's plan, and used the tailed beast weapon to conquer the world. Humph, not enough. When Uchiha heard this, he snorted coldly and said coldly, people who have not experienced real pain cannot understand my plan, so Nagato must go through the worst pain in the world to completely transform. Ah, Baiju exclaimed in some surprise before whispering, Uchiha-sama, do you mean that Nagato and Uchiha Obito both have to go through real pain? Yes, I'm going to design it myself. Uchiha nodded crisply and neatly, and a chance coldness flashed in his old eyes. There is nothing to say. In order to achieve their ultimate dream, sacrificing the lives of Nagato and Uchiha Obito, it was their luck. Anyway, these two guys could not escape the palm of his hand. What about the God organization? Baiju thought for a while, and asked a little nervously. However, as soon as this sentence came out, he wanted to slap himself. Is it really which pot does not open which pot? The front foot Uchiha is only slapped in the face, and he mentions the God organization on the back foot. Isn't he looking for something for himself? Suddenly the atmosphere of the entire underground cave became a little dignified. Among them, the most obvious performance is Uchiha Spot. I saw Uchiha Spot's old cheeks suddenly became a little suffocated. Nimas? What else can be done? He can't beat that 100-beast Kaido now, and he is also helpless and collapsed? Nagato is not developing now, not to mention the 100 beasts Kaido, maybe even the Clown Emperor and Hawkeye my Hawk can't deal with it? So, what else can be done? Cold toss. When the entire ninja world was still shaking for the 100 beasts Kaido, Land of Rain, the three giants of the Zaizai mercenary organization, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato are solemnly conducting a meeting related to the future development of the Zaizai mercenary organization. Nagato, what exactly do you mean? In the conference room, a rare wisp of anger appeared on Xiao Nan's pretty face, and he scolded, how? Now the wings are hard, do you want to fly solo? Or do you want to kick me and Yahiko out, and you yourself should be the boss of the mercenary organization of Zaizai? Zionin, you know I didn't mean that. Upon hearing these words, a wry smile appeared on Nagato's cheeks, and he said helplessly, you are my lifesaver, we are all friends from childhood to adulthood, everything I do is for your good, for the sake of the Zaizai mercenaries, and it will definitely not harm you. Then why do you insist on denying the development model of the Zaizai mercenary organization? Xiao Nan shrugged his shoulders very unpleasantly, and said very puzzled, it took us less than 5 years to make the Zaizai mercenary organization the second largest organization in the Land of Rain. As long as there is enough time, we can change the country, and then, through people-to-people exchanges, build a bridge of hope to world peace. Nope, Zionin, you are wrong. When Nagato heard this, he immediately became serious and said in a deep voice, what we are doing now is just useless work, and there is no use for any eggs. Well, so what do you want to do? Xiao Nan took a deep breath and said coldly, or like you said last time, establish a mercenary organization that does not belong to any country, provoke some small wars, first monopolize the war commission of small countries at a low price, increase the scale of wars, and then break the big country ninja system, destroy the economy, and monopolize all wars. In the midst of pain and war, to breed peace? Yes. That's what to do. Nagato nodded excitedly and said hatefully, only by breaking the monopoly of the 5 major powers and the 5 major ninja villages first, and letting the entire ninja world fall into war, so as to conquer the entire ninja world, can we build a bridge of hope to world peace. You really are. Xiao Nan shook a little dejectedly, and then slumped on the chair. No way, she has tried her best, there is nothing to say. Last time, she could still communicate with Nagato normally. As a result, now, she feels that Nagato has fallen into some kind of magic barrier, which is completely unreasonable. Yahiko, say a word. The next moment, Xiao Nan smiled helplessly at Yahiko and made a helpless expression. What else can be done? She, Yahiko, Nagato have grown up together since childhood, almost brothers and sisters. They are all good brothers and sisters. To be honest, she really doesn't want to see Nagato fall into a kind of dead loop. Moreover, changing the direction of the development of the Zaizai mercenary organization is an overnight thing. You have to think long-term. What's more, the development of the current Zaizai mercenary organization is not necessarily wrong. It does not need to be so radical, saying that in pain and war, to breed peace. Alas, at this time, Yahiko, who had not spoken, glanced at Nagato and sighed heavily. He knew very well that the current Nagato had been seduced by the masked man who recruited them some time ago, and had completely fallen into the sweet dream prepared by others. More importantly, now Nagato's strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and it must have been guided by masters. Yahiko, just say something. Nagato was also open-minded, and said righteously, our mercenary organization is too bloated and too weak. It is better for us to follow the example of the God organization that has made a big splash in the ninja world in recent times, and establish a war organization composed of S-class rebels in various countries to provoke a war in the entire ninja world. Thus, bang. Enough, Nagato, you shut up for me. Just when Nagato was about to say something, Yahiko reached out and slapped the table fiercely, simply and neatly interrupted Nagato's words. Absurd. It's really ridiculous. It also said that it was necessary to establish a war organization composed of S-class rebels in various countries. Didn't the Zayazai mercenary organization completely become an evil organization? This is simply contrary to the dream of him, Konan, Nagato when he was a child, and it is terrifying to think about it. So you still refused? Nagato froze for a moment, and immediately shook his head in disappointment, a pair of reincarnation eyes full of disappointment. He couldn't figure out why Yahiko and Konans can't understand him. Just follow his thoughts. In less than 5 years, the Zayazai mercenary organization will become a powerful organization like the God organization. Not to reject you. Yahiko took a deep breath, thought for a while, and said more tactfully, you stay in the Zayazai mercenary organization first to see if I can succeed. If I succeed, then you will follow me and dare. If I fail, then I will follow you, okay? Nagato hesitated at once. Nagato, would you rather trust an outsider than me and Yahiko? Seeing that Nagato was shaken, Xiao Nan's eyes on the side also flickered, revealing a hint of abruptness, and he responded, well. Nagato glanced at Konan, then at Yahiko, closed his eyes of reincarnation in pain, and said in a deep voice, but I will first quit the Zayazai mercenary organization and secretly watch the development of the Zayazai mercenary organization. Swish. After saying this, Nagato left the conference room in a flash before both Konan and Yahiko could react. Since Yahiko and Konan's insistence on doing so, he can only withdraw for the time being, silently accumulating strength in secret, and waiting for the day when the king returns. Oh, it still doesn't work. Looking at Nagato's departing back, Yahiko sighed bitterly, and said with a bit of a headache, Nagato seems to have an iron heart to cooperate with the masked man, especially after being stimulated by the God organization. He has strengthened his idea. Then we will make a plan and develop the Zayazai mercenary organization a little better. Xiao Nan shrugged helplessly and said confidently, since Nagato thinks that our development policy is wrong, then we will prove it to him, let him realize his mistake, and take the initiative to come back and admit it to us. Okay, that's what I thought. Yahiko thought for a moment, and simply ordered, next, you continue to be responsible for the cooperation with the God organization, and I am responsible for the development of the Zayazai mercenary organization, and we will work together to develop the Zayazai mercenary organization into the #1 force in the Land of Rain as soon as possible. Well. Xiao Nan hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. She knew very well that this was the best way to do it at the moment, not only to ensure the development of the Zayazai mercenary organization, but also to ensure that Nagato did not turn his face with the Zayazai mercenary organization. As for what the results will be in the future, no one knows, only one step at a time. Meanwhile, the border area of the Land of Fire, within a dense jungle, after getting the heavenly Dao to be white, Luo quit the template of 100 Beast Kaido, and his heart was extremely calm. This time, after using the template of 100 Beast Kaido, he parachuted into Konoha village, almost crazy to death. In the end, not only did he succeed in death, but he also conveniently destroyed Konoha, and it can be regarded as stepping on the corpse of Konoha village, making the prestige of 100 Beast Kaido famous in the entire ninja world. More importantly, now the major ninja villages and countries in the ninja world has acquiesced to the existence of the God organization, and the prestige of 100 Beast Kaido is even greater than that of the Clown Emperor and Hawkeye Mihawk. Whereas, due to this crazy death, the percentage of his use of the 100 Beast Kaido template has skyrocketed from 0% to 30%, as for the percentage of Hawkeye Mihawk's templates has reached 60%, and the percentage of the Clown Emperor template exploded from 65% to 75%. In other words, as long as Luo was given some time, his body could almost inherit the full power of the Joker Emperor template. System. How many template values do I have now? After half a ring, Luo thought for a moment before asking. This time, I used the template of 100 Beast Kaido to frantically die in Konoha. Isn't the task of 100 Beast Kaido not complete yet? Ding! Host, now you have a total of 27,500 points. The system replied very mechanically. System, the template value does not increase. Hearing this, Luo was a little puzzled. He remembered that the last time the template value was 27,500 points, and as a result, after so long, there was still no change. Ding! Host, this time you are frantically dying in Konoha, and you have not absorbed the template value that has evolved a little. The system explained lightly. Oh, I see. Roly patted his head, suddenly nodded in understanding. Truly, this time he played too much in Konoha, patronizing the crazy death, and did not pay attention to the absorption and evolution of the template value, so it is normal that the template value does not increase. System, has the template task of 100 Beast Kaido been completed? Ding. Done, but why don't you have any hint for me to extract the 4th template? Ding. Host, you must have 2 4-star templates to draw the 4th template. Wow. Eid. System, why didn't you say earlier? Luo Lei was relieved, and his heart was full of resentment. Nima, it stands to reason that after he used the template of 100 Beast Kaido to die in Konoha Fancy, the task should be completed, but the system was slow to respond, making him a little worried that the task had not been completed. Now, he finally understood. It turns out that the 4th template is extracted, which is still conditional. The system raised the 3-star level of the Clown Emperor to 4 stars. The next moment, Luo Lei smiled helplessly and ordered without any hesitation. Ding. Joker Emperor's star is rising. Please later, ding. Consuming 10,000 template values, the Joker Emperor's star level is successfully improved. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the 3-star Clown Emperor has successfully evolved into a 4-star Chaos Clown Emperor. What? Chaos Clown Emperor. For a moment, Luo Lei gasped, and his cheeks were filled with irrepressible joy. In particular, originally the Clown Emperor template was very perverted, and now, it has evolved into a Chaos Clown Emperor? This is also terrible. After a long time, Luo Lei didn't want to do so much, and his heart moved, saying, System, I want to see the specific attributes of the Chaos Clown Emperor. Ding. Chaos Clown King template is being updated. Ding. Chaos Clown King template updated. First template, Chaos Joker Emperor, 75% star rating, Ability 1, Ace Throwing Knife, Ability 2, Clown Magic, Ability 3, Mask Phalanx, Ability 4, Cayman Square, Ability 5, Psychic Nightmare Legion. It's a little bit of a change. Quickly scanned the template attributes of the Chaos Clown Emperor. Luo Lei shook his head with some disappointment. He thought that the Chaos Clown Emperor would have some new abilities. As a result, the ability is almost the same as the Clown Emperor, almost the same. But the only good news is that the equals percentage of his use of the Clown Emperor template has not changed. It is still 75%. System, how much has the strength of the Chaos Clown Emperor increased compared to the Clown Emperor? The next moment, out of doubt, Luo Lei still asked a little curiously. Ding. The host, as a superpolar Digimon, although the ability of the Chaos Clown Emperor is similar to that of the Clown Emperor, but the strength has several qualitative leaps. If the dark power bursts out with all his strength, the entire ninja world is afraid that only a very small number of ninjas can resist. Even, as long as you want, you can completely darken the country of fire. Is it so scary? Luo Lei nodded with great satisfaction. Sure enough, he didn't disappoint, especially, the stronger the Chaos Clown Emperor, the happier he was. At the very least, when he uses the template of the Chaos Clown Emperor again, the entire ninja world may shake a few more times, and whoever it is will tremble under the power of the bastard Clown Emperor. Ding. Host, more than that? As the Clown Emperor evolves, your Psychic Nightmare Legion will also evolve and transform, so your current strength is at least several times higher than before. Okay, got it. Suddenly, at this very moment, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the template task of 100 Beast Kaido and having 2 4-star templates, so, new character templates can now be randomly drawn. Ding. Host, starting to extract new role templates. It's so cool. Finally you can extract a new character template. Hearing the 2 mechanical prompts that sounded in vain, Luo Lei waved his fist fiercely. A ray of joy appeared in his eyes, and then, his heart moved, and he directly said silently, System, start extracting the 4th character template. Ding. Host, new role template is being extracted. Please later, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character template for Marvel Comics anti-hero, Venom. What? Did you hear it right? You actually smoked the character template of Venom. Bang. Luo Lei first frowned. Immediately, almost in an instant, he jumped up directly. What a joke. He actually smoked the character template of Venom. The surprise also came too suddenly. You know, this is Venom? In the world of Marvel, Venom is a thinking alien life common, almost in liquid form. Of course, it needs to bind to a host to survive and can give the host great capabilities. When the Venom symbiote and the host are knotted, the 2 life forms can be called Venom. If the host is a good person, it can make the good guy fight more and more and become a super. If the host is a bad person, it will make it a super villain. Nima's, in other words, he now has Marvel superheroes, Venom's template up? It's a bit perverted. If Chaos Clown Emperor, Hawkeye Mihawk, and 100 Beast Kaido can directly enhance Luo Lei's strength, then Venom indirectly enhances his strength. After all, after using Venom's character template, Luo Lei will become a terrifying symbiote of life, and must find a host in order to exert the true strength of Venom. System, I want to see the specific properties of Venom. Soon, Luo Lei reacted and ordered slowly. Ding. Properties for the Venom character template are being generated. Ding. The Venom character template has been generated. Fourth template, Venom, 0% star rating, Ability 1, Soul Resistance, Ability 2, Demon Resistance, Ability 3, Great Power, Ability 4, Amazing Speed, Ability 5, The Abilities of Spiders, Ability 6, Transfiguration, Liquefaction, Camouflage, Ability 7, Super Healing Ability, Weaknesses, Ultrasonic and High Temperature. Note, to increase the star rating, you need at least 10,000 template values, and now there are 17,500 template values in total. Not long after, a very familiar, seemingly illusory interface suddenly appeared in Luo Lei's mind system. Is Venom actually a 5-star template? Roughly glanced around, when he saw the star rating of Venom, Luo Lei couldn't help but exclaim, "You must know that the strong as 100 beasts Kaido is only 4 stars, and the Chaos Clown Emperor who has evolved to the super extreme body is only 4 stars, as a result, Venom is actually 5 stars, which is too terrible, right?" Ding. Host, definitely, you really don't underestimate Venom, its growth is really too strong and terrible. Growth. Ding. Yes, the host, the abilities of the 5 spiders in the attribute list is because Venom once possessed Spider-Man, so it also has Spider-Man's abilities. So you mean, theoretically Venom's growth is infinite? Ding. Yes. In theory yes, Wii. Well, Luo Lei suddenly fell silent with a shocked face. Although he knows that Venom is very powerful, it is still a little shocking in terms of growth. Nima, if he is unhappy and uses the template of Venom to combine with Uchiha Spot, wouldn't he be able to have the abilities of Uchiha Spot? Strong. It's really too strong. Venom, this superhero template, although the basic ability is not as perverted as the 100 Beast Kaido template, Hawkeye Mihawk template, and Chaos Clown King template, but it is better than growth and compatibility. In particular, if Venom possesses a creature, it will have the full abilities of that creature, which is really buggy. After all, in the Marvel world, Venom and Spider-Man, Peter Parker, combined, and finally, when forced to leave, they copied Spider-Man's abilities, which is very terrifying. Wait a minute, the system, the template of Venom still has weaknesses. However, at this time, Luo Lei's eyes turned and saw the words ultrasound and high temperature. Suddenly, the mood was suddenly unhappy. He can accept Venom's basic ability is weak, can accept Venom is very perverted, that is, cannot accept Venom has obvious weaknesses. Especially in the world of Hokage, ultrasonic attacks may be rare, but heat attacks are really too common. In the future, when he encounters a ninja who casts fire, he will be restrained alive, so no matter how he thinks about it, he will be very humiliated and uncomfortable. Ding. Host, don't be so excited, the Venom template has weaknesses, that's normal. No, the system, the weakness must find a way to eliminate it for me. Ding. Host, do you really want to systematically force the elimination of weaknesses in the Venom template? Well, yes, well. Host, give you a discount, your remaining 17,500 template values can help you clear the weaknesses of the Venom template. You. Having listened to this sentence, Luo Lei shook his head with a smile. Nima's, the system really looked at his remaining template values, and wanted to clear his template values to 0 at one time. Okay, consume all template values, clear the weaknesses of the Venom template. Ding. The weakness of the Venom template is cleared. Ding. The weaknesses of the Venom template have been cleared, and new template attributes have been generated. Fourth template, Venom, 0% star rating, Ability 1, Soul Resistance, Ability 2, Demon Resistance, Ability 3, Great Power, Ability 4, Amazing Speed, Ability 5, The Abilities of Spiders, Ability 6, Transfiguration, Liquefaction, Camouflage, Ability 7, Super Healing Ability. Note, to increase the star rating, you need at least 10,000 template values, and now you have 0 template values. Comfortable, it's comfortable all at once. Looking at the regenerated Venom template attribute, Luo Lei suddenly felt comfortable all over. What else is there to say? How terrifying a Venom without any weakness is, he himself does not know much. Maybe as long as he uses the Venom template, it will become a lingering nightmare in the major ninja villages in the ninja world. Forget it, don't care so much, let's try the ability of the Venom template. After half a ring, Luo Lei roughly understood some of Venom's abilities, and when his heart moved, he did not have any hesitation, and directly silently gave orders to the system in his heart. Rumble. In an instant, a majestic and extreme knowledge instantly poured into Luo Lei's mind. This knowledge is very profound and vast, basically the alien knowledge that Venom has traveled to many planets and spanned countless continents. Whew, sure enough, it is a symbiote of thinking alien life. A few minutes later, a shocked look appeared on Luo Lei's cheeks, and he couldn't help but sigh. No way, the alien knowledge of Venom is too shocking. Although the current Luo Lei's strength does not seem to have increased much, however, the knowledge in his mind is extremely majestic, not only understanding a lot of alien knowledge of the Marvel world, but also knowing many languages, such as Martian, Pluto, Lucky Star language, etc., can be called a super polymath. A moment later, roughly sort out the information in your head. Luo Lei's eyes moved. Without any hesitation, he directly used the template of Venom. In an instant, countless inky black tentacles appeared on his body, and then, a monster with a strange figure, a dark body, and a body similar to Spider-Man appeared in place. Liquefy. Sensing venom abilities, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth turned up slightly, and his body turned into liquid, and this is just the beginning. I see the liquid constantly changing form, constantly transforming into all kinds of strange things, such as big trees, leaves, kunao, scrolls, and so on and so on and so forth. Interesting, fun. Soon, Luo Lei's body withdrew from the template of venom, but there was an incredible look on his cheeks, because, from the experience just now, he found that the camouflage of this alien life symbiote of venom is really good, especially in the dark. He can be said to be the king of it, no one can see him, and no one can find him. What's more, venom can change its appearance and body shape through consciousness, even his vocal cords, fingerprints, pupils, etc. can be changed, which is a little creepy. Just imagine, if he disguises himself as a third-generation Hokage ape flying sun, can he be unimpeded in many places in Konoha? Ding! Stage 4, Character Template Mission, Deadly Guardian of the Ninja Realm. Introduction. Venom, as a relatively special superhero in the Marvel world, a thinking alien life symbiote, how can it be weak in the ninja world? So, choose a host to be his or her deadly guardian. Land of Rain, inside a small town tavern. Alas, you don't know, now that Nagato has left the Akeno mercenary organization, what are you saying to watch me and Yahiko in secret? Xiao Nan sighed, picked up the cup and poured a sip of wine fiercely, before he said drunkenly and hazily, before, I naively thought that when I grew up, I could achieve my dreams as long as I worked hard, but, the ideal is full, the reality is cruel, and over time I change, Yahiko changes, Nagato changes. Grunt, grunt. Maybe not very comfortable. Xiao Nan picked up an empty wine glass again and drank it down. Why don't you drink it? After drinking this cup, Xiao Nan was obviously a little drunk, and his pretty face was red, but, in the deepest part of those light orange eyes, there is a wisp of sadness. It's only been a few years. The brother-sister relationship between her, Yahiko, and Nagato is already a bit of a thing. Usually, in front of the members of the Zayazai mercenary organization, she is not good at showing it, but now, in the face of Luo Lei, I don't know what happened, she wanted to confide all the depression in her heart, so as to get drunk. Why bother? Seeing Xiao Nan, who was already drunk, Luo Lei shrugged helplessly and chuckled. Everyone has their own path to take, no matter what the future holds for Nagato, but, he was indeed working hard for his dreams. To be honest, in fact, at this time, Luo Lei was also very confused. After drawing the fourth template, Venom, he contacted the Zayazai mercenary organization as before, wanting to know some of the latest information in the ninja world. As a result, Xiao Nan appeared worried. Before he could react, without saying a word, he pulled him out to drink. Forget about drinking. As a result, after arriving at the tavern, it was Xiao Nan who was there complaining and drinking at the same time, so that Luo Lei could only be a listener. Of course, now the ninja world, due to the birth of his Roly, now the plot has obviously gone wrong. For example, Nagato agreed in advance to cooperate with Uchiha and withdrew from the Akenoki mercenary organization. Konoha village, which has always been smooth, was drunk by Kaido the Hundred Beasts, an originally non-existent divine organization shook the entire ninja world. However, no matter what, Zionin really died miserably in the original work. Therefore, if conditions permit, if you can save a two-dimensional beauty, then save one. Anyway, Han Xin points troops, the more the merrier. For women, Luo Lei will never be too much. You don't care, let's keep drinking. Xiao Nan smiled bitterly, waved his hand slightly drunk, and didn't know if he heard it, picked up the wine altar on the table, and wanted to take a sip. Forget it, go back and rest. Seeing this, Luo Lei shook his head helplessly, took the wine altar, and threw the wine money on the table at any time, before gently helping Xiao Nan to walk towards the hotel next to him. I still want to drink, I haven't yet. Even if he is supported, even if he is drunk, Xiao Nan pouts and pouts, still chattering. However, fortunately, in order to maintain the balance of her body, she also snuggled into Luo Lei's arms intentionally or unintentionally, and did not play too much. Okay, you take a break first. 10 minutes later, Luo Lei took a lot of effort to put Xiao Nan, who had a red face, in the room she had set in advance, and worked hard to press the gun and cover Xiao Nan with a quilt. No way he's also a normal man. Facing a most drunken two-dimensional beauty, it's really a little overwhelming. Only, as soon as possible, settle Xiao Nan, go out and take a cold shower, calm down. You accompany me. However, just when Luo Lei wanted to leave, he found that the corners of his clothes were pulled by Xiao Nan at some point. This Gollum. Luo Lei frowned and swallowed his saliva carefully. He is not an idiot. Until now, he still does not know what Xiao Nan's idea is. It is really a life in vain. It's my first time rumble. Alright, as soon as this sentence came out, it's like a fuse Luo Lei is completely unable to suppress, and the next thing, it all fell into place. When two people with dry firewood meet, it is bound to produce some very intense sparks. Following when the first rays of sunlight appear in the morning, Luo Lei, who looked comfortable and satisfied, had already cooked a bowl of rice porridge in advance and brought it to Xiao Nan's room. At this time, Xiao Nan also woke up drunk, and when he saw Luo Lei appear, he was very embarrassed, and his pretty face turned red in an instant, obviously thinking of some scenes that were inappropriate for children on yesterday's evening. Still shy of what? Seeing this scene, Luo Lei sat on the chair next to him and said without scruples, everyone is an old husband and wife, what is embarrassing? Humph, who and you are an old husband and wife? Xiao Nan snorted coldly, picked up the millet porridge, muttered his mouth, and ate it with his own care. Alas, forget it, if someone doesn't admit it, I'll go first. Hearing this, Luo Lei pretended to sigh, slowly got up, and wanted to walk out. You dare? Sure enough, Xiao Nan's face changed suddenly, and said very grandly, don't worry, this girl will definitely be responsible for you when she sleeps with you, you don't have to worry. Poof! Luo Lei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I thought that he would spend a little effort to comfort Xiao Nan, but instead, he was comforted by Xiao Nan. A few hours later, Xiao Nan Qiao got dressed with a red face, and walked out of the room twisted. She didn't expect Luo Lei to be so bold. After she had breakfast, she taught her a good lesson. Fortunately, as a ninja, her physical fitness is good, otherwise, she really can't get up today. Come on, drink some hot water. A wicked smile hung on Rolly's cheeks. What kind of joke? Xiao Nan still wants to be responsible for him, isn't that hitting him in the face? Therefore, forced to help, he can only dispose of it by the family law. Okay, this is the intelligence you want. Xiao Nan pouted and drank a few sips of hot water before taking a deep breath, slowly taking out a few intelligence scrolls, and said in a deep voice, these intelligences are only recently collected by our Xiao organization. Speaking of business, Luo Lei's expression suddenly became serious. Now it is possible to deal with children's love, but the right thing must also be done. At present, the 5 great ninja villages must be on the opposite side of him, and Uchiha seems to be on his opposite side, so, unconsciously, he seems to have offended many forces in the ninja world. What? Kimushu Mao is actually still in the land of rain. Soon, after reading the contents of the first intelligence scroll, Luo Lei exclaimed in surprise, what are you kidding? Now Konoha has been rebuilt after the disaster. As the captain of the dark department of Konoha, Kiki Shuumao is actually still in the land of rain. How abnormal is this? It stands to reason that he shouldn't go back to King Qin. Alas, he has set his sights on our mercenary organization. Not to mention that it was okay. As soon as Xiao Nan said it, he sighed faintly and explained, since last month, this Kima Shuumao has set his sights on our Zai mercenary organization without knowing what happened, and in just a few days, he has successively destroyed several of our secret bases. It looks like our partnership has come to light. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth turned up slightly, and he said meaningfully, Kima Shuumao is worthy of being the boss of the dark department of Konoha. He is really a talent. He must have learned from some channels that our God organization is cooperating with your known mercenary organization. So what to do? Xiao Nan asked with some lack of confidence. After all this, but Kimu Shuumao? In World War II, the flag with White Fang, which shook the entire ninja world, has undoubted strength and ability. Don't worry, Kimu Shuumao handed it over to me. Luo Lei gave Xiao Nan a reassuring look and said confidently, he will die a miserable death. Will you kill him? Xiao Nan said somewhat, no. Then how do you clean him up? Don't worry, I won't kill him, but Konoha's people will kill him. A sharp color appeared in Luo Lei's eyes, since Kimu Shuumao was so persistent, so, he just tried the power of venom. Don't you Kimu Shuumao not want to kill his companions? That Konoha ninja after being possessed by venom, do you kill or not? Will Konoha's people kill him? Xiao Nan was immediately puzzled, but as a smart person, she did not ask the bottom of the matter. Anyway, since the God organization can solve the Kimu Shuumao, then the Zai mercenary organization can develop obscenely, which is simply beautiful. Soon, Rolly picked up the second intelligence scroll, and after reading this intelligence scroll, Luo Lei knew that the fuse of the third ninja world was about to erupt, because the content of this intelligence scroll is impressive. The third generation of Mikazakage of Tsunohide village announced a retreat for a few months, and the genius ninja of Tsunohide village, the Red Sand Scorpion, announced that he would be sent from Cho's mother-in-law. If there is no miscalculation, this time, after the Red Sand Scorpion comes out, in order to pursue the most perfect human puppet, it will attack the 3 generations of Mikaze Shadow. This also led to the sudden disappearance of the 3 generations of Mikazakage, which completely intensified the internal contradictions of Sand Hidden Village, and in order to alleviate the contradictions, Sand Hidden Village was forced to directly declare war on Konoha Village, setting off the prelude to the Third Ninja World War. After a general understanding of the situation in Cheyenne Village, Luo Lei picked up the third intelligence scroll, looking somewhat expectant, because the content of this scroll was related to his completion of the template task of Venom. Uzumaki Jushine, a member of the Uzumaki clan of the Uzumaki Hidden Village of the Vortex Country, the second 9-tailed human pillar force, cultivated in the forbidden place of the Uzumaki clan some time ago, but, due to the destruction of Konoha, he has just been recalled to Konoha Village. Have you returned to Konoha Village yet? After reading this intelligence scroll, Luo Lei shook his head helplessly. No wonder in Konoha Village, he did not perceive the breath of the 9 tails with his domineering attitude. It turned out that the 9 tails pillar force went to retreat? Well, that's right, this time Venom, Deadly Guardian. After much deliberation, Luo still chose the Nine Tails Pillar Force, Uzumaki Jishine. On the one hand, asking him to possess and guard a man, it is a bit abstract to think about it. After all, he does not engage in foundation. On the other hand, after Venom is possessed, he must ensure that he can dominate the overall situation. Therefore, as the most potential girl in the ninja world at this stage, Uzumaki Jishine entered Luolei's eyes. First of all, the family of Uzumaki Jishina, the Uzumaki family, although the size of the group is not large, but also has a long history, not only tenacious vitality, delay the judgment of death, but also has a super large amount of chakra, even strong enough to suppress the tailed beast. Then, the current Uzumaki Jishina is still a single dog, and Luolei just rushed before the Wei Feng Shui gate and collected it. Finally, Venom possessed the body of the Nine Tails. What kind of chemical reaction will be produced? Luolei is still a little looking forward to it. The Land of Rain, in a jungle, a four-man dark squad wearing animal masks and black ninja uniforms is cautiously approaching a hidden canyon ahead. It's about to arrive, everyone be careful. Suddenly, the leader of the dark squad at the head lowered his voice. At the same time, he shook his head at the three people behind him and signaled, and the three people behind them all slowed down when they saw this. That's right, this is a dark squad of Konoha. This time, even if Konoha village was destroyed by 100 Beast Kaido, they did not return to Konoha village. They just wanted to collect a little more information about the God organization, and after unremitting efforts, they found that the Zyazai mercenary organization in the Land of Rain cooperated with the God organization, so they changed their goals and began to attack the Zyazai mercenary organization. And this canyon in front of you, according to reliable information, it is a secret base of the Zyazai mercenary organization. Wait a minute, I'll release the bugs first and go scout. Maybe it's sensing that something is wrong with the atmosphere. The leader of the dark squad frowned, his heart moved, and his hands quickly sealed. Secret technique, parasite, swish, swish, swish. The words did not fall. Under the cautious eyes of the three dark ninjas behind him, countless densely packed insects swept away from the body of this dark captain and spread towards the vast canyon ahead. The bugs of Lord Oil Girl Jiash are really getting more and more terrifying, yes. But with these bugs exploring the way, we are much safer. It seems that our squad is going to take the lead in completing the task again. After the bugs go out, the three dark ninjas started talking about your words. For them, following a strong captain, when doing tasks, it is really much easier, especially following a captain with secret skills like Oil Girl Jiash, which is the icing on the cake. Let's go. Intelligence error. At this time, the Oil Girl Jiash did not pay attention to these words. After the worm went out, he was concentrating on the perception. However, when he sensed that the bugs swept through the valley and did not find a person, he knew that there was something wrong with their intelligence. What? Intelligence error? One of the dark ninjas was a little surprised. What kind of joke? How could there be a problem with their intelligence? Since Captain Jiash said so, then, he can only believe it. Swish, swish, swish. And at this time, accompanied by a tingling sound, I saw that the insects that had just gone out to investigate intelligence were densely packed into a line and poured into the body of the Oil Girl Ji Grey without any hindrance. However, no one found out. One of the pitch black bugs was mixed in these bugs and also entered the body of the Oil Girl Ji Ash. Humph, have an outsider. However, as a master of using insects, the Oil Girl Ji Ash quickly sensed that something was wrong with the bug, snorted coldly, and wanted to use the secret technique of the Oil Woman clan to subdue the bug. Bang! Can! It's too late. The next moment, the body of the Oil Girl Ji Grey paused slightly, and her body instantly froze in place. Captain, are you all right? Seeing this scene, the three dark ninjas behind them looked at each other. They could see the look of doubt in their eyes, because, at the moment just now, they actually sensed the chakra fluctuations on the captain's body, which was very messy, as if they had gone crazy. How could it be okay? At this time, a cold voice sounded from the body of the Oil Girl Ji Grey. Who is it? Captain Oil Lady Ji Ash. What's wrong with you? Back off. We go back. Hearing these words, the faces of the three dark ninjas changed suddenly, and as soon as their bodies moved, they wanted to retreat. Bang, bang, bang. However, it was already late. Three piercing sounds sounded in succession, under the stunned gazes of the three dark ninjas. From the back of the Oil Girl Shiki-sama, three black tentacles flew out in vain, and before the three dark ninjas could react, they fiercely inserted into the hearts of the three dark ninjas. How can it be? Looking at this inky black tentacle, the three dark ninjas couldn't help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and their eyes were filled with extreme horror, because, at this moment, countless black tentacles suddenly appeared on the body of their Oil Girl Captain Ji Grey, and his head turned into a hideous monster head. Hey, go and die. In the next moment, the hideous monster turned his head and smiled very humanely. Immediately, the three black tentacles contracted rapidly, and directly took out the hearts of the three dark ninjas, and in an instant, it was bloody and extremely terrifying. It seems that after possession, my consciousness is taking the initiative. After casually killing 3 Konoha dark ninjas, Luolei sensed the body of the oil girl Ji-Ash, and muttered something incredulously. He remembers that in the Marvel world, Venom, consciousness has never taken the initiative, it is firmly suppressed by the host. As a result, he was using the Venom template to possess the body of oil lady Ji-Ash, and he directly suppressed the original consciousness of oil woman Ji-Gray perfectly. It's a bit awesome. In other words, he is now disguised as an oil woman Ji-Ash, which no one can detect. Land of Rain, a plain strip. The dark part of Konoha is stationed here. This time, Kikishuo Shigeru led the Konoha Dark Department out on a mission, wanting to collect some intelligence about the God organization, and by the way, kill some forces, and kill chickens and monkeys. As a result, they killed the chickens and monkeys. But the God organization did the opposite, sending 100 Beast Kaido to steal the house directly and completely destroy Konoha village. When I first learned the news, these dark ninjas who were outside were really angry and vomited blood. How could they have such a play? You are so strong, and you like to steal your home. In such cases, many of the dark ninjas outside were angry and wanted to return to Konoha, but was abruptly stopped by the boss of the dark department, Kimo Shuumao. In his words, Konoha has been destroyed, and it is useless for them to go back. It is better to continue to stay in the Land of Rain, frantically targeting the Zayazai mercenary organization, so as to obtain some information about the God organization. So, based on this, the dark part of Konoha, headed by Kiki Shuumao, remained in the Land of Rain, began to press on the Zayazai mercenary organization step by step in a planned and step-by-step manner, encircling and suppressing on a large scale. And at this time, inside the most central tent. How hasn't the nest of the Zayazai mercenary organization been found yet? Chimyu Shuumao sat in the middle, wearing an animal mask, and scolded with a slight irritability. This time, the God organization took the lead in destroying Konoha village, so we must collect specific information about the God organization, otherwise, in the future, our Konoha village will fall into an extremely passive state. I haven't found the lair of Zayazai's mercenaries for the time being. Inside the tent, a dark ninja knelt on one knee and prayed with some hesitation. Yahiko, the boss of the Zayazai mercenary organization, is very smart, and is currently fighting a guerrilla war with us in the Land of Rain. Increase your efforts and shoot. Chimyu Shuumao snorted coldly, his eyes were unusually low, and said, this time, even if it is to destroy the Zayazai mercenary organization, we must find some specific information about the God organization. Yes, understood. The dark ninja's face did not have any waves, and he nodded crisply. Okay, then you first. Captain Kimu, the oil girl Ji-Ash squad has discovered important information, and just when Kimo Shuumao wanted to order something, a slightly hurried voice directly interrupted Kimo Shuumao's words, and then, I saw a dark ninja hurriedly come in. What? You said that the oil girl Ji-Gray is small and important information. Kimo Shuumao glanced at the dark ninja who suddenly rushed in, and said a little incredulously, I remember, the oil girl Ash squad seems to have checked the authenticity of a secret base of a nearby Zayazai mercenary organization, right? Yes. The dark ninja who had just come in nodded. That time, isn't it too fast? Chimyu Shuumao's eye showed a hint of suspicion, but he didn't think much about it, and said in a deep voice, let the oil girl Ji-Ash come in, I want to listen to the so-called important information. A few minutes later, under the guidance of a dark department, Luolei entered the tent in the center, and the moment he entered the tent, Luolei's gaze naturally fell on Chimyu Shuumao's body. Strong. It's really strong. As the captain of Konoha's dark department, the flagwood White Fang, who was famous in the Second Ninja World War, although he did not show any momentum, but invisibly gave people a deep sense of oppression. However, at this time, Chimyu Shuumao's eyes narrowed, and his right hand picked up the short knife white tooth placed on the table, and scolded, you should not be an oil girl Ji-Ash. Who are you? What? Isn't this oil woman? Impossible. If it is a transformation technique, he will be detected by a sentient ninja after entering the camp. Before the words fell, the two dark ninjas in the tent were shocked. Without any hesitation, they quickly took out the kunao, stared at the oil girl Ji-Ash with a vigilant face, and showed a fighting posture. How did you detect that? Luolei is also a little confused. He is very confident in Venom's camouflage ability. As a result, when he and Kimo Shuumao saw each other for the first time, they were recognized by each other. This Nima's too watery, right? What about the perfect disguise? Sunglasses. Kimo Shuumao smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, you are well disguised, your appearance and body shape, and even your vocal cords and pupils are almost exactly the same as the oil girl Ji-Ash, but you have forgotten one of the most important things, that is, the oil woman family, due to insect control, basically were a pair of sunglasses. Bye. Overcast. Luolei patted his head, and reacted in an instant. In particular, the oil girl Ji-Ash threw out her sunglasses before she was controlled. At first, he didn't pay attention to it, but now it seems that the oil girl Ji-Gray knew that his body was out of control, so he threw away his sunglasses as a flaw and secretly calculated him. Who are you? At this time, Kimo Shuumao forced down the anger in his heart, and wisps of chakra had gradually covered the short knife White Fang, as if he was about to burst into murder at any time. Haha, it's really not fun, aren't you looking for intelligence from our organization? Bang! The next moment, accompanied by a hideous roar, Kimushuomao saw the scene that made his scalp numb. I saw that the oil girl Jiash suddenly turned into a monster with a strange figure, dark whole body, full of fangs, and a body similar to Spider-Man. Swish, swish, swish. And this is just the beginning. Then, countless dense, inky black bugs, with this monster as the center, sweeping in all directions. The tent was devoured first. Then, these bugs seemed to understand what strategy, did not harm any Konoha dark ninjas, but unknowingly surrounded the entire Konoha camp. Bugger. It's all bugs, as far as the eye can see. On the plain, the camp in the dark part of Konoha, almost all the tents have been devoured by insects. Many ninjas in the dark part of Konoha did not react at all, and found that they were surrounded by an endless sea of insects, but because the oil women were still relatively famous in Konoha. Therefore, many ninjas in the dark part of Konoha did not care much. They all thought that this was a ninja of the oil girl clan, joking with insects with everyone. Look at the central area, these bugs came out of that monster. Suddenly, a panicked voice sounded, which immediately caused all the Konoha dark ninjas in this camp to look towards the center area of the camp. Rumble. If you don't know if you don't look, it makes people's scalp numb and their hearts panic, because, in the gaze of many Konoha dark ninjas, a monster with a pitch-black body and a mouth full of fangs, somehow, is confronting Captain Kiki Shuumao. Enemy attack. This was the first reaction of many Konoha dark ninjas at the scene. Although I don't know how that monster could be the secret technique of insect control of the oil woman clan, how could it appear in the tent of Captain Kima Shuumao? It did not affect everyone's unanimous entry into the battle state. Damn, are you also an organization of God? Looking at the endless sea of insects in front of him, which made people's scalps numb, the expression on Kima Shuumao's cheeks changed, and finally he roared angrily, your God organization destroyed Konoha village, and now you are still coming to provoke me. It's really looking for death. The words did not fall, laugh at. In an instant, almost no one can see clearly how Kima Shuumao made the knife. I saw the white-toothed short knife covered with chakra, bursting out with a majestic killing intent. Then, a sharp blade more than 10 meters long flew away, as if it could split everything in two, causing the air to make a grinding sound of being shredded. Brush. Just for a moment, the sharp blade more than 10 meters long slashed fiercely in the center of the insect sea, thundered. With a deafening explosion, the sea of insects in that area seemed to be some kind of heavy damage, and many dark insects were either directly hacked to death, shocked to death, or beaten by one wave of power, as miserable as it was. This, is it Captain Chakra Knife White Fang? It's terrible. The captain's use of chakra's flow is really divine, although it is not a great sword master, but the strength is very terrifying. One slash can cause the loss of one of the insect seas, and that monster is just that. Seeing this scene, almost all the dark ninjas at the scene couldn't help but exclaim, no way, Captain Kiki Shuumao generally doesn't make much moves, and once he makes a move, it will make them extremely shocked and admired. This is the charm of Captain Konoha Dark. These bugs of yours don't have any eggs. Come up with a little real skill. After the blow, Kimo Shuumao lightly played with the white-toothed short knife in his hand, and said very confidently, any secret technique, in the face of absolute power, will collapse. Is it? From beginning to end, Luo Lei was very calm. Are you kidding? He used the venom template, and after possessing the oil woman Jiash, he had all the abilities of the oil woman Jiash, including the oil woman clan's insect control secret technique. However, the only difference is, the oil women feed the bugs with their own chakra, let the bugs parasitize in their bodies, and drive the bugs, but venom is different. He directly uses his special energy to feed those bugs, so, on the surface, those bugs are still bugs, but, in fact, those bugs are a unity of venom and bugs. 1 plus 1 certainly does not equal 1, what's more, if it's a bug plus venom, then it certainly doesn't equal 2. Humph, how is it not? Having listened to this sentence, Kimo Shuumao snorted coldly and smiled very disdainfully. However, just as he wanted to continue to say something, the expression on his cheeks suddenly froze. Laugh at. Suddenly, the sound of insects crawling came out. Then, under the extremely horrified expressions of countless Konoha dark ninjas at the scene, the insects that had just been killed by Kiki Shuumao's slash seemed to be drunk and twisted in unison. What's even more frightening is that some bugs that have been chopped to pieces are actually repairing their bodies automatically. Scalp numbness, really scalp numbness. In an instant, many Konoha dark ninjas looked at it. Is it funny? Bugs should not die as soon as they step on it. How can they repair their bodies automatically? What's more, if even the slash of the famous Kimo Shuumao can't kill insects, then can their ninjutsu be? This is shocking. These bugs of yours. After half a ring, Kimo Shuumao reacted with an incredulous look. The expression on his cheeks had completely solidified. He also did not expect that insects could actually repair the body automatically. Is it still a bug? It's too perverted, it's disgusting. How? Keep fighting. Luo Lei grinned, and Yun lightly shrugged his shoulders and said, you can ask them to perform a ninjutsu to see if you can kill all these bugs. How? Keep fighting. Luo Lei grinned, and Yun lightly shrugged his shoulders and said, you can ask them to perform a ninjutsu to see if you can kill all these bugs. Damn, Really, damn it. Kimushuomao's face changed slightly, looking at the ground in the distance. Those little bugs that were gradually recovering, their hearts were unconsciously disgusted. In the past, when he faced the oil woman, he didn't care much about those bugs, but now, in the face of the bugs released by the monster in front of him, his heart was panicked. If those bugs really can't be killed, then how to fight? After all, in the face of these dense insects in front of him, he had the confidence to retreat safely, but most of the dark ninjas he brought out would probably die in the sea of insects. You guys use ninjutsu. The next moment, Kimushuomao took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice, I don't believe it yet, these bugs are immune to ninjutsu attacks. Yes, Captain Kimu. When one of the dark ninjas of Konoha heard this, his whole body surged with chakra, and his hands quickly froze. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb thundered. In an instant, 3 incomparably hot fire dragons struck towards a sea of insects in 3 directions. Laugh at, laugh at, laugh at. Soon, 3 fire dragons bombarded the sea of insects, and in an instant, countless insects seemed to enter the oil pot, making a crackling and burning sound. Maybe it's because the temperature is too high and too hot, many insects are scorched all over, so that the smell of barbecue fills the air. However, smelling the barbecue in the air, all the ninjas in the dark part of Konoha at the scene, including Kikishuo Shigeru, did not mean to relax their vigilance, staring directly at the burnt bugs. For a second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, laugh at, laugh at. At the 8th second, a burnt bug twisted its body very strangely, and this is like a beginning, and then, many scorched insects, completely ignoring the burnt body, moved again. Whew! What kind of bug is this? How does it not die? The bugs of the Oil Woman clan are not so perverted. The slash of the short knife and white fang, the fire is useless, then the earth, water, thunder, may not be of any use. Seeing the scene in front of them, in an instant, many ninjas in the dark part of Konoha couldn't help but gasp for cooling, and their words were very shocked. It's really these bugs in front of you, it really makes people scalp numb. Alas, sure enough, it didn't work. As for Kimushuomao, he seemed to have expected it earlier, and he was very helpless. If he guessed correctly, these seeds in front of him should be a kind of worm that has been modified by special energy, and it has extremely strong resilience and defense. Captain Kimu, or let's try one of the ninjutsu. Suddenly, a ninja from the dark part of Konoha gritted his teeth and was forced to ask, no thanks, it's useless. Kimushuomao waved his hand with a low face, his gaze fell on Luolei's body again, and said coldly, which big signature coder of the god organization are you? You can call me Venom. The corners of Luolei's mouth turned up slightly, and he said quietly, Venom. Kimushuomao muttered 2 words in a low voice, and then took a deep look at Luolei. Venom, what exactly does your god organization want to do? Our Konoha village has been destroyed by your organization 100 Beast Kaido, and now you want to do something to our Konoha Dark Division? Nope, you are mistaken. Luolei smiled viciously and said quietly, it won't kill you. Hee, then what is the purpose of your presence here? The purpose is simple, you guys have been out for too long, it's time to go back to Konoha. The pupils in Kimushuomao's eyes shrank slightly, and he immediately felt that his heart was cold, and his heart was cool, because Venom meant to make him give up the mission and return to Konoha village with his men. If he really did this, then he would undoubtedly be blamed by the villagers. Because, abandon the task, it's a violation of Konoha's ninja rules, and ninjas who violate the rules of ninjas are called waste, garbage. Ponder with great fear, it's really murderous. Kimushuomao did not expect that this guy named Venom in front of him would be so ruthless, not killing him on the surface, but secretly pushing him to the abyss pointed to by Wanfu. Why, don't you want to go back to Konoha? Luolei didn't care so much, and said meaningfully, if you don't return to Konoha, many of the Konoha dark ninjas on the scene may all die very miserably. Well, very good, really good. Kimushuomao clenched the white-toothed short knife in his hand, laughed angrily, pointed at Luolei, and said a little coldly, release them, I can single out with you. Heads up. Luolei shook his head and said disdainfully, hurry up and make a decision, I have patience, but those bugs are not impatient. Laugh at, laugh at, laugh at. The words did not fall, the sea of insects at the scene rioted instantly, constantly gathering, constantly arranging, and finally, a 1,000-meter-long insect-shaped giant python composed entirely of small insects was formed, looking at all the Konoha dark ninjas on the scene very violently. Captain Kimu, don't worry about us, it is important to complete the task. Captain Kimu, we can die, but never give up the mission. Captain Kimu, you hurry up, even if we die, we will fight to the death to kill some bugs. Looking at this bug-shaped python, although some ninjas in the dark part of Konoha are very apprehensive, however, they still hurriedly opened their mouths to admonish. They didn't want to let Captain Kimu fail to complete the task because of their own problems. However, they didn't know that the more they were like this, the more Kimushuomao would protect them and would not let them suffer a little harm. Even if they gave up the task, Kimushuomao would not hesitate. This, of course, in fact, Kimushuomao was indeed frozen. He had many expectations, but he never expected this situation. Choosing between tasks and companions? Do you continue with the mission? or do you choose to keep your companions safe? Choosing between tasks and companions? Do you continue with the doomed mission, or do you choose to keep your men safe? Is it a violation of Konoha's ninja rules, or a firefight with venom that ignores the life and death of his companions? In fact, this answer, Kimo Shuumao's heart has already existed. Although he is known as the White Fang, he has killed countless hostile ninjas, For the ninja of Konoha, he has always had a deep bond, perhaps. People who violate the rules of ninja are called waste, but they don't know how to value their subordinates, and they are not even as good as waste. Kimo Shuumao, say a word. At this time, Luo Lei looked at the entangled Chi Mu Shuumao, and once again threatened. The Cotter of the God Organization, 100 Beast Kaido, has already rushed here. With his violent temper, maybe none of your subordinates can leave. Damn, you really damn it. Hearing these words, the momentum on Kimo Shuumao's body continued to climb in an instant, and the white teeth in his hand constantly emitted a chill, as if it was about to burst out at any time. However, when that momentum reached its highest point, I don't know what happened, and it suddenly plummeted. Well, Kimo Shuumao compromised, especially when he heard the name of 100 Beast Kaido. He suddenly woke up. There is more than one venom in the God Organization. 100 Beast Kaido, Clown Emperor, Hawkeye Mihawk are not fuel-saving lamps. What's more, knowing that they are invincible, he really didn't want his men to fight and die in vain. He wanted to bring them back to Konoha alive. God Organization, Venom, I remember you. Suddenly, Kiki Shuumao took a deep breath, looked deeply at Luo Lei again, and immediately made an order to retreat to all the Konoha dark ninjas on the scene. Swish! The next moment, Kimo Shuumao did not have any hesitation, and took the lead in flying towards the direction where Konoha village was located. Looking at the departing back of Kimo Shuumao, at the scene, almost all the Konoha dark ninjas were slightly stunned, and even more unbearable looks appeared on their cheeks, because they know very well that as soon as this decision comes out, after returning to Konoha village, Captain Kiki is likely to become the target of everyone and become a sinner in Konoha village. Of course, if the 3 generations of Hokage are willing to protect it, that's not a thing. Swish, swish, swish. 1 second later, with the sound of breaking the void one after another, all the Konoha dark ninjas at the scene also swept out in unison. This is just the beginning. Looking at the scene, Luo Lei deflated, his heart moved, and the hideous incomparably insect-shaped giant python instantly dissipated. This time, Kiki Shua Shigeru is less fierce and less destined to be played to death by the high level of Konoha, and, taking advantage of this opportunity, he happened to go to Konoha village again, the 9-tailed human pillar force, Uzumaki Jushin. Swish! It didn't take long for you to do so. Luo Lei's venomized body turned into a black crow in vain and followed. A few days later, the captain of Konoha's dark department, Kiki Shua Shigeru, gave up the mission and chose to protect the news of his subordinates, or did he go to Konoha village? Rumble! In an instant, this news set off a monstrous wave in Konoha village. Since Konoha village was destroyed by 100 Beasts Kaido, many civilians and ninjas in Konoha village have become a little unconfident, and as a result, now even the captain of Konoha's dark department, Kiki Shua Shigeru, does not abide by Konoha's ninja rules. It's a little bit of a stirring up in public anger. Because, in the eyes of many ninjas and civilians, ninjas who violate ninja rules are waste, garbage. Even if Kiki Shua Shigeru was once the hero of Konoha, it is of no use. So, in such a situation, in less than a day, Kiki Shuumao's reputation in Konoha village took a sharp turn, from a World War II hero in Konoha to a sinner in Konoha. Konoha village, the rebuilt Hokage office, Ape Flying Sun Chopper and Kimo Shuumao sat quietly on the chair. Neither of them spoke, but the atmosphere of the office was unusually solemn, quite a pre-storm smell. The ninja of the dark department dies when he dies. It's no big deal. I can accept that your mission failed, but I can't accept you taking the initiative to abandon the mission. Kimo Shuumao, you disappointed me so much. Bang, bang. I don't know how long it took. The 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Slash took the lead in attacking, and slapped the table with a scowl on his face. He never thought that sending Chi Mu Shuumao out to carry out the task this time was actually such a result. The captain of Konoha's dark department voluntarily abandoned the task and chose to protect his subordinates. This Nemas is also too ridiculous? As a ninja in the dark part of Konoha, you must be ready to face death at any time. Say a bad word, afraid of death. Then what kind of ninja? Then what kind of dark part? Alas, having listened to this sentence, Kimo Shuumao sighed with a tired face. Since coming back, in just a few days, the wrinkles on his face have increased a lot. Say, what do you want to do? Sarutobi took a deep breath and hated iron but not steel. As the captain of Konoha's dark department, you are really good and have set a good example for everyone. I'm sorry. Kimo Shuumao smiled helplessly, and then slowly said, this is my ninja way. Knowing that I can't complete the task, I can only choose to abandon the mission and ensure the safety of most Konoha dark ninjas. Click! Sarutobi smashed the pipe in his hand directly, gritting his teeth and scolding. No matter what kind of ninja? All must be based on the fundamental interests of Konoha, and when you give up the task, you do not take the fundamental interests of Konoha into account. In that case, Kiki Shuumao hesitated for a moment before he said with a firm expression, Naruto-sama, I have always thought that people who violate the rules of ninja are called waste, but they don't know how to value their subordinates, and they are not even as good as waste. Ha, so do you think I'm wrong, or Konoha village is wrong? Sarutobi laughed angrily, and said in a deep voice, at this stage, your ninja may be correct, but there is no use for eggs. As long as you violate the rules and damage the fundamental interests of Konoha village, you are a waste and garbage. I know, Kimushuomao nodded, did not refute anything, and said softly, I will be responsible for what I have done, and it will not be difficult for you in Konoha village. Well, you just have a number in mind. Sarutobi took a deep breath and said very seriously, the current Konoha village can't withstand the big toss, and the 100-beast Kaido has trampled all the dignity of Konoha village under his feet, so even if I want to help you in this matter, I am powerless. Don't worry, though, Kiki Kakashi will enjoy Konoha's best resources and faculty. This, having listened to this sentence, Shin Yumashuo's brows frowned slightly, however, it is not clearly manifested, of course. In the deepest part of that heart, there is a deep sense of loss and sorrow. He knew very well that the words that the ape had just slashed were already hinting at giving up on him, and when he thinks that he, as the hero of Konoha village in World War II, now gets such a result, how can there be a deep sense of sadness? This may be Konoha's politics. Okay, you go back and think about it first. At this time, a ray of struggle flashed in Ape-Face Sun's eyes, and finally, he shook his head fiercely and ordered, the position of Dark Captain will be removed for the time being, you really don't fit. Okay, I see. Mushuomao got up calmly, without too much quibbling and struggle, as if he had already expected all this. There is another big signboard cotter called Venom in the God organization. In the future, you should pay more attention. However, when he walked to the door, Kimushuomao seemed to remember something, turned his head and instructed, and then left without looking back. He knew that he was not qualified to stay here. God organization, you forced me. Looking at the back of Kimushuomao leaving, Ape Feiarai's face was livid, and he muttered with a slight killing intent, I didn't want to do that, but, if you force me, don't blame me for using unconventional means. Half a day later, or the Hokage office after reconstruction, the four giants of Sarutobi Hinata, Koharu, Mizu, Shimura Danzo, and Konoha's high level gathered together, but everyone's faces were not very good. Ape Flying Sun Chopper, what are you going to do about Kimushuomao? I don't know how long it took, a smug look flashed in Tuan Zhang's dark eyes, and he said quietly, now, the entire Konoha village has been angered by what Kimushuomao did, don't you say something? Humph, how I do it, I don't need you to remind. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi snorted coldly and asked lightly, as the Hokage of Konoha village, I will naturally open my mouth when it's time to speak, so you shouldn't worry too much. Hee, whatever you want. Tuan Zhang was not angry at all, but a slight smile appeared on his face. For Kimushuomao, one of the left and right arms of the Ape Flying Sun, he has never looked at it very much, and as a result, now Kimushuomao is looking for death by himself, and it is really heaven to help him. Anyway, in this case, Kikishuo Shigeru will never be able to turn over in Konoha village, from heroes to sinners, from heaven to hell. Kimushuomao has experienced it, and he can be regarded as a talent. Ape Flying Sun, you called us here, what happened? And at this moment, Kohara frowned a little impatiently, and said slowly, at present, Konoha has just been rebuilt, and there are still many things that need to be dealt with by the elders, and our time is precious. Yes, Ape Flying Sun, if you have something to say, just say it. Mito Minion shook his head and casually agreed, Kimushuomao's matter, you can just look at it and deal with it, and the opinion of our elder group is to severely punish and never tolerate Kimushuomao's affairs. Let's not talk about it for the time being. Ape Flying Sun's expression changed for a moment, and he said in shock, I want to split the 9 tails. What? What did you say? The words did not fall, Tuan Zhang exclaimed first, and an extremely shocked look appeared on his gloomy cheeks. What are you kidding? Ape Flying Sun Chopper actually wants to split the 9 tails. Doesn't that mean that Ape Flying Sun Chopper wants to use human pillar power, which is a bit terrifying? Because, in general, the strength of a ninja village is almost equivalent to the whole card and secret weapon of a ninja village, and it will not be used when it is a last resort, nor can it be used easily. What's more, due to the peculiarities of the tailed beast, ordinary human pillar force cannot control the tailed beast, and once used, the human pillar force is likely to get out of control, causing the village to fall into crisis. As a result, the consequences of killing 100 enemies and self-harming 8,000 are simply not worth the loss. Therefore, no matter what ninja village, they will not easily use the human pillar force until they find the perfect human pillar force. Ape Flying Sun, what exactly do you mean? At this moment, it was not only Shimura Danzo, even Koharu and Mito Minion were a little shocked. Originally, this time, they just wanted to put pressure on the Ape Flying Sun Chop, prompting the Ape Flying Sun Chop to severely punish Kimushuomao, but as a result, the Ape Flying Sun Chop did the opposite, saying that he wanted to split the 9 tails. It's just hilarious. Not interesting? However, to the surprise of the three, Ape Fei-Ri Chopper's expression was unusually calm, and he said in a deep voice, the current God organization is no longer something that a ninja village can resist, so the 9-tailed human pillar force must be used for emergencies. Nope, bang. When Shimura Tuan heard this, he slapped the table fiercely and retorted sharply, without the perfect human pillar power, if you dare to use the 9 llamas, you you will only kill 1000 enemies and self-damage 800, and there is no use for any eggs. Ape Flying Sun, we don't approve of this. Mito Minion's face was also a little unnatural, and he admonished, since the warring states, only Uchiha and Senju Pillar can fiercely suppress the Nine Tails, and the current Nine Tails Pillar Force, Uzumaki Jishine, is only acting as a container to seal the Nine Tails, and cannot control the Nine Tails at all. And once the Jushina tail is beastized, it is not controlled, and the first to suffer is Konoha village. Who said there is no way to control the Nine Tails? Listening to the words of the two, Ape-Fei Riko took out a pipe, took 2 puffs of cigarettes with his own care, and confidently explained, the Nine Tails is because it is too strong to control, so I want to divide the chakra of the Nine Tails into 2 halves of yin and yang, and seal them in the bodies of the 2 human pillars, of which the Yin 9 Lamas are responsible for fighting, and the Yang 9 Lamas are responsible for staying in Konoha. What? Yin Yang 9 Lamas? Before the words fell, Shimura Danzo, Mito Minion, and Koharu were undoubtedly shocked again. Nimas, when can the 9 Lamas also be divided into Yin and Yang? Moreover, after dividing into Yin and Yang 9 Lamas, will the combat effectiveness of the human pillar force be greatly weakened? Forget it, explain it to you. Seeing the puzzled looks of Shimura Danzo and others, Ape-Fei Ri shook his head lightly, and took a puff of white smoke unhurriedly, and said, you all know that in the Yin and Yang retreat, Yang represents life, Yin represents spirit, the so-called Yang 9 Tails, the 9 Tails with life energy as the mainstay and weak spiritual energy. Yin 9 Tails, on the contrary, is full of spiritual energy but lacks life energy. Therefore, once the 9 Lamas are divided into the Yin and Yang 9 Lamas, then, relatively speaking, the Yin and Yang 9 Lamas are easier to control. As long as the human pillar force is reasonably selected, our Konoha village will have 2 human pillar force weapons. Speaking of this, a wisp of killing intent appeared on Ape-Fei Sun's cheeks, and he added coldly, once. The next time, the divine organization dares to offend Konoha village again, then it will be severely counterattacked by us. This, in an instant, Shimura Danzo, Koharu, and Mito Minion were all silent, because, all along, they thought that the Ape Flying Sun Slash had no ability, and being able to sit in the position of the Hokage was the credit of the second generation of Hokage. Even if the 3 battles Konoha won, it was because of the great power of Kiki Shuumao. As a result, now, they realized that the Ape Flying Sun Chop still has something. After Konoha was destroyed by the 100 Beast Kaido, he moved his mind to the body of the 9-tailed human pillar force, wanting to use the tailed beast weapon to deal with the god organization. Moreover, dividing the 9 Lamas into Yin and Yang 9 Lamas sounds good? Well, then whatever you want. The next moment, Shimura Tuanzang took a deep breath, shook his head very boredly, and said quietly, since you insist on dividing the 9 Lamas into the Yin and Yang 9 Lamas, then, do you want to divide a person to give me the root? As soon as you hear this sentence, Sarutobi snorted coldly and said domineeringly, Shimura Danzo, you made it clear for me, I'm just informing you, not asking for your opinion, understand? In the future, you will obediently obey and don't make small moves for me behind my back. What are you kidding? Ape Flying Sun, you're going too far. Before the words fell, a wisp of anger flashed in the eyes of Xiao Chun and Mizuto Minion, and they all reprimanded in unison, as the elders of the Konoha elders, the rights of the 2 of them are above 10,000 people under 1 person in Konoha village. What's more, in the village of Konoha, the status of the Konoha elders is also extraordinary. First, it can assist Hokage in his work to give some correct opinions. The second is that it can serve as a bridge between the land of fire and Konoha, convey the message of the country, and receive the financial expenditure allocated by the state to the village, and also reflect some of the situation of the village to the daimyo. As a result, now Sarutobi said so, completely wanting to ignore the Konoha elders. As for Shimura Danzo, although he did not speak, his face was already livid, and his dark eyes were full of unwillingness and anger. Am I excessive? Sarutobi sat on the chair, unmoved, and a look of disdain flashed on his old face. You guys listen to me. In the future, Konoha village is only allowed to exist one voice, that is, the voice of the Hokage. You can disobey, but don't show it to me, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Also, in the future, all meetings of the Council of Elders will be cancelled, and you only need to follow my orders. Rumble. Ape Flying Sun / 2 domineering words in a row. In an instant, Koharu, Mito Minion, and Shimura Danzo's whole body trembled, and if it weren't for the endurance of the 3, they might have fainted by chi long ago. Arrogant. It's really too arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that this person in front of them was indeed an Ape Flying Sun, they would all think that the Hokage was a fake? Because, they never imagined that at such a sensitive time, Sarutobi Riko actually dared to abolish the Elder Group and implement a dictatorship in Konoha village, which was too infuriating. How? Are you not convinced? Ape Flying Sun Chopper was still so light and breezy, and said quietly, whether you are convinced or not, the 3 of you will remember to me, I am Hokage, in the future, my words, in Konoha village, it is an iron order, you just need to do your job. Good Ape Flying Sun, don't regret it. Bang! The words did not fall. With a roar, Shimura Danzo smashed the desk with one punch, then, he walked out of Hokage's office in anger. He didn't expect that the current Ape Flying Sun Slash would become so domineering. Compared with before, it was completely judgmental. Ape Flying Sun, this matter, we will truthfully pray to the daimyo of the Fire Nation, you wait for us. Watching Danzo leave, Mito Minion and sleeping Kohara were also very unhappy and threatened. Then, they got up angrily and walked angrily towards the door, and it could be seen that they were very dissatisfied with what the Ape Flying Sun had done. Oh, no way? And looking at the back of Shimura Danzo, Mito Minion, and Kohara who turned to sleep, Sarutobi took a big puff of smoke expressionlessly, before he smiled helplessly, many times. As a Hokage, in order to protect the interests of Konoha, he really had no choice, especially after Hyaku Beast Kaido destroyed Konoha Village. After the reconstruction, Konoha Village was in a very critical period, so he could only temporarily abolish the Elder Group in Shimura Danzo and implement the Ichigo Hall. Special period, special method. Otherwise, for a small matter, the Elder Group will have to tear up for a few days to make a final decision, then his Hokage's work really can't be done. It should have succeeded, right? After half a ring, the Ape Flying Sun Chop put his mind on another thing, that is to divide the 9 llamas into yin and yang 9 llamas, and in the body of the individual pillar force, because, before the elders and Shimura regiments, he asked Jiraiya, Tsunade, Wei Feng Shuman, Uchiha Shueishui, some people from the Vortex clan, and some of the elites of the Dark Division, to divide the 9 llamas into yin llamas, and seal the yang 9 llamas on another Uzumaki clan. With the strength of Jiraiya, Tsunade, Uchiha's Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye, and the sealing technique of the people of the Uzumaki clan, as long as the cooperation is good, it should be foolproof. Swish! And at this time, with a sound of breaking the void, I saw a man wearing the word oil on his forehead, long white hair reaching to his waist, red marks under his eyes, and clogs on his feet rushed into Hokage's office at a very fast speed. Old man, it worked. The first words that came in did not disappoint the Ape Flying Sun. Are you saying that the 9 llamas have been successfully divided into yin and yang 9 llamas and sealed in the body of human pillar force? Ape Fei Ri Chop's face was delighted, and he asked with a slight urgency. Whew, yes. Zi Lai also took a few breaths and sat down on the chair with a big grin, but when he saw the desk that had become a fragment, he asked thoughtfully, Old man, you and the elder group turned their faces. Yes, turned over. Ape Fei Ri shook his head slightly bitterly, and took the initiative to change the topic. 2 people pillar force, are you okay now? Well, that's good. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before adding, but that Uzumaki Juzine seemed to be a little unwilling, and his thought work did not seem to be done well. Don't worry about her, wait a while, she will figure it out. As the 9 Tails human pillar force, she is the secret weapon of Konoha Village. No matter what, she has no choice. Ape Fei Sun waved his hand indifferently, and asked with some curiosity, Forbidden technique, who cast the soul blade? It's an elite shinobi of the Dark Division. Jiraiya's face became a little heavy in an instant. No way, forbidden art. Soul blade is actually used in conjunction with ghoul seals. Once cast, there are serious side effects, even death. And to divide the chakra of the 9 tails into 2 halves, yin and yang, the soul blade must be used again. Therefore, in the end, it was an elite shinobu of the Dark Department who made sacrifices and performed forbidden techniques, but fortunately, with Tsunade's hand, it can be regarded as saving a life. Don't worry, Konoha won't treat him badly. Sarutobi rubbed his head a little tiredly, and asked again, how is Uchiha's performance in stopping the water? Well behaved. Jiraiya nodded and said with a palpitation, to be honest, this time it is really thanks to Uchiha's kaleidoscopic chakra eye, otherwise, before the seal, the 9 tails will enter a violent state. Strange to say, after seeing the kaleidoscope chakra eye, the 9 tails quieted down for a moment, and there was a wisp of fear in the deepest part of that eye. It's normal. Ape Fei Ri took a puff of cigarette before sighing. During the Warring States period, the 9 tails was controlled by Uchiha with a kaleidoscope chakra eye, so it has almost no resistance to the Uchiha clan, especially the kaleidoscope chakra eye of the Uchiha clan. Looks like that's the case. I also thought about it for a while, and then sighed with deep empathy. There is nothing to say, the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye of the Uchiha family is really a little perverted. As strong as the 9 tails, they will feel pressure, and even be completely controlled. Forget it, you're tired too, go and rest. At this time, the Ape Flying Sun chopping mood is undoubtedly very good, and the smoking posture is relaxed a lot, because these plans are now being implemented according to his ideal plan. In the future, only 2 people need to train each other, and the combat power of Konoha Village will be greatly improved. Okay, I'm going to rest. Zi Lai also nodded a little tiredly, and did not refuse. This time back to Konoha, he and Tsunade just want to relieve a little bit of the pressure of the 3 generations of old men. At present, the effect is not bad. The 3 generations of old men have not been defeated by hardships, but in terms of personality, they have become more and more powerful. Swish! The next moment, Zi Lai also left in a few flashes. Second Hokage, I'm doing things according to your last wishes now? Looking at the back of Jiraiya leaving, the Ape Flying Sun chopped. The look was a trance, and a wisp of remembrance appeared in his eyes. The world thinks that being a Hokage is very beautiful and tall, but only by really sitting in this position can you feel a kind of responsibility and a loneliness that is cold in a high place. Originally, when Hyaku Beast Kaido destroyed Konoha village, Ape Fei's heart is broken, and the whole person seems to have lost his spirit. However, when he was at his most difficult, he suddenly remembered the words of the second-generation Hokage, Senju: if one day, Konoha suffered a devastating blow, don't give up, as Hokage must carry the burden on his shoulders. So, based on this sentence, Ape Flying Sun Chopper in the previous days, frantically checking some of the materials and forbidden techniques left by the first and second generations, finally, he was asked to check in a secret information. It turned out that during the Warring States period, Uchiha and Thousand Hand Pillars were called Nine Tails as the Nine Lamas, among which, the Nine Lamas were even written by a kaleidoscope of Wheelai Tianki. So, based on this information, Sarutobi made a series of planning guidelines. The first is to take back all rights and make Konoha village a word hall of Hokage. Then, using the secret technique left by the second Hokage, he split the Nine Tails. Then, with Uchiha's kaleidoscopic chakra eye and the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, the split Nine Tails was sealed into the bodies of the two human pillars. From beginning to end, the Ape Flying Sun Chop did not find it. A small black bug at the window of the office, after staying for a long time, naturally crawled away. Meanwhile, Konoha, southeast, a very small area, that's right, this is the ancestral land of the Vortex family. Originally, the Uzumaki clan was the Vortex village of the land of raw whirlpools, and it was a family that was very good at sealing. Although the population is small, it also has a long history, with tenacious vitality, delaying the judgment of death, and a super large amount of chakra, even strong enough to suppress the tailed beast. And during the Warring States period, the Uzumaki clan and Konoha Senju clan are even distant blood relatives, and have always maintained a deep bond with Senju. But, helplessly, since other races were afraid of the Vortex clan's sealing technique, therefore, the group attacked it, and the country of Vortexes also perished, and the surviving clansmen were all incognito and scattered all over the world. However, because of the good relationship with Konoha, a small number of people from the Uzumaki clan still moved to Konoha village and became a small family in Konoha village. Especially after Jushina became the pillar force of the Nine-Tailed people, Konoha village is better for the Uzumaki family, and the resources are more. Of course, in contrast, the protection, guard, of the Dark Ninja is also stricter. At this moment, the ancestral land of the Whirlpool family, in a clean room without the slightest bit of dust, Uzumaki Jushina was sitting quietly in the room, lying on the table, and 2 lines of tears couldn't help but flow out. Even if they wet their clothes, they didn't seem to notice it. Since Konoha divided the 9 tails in her body into 2 yin and yang, in the end, after leaving another yin 9 tails, Juzine's mood was not very good. Although she is called Konoha's fiery red pepper, in fact, she is also very yearning for the life of ordinary people, and she does not want to be Konoha's tailed beast weapon. But, no way, from beginning to end, Konoha did not treat her as a human being. Instead, he used her as a weapon, a monster, and kept her in captivity, giving her a feeling of coming and going. Of course, she also wants to run. The dark part of Konoha looked at her to death. For example, now, on the periphery of the Uzumaki clan, there are at least 10 ninjas from the Uzumaki clan who are secretly monitoring the Uzumaki clan's every move, and as long as there is any wind and grass, they will rise up in groups. Suddenly, silently, the window was gently pushed open a little, and the black worm crawled in. Soon, the little bug came to the table where Juzine was, and looked at Juzine, who was full of tears and did not have any lady image, very humanely. If anyone could observe the expression of the bug, you will find that at this moment, this black bug, with a very rich expression, seems to have seen everything clearly. Well, that's right, this is Rolly using the venom template. After arriving in Konoha village, Luole was lurking everywhere, just to know some information about Konoha. Finally, in the newly built Hokage office, he finally heard some information he wanted to hear, and learned that the 9 tails were actually divided into 2 parts, yin and yang. So, following the vine and touching the melon, he came to the clan land of the Uzumaki clan and found the room of the Uzumaki Jushina. Juzine, do you want to become stronger? After determining that it was the person you were looking for, Luole, who used the venom template, said in vain. In the next moment, Juzine's body flashed back, took out Kuwu, glanced at his room with a vigilant face, and quickly entered the state of battle. Don't get excited, I'm here to help you. On the table, Luole added helplessly, bugger. It's actually a bug talking. Well, this time, according to the direction of the voice, Juzine saw the bug on the table at a glance, and it was a little messy. What's the situation? A bug talking? What's even weirder is that this bug seems to be helping her. Nope. No, I must have hallucinated. The next moment, Uzumaki Juzine patted his head helplessly and shook his head very speechlessly. During this time, due to the 9 tails, she didn't rest well, and now, in a state of exhaustion, she actually hallucinated, which really shouldn't be. This. Ignored. Seeing Juzine's incredulous look, Luole, who used the venom template, smiled helplessly, and immediately, his heart moved, and the black energy of his whole body surged, and he returned to his original appearance in an instant. Who are you? In an instant, I saw that little black bug and became a person again. Juzine's heart that had just relaxed and entered a state of complete vigilance, although she didn't know what this guy in front of her wanted to do, but inexplicably entered her boudoir. How to think was a little wrong. Introduce yourself. God organization, Venom. Luo Lei smiled slightly and said softly, "What, are you a member of God's organization?" Uzumaki Yoshina exclaimed, couldn't help but take a few steps back, his eyes were filled with disbelief, and he directly blurted out a rhetorical question. What do you want? I don't seem to have messed with your God organization, do I? Could it be that your God organization has taken a fancy to this girl's beauty? Wait a minute, don't say anything, I just want to help you control the 9 tails in your body. Luo Lei quickly interrupted Juzine's words, and Yun shrugged lightly. If you are not mistaken, now the 9 tails in your body have been divided into 2 parts, yin and yang, and next, the high level of Konoha will begin to cultivate you into a tailed beast weapon. How is it possible? Do you even know about this? Juzine frowned, looked deeply at Lei Lei, and revealed a very surprised expression. Konoha splits the 9 tails, but a very top secret intelligence. At the moment, only a small number of wooden ninjas know, including another Yang 9-tailed human pillar force. They were all hidden by the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun. What to say? In case of emergency, she herself knew very well that Konoha definitely wanted to cultivate her into a cold-tailed beast weapon. How much does the divine organization know? Luo Lei snorted coldly, pretending to be profound to say a bad word. Konoha does not have any cards in front of the God organization. But, can you really help me control the 9 tails? And after hearing these words, although the vigilance in Juzine's eyes did not decrease, he still asked with some curiosity, for her, if she can control the 9 tails, then, there will undoubtedly be a lot freer, and more importantly, her own life wants to control by herself, instead of giving Konoha a tailed beast weapon that comes and goes. The tailed beast is very easy to control. Luo Lei nodded confidently and said very seriously, to deal with a relatively powerful tailed beast like the 9 tails, either cooperate with it or forcibly control it. Cooperate or control it. When Juzine heard this, he shook his head with somewhat a laugh. Are you really joking? The 9 tails itself is the strongest and most violent of the 9-tailed beasts. If she could cooperate peacefully, she would not be unable to control the 9 tails now. As for controlling the 9 tails, that would be even more impossible, because, apart from Uchiha and Senjukuma in the Warring States period, no one has been able to do it? How? You don't believe it? Roly asked with a chuckle. Forget it, it's not that I don't believe it, it's that fox is really scary. Uzumaki Yoshina sighed and said slowly, let's go. I thank you for the kindness of your God organization, but the 9 tails is really not what you imagined. Don't worry. Luo Lei took a deep breath and said very solemnly, there I am. That fox can't turn over any big waves. This time, it was Juzine's turn to hesitate. However, when she thought of the prestige of the God organization, she suddenly had another expectation. Maybe this guy in front of her could really help her control the 9 tails? Well, hesitated for a long time. Juzine's eyes were certain, and he said in a deep voice, what do you need me to do? Do we need to find a place? No need, you go and unlock the gossip seal. Luo Lei glanced at Joshine's boudoir before saying with a slight smile, just do errands in your room, so as not to let those bedbugs in Konoha find out. Okay. Juzine clenched his silver teeth, and finally chose to believe Luo Lei. As for the gossip seal, she can solve it herself, of course. If she really can't be subdued, she is ready to break the net with the 9-tailed fish, and since Konoha is ruthless to her, then don't blame her for being unrighteous to Konoha. I'm going to unlock the gossip seal. The words did not fall. Uzumaki Juzine's eyes closed, and his body naturally sat on the chair next to him. It looks like I can move too. Seeing this, Luo Lei did not hesitate, and his body turned into a black energy body, and at a very fast speed, he possessed Juzine's body, and almost instantly, Juzine's clothes turned into a black Spider-Man coat. Meanwhile, Juzine's body, a space constructed by chakra and spiritual forces. From a distance, a huge iron door towered here, and a sealing talisman was attached to the door. Well, this place, needless to say, it is the place where the 9 tails are sealed in Juzine's body, and that sealing talisman is the embodiment of the Bagua seal here. And after the iron gate, the 9 tails lie there idly, occasionally opening his eyes to glance at the iron gate. I really didn't expect that Lao Tzu was actually overshadowed by the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye again after the iron gate. Although the 9 tails closed his eyes, he was extremely annoyed in his heart. Originally, this time Konoha wanted to split it, which was a good opportunity for it to escape, but just when the seal was unlocked and it was trying to control Kyuzina, Uchiha's kaleidoscopic chakra, I became powerful again, forcibly letting it fall into illusion. When it came to its senses, although it was less than a minute later, however, its body has been divided into 2 parts, yin and yang, and sealed in the bodies of the 2 human pillars. Just like now, this half of its yin attribute is still in Juzine's body. Alas, I don't know when I'll be able to get out. I don't know how long it took. Yin 9 tails sighed rarely, and waved his 9 tails very helplessly. Sometimes, the strength is too strong is also a bondage. How lonely is invincible? Of course, seal it, it won't die of old age anyway. Therefore, no matter how long time has passed, Yin 9 tails is not panicked at all. It's a big deal to wait for people to die. It firmly believes that one day it will go out. Swish. However, at this time, Yin Juwei seemed to sense something, and suddenly opened the fox's eyes. Rumble. Then, a furious momentum swept away, causing this virtual space to shake a few times, as if it was about to collapse at any time, which was very terrifying. Little girl, what are you doing here? Soon, Yinjuwei looked at the sudden appearance of Shimonzine, and said coldly, Uncle Ben still has to rest, there is no time to pay attention to you. Nine Tails, today I came to release you. Juzine had obviously adapted to the momentum of the Nine Tails, took a deep breath, and said with a grin, I see you stay in the Iron Gate all day, it's pitiful, just let you out. Let me out. Upon hearing this sentence, Yinjuwei froze for a moment, and did not seem to react. Roar. However, the next second later, the huge body of the Nine Tails moved, the huge head was pressed against the iron gate, the nose was almost sticking out of the cage, and the dragon teeth roared, don't laugh, is it some despicable means that the people of Konoha are going to use to make me submit? To tell you the truth, Lao Tzu will never give in. It's not. I'm really going to let you out. Seeing this, although Juzine was a little panicked in his heart, he still chuckled, isn't this looking too pitiful for you? I want to let you out and breathe. Saying that, Juzine also stretched out his hand and carefully pointed to the sealing talisman on the iron door. Pathetic. Having listened to this sentence, Nine Tails is really going to vomit blood with anger. As the most powerful existence among the tailed beasts, how could it be pitiful? Moreover, this Juzine in front of him usually sees it, hides far away. Today, why is he so bold? Dare to ridicule it to your face? Nine Tails, you know, I'm also a victim. Juzine didn't care so much, and laughed at himself. If there is a choice, I really don't want to be a human pillar force. You don't know, now I am a monster in the eyes of many people in Konoha, an ominous sign. Something is wrong. There is definitely a conspiracy, there is definitely a conspiracy. Yinjuwei looked at Juzine with a black line, and immediately, as soon as his mind moved, he converged his momentum, and it must observe it well, so as not to be overwhelmed. Because, today's Juzine is too abnormal. The Nine Tails. Juzine is right, you are indeed very pitiful. However, at this time, with a slightly mocking voice, under the incredulous eyes of Yinjuwei and Juzine, a black energy body quickly appeared in this space and formed a human form. Impossible. Juzine was the first to react and exclaimed, you, why did you get in? I can enter other people's bodies at will. Luolei nodded to Juzine, randomly, and set his eyes on the body of the Nine Tails. To be honest, it was the first time he saw the Nine Tails, and the first feeling was very strong, especially the majestic chakra fluctuation. Of course, the Nine Tails are so strong, how strong that complete nine-tailed should be, Luolei can already imagine. However, strong is very strong, but, in the face of the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha clan, the Nine Tails still seem to be eaten to death. You guy, not a ninja. At this time, Yinjuwei's gaze flickered. Apparently I didn't understand what was going on. Where it was sealed, it could enter outsiders at will, and what was even more strange was that the guy in front of him was not a ninja, and there was no Sharingan. How did he get in? Right now. What to do? Looking at the Nine Tails who fell into a state of shock, on the side, after the initial shock, Juzine said carefully, the sealing talisman on the iron gate is the key to sealing the Nine Tails, whether to unseal it or not, it's up to you to decide. Okay. Luolei nodded, took a few steps forward, glanced at the Nine Tails closely, and said, Nine Tails, I will give you a chance, as long as you are obedient, I will release you. Boy, me. When Yinjuwei heard this, Dragon Teeth grinned and roared, you two little guys, do you look down on me? Nine Tails, one calls me pitiful, and the other calls me obedient. Wrath. Really extreme anger. You know, it is the nine-tailed the most powerful existence of the tailed beast. As a result, in the eyes of these two guys in front of him, it looks like a poor pet. It's really too special to deceive the tail. If it weren't for the iron gate in front of it, it really wanted to slap the pair of dog men and women in front of it with one paw. Forget it, let's release you first. Luolei shook his head helplessly, and then under the astonished gazes of Juzine and Nine Tails, he stretched out his right hand and tore off the sealing talisman on the cage at once. Click, click. Perhaps due to the tearing of the seal, the iron door, which had been closed all along, gradually opened, revealing a gap just enough for the Nine Tails to come out. The seal charm was torn off. Really torn. Yinjuwei was stunned there at first, and then, subconsciously, stretched out a claw, wanting to push the iron door open completely, and as a result, naturally, the iron door opened in response. Can you really get out? Finally, the Nine Tails, who reacted, jumped up all of a sudden, revealing an expression of unusual surprise. This happiness really came too suddenly. This two batches in front of you, there is no kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, it must not be able to suppress it. Doesn't that mean, does it really restore freedom? Can it be born? Roar. The next moment, Yinjuwei roared, and let out a very cold roar. It's not easy. After waiting for a long time, it finally waited for today, and in the future, it can completely bid farewell to the seal and return to the ninja world. Hey, Nine Tails, I've torn open the seal, but, are you surrendering or not? Listening to this harsh fox laugh, the corners of Luolei's mouth said slightly, if you don't surrender, then the consequences may be serious, at least, you will suffer no less than now. Ridiculous, still surrendering to you. Yin Juwei's laughter was abrupt, and the expression on the fox's face became very hideous. Immediately, I saw Yin Juwei swaggering out of the iron gate, and his huge head looked down at Luo Lei and Zhu Xinei, revealing a thoughtful expression very humanely. In return for letting me out, say, how do you want to die? Will I pinch to death, or don't trample me to death, or will I eat it? I will satisfy you. You stinky fox, don't scare people, okay? Looking at the Nine Tails who was close at hand, Zhu Xinei was startled and couldn't help but take a few steps back. No way, now that the seal has been broken, the Nine Tails are already considered free, and if you want to forcibly seize her body, the success rate is very high. Roar! Lord Ben is not only going to scare you, but also eat you. Yin Juwei snorted coldly with disdain, stretched out his right claw, and stretched out towards Zhu Xinei Yu. Seeing this, Zhu Xinei surged with chakra all over his body, and as soon as his hands moved, he wanted to perform ninjutsu, swish. However, at this time, a black tentacle shot out from Luo Lei's body and hit Yin Juwei's right claw fiercely, bang. Due to the great strength, the black tentacle hit the claws of Yin Nine Tails, making a crisp sound, and at the same time, the huge body of Yin Nine Tails took a few steps back. How is that possible? Your strength. Sensing the paws that are already somewhat numb, Yin Nine Tails looked at Luo Lei incredulously. He didn't expect that this guy in front of him, who was not even a ninja, would have such great strength. Nine Tails, you are really a waste, controlled by Uchiha during the Sengoku period, and suppressed by Senjukuma. Now that I have saved you, don't you have a little bit of gratitude? Luo Lei did not answer positively, but instead gestured to Zhu Xinei, and then took a few steps forward, opposite the Nine Tails. Boy, it looks like you have a few brushes. A look of irritation and contempt appeared in Yin Juwei's eyes, and he said coldly, you really think that there is such a power between Uchiha and Senjuju? If it weren't for the other chakra energy blessings, the two of them would only be beaten by me. Hee, isn't it the chakra energy of Indra and Asura's? Luo Lei raised his eyebrows and retorted quietly, if you can't beat it, you can't beat it, you don't have to make any excuses. It can only make me look down on you even more. Something is wrong. Who are you? Rumble. The words did not fall. In an instant, Yin Juwei stared at Luo Lei deadly. There was a roar and explosion in his mind, and the deepest part of his heart set off a monstrous wave, and a wisp of fear unconsciously appeared in his eyes. How can it be? When pigs fly. How could this guy in front of him know about Indra and Asura's? It's not scientific. Because, about Asura and Indra, only a very few people know. To put it in a bad way, even the two reincarnations between Uchiha and Senjuku don't know that this is already the ultimate secret belonging to the Itsuki family. Who do you care about me? Luo Lei's eyes were certain, and he said in a deep voice, Nine Tails, the face is for you, but, if you don't appreciate it, then, don't blame me for being unkind. Oh, by the way, your original name should be the Nine Llamas, right? The next moment, as if thinking of something, Luo Lei added with a slight smile, damn. Don't call me the name of the Nine Llamas. As soon as you hear this sentence, Yin Juwei was suddenly a little unhappy, and at the same time, there was some annoyance in the deepest part of his heart. At the beginning, after being controlled by Uchiha Ban, it said its real name, the Nine Llamas, resulting in the name that was originally only known to the 6 Dao immortals and other tailed beasts, which were known by Uchiha Ban and the Thousand Hand Pillar. When it's even more infuriating, this guy between the Thousand Hand Pillars likes to write down some private things on the scroll. This time, the 3 generations of Hokage, the 8 flying sun, turned the scroll out, and then its 9 tails, the name of the 9 llamas, was known by many people. Speaking of which, the culprit is still to blame, the 100 Beasts Kaido of the God organization. If it weren't for the fact that he destroyed Konoha village, there wouldn't have been a chain of things that followed. Okay, 9 Llama, Lao Tzu's patience is limited, don't force me to use force. Seeing the 9 tails there startled, Luo Lei shook his head helplessly. He was really a little irritable. Nemas, you are also the legendary famous 9 tails. As a result, when you encounter a little thing, just like a guy who has never seen the world, exclaim a few times, it's really too special to fuck, you can't be cold. No matter how much it is, Lao Tzu is going to kill you. At this time, Yin Juwei seemed to have figured it out, staring at Luo Lei deadly, with a very complicated look in his eyes. Roar. The next moment, Yin Juwei roared up to the sky, revealing its hideous fangs, airplanes. Perhaps under the influence of the Yin Nine Tails, the entire virtual space suddenly began to vibrate. Then, a majestic chakra frantically swept out from the body of the Yin Nine Tails, and began to continuously converge at the mouth of the Yin Nine Tails, and gradually formed an incomparably huge and pitch-black tailed beast jade at the mouth of the Yin Nine Tails. Well, good huge chakra fluctuations. Seeing this scene, Zhu Xinei was stunned all of a sudden. As a genius girl of the Uzumaki clan, her immortal body is innate, with a majestic chakra comparable to a tailed beast, and as a result, now facing the chakra of the 9 tails, she still has a little heart palpitations. Humph, toast, do not eat, and punish wine. At this time, there was a trace of coldness on Luo Lei's cheeks. He gave enough of the 9 tails chance. However, the 9 tails did not lead it at all. Then, he could only let the 9 tails try the real horror of venom. Swish! In the next moment, Luo Lei's body turned into a black energy body, flying towards the 9 tails at a speed that was faster than the ears. However, Yin Nine Tails did not panic at all, there was even a smile in his eyes. Swish! In an instant, almost at the moment when the black energy body incarnated by Luo Lei arrived, above the body of the Yin Nine Tails, a layer of dark red chakra coat appeared in vain, as well as a very strange demon foxfire. The meaning of the expression is simple, although the beast doesn't know what you're going to do, however, with the chakra cloak and the fire of the demon fox, it will definitely be able to be defended. Laugh at. However, Yin Nine Tails' plan is very good, but it far underestimates the ability of Venom. In the blink of an eye, using the Venom template, Luo Lei was like a no man's land, passing through the chakra cloak and the fire of the demon fox, and entering the body of the Nine Tails. This feels not good. In an instant, the look on the face of the Nine Tails froze at once, and even the tailed beast jade in his mouth could not care about gathering, so he wanted to use chakra to force out the venom that entered his body. Pity. It's already late. In general, creatures possessed by venom, unless the venom actively evacuates, or the host dies, it is basically impossible to force out. So, a few seconds later, under Juzine's stunned gaze, Yin Nine Tails, which was originally wrapped in a dark red chakra coat and demon foxfire, wisps of black energy appeared strangely all over the body, constantly competing with the red chakra of the Nine Tails, competing for the coverage of the body. Thundered. Affected by this, the chakra fluctuations of the Yin Nine Tails are completely out of control. In an instant, it twisted indiscriminately in place, and the palpitating power fluctuations made the space become shaky again. Forget it, I'll withdraw first. Juzine looked at the Nine Tails, who seemed to be in madness, hesitated, or flew back hundreds of meters. No way, now in the battle, she can't plug in, and the venom of that god organization, at a glance, knows that it is raging in the body of the Nine Tails, and once it succeeds, then the Nine Tails will basically surrender, and if she fails, she may also die. In other words, all hope can only be pinned on venom alone. Damn! Stinky boy, who the hell are you? Get out of here for me. Nine Tails, don't waste your effort, I have already taken half of the control of your body. Roar. I'm mad at me, get out of here for me. I'm sorry. You lose control of your body. With the sound of Yanjue's rapid corruption, the color of its body has completely changed to black, and its eyes have lost the violent color that the Nine Tails should have, and it is obvious that the Nine Tails have lost control of their bodies. In other words, the state that the Nine Tails is in now is the combined state of venom plus tail. As for how strong it is, then it can only be tested with real combat. Damn, who are you? This ability is too terrible. After losing control of the body, Yanjue's voice became even more angry and corrupted, and his words were very irritable and palpitating. As the legendary Nine Tails, it is very confident and calm under normal circumstances. Even if it was controlled by Uchiha and sealed by the 1,000 hand pillars, it firmly believes that it will one day be able to see the light of day again. So, sealed, controlled, it was all not panicked at all, but rather enjoyed the days of being sealed and controlled. Now, in the face of the strange and unfathomable possession of this mysterious guy in the body, it feels the scalp numb from the inside out, and the heart is even more panicked. Monster. Really a monster. Fighting within its body, actually robbing control of its body? It's completely that Jinjue himself didn't expect it. After all, the general home battle, sure that the master will have a great advantage against some guys who want to possess, that's not a matter of hand to hand? As a result, the truth is very slap in the face. The control of its body has been lost, and now it can only watch others control its body. That feeling, it is really uncomfortable and wants to cry. You know, it's the Nine Tails. Can't you give that little bit of face? Sure enough, it is worthy of the Nine Tails. Even if it is split in half, it is still so strong. At this time, Luo Lei sensed the condition of the Nine Tails' body, and couldn't help but sigh. As for the successful possession, it was a simple matter. After all, the Nine Tails were facing Venom, an insoluble symbiote of alien life. Is the Nine Tails under control? Looking at the nine-tailed body that was already black, a rare ray of joy appeared in Juzine's beautiful eyes. She thought there would be a big war. As a result, the Nine Tails were subdued just like that, which, it's too simple, it's too awesome. Okay, basically done. Swish! The words did not fall. The first time Luo Lei's heart moved, he stretched out his right claw, and on his body, he slashed fiercely. In an instant, accompanied by a piercing sound of breaking the void, 5 bloody wounds appeared on the body of the Nine Tails. Roar. What do you want? Seeing this scene, Yin Nine Tails roared like thunder. Swish! But in response to it was a sound that broke through the air. Roar. We have something to say. Do you want to self-harm my body like this? What's the use? Seeing this, Yanjue roared again. However, this time there was a lot of roaring. Under normal circumstances, these wounds can't actually hurt it. After all, as a tailed beast, wounds can recover in an instant. After losing control of his body, the guy didn't use the tailed beast chakra to repair the wounds, so those wounds healed very slowly. Swish! 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 However, this time Rore still ignored it. Instead, it intensified, and the left and right paws were launched at the same time, constantly launching self-harm that made the scalp numb on the body of the Nine Tails. This thing doesn't seem to be of any use to the tailed beast. just help you get rid of it. Half a ring later, when the whole body of the Nine Tails was filled with bloody claw marks, Luo suddenly controlled the two claws of the Nine Tails and pointed down very strangely. Roar, eldest brother. My dear big brother, don't do that. Although I am a tailed beast, that thing is also a Conjurian, but I still have the most basic dignity and face. Am I still okay to submit to Juzine? Finally, seeing the object of self-harm this time, the chrysanthemum of the Nine Tails tightened, and I really wanted to cry, immediately, without any hesitation, directly with a wisp of crying, roared a few words, no way, do not admit it, then its nine-tailed prestige is really ruined. Humph, isn't it okay to say that earlier? Having listened to this sentence, Luo stopped the movement in his hand and said quietly, you remember what you said, if there is a next time, your end will be even more miserable. By the way, I will leave something inside your body. Swish. After saying these two sentences, Luo controlled the Nine Tails, his eyes naturally looked at Juzine, and said in a deep voice, now that the Nine Tails have surrendered, next, it's time for you to perform. Wii-u, understood, I know what to do. Juzine nodded, took a deep breath, and after a wisp of determination flashed on his cheeks, she knows very well that after today, Shijishina can be regarded as a complete rise. Since Konoha wants her to be a tailed beast weapon, then, she will let the people of Konoha see how terrifying it is to be completely tailed beast. Swish! The next moment, Juzine disappeared from this virtual space. In an instant, in Juzine's boudoir, Juzine opened his eyes, and immediately, a majestic chakra fluctuation swept away, rumble. Then, a shallow layer of tailed beast chakra coat appeared on Juzine's body, which indirectly doubled the chakra fluctuation again. Meanwhile I saw that behind Juzine, a tail formed by chakra suddenly appeared, and this is just the beginning. 2. Sanjo. 4. Gojo. Rokyojo. Bang! At the time of the sixth tail, since the fluctuations of chakra are too terrifying, Juzine's boudoir could not withstand it, and it had been collapsed by a living earthquake. Affected by this, the entire Uzumaki clan's clanland, as well as the newly rebuilt Konoha village, instantly shook, and immediately, entered a state of riot. Affected by this, the entire Vortex clanland, and the village of Konoha, which had just been rebuilt, shook instantly, and immediately, entered a state of riot. This chakra fluctuation seems to be permeating from the direction of the Vortex clan. The Nine Tails. This is the chakra power of the Nine Tails? Could it be that someone has entered the state of tailed beastization? Shouldn't it? Isn't Konoha village only the Nine Tails pillar force? Almost in an instant, Konoha village, a slightly powerful ninja, all looked at the clan of the Uzumaki clan, and their eyes were filled with extreme disbelief. No way, it's really that the fluctuations of this tailed beast chakra are too strong, although the interval is very far, but can make many slightly stronger Konoha ninjas feel a tingling in their scalps. Impossible. Did the Nine Tails escape the seal? At the same moment, the high-end combat power of Konoha, such as 8 Flying Sun Chopper, Kiki Shua Shigeru, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Shisui, Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata, etc., scattered all over Konoha. Their faces changed suddenly, and they didn't have time to think about anything, so they rushed towards the clanland of the Uzumaki clan at a very fast speed. As for the Konoha Dark and Konoha Guards, not to mention, after the incident, Konoha's emergency response mechanism was activated, and some ninjas began to evacuate civilians in a planned and step-by-step manner, and some ninjas rushed to the scene of the incident. Suddenly the entire Konoha instantly fell into chaos, and at this moment, in the clan land of the Whirlpool, roar. The earth-shaking roar swept away. I saw that Juzine had completely entered the tail beast. 9 extremely huge orange-red tails fell from the sky and smashed on the ground, directly causing the ground to explode, and cracks like spider webs appeared. And around Juzine, some of the people of the Uzumaki clan and some dark ninjas who monitored the Uzumaki clan had all appeared, and almost all of them had a very confused look on their cheeks. What kind of joke? How could the nine-tailed human pillar force, Juzine, enter the state of complete tailed beasthood for no reason? Something is completely wrong. More importantly, after entering the entire tailed beast, should the human pillar force lose its mind and transform into a violent tailed beast that only knows destruction? But the Juzine in front of you, even if he was completely tailed and beastly, the look in his eyes was very calm, and it didn't look like he had lost his mind at all. Juzine, what's going on? At this time, perhaps out of doubt, an elder of the Vortex clan took a few steps forward with a solemn face, and tentatively asked, with the sealing technique of our Vortex clan and the super large amount of chakra, it is impossible for the Nine Tails to break through the Bagua seal. Great elder, take the people of the Vortex clan and retreat. Having listened to this sentence, Juzine, who was completely tailed and beastly, swung his 9 fox tails, and a pair of fox eyes skipped a wisp of smile with very human eyes, and said coldly, the 9 tails have been controlled by me, and now I am the perfect human pillar force. What? Perfect human pillar force? That Vortex clan elder's beard was cocked, and his old cheeks were filled with horror? Is it a joke? Juzine became the perfect human pillar force of the Nine Tails? You know, under normal circumstances, most of the human pillar force and the tailed beast are hostile to each other, and once the tailed beast is transformed, it risks being eroded by the tailed beast. Although as the host strengthens, you can control a certain degree of tailed beast chakra or even tailed beastization according to the degree of strength, but undoubtedly imperfect. And according to legend, only after mutual understanding and recognition with the tailed beast can you perfectly control all the chakras of the tailed beast and enter a state of complete tailed beasthood that can be called the perfect human pillar force. Wait a minute. Something is wrong. Since Juzine is the perfect human pillar force, then why is she so violent and high profile? Is it? In the next moment, the elder of the Uzumaki clan seemed to have thought of something, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. He was not a fool. Now Juzine did this. He completely wanted to break with Konoha. Gollum, the perfect human pillar force? In the distance, some Konoha dark ninjas who monitored the Uzumaki clan looked at each other, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Obviously they didn't expect that Jushina actually controlled the Nine Tails. Isn't it completely unrealistic? But the facts were in front of them, and they had to believe them. Roar! You guys have been spying on me for so long, die here today. However, at this time, Jushina obviously did not give these Konoha dark divisions extra time to shock, and with a glance of a pair of fox eyes, the Nine Tails stormed towards those Konoha dark ninjas who were monitoring the Uzumaki clan at lightning speed. Not good. Everyone flash. Well, there is no idea of wanting to fight back. The Konoha dark ninja who were monitoring the Uzumaki clan quickly flew in all directions, trying to dodge the attack of the Nine Tails. Thundered. The next moment, 9 consecutive deafening sounds sounded. Juzine controlled the Nine Tails and hit the ground like a decay. The terrifying force of fury directly caused the place where some of the Konoha dark ninjas who were monitoring the Uzumaki clan exploded, producing a series of majestic shock waves. Bang, bang, bang. Affected by the shock wave, those Konoha dark ninjas who monitored the Uzumaki clan hadn't run far. It was blatantly blasted out by those terrifying shock waves and smashed to the ground. Poof, poof, poof. After smashing the ground, the Konoha dark ninja who were monitoring the Uzumaki clan spat out a mouthful of blood, and their cheeks under the mask were filled with despair. Strong. It's really too strong. The gap between them and the perfect nine-tailed Manzuli Juzine is really too big. It is not a level at all. If the Nine Tails are the sky, then they are the earth, and there is no chance of victory. Just now, it is clear that they have dodged the frontal attack, but was shocked by the aftermath. More sad times, now. In the face of the completely tailed beastly Juzine, not only did they not have any means of resistance, but they could not escape, and could only stay in place and wait for death. Humph, run again? After the blow, Juzine raised the fox's head very arrogantly, snorted coldly, and slowly took a few steps forward. Maybe it's because I'm too heavy. The ground trembled faintly. Juzine, what exactly do you want to do? All these years, we have been spying on you, but why not protect you in disguise? You know, the other 4 major ninja villages, but you are listed as a must-kill target, and they can't wait to kill them quickly. Seeing the beast-incarnated body of Juzine constantly approaching, one of the dark ninjas who was responsible for monitoring the Uzumaki clan and Jushina couldn't help but retort, and his words were somewhat afraid and apprehensive. Nonsense, you guys are here to protect the Nine Tails. The words did not fall. Juzine, who was completely tailed and beastly, had cold eyes, and suddenly became angry, and immediately, his heart moved, and one of his tails flicked towards the dark ninja who opened his mouth. Damn, seeing this, the eyes under the animal mask suddenly turned gray, facing the Nine Tails. What else could he do but wait for death? Stop! But at this moment, accompanied by an extremely angry roar, I saw that the ape Flying Sun Chop was holding the wishful golden hoop rod that his psychic beast ape demon turned into in his hand, and it was flying at an extremely fast speed. Is it finally here? Having listened to this sentence, Juzine, who was completely tailed and beastly, was slightly stunned, but a ray of violence flashed in his eyes. Swish! The next moment, under the gaze of some dark ninjas at the scene, the tail increased its speed in vain and smashed the body of the dark ninja. Thundered. Another deafening roar. The dark ninja was smashed into meat mud alive, and in an instant, blood and dirt were mixed together, and many dark ninjas in the vicinity were numb in their scalps. Nine Tails, why don't you stop? At this time, the ape Flying Sun Chop also arrived, stopped not far away, looked at the dark part that was smashed to death by the tail, and the expression on his face was cold. 3 generations of Hokage, why should I stop? When Juzine heard this, he raised his fox's head high, and a pair of huge fox eyes stared at the ape Flying Sun playfully, and said quietly, aren't you going to cultivate me into Konoha's tailed beast weapon? Now am I not as you intended? Wait a minute. You are not the Nine Tails, are you Uzumaki Jushine? Ape Fei Chopper reacted at once, staring at the Nine Tails in front of him with a surprised face. In his mind, the Nine Tails should have broken free from the seal and controlled Juzine, which caused the current consequences. The fact is that the person in front of him who controls the body of the Nine Tails seems to be Juzine? In other words, after entering the complete tail beastification, Juzine actually suppressed the consciousness of the Nine Tails? How can it be? Doesn't it make sense? Naruto-sama, the current Jushina is the perfect nine-tailed human pillar force. In the distance, a dark ninja lying on the ground carefully reminded. Airplanes. In an instant, the ape flying sun's expression became stiff. The deepest part of that heart set off a monstrous wave. Didn't he just split the nine tails into two halves? How could Juzine suddenly become a perfect human pillar force? Could it be that Vortex Juzine and Yin Nine Tails are the perfect match? However, even if it is a perfect match, Jushina should not be so abnormal against the ninja of Konoha village? It stands to reason that Konoha is not thin to Jushine. Isn't Kushina supposed to give everything he has for the good of Konoha village? Roar! 3 generations of Hokage, don't think so much, Jushine. Today I want to tell you what is invincible and what is dominated by others, then the so-called Konoha interests are just a joke. Maybe it's been suppressed for too long. Suddenly, the completely tailed beast Jushina roared up to the sky, and actually directly swung his claws, striking towards another Konoha dark ninja. Daring, you. It doesn't take me seriously. Seeing this, Ape Fei picked up the Rui Golden Hoop Rod in his hand, without any hesitation, and hit Juzine's claw, clang. Even though the Rui Golden Hoop Rod is incarnated by an ape demon, it can be enlarged and extended, and it is not bad. However, in the face of the claws of the nine tails, the aftermath of the destructive power still smashed the ape flying sun into the ground, smashing out a large pit several meters deep. Naruto-sama. Swish! In vain, without any sign, a white sword chi burst from afar, slashing fiercely at the claws of the nine tails, clang. Another metallic clash, however, this time it was a wound on the claws of the nine tails. However, the wound appeared and recovered in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Damn, sure enough, it is worthy of the nine tails. Seeing the wound on the claw of the nine-tailed man pillar force, Juzine disappeared in an instant, flying from afar. The suspended Konoha Dark Captain, Shimushuo Shigeru, rarely revealed an unusually solemn look. The blow just now, but after he used the white fang, it was a relatively perfect blow, but hitting the body of the nine tails was like tickling the nine tails, and there was no use for eggs. Such an attack will not work. At this time, the ape Fei, who was beaten into the pit, jumped out of the pit with a grey face, and said in a deep voice, "Now Juzine has entered a completely tailed beast, so its body is constructed from the nine-tailed chakra, which can not only be arbitrarily transformed and deformed, but also regenerated indefinitely. Unless it is a one-time blow to the nine-tailed pillar Juzine, our attacks are useless." Is there nothing you can do? Having listened to this sentence, Shimushuo's eyes moved, and he said in a deep voice, "If she doesn't subdue the nine-tailed man pillar Jushina as soon as possible, she is likely to destroy the entire Konoha, causing very serious consequences." "Don't worry, there must be a way." Sarutobi nodded very seriously, and said slowly, "Uchiha Shushui and Uchiha Fugaku should be coming, and I must use their kaleidoscope chakra eyes later." "That's right. Thanks." When he said this, Ape Flying Sun Chopper also said a little embarrassed, "Nimas." He suspended Kimushuomao on the front foot. As a result, others, the hind foot, did not care about the previous suspicion to help him. This feeling of being continuously punched in the face really made the old face of the Ape Flying Sun a little embarrassed. "It's okay, even if it's suspended, but I'm also part of Konoha." Kimushuomao shrugged his shoulders and said unusually firmly, "I will not allow anyone to destroy Konoha under my nose, unless I die." Line, okay. Ape Fei hesitated for a moment before sighing and sighing. "After the matter is perfectly resolved this time, you should continue to be the captain of the Dark Department." Kima White Fang, "You are really a big fool." However, Kima White Fang has not replied. Next to him, the nine-tailed man Zuli Juzine disdained, "Tell the truth. In fact, in the eyes of Konoha's high level, you are just a tool, belonging to the kind of coming and going, just like me. Look, now I'm the opposite, it's the opposite. Shut up for me, Vortex Juzine." The next moment, Kimushuomao's face straightened, and he scolded mercifully, "I don't know how you became the perfect nine-tailed human pillar force, but in the future, when you have a son, you will willingly make sacrifices for Konoha." "Che, after having a son, even if I strangle him, I won't let him become a tool of Konoha." The nine-tailed man Zuli Juzine deflated his fox mouth with disdain, and said quietly, "I know that you are waiting for someone, so I will reluctantly wait with you. Wait a while, just when I hit all of you one by one, let you know that my nine-tailed human pillarly Juzine is not easy to mess with, let alone become a cold-tailed beast weapon." "Presumptuous. Daring. You're really arrogant." Ape Flying Sun Chopper and Kimushuomao reprimanded in unison. Of course, the two of them also wanted to do it, but, as Juzine said, there were some necessary people who had not yet come, so they could only wait. So, in such a situation, some of the surrounding dark ninjas saw a very peculiar picture. The nine-tailed man Zuli Jushina and the Ape Flying Sun slashed, and Kimushuomao faced off in the air, and no one made a move, but it made the atmosphere of the scene more and more solemn and depressing, as if a big war was about to break out at any time. Meanwhile, Vortex Juzine's body, something is wrong. How did this host of mine change its nature? I don't know very well either. That's strange, the previous Juzine was not this kind of personality? Especially when I saw the high level of Konoha, I basically trembled with fear, but now, I dare to kill people and pretend to be in front of Ape Flying Sun Chopper and Kimushuomao. it is simply arrogant to the extreme? Maybe this is liberating nature. After all, once a woman initiates a rush, she will not be reasonable, and the fight will be over. Alas, it's good that she's angry, but the prestige of this tailed beast can be regarded as ruined. Finally, Yin Nine Tails sighed heavily. It can all think that after today, all the myths of the ninja world about its 9 tails will basically be shattered. After all, it is a bit humiliating to be accepted by a woman, thinking about it. As for the other 8-tailed beasts, in the future, the meeting will definitely mock it. It's hard to do the 9 tails. Especially to be a bullish 9 tails is even more difficult. Cut. Less come, isn't it bad for you to surrender to Juzine? Luo Lian smiled lightly, and said disapprovingly, to tell you the truth, Uchiha is not dead yet. It is said that he wants to collect the 9-tailed beasts and resurrect the legendary 10 tails. What, haven't died yet? Inexplicably, the voice of the 9 tails trembled a little. Apparently it is impossible to forget the terrible memories of the endless pain and pain that left it. Man. At the beginning, during the Warring States period, its 9 tails can also be regarded as an invincible existence in the ninja realm. However, he encountered Konoha's 2 super big perverts Senjukuma and Uchiha Madara. These 2 guys not only inherited the legendary chakra of Indra and Azuras, but also possessed kaleidoscope chakra eyes and wooden dun, so they could suppress it very casually. Whereas, now, in vain to hear that Uchiha Madara is not dead, the 9 tails heart is really a little panicked. No, who are you? The next moment, the 9 tails reacted in vain, and became curious about the identity of Rolei, especially knowing not only Indra and Azuras, but also knowing that Uchiha was not dead, and was planning to resurrect the 10 tails. If it weren't for the fact that Raleigh wasn't a ninja, he had to think that Luo Lei had some secret relationship with the old man of the 6th Dao. You'll know later, Luo Lei did not answer this question positively, but said inscrutably, 9 tails, you just need to remember my words and assist Uzumaki Jushine. This. Yin 9 tails had some hesitation. Thinking that Uchiha was not dead, he nodded ghostly. Some of Konoha's others are coming. At this time, Luo Lei sensed the specific situation at the scene, chuckled and said, wait a minute. Let those high-end combat powers of Konoha see the power of complete body, 9-tailed human pillar power, and venom. Meanwhile, the central area of the Whirlpool clan land, as time passes minute by minute, south. There are constantly sounds of breaking the void. The dark department of Konoha and the ninjas of the Konoha police force began to gather. However, due to the strength of Jushine, these ninjas are far apart, watching the battle while guarding. After all, with the lesson of the 100-beast Kaido attacking Konoha, Konoha is still smart. Since the tactics of the CF people are useless, so many ninjas with slightly weaker strength, if they don't want to die, they should go back a little and be salted fish. And in the most central place, under the attention of countless Konoha ninjas, Konoha Sanshin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, the geniuses of Konoha Wei Fang Shuiman and Uchiha Shuizu, the suspended captain of the Dark Ministry of Konoha Shigeru Kiki, the boss of Konoha's roots Shimura Danzo, the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata and Hinata of the Konoha Hyuga clan. Wait, they all confronted the 9-tailed man Zulai Juzine. Old man, what the hell is going on? Zi Lai also glanced at the 9-tailed man Zuli Zine, who had no wisdom at all, and asked curiously, the 9-tailed seal broke out, shouldn't it be wantonly destroyed? Why are you still confronting you? Swish, swish, swish. The words did not fall. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Uchiha Shisui, Wei Feng Shuiman and the others all looked at Sarutobi Hinata standing in the middle with doubtful eyes, and they hurried over, but what exactly happened is not very clear. Very simple. Sarutobi took a deep breath and said coldly, now Uzumaki Jushina has completely controlled the 9 tails. In her words, she wants to hit us all one by one. Old man, are you kidding? Sarutobi-sensei, are you saying that Uzumaki Jushina has already controlled the 9 tails? And a crowd to pick us? Impossible. Jushina should have feelings for Konoha. Why is this? Hearing these words, Jiraiya, Tsunade and the others at the scene were extremely surprised, and their cheeks were filled with disbelief. What are you kidding? Jushina can actually control the 9 tails. Doesn't that mean that the current Juzine is the legendary perfect 9-tailed human pillar force? If this is really the case, it is really possible for her to hit them all. After all, the power of the 9 tails is not blown out, but beaten. Hey, you guys stop talking nonsense. At this time, looking at the so-called high-end combat power of Konoha in front of him, Jushina shrugged his shoulders and looked down condescendingly. Over the years, the grievances I have suffered in Konoha need to be compensated, otherwise, if I get angry, the entire Konoha village may be destroyed. Arrogant. Do it. 8-Fei-Ri heard this, clenched his fists, and finally couldn't bear it. Just now, he and Kimo Shuumao may not be able to deal with the 9-tailed pillar force, but now that everything that should have come is coming, he won't believe it, and he can't suppress Juzine fiercely. Anyway, in a word, you Kushina didn't put him in Konoha in your eyes. Well, they don't have to be polite, strike together and fiercely suppress everything. The dark part. Cloth enchantment, we are going to suppress the 9 tails. Not far away, Kiki Shuumao did not have any hesitation, and motioned to the 9 Konoha dark ninjas who had already prepared in the distance, Su. Su. Almost instantly, 9 Konoha dark shinobu wearing animal masks flashed abruptly, then, quickly in the shape of a positive 9 corner, Juzine, Ape Flying Sun, Kimu Shuumao, and the big snake pill, and others were surrounded by them, and their hands were frantically imprinted. 9 purple Yan array. Airplanes. 9 purple light curtains fell abruptly and connected, forming a translucent purple light mask. This, needless to say, it is an upgraded version of the so-called 4 purple flame array. In the original work, when Orikimura was destroying the plan in Konoha, the 4 people of Otobi cast the 4 purple flame array, and even the Ape Flying Sun slash was difficult to break. Now, in order to deal with the 9 tails, in order to be safe, Kimu Shuumao actually used the 9 upper ninja of the dark department to cast the enchantment 9 purple Yan array, no doubt because he didn't want to let Juzine go. Ha ha, are you trying to trap me with the 9 purple flame array? It's too big. At this time, looking at the huge 9-sided translucent purple enchantment net, Juzine did not panic in the slightest, but wanted to laugh a little. As a genius of the Whirlpool family, she is also proficient in various sealing techniques and enchantment ninjutsu. Now, as soon as the 9 purple Yan array came out, she guessed what Konoha wanted to do. Why, are you scared? Ape Fei Ri smiled coldly and said quietly, next, I see what arrogant capital you have. The 9-tailed human pillar power is very strong, but it is not absolutely unsolvable. Scared. Juzine let out a squeamish fox cry and said disdainfully, if it is the 4 red yang array or the 9 red yang array, I may be flustered, but a small 9 purple yan array really has no use. Humph, less nonsense, Ape Fei Ri snorted coldly and retorted mercilessly, to deal with you, there is no need for the 4 red sun array. Just kidding, the 4 red sun array, but it was created by the 2nd generation Hokage Senjima. It must be performed by 4 people whose strength has reached the Hokage level in 4 directions at the same time, which is an enchantment ninjutsu that is dozens of times more powerful than the 4 purple flame array. Don't say deal with the 9 tails, it is to deal with the Uchiha spot in the Warring States period. It is all hand to hand. Yes, then I'm welcome. The next moment, the completely 9-tailed Juzine's mouth opened, and a chakra energy wave that was furious to the extreme began to gather, and then, in front of everyone's eyes, an incomparably terrifying chakra ball appeared in Juzine's mouth. This is the tailed beast Jade? Seeing this scene, the cheeks of Ape Flying Sun Chopper and the others were instantly filled with horror. No way, everyone is a ninja, of course, you can feel the terrifying power contained in that chakra ball. Nope. This thing can't be resisted. Suddenly, the big snake pill who had not spoken, the pupils in his eyes shrank sharply, like a poisonous snake, revealing an extremely vigilant look. You can't have a hard anus, if you are hit, you will definitely die. Tsunade's fists clenched, her brows were already wrinkled together. The matter was more serious than she thought. If Kushina was determined to destroy Konoha, then who could stop it? Alas, it seems that Juzine is also a ruthless character. Shinmura Danzo looked gloomy, and made a rare gesture ready to retreat at any time. This tailed beast Jade, people too, right? However, while everyone is waiting for it, Konoha's super genius, Jiraiya's apprentice, and the 4th generation of Hokage, Wei Feng Shuman, diverged in his thinking, and began to try to imitate the tailed beast Jade to see if he could develop a new ninjutsu. Airplanes. At this point, as the tailed beast chakra continues to gather, the tailed beast Jade is getting bigger and bigger, and the terrifying oppressive force that exuded to the extreme made the atmosphere of the scene extremely heavy, and the air was extremely depressed, just like before the storm, extremely terrifying. Finally, in less than a minute, a 2-head-sized tailed beast Jade took shape in the mouth of Juzine, who was completely tailed beast. Meanwhile Juzine also stopped the supply of chakra. Well, the next instant, it seems that time has frozen, and I saw the completely tailed beast Juzine's head flicked, the 2-headed-sized tailed beast Jade attacked towards the translucent purple enchantment net. It's time to attack the enchantment. You must defend yourself. The 9 purple yen array should be able to do it, after all. Much stronger than the 4 purple yen array. In an instant, countless ninjas watched the scene, and they didn't even dare to come out of the atmosphere, and could only watch the tailed beast Jade smashing fiercely on the purple enchantment net. Thundered. With a roar of the heavens shaking, the entire 9 purple yen array trembled violently a few times, and the collision erupted into an incomparably powerful energy shockwave, making the entire Konoha tremble, as if the end had come. Very terrifying. But Ra is in such a situation. Although the 9 purple yen array was constantly trembling, it was not blasted alive, as if it had resisted the detonation of the tailed beast Jade. Finally, a few minutes later, when the light disappeared and the energy shock wave of the collision gradually subsided, everyone only saw a terrifying huge pit appear at the edge of the enchantment, which made many ninjas feel numb for a while. Resisted. It seems to be blocked. The 9 purple yen array has not broken. Haha, the 9 tails is just that. Next, you should be able to subdue Juzine. And after a period of scalp numbness, many onlookers in the distance Konoha ninjas were shocked, and finally breathed a big sigh of relief, and some ninjas began to relax. But what? At this very moment, in the place where the tailed beast Jade bombarded the purple enchantment net just now, a wisp of black energy appeared very strangely. It's like just the beginning. Because, in the blink of an eye, with this wisp of black energy as the center, wisps of black energy continued to spread in all directions, and in a few seconds, the purple enchantment net turned into a black enchantment net. Click, click. Suddenly, the sound of cracking came out one after another, rumble. Before many ninjas could react, the 9 purple yen array shattered, poof. Poof. Affected by this, those 9 dark shangnin who cast the 9 purple flame array couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood from Chi Brush's mouth.